The story begins with a man tearing down the street at full speed, his legs pumping hard and his footsteps hammering against the pavement. He rushes forward with the kind of desperate energy that makes it feel like he is chasing after the very first moment of something important. That man's name is Ju In-gong. He says his parents chose that name for him because they wanted him to grow into someone who could stand at the center of the world like a true main character. In Korean, his name literally means protagonist, so when he was young, the other kids never stopped teasing him about it. But strangely, no matter how much they made fun of him, Ju In-gong never really hated the name, because somewhere deep in his heart, Ju In-gong truly did want to become the hero of his own story. Carrying that quiet dream with him even now, he pushes his way into a game store, as if stepping toward the world he has always imagined. As soon as he enters the shop, the people inside begin whispering and murmuring that he has finally arrived. Ju In-gong reacts like he has heard this joke far too many times already, waving off their comments, while telling the shopkeeper that this teasing really needs to stop. Then, without letting the conversation drag on for even a second, he gets straight to the point and asks if the game has come in. The shopkeeper replies, like he knew Ju In-gong would rush over the moment it arrived, telling him that he had already set aside a copy, especially for him. The game is Night Saga RE, the remake fans have been waiting for, based on the legendary classic known as Night Saga. The shopkeeper explains that the whole game is centered on the never-ending war between humans and demons. It is a brutal conflict that has dragged on for countless years, with neither side willing to retreat or surrender. In the game, players are able to choose between two completely different main characters. One is Locke, the hero who fights on the side of humanity, and the other is Zephyr Ragnaros, the second son of the Demon King. Depending on who the player chooses, the story branches into different goals, different decisions, and an entirely separate fate waiting at the end of the road. Ju In-gong knows the original Night Saga better than almost anyone. Ever since he was a child, he has beaten the game more than 10 times, replaying it so much that every character, every item, every place, and every major event is practically carved into his memory. But this new remake is not like any version he has experienced before. It is the first Night Saga released after full-dive virtual reality systems became wildly popular. So to Ju In-gong, this does not feel like just another remake. It feels like a childhood dream finally crossing over into reality. Later, once he finally has the game in his hands, that same excitement stays with him the entire way home, making every step feel charged with anticipation. Back in his apartment, Ju In-gong sits down and begins setting everything up with careful, practiced focus. He places the chip into his full-dive helmet, connects the cartridge, and checks the equipment like a dedicated longtime fan preparing for the moment he has been waiting for. While the system finishes loading, his anticipation keeps building inside him. He can barely stay still, his mind already racing ahead toward the world he is about to enter. He even tells himself that he should probably take it easy tonight, casually deciding that 8 hours of gameplay should be enough for one session, as if spending that long inside the game somehow counts as holding back. Then, the instant the system begins pulling him into the game world, the space around him shifts completely, and everything he knew a moment ago starts to disappear. Ju In-gong opens his eyes and finds himself staring up at a ceiling so bright that it almost stings to look at. Blinking in confusion, he wonders aloud whether the load-in worked the way it was supposed to. After all, Night Saga has always started with the player waking up in bed, so at first, this scene seems familiar. That bed scene is supposed to be the real starting point of the game, but this time, almost immediately, something feels off. The body he is lying in does not feel like his own, and when he looks down at himself, it is obviously not the body he expected to have. Before he can fully understand what is going on, a rough voice suddenly speaks up from nearby. The voice asks if he is still sleeping and tells him to hurry up and move, because today is going to be a busy day. Ju In-gong is too shocked by what he is seeing to answer in a normal way. All he can do is stare around in amazement, stunned by how unbelievably real everything looks. The graphics are so detailed and lifelike that they seem almost impossible to separate from the real world. Ju In-gong says that out loud. The enormous orc standing beside him gives him a baffled look. The orc clearly has no idea what that word is supposed to mean, and he asks Ju In-gong what he means by graphics. Ju In-gong can barely process it. He is having a completely smooth, natural conversation with someone who should only be an NPC. And none of the game's advertisements ever mentioned anything close to this level of realism. Trying to steady himself and understand the situation, Ju In-gong asks the orc for his name. The orc answers in a simple, matter-of-fact voice, telling him that his name is Karak. Then Karak looks directly at him and addresses him as Prince Shutra, telling him to hurry before they lose any more time standing around. The name strikes Ju In-gong right away. Shutra Ignis, the 9th son of the Demon King. In that instant, he realizes he was never given a chance to choose his character at all, and he cannot understand why the game has suddenly thrown him into this role without any warning. Hoping the system will give him some kind of answer, he quickly opens his status window, but what appears only makes the situation worse. He is level 1, only 14 years old, and his stats are so painfully low that they are almost hard to look at. Every single stat is sitting at 5. Ju Ingong stares at the numbers in disbelief, noting that even an ordinary NPC would usually begin with stats in the tens, which makes Shutra's abilities look embarrassingly weak by comparison. Next, he checks the list of skills available to him. One of them is called Conquest, but the other has the strange name, Protagonist Setting Adjustment. The second he reads that unusual title, his attention locks onto it and he stops to stare. He wonders aloud whether that skill really means exactly what it sounds like. Because if the name is literal, then this whole situation may be far more bizarre than he first imagined. Carrick suddenly cuts through his thoughts with a loud shout, snapping at him to stop standing around and start moving already. Ju Ingong answers that he understands, then finally makes his way outside. But the moment he steps out, the sight in front of him leaves him completely stunned. Spread out before him is a long line of orcs, each one standing in formation like a unit of soldiers prepared to march at any moment. The scene immediately makes Ju Ingong uneasy. As he looks over the tense formation, he asks why the mood feels nothing like an ordinary outing, and more like they are about to head straight into a battle. Carrick brushes off his reaction without showing much concern, and simply tells him that they need to move out right away. He explains that the Red Thunder orcs are causing trouble, and that this will be Prince Shutra's first real battle. The way Carrick says it so casually only makes the whole thing sound even more alarming to Ju Ingong. For a moment, Ju Ingong freezes where he stands, still trying to process the fact that his very first day in this world has somehow turned into a march toward the battlefield. Growing more confused and nervous by the second, he asks where the tutorial is supposed to be, as if hoping there is still some normal game structure hiding underneath all of this. Carrick explains that the Red Thunder Orc tribe has rebelled alongside the 7th Prince and the 8th Princess. Their group is heading out to help suppress the uprising. Ju Ingong immediately questions why they are only bringing 10 people if this is supposed to be an actual war. Carrick insists that he already explained it yesterday, saying this was only supposed to be a patrol, not some massive military campaign. Ju Ingong hesitates and asks whether Carrick really told him that. Carrick looks back at him with a strange expression, clearly beginning to sense that something about Prince Shutra's behavior today is not normal. Carrick wonders why he has been acting so strangely since morning. Meanwhile, Ju Ingong opens his minimap, hoping that at least the game system will provide him with something familiar to depend on. The moment the minimap appears, Ju Ingong mutters that he knew there had to be one. A wave of relief comes over him, because with a map, getting around should be much easier, and he decides he needs to keep it open from now on. Then his eyes catch something odd, a hidden path branching away from their current route, and he starts wondering if it might be tied to some kind of event. After studying the map, he tells Carrick that the path they are currently taking is far too slow. Then, with a sudden burst of confidence, he says he knows a shortcut. For the moment, the group decides to trust what he says. They shift away from their original route and begin following the detour he pointed out. They make their way through the forest, pushing between the trees and crossing rough, uneven ground. After continuing deeper along the route, they eventually arrive at a steep cliff and begin climbing their way upward. By the time they finally reach the top, Ju Ingong looks completely worn out. His breathing is heavy, his body is drained, and it is painfully clear that Shutra's miserable stamina is already holding him back. But standing directly ahead of them is a hidden zone, blocked off by 2 enormous stone gates. The gates rise from the ground like ancient walls, making the place feel sealed away from the rest of the world. Carrick stares at the hidden place in surprise, then turns toward Ju Ingong with genuine confusion. He asks how Ju Ingong could possibly have known that something like this was hidden here. Carrick even asks if Ju Ingong is a mage, still struggling to catch his breath after the climb. Ju Ingong quickly answers that he is not. The others notice his condition as well. They watch him carefully, seeing how exhausted he looks, as if the climb alone has nearly taken everything out of him. Ju Ingong admits to himself that he underestimated just how awful Shutra's stamina really was. Even so, he wants to find out whether he can open the door. And with that thought pushing him onward, he steps toward the massive stone gate. The instant he gets close, a sudden golden light wraps around his body. Ju Ingong stops in place, frozen by the unexpected glow, and stares at it in shock as he wonders what is happening to him. A glowing notification suddenly flashes into view right in front of Shutra's eyes, hovering in the air like a system message only he can see. Somehow, just by reaching this hidden place, he has already gained enough to level up. Shutra can only stare at the message, completely unable to believe what he is seeing. He wonders if he seriously gained a whole level just from walking into the area, and before that shock can even settle, another strange detail immediately pulls his attention. Every single one of his stats has gone up by 2 full points. Shutra lowers his voice and mutters that this is insanely broken, because for someone starting from such pathetic numbers, an increase like that is almost too powerful to feel real. Right after that, a deep grinding noise rolls through the hidden zone. The sound echoes heavily around them, followed by the low rumble of ancient stone cracking, shifting, and beginning to fall apart. Eric turns his gaze toward the newly opening path, watching the darkness beyond it for a moment. Then he glances back at Shutra and asks if they are really going to head inside. Shutra has no way of knowing what might be waiting for them in that hidden place. The entrance ahead is dark and silent, and the shadows beyond it offer him absolutely no clear answer. Even so, Shutra reminds himself that this time, he is not walking in alone. With Carrick and the others beside him, they should at least be able to handle whatever comes next. Besides, in stories, a real protagonist does not simply fall off a cliff and die for nothing. Instead, that fall usually leads to an unexpected chance. The group steps forward and passes through the wide, freshly opened mouth of the cave. As they move deeper inside, Carrick studies the rough walls around them and says the passage resembles a dwarf tunnel. But Shutra immediately reacts as if that does not make sense. Shutra points out that dwarves should not be living in this region at all, since they are known to belong in the demon realm. Carrick replies that they do not live here anymore, but according to old stories, they apparently did a very long time ago. When Shutra asks whether all the dwarves migrated away, Carrick admits he does not know the full history. All he knows are the legends that have been passed down among the orc tribes, and with that uncertain explanation lingering between them, the group continues deeper into the cavern. Then something farther ahead suddenly catches their attention. A bright glimmer shines out from the surrounding darkness, revealing a pile of treasure scattered together with abandoned weapons, armor, and old pieces of equipment. The moment the orcs see it, they burst into excited cheers. Their rough voices bounce off the cave walls, filling the hidden space with loud, eager celebration. They rush toward the treasure without holding back, grabbing whatever they can get their hands on while shouting that the dwarves must have left behind incredible valuables. As the orcs celebrate like they have just discovered paradise itself, Shutra stands back and simply watches them lose all sense of control. Unlike the others, Shutra does not run straight into the pile. No matter how tempting those weapons might look, he knows he cannot use any of them, because their level requirements are far beyond what he can currently handle. His miserable stats only make the situation even worse, keeping him locked out of equipment that appears simple at first glance. Still, Shutra quietly mutters that it would be a waste to leave everything behind, so they might as well save the gear for later. And he pauses for a moment, his eyes moving over the heap of loot, as another practical problem comes to mind. With this much equipment in front of him, he wonders how he is supposed to store all of it. Shutra picks up one of the items and quietly says "store" under his breath. In the next instant, the item disappears from his hand and slips neatly into his inventory, exactly like a game command being activated. Seeing it work so smoothly, he confirms to himself that the system functions just the way he expected. All he has to do is touch an item, think the command, and it becomes his. But just as he starts to understand that, Shutra's gaze shifts toward the minimap, where a sudden cluster of red dots appears near the edge. His body stiffens as he wonders if those markers are enemies, and he immediately warns everyone to pull back. Before anyone has enough time to properly understand the warning, the danger arrives all at once. A section of the cavern wall splits apart with a violent crack, then bursts open in a blast of shattered stone and thick dust. The force of the impact sends several orcs flying backward off their feet. From inside the cloud of dust and broken rock, a massive figure begins to emerge, stepping forward through the debris. It is a Red Thunder orc. The towering warrior declares that he had already expected them to come, then introduces himself as Kakin, the commander of the tribe. Kachin's voice booms through the cavern like thunder, as he roars an order to his men. Without hesitation, he commands them to slaughter every single intruder there. In the blink of an eye, the entire cave erupts into chaos. The orcs on Shutra's side are struck down one after another as the Red Thunder orcs crash into them with overwhelming brutal force. A few of Shutra's orcs manage to regain their footing and fight back, raising their weapons and refusing to go down without resistance. But the gap in strength is impossible to ignore. They are outnumbered, overpowered, and steadily driven backward beneath the relentless pressure of the enemy attack. All around Shutra, weapons collide with sharp metallic crashes, and furious shouts fill every corner of the cavern as the battle continues to rage. Little by little, the momentum starts to shift, even if the change is only slight. From the rear, Shutra watches the fighting and wonders if he should take the chance to jump in and steal a few kills for experience, while the others keep the enemies occupied. He slips behind one of the Red Thunder orcs while it is busy fighting someone else, then lunges forward with everything he has. But the instant his blades hit the enemy, they snap apart, breaking against the orc's body like cheap scraps of metal. Shutra goes completely still, staring down at the broken pieces left in his hands. Only then does it hit him that the weapons he picked up were probably worthless junk from the very beginning. The Red Thunder orc slowly turns around, its anger now focused directly on Shutra. Panic surges through him before he can even think. Kshatriya whips around and runs for his life, moving on pure fear and instinct. He screams as he bolts away, but he does not make it far. His foot catches on a rock beneath him, and he pitches forward, crashing face first into the hard ground. A damage notification flashes coldly in front of his eyes, announcing that he has lost 14 health from the fall. He still has 5 mana remaining, but that tiny number gives him absolutely no comfort in a situation this terrifying. The Red Thunder Orc is already closing the distance, lifting its weapon high, and preparing to bring it down in a final killing strike. At the very last moment, Carrick rushes into the path of the attack. He intercepts the blow and blocks the strike before it can come down on Kshatriya. Carrick shouts at Kshatriya in frustration, demanding to know what he is doing. Then he yells at him to move already, before he gets himself killed. But Kshatriya cannot make his body respond. He is trembling from head to toe, frozen in place by a fear that feels far too intense and far too real. He desperately tries to convince himself that none of this is real, repeating in his mind that it is only a game. But the terror rushing through him feels nothing like a simple game. He does not want to die, not in this place, and definitely not like this. Kshatriya decides he has taken more than enough for one day and quickly brings up the menu, searching for any way to escape. He tries to get out, telling himself that the realism is too overwhelming, too intense, and far too frightening to handle. But when his eyes move across his character sheet, another impossible detail appears before him. His species is listed as Gondarvier. Even worse, his active skill list is now completely empty. The abilities he saw earlier are nowhere to be found, as if they vanished from the system or were never there in the first place. Then he notices the most terrifying problem of all. There is no logout option anywhere in the menu. Kshatriya's panic grows even heavier as a horrifying thought takes shape in his mind. He may actually be trapped inside this world. While Kshatriya frantically searches through the menu for answers, the battle around him does not stop for even a moment. Across the chaos, Kakin fixes his eyes on Kshatriya and begins chanting. His focus settles on him with chilling precision, like a predator choosing exactly which prey to strike. A storm of magical attacks suddenly rains through the cavern, slicing through the air with deadly force as they race toward Kshatriya. The spells pierce straight into Kshatriya's body, and sharp, vivid pain explodes through him. It is so intense that he cannot brush it off as just another game effect. The force of the attack hurls him backward, sending his body flying until he slams hard against the cliff wall. His vision begins to blur, and the shapes around him start melting together into dark, fading shadows as the strength drains out of him. Kshatriya gasps desperately, trying to pull air into his lungs, but his body refuses to respond. As the sounds of the battle grow distant and muffled, his consciousness finally slips away. All at once, the world around Kshatriya falls completely silent. The screams, the clash of weapons, and the chaos of the battlefield vanish so suddenly that it feels as if the entire fight has been torn away from him. When Kshatriya opens his eyes again, he is no longer lying in the cave. Instead, he finds himself floating in a strange, empty space, surrounded by a dark void that feels less like a real place, and more like something buried deep inside his own mind. For a brief, chilling moment, he wonders if this darkness is what comes after death. After all, the last thing he can remember is Kakin's magic ripping through his body with unbearable force. In Kshatriya's mind, there is almost no doubt that the Red Thunder Orc commander must have finished him off right there. But then, within that endless darkness, a soft golden light begins to appear. It blooms slowly in front of him, warm and bright, standing out like the only living thing in the void. A woman's voice echoes through the empty space, calm but filled with an unmistakable power. Her words spread around Kshatriya, filling the silence as if the void itself is listening. She tells him that he is tied to this world by fate. Then her voice grows deeper and more commanding, ordering him to conquer, to rule, and to place everything beneath him through absolute subjugation. As those words press into him, she reaches both hands toward him. That is when Kshatriya notices her eyes. Each one is a different color, and both of them stare straight into him, with a piercing intensity he cannot look away from, before he can ask who she is, or what she truly wants from him. The golden light surges forward and swallows him whole. Back on the battlefield, the Green Orcs are still locked in a desperate fight, barely managing to hold their ground against the Red Thunder tribe's brutal assault. Kakin steps forward to strengthen his own warriors, his expression twisted with contempt. He sneers at how ridiculous it is for such a small group to even think they could stand against his tribe. In Kakin's eyes, there is no longer any reason to waste time dragging the battle out. He orders his troops to slaughter every last enemy in front of them. But right at that moment, Kshatriya begins to move, rising unsteadily to his feet with confusion written all over his face, still trying to piece together what just happened to him. Kshatriya wonders whether that strange vision was some kind of awakening. Kakin spots him standing again and snarls in disbelief, demanding to know how Kshatriya could possibly still be alive. At the same time, a new notification flashes across Kshatriya's vision, announcing that he has acquired telekinesis level 1. Kshatriya mutters in confusion, unable to understand when he could have gained a skill like that. But before he can focus on it for long, another unexpected change appears in front of his eyes. His secondary job has changed. The new title displayed there is Knight of Conquest. Kachin reacts immediately, shouting to his warriors and ordering every attack to be aimed at the boy standing in the middle of the battlefield. Carrack understands what the enemy is trying to do almost the instant the order leaves Kachin's mouth. With a furious roar that cuts through the noise of battle, Carrack commands the others to protect the prince, no matter what price they have to pay. He makes it absolutely clear that they cannot allow even a single wound to reach Shutra. But Shutra himself is still standing frozen where he is, barely reacting to the danger around him. His eyes remain fixed on the status window hovering before him, locked onto the unfamiliar class name as if he cannot tear his gaze away. Shutra murmurs that this job never appeared in the original game. Not in any route, not in any character path, and not even in any hidden event he can remember. Then, almost as if his body moves on its own, Shutra lowers his blade and drives it into the ground beneath him. He whispers that the motion feels strangely natural, like the knowledge was already sleeping somewhere inside his body. Then he raises his eyes toward the battlefield and declares that the power of conquest is the power of kings. With his voice rising, he invokes the command, under the king's banner. In response, golden light begins spinning around him before surging outward. The brilliant glow spreads across the battlefield and wraps around the orc warriors like a living aura. The buff takes effect at once, and one by one, the orcs cry out that strength is pouring into their bodies. Fueled by that sudden surge of power, the green orcs charge straight into the Red Thunder tribe, crashing into them with the force of a tidal wave. One orc drives his bare fist forward with monstrous strength, punching straight through an enemy's chest without even needing a weapon. At that point, weapons hardly matter anymore. The green orcs have become terrifyingly strong, overwhelming their enemies with unstoppable force. Kachin's confidence finally begins to break. Panic flickers across his face as he realizes the battlefield no longer looks the way it did moments ago. He demands to know how their enemies could have become so powerful all of a sudden, right in the middle of the battle. Then his eyes track the golden energy stretching across the cavern, following the light back to the one standing at the very center of it all. Shutra, furious, Kachin unleashes 4 attacks in rapid succession, sending them all flying directly toward Shutra. Shutra sees the incoming strikes cutting through the air, each one aimed straight at his body. But before any of them can reach him, Carrack leaps into the space in front of Shutra and knocks every attack aside with almost effortless strength. As Shutra watches Carrack move with that kind of power, the sight begins to calm the terror still clinging to him. Little by little, the fear that had frozen his body starts to fade. Confidence rises in Shutra's chest. He tells Carrack to push forward, fully aware that his buff is strengthening every step Carrack takes, every swing he makes, and every ounce of force in his body. Kachin finally understands that the entire flow of the battle has turned completely against him. The Red Thunder Orc commander, who had been so confident moments earlier, starts pleading for them to stop. But by then, it is already far too late. Carrack barrels straight into Kachin with unstoppable momentum and strikes with enough force to send the commander's head flying from his shoulders. The remaining Red Thunder orcs watch their commander's severed head roll across the ground, and the sight instantly fills them with terror. As the surviving enemies turn and run, the green orcs chase after them with fierce shouts, declaring that not a single one of them will be allowed to escape. A system message then appears in front of Shutra's eyes, declaring that the achievements of a general belong to his king. Immediately after that, 3 level-ups hit him one after another, flashing in rapid succession before he can even fully process the first one. Still breathing hard after everything that just happened, Shutra remains standing in place, trying to gather his thoughts and steady himself. He wonders aloud what is going on, his voice still shaken. A short distance away, Carrack stares at him with wide eyes, clearly questioning where that impossible power could have come from. Carrack looks at Shutra again, but this time, there is something close to awe in his expression. It is as if he is beginning to believe that the prince himself may have caused the miracle they just witnessed. Later, once the battle is finally over, Shutra makes his way back to camp. There, he opens his menu and scrolls through it again and again in a frantic search. Under his breath, he keeps repeating the same terrifying problem to himself. There is no exit button. No matter where he looks, that option simply does not appear. Shutra forces himself to breathe and tries to slow his racing thoughts, telling himself over and over that he needs to calm down before anything else. As he struggles to think clearly, only 2 possible explanations come to mind. The first is that he really is trapped inside the virtual reality system, and maybe some bug outside the game will eventually be fixed, allowing him to escape. The second possibility is the ridiculous one, the kind of thought that sounds completely insane, the instant it forms in his mind. What if this is not really a game anymore? What if, just like something out of a novel or manga, Shutra has somehow been dragged into an entirely different world? Maybe this place only resembles the Night Saga he remembers, while in truth, it is a real world that simply follows rules close to the game. The more Shutra turns that possibility over in his head, the harder it becomes to laugh it off as nonsense. Everything around him feels much too sharp, too vivid, and too carefully detailed to be dismissed as an ordinary simulation. The world presses in on his senses with a weight and presence that feels impossible to ignore. The rough texture of the ground, the coldness lingering in the air, and even the smallest sounds echoing off the stone all feel painfully real to him. And then, with a strange bit of embarrassed amusement, he notices that this body is rendered all the way down to the most private details, without even the slightest hint of censorship. That absurd little detail only makes the situation feel even less like a normal virtual reality game. Shutra begins to wonder if he has truly crossed over into another realm. For one dark second, the idea crosses his mind that dying might be the only way to escape, but he rejects it immediately. That is absolutely not something he is willing to test. For now, Shutra forces himself to focus on the brighter side of things. At the very least, he did not wake up as an orc or an ogre. Even better, he is a prince, someone born into the kind of position people would call a golden spoon among golden spoons. For the time being, his situation is still leaning in his favor. And just as he is trying to hold on to that thought, Carrick enters the room. Carrick steps in and asks if Shutra has a moment to talk with him. Since this strange situation does not seem like it will vanish anytime soon, Ju In-gong quietly decides to accept the name everyone in this world already uses for him. From this point on, he is Shutra. So Shutra looks toward Carrick and asks what he needs. Carrick explains that he wants to request a duel, saying that even though Shutra is a prince, he is also someone who leads others. For a warrior like Carrick, it is only natural to understand the combat ability of the person he has chosen to serve. Shutra raises an eyebrow, sensing that there may be more behind this request than simple curiosity, and asks if Carrick has some real reason for wanting to spar. In response, Carrick offers him a training sword and tells him not to worry about it. Carrick says he intends to go easy on him, making the duel sound more like a harmless test than a serious fight. Shutra scoffs at that overly cautious attitude. If they are going to spar anyway, then as far as he is concerned, they might as well do it properly. Once he makes up his mind, Shutra does not wait around for Carrick to take the first step. Charges forward first, raising the training sword and swinging with every bit of strength his young body can squeeze out. Carrick simply plants his feet and takes the attack head-on, letting Shutra's blade come crashing down directly against his head. Shutra follows up with a rushed flurry of frantic stabs, thrusting forward again and again. But no matter how many times he attacks, the orc warrior barely seems bothered at all. Carrick calmly comments that the blows do not feel like sword strikes to him. They are closer to being tapped with an egg. Then, with a single lazy swing of his own weapon, Carrick knocks Shutra backward as if the prince weighs almost nothing. Shutra hits the ground hard and immediately brings a hand to the back of his head. Rubbing the sore spot, Shutra grumbles that Carrick could have at least warned him before hitting him that hard. But as he starts pushing himself back to his feet, a new message appears in front of his eyes. Basic Swordsmanship Level 1 has been unlocked. Shutra stares at the notification in confusion, wondering when he could have possibly learned that skill. Then, all at once, the answer clicks into place. It is just like what happened with telekinesis. Shutra begins to suspect that he can gain new skills simply by experiencing the right actions directly. Apparently, that might even apply when the action is being done to him instead of by him. Meanwhile, Carrick seems to think the spar is already over and suggests they stop there and go get something to eat, but Shutra shakes his head, refusing to end it so easily. His eyes sharpen as he declares that they are nowhere near finished. He steadies his stance, grips the training sword once more, and rushes toward Carrick for another round. This time, Shutra's thrust comes out cleaner and more focused than before. Carrick blocks it without much trouble, but even he notices that Shutra's movements have clearly changed. Carrick wonders aloud why Shutra was moving so clumsily only a moment ago. Shutra's skill may not have leveled up yet, but his technique is adapting at a speed that feels far from normal. Carrick swings again, forcing Shutra to jump back out of range. This time, there is a faint look of enjoyment on the orc warrior's face, as if the spar has finally become interesting. Carrick asks if Shutra thinks he can handle him now, then questions what level the prince has reached. Carrick adds that the last time his own level was measured, the result placed him at level 21. Shutra opens his status window while trying to catch his breath. Then he answers with quiet confidence, saying he will catch up before long. His status shows that Shutra has already reached level 7. Shutra reminds himself that people in this world really do have levels, but unlike him, most of them cannot see those numbers whenever they want, and they need special level measuring spells to find out that information. Shutra, however, can check his stats clearly at any time, and he can even distribute the bonus points he receives from leveling up. That advantage alone puts him far ahead of most people in this world. Driven by that realization, Shutra launches himself at Carrick once again. His feet kick against the ground, and he meets Carrick in a quick exchange of blows, their training weapons snapping through the air with sharp wooden cracks. With every strike, his movements become just a little sharper than before. Shutra realizes that this means he truly can become stronger, not just at an ordinary pace. His growth is explosive, almost exponential, far beyond what regular people in this world should be able to achieve. But as that thought settles in, his mind begins drifting toward the long future waiting ahead of him. The story of Night Saga is not some simple straight road that runs cleanly from beginning to end. Before the final conclusion arrives, several major events are supposed to unfold, and among all of them, the most dangerous one is a forced event known as the Day of the Massacre. In the recorded history of the demon realm, that nightmare is said to happen in the year 517. When that event begins, everything changes. Zephyr Ragnaros, the Demon King's second son, murders all of his brothers in order to fulfill his ambition. And since every prince becomes a target, Shutra knows that his own name is already written on that future death list. Fortunately, the current year is still only 512. That gives Shutra 5 years before the massacre is supposed to happen. But if he wants to stay alive, he has to find a way to stop it before that day ever comes. Ideally, Shutra needs to become powerful enough to surpass Zephyr Ragnaros himself. While that heavy thought weighs on his mind, Karak calls out to him, saying he has been looking everywhere for him. Shutra turns his head and asks what is going on. Karak reminds him that today is the day of the scheduled meeting. Shutra frowns, not immediately understanding what meeting Karak is talking about, but Karak urges him to hurry, telling him that everyone is already waiting. A little later, Shutra makes his way back to the camp. There, he finds himself seated at a table across from 2 other people. Caught in the awkward atmosphere and surrounded by expectations he does not fully understand, Shutra can only let out a nervous laugh. Shutra lets out a small, uneasy laugh and says they must have gotten there sooner than he expected. Across the table from him sit 2 of his older siblings, and both of them carry themselves with that calm, composed air of people who are already used to giving orders. The older brother introduces himself as Chris Moonlight, the 7th prince. When he notices how stiffly Shutra is sitting there, acting far too polite and careful, Chris tells him there is no need for all that formality and encourages him to relax. After all, they are still family. Sitting beside Chris is his younger sister, the 8th Princess Caitlin Moonlight, and she adds that this is actually the first time she has ever met Shutra face to face. Chris tells Shutra that there is no need to use honorifics between siblings and that he can simply call them brother and sister. Shutra accepts the suggestion, though inside, he is still trying to adjust to the unexpectedly warm mood surrounding him. In his mind, Shutra quickly places the 2 of them. Chris and Caitlin are the children of the 4th queen, Elaine Moonlight, the ruler of the lycanthropes. Just from that lineage alone, they are important figures within the Demon King's family. Shutra remembers clearly that even in the original game, Chris Moonlight and Caitlin Moonlight were extremely troublesome opponents to face in battle. But at the same time, a much darker memory rises in his mind. 1 year before the day of the massacre, both Chris and Caitlin are killed by Zephyr Ragnaros, along with the rest of the Demon King's children. Their bloodline threatens Zephyr's path to power, and Caitlin carries an even more dangerous secret. She is not actually the Demon King's legitimate daughter. While Shutra is silently sorting through all of that, Caitlin turns her attention to him and asks why he ignored the plan. She reminds him that she only told him to scout the area, not charge into combat. Shutra answers that he had no idea the enemy would appear in that location. Because of that, the situation spiraled out of control before he had any chance to react properly. Caitlin steps a little closer to him, her eyes narrowing as she carefully studies his condition. She looks him over with a firm but concerned gaze and asks if he is hurt anywhere. Her voice is strict, but the worry beneath it is easy to hear as she tells him to be more careful, reminding him that he is still the weakest one among all their siblings. Shutra lowers his head slightly and apologizes. But even as he apologizes, a quiet question begins to rise in his mind. Why are they being so kind to him? Are the Demon King's children really this close to each other? The thought keeps bothering him. In the game, relationships always felt locked into place by scripted dialogue, betrayals, and a rigid hierarchy. But here their faces, their concern, and the way they react to him all feel unpredictable, almost painfully real. Chris agrees with Caitlin's warning and tells Shutra that if he pulls another reckless stunt like that next time, Chris will make sure to scold him properly. Shutra nods and says he understands, but even then he cannot stop thinking about the warmth they are showing him. In the game, Chris and Caitlin had always seemed colder, sharper, and sometimes even hostile. Yet right now, sitting in front of them, he can feel something that seems genuinely kind. That thought naturally leads Shutra to think more deeply about the lycanthropes themselves. They are a race known for incredible vitality, beings overflowing with powerful life force, and he remembers that many lycanthropes were especially skilled at handling aura. That memory sparks an idea in his mind. If he was able to awaken telekinesis by directly experiencing it, then maybe he can awaken aura through the same method. Shutra lifts his head and says he has a request. Chris raises an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, and asks what kind of request he has in mind. Shutra's expression suddenly brightens, and without even hesitating, he declares that he wants Chris to hit him with aura. Both Chris and Caitlin visibly freeze the moment they hear him. Their calm concern instantly shifts into pure discomfort, as if neither of them knows how to respond to such a strange request. The siblings exchange a disturbed look, silently seeming to ask each other whether they heard him correctly or whether Shutra has somehow developed a bizarre desire to be beaten up. Elsewhere, the scene shifts away to a battlefield already swallowed in violence. Red orcs are blasted off their feet, their bodies thrown backward by the sheer force of the fighting. Green orcs slam into them in the middle of a full-scale war, weapons swinging wildly, bodies colliding, and chaos spreading across the battlefield from every direction. In the very center of that madness, a gigantic red orc suddenly lashes out with terrifying force. But his attack does not land only on his enemies. He strikes his own men as well, smashing down anyone unfortunate enough to stand nearby. Several warriors rush toward him at once, trying to restrain him or bring him under control. Their efforts barely matter. The enormous red orc tears through them with frightening ease, knocking them down one after another as if they are nothing more than obstacles in his way. One warrior just barely manages to leave a shallow cut across the giant's arm. The giant stops and lowers his gaze to the wound. For one brief second, the battlefield seems to hold its breath, and then raw rage twists across his face. The warrior who landed the cut barely has time to realize what he has done before the giant's next blow turns him into a burst of crimson mist. The shockwave from the strike blasts the nearby fighters away like leaves scattered by a storm. The massive red orc throws his head back and lets out a thunderous bellow that rolls across the battlefield. He roars that not a single enemy is allowed to escape, then promises a reward to whoever brings him the greatest number of kills. And strangely enough, the green orcs seem to answer his command. They move as if he is their leader, even though he stands there as a red orc on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Shutra appears to be unconscious, his body lying still while his mind drifts away into another strange, dreamlike space. Inside that dream, he once again sees the mysterious woman who appeared before him during his awakening. Shutra asks who she is, his voice carrying out into the strange space around him. Then he looks around and notices shadowy figures standing nearby. They are people he does not recognize from the game at all, and their unfamiliar presence makes the dream feel even more unsettling. The woman steps closer to him, but she still does not give him an answer. Instead, her body dissolves once again into radiant light, shining so intensely that Shutra has to raise his arm and shield his eyes. When he opens them again, he is awake, lying back in his room, still disoriented from what he just saw. Shutra mutters to himself and wonders what kind of dream that was. Then a voice suddenly whispers close to his ear. Carrick is right beside him, murmuring with clear amusement in his tone. Startled, Shutra jerks backward and blurts out that Carrick nearly gave him a heart attack. Carrick replies that the prince seems healthy enough, though he is still confused about why Shutra was begging his siblings to beat him up. Carrick says Shutra had practically been whining for it, acting as if getting struck by aura was something he desperately needed. Then Carrick tells him to look at the result. Sure enough, Shutra's body is now giving off a faint shimmer of aura, a subtle glow drifting around him like a thin veil of energy. It worked. Shutra stares at the aura in amazement, his eyes following the faint glow as he says he can actually feel the power moving through him. Carrick asks if simply being hit by aura is enough to awaken it. Shutra answers that it seems to help, at least to some degree. Then Carrick asks the question that has clearly been sitting in his mind for a while. Was Shutra the one who filled everyone with power during the battle in the cave? Shutra gives him a small nod. Carrick simply says that he understands now. Shutra then changes the subject and asks if anything happened while he was unconscious. Carrick tells him that the main force won the battle against the Red Orcs. Shutra raises an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the report. He had assumed Chris and Caitlin were the ones sent to deal with the threat directly. Karak laughs at that idea and says that would be ridiculous, asking if Shutra understands just how massive the Red Orc tribe actually is. Shutra then asks who led the operation if Chris and Caitlin were not the main force. Karak answers plainly that the commander in charge of the operation was General Vandal. The second Shutra hears that name, his face goes completely still. For a brief moment, it is like the whole atmosphere around him snaps tight, and a cold, sharp shock cuts through his body before he can even react. Because Vandal is not some random fighter whose name can be brushed aside. In this realm, he is recognized as one of the strongest warriors alive. And back when Shutra had experienced this world as Zephyr, Vandal had eventually become one of the most dependable and terrifyingly powerful subordinates under his command. That memory hits Shutra with real force, and almost right away, another possibility begins rising in his mind. Vandal is not supposed to pledge loyalty to Zephyr until the year 515, but the current year is still only 512. In other words, at this point in time, Vandal has not attached himself to anyone yet. He is still moving freely, still acting on his own, and has not sworn allegiance to a master. For Shutra, that one detail shines like an unexpected opening. He already knows far too much about Vandal to ignore this chance. He remembers his habits, the points where he is vulnerable, the dishes he likes, the types of rewards that can draw his interest, and even the rhythm of his movements when he fights on the battlefield. But more important than all of those little details, Shutra knows the one condition that matters most if he wants Vandal to stand on his side, To recruit him, Shutra has to defeat him in a duel. With that knowledge settled firmly in his mind, Shutra feels his confidence begin to swell. If he moves before Zephyr ever gets the chance to act, then he can be the one to claim Vandal as his subordinate first. From Shutra's point of view, this is no longer just a wild idea. It becomes a clear, practical first goal. What he needs now is a strong follower of his own. Someone with enough loyalty to remain beside him, and enough strength to completely shift the balance of what his future could become. After that thought settles, the scene turns back toward Caitlin's camp. Chris's voice suddenly echoes across the camp. Filled with disbelief, he does not even try to hide. He stares straight at Shutra, his eyes wide as if he has just heard something ridiculous, and asks whether Shutra really managed to understand the basics of aura after only one single day. Shutra answers without making a fuss, keeping his tone calm as he explains that he invested every level-up point he had into aura. Because of that, Shutra says the result is not as impossible as it sounds. Besides, aura is not a narrow ability that only helps in one situation. Unlike telekinesis, aura reinforces the whole body from within, raising his physical abilities overall, which makes it much more useful for where he stands right now. Chris can only lower his voice and mutter to himself, still looking as though he is having a hard time accepting just how absurd Shutra's progress really is. Then Chris starts wondering out loud if Shutra's unusual talent might be connected to the fact that he is a Gandharva. But after lingering on that thought for a moment, he changes the subject and asks whether Shutra can draw a map of the burrows they explored earlier. Shutra says he should be able to do it. He does not have an actual map in his hands, but the mini-map still visible to him preserves the shape of the tunnels with surprising clarity, so without overcomplicating it, he simply asks them to bring him paper and a pen. Once the materials are set in front of him, Shutra lowers his gaze to the page and begins drawing out the cave layout from memory. His hand moves steadily, following the passages as he remembers them, and by the time the sketch is complete, Chris leans in, studies it carefully, and admits that this version is even more accurate than the map they already possessed. In the end, Chris does not hold back at all, and calls Shutra a genius right to his face. Shutra only lets out an awkward little laugh, wearing a modest smile as he tries not to make too much of the praise. Caitlin then explains that the red orcs they encountered were completely eliminated. Because of that, the enemy still should not know that their burrows have been discovered. Chris looks down at Shutra's newly drawn map again, his attention fixed on the detailed lines, and points out that with information this precise, they can finally put together a proper surprise attack. But before they can move that plan forward, there is still one more task they need Shutra to handle. Not long after that, Shutra heads back into the mountains once again. Carrick walks at his side, glancing over as he asks whether this means they are going on another scouting mission. Shutra does not deny it. He admits that, yes, that is exactly what they are doing. After all, when compared to his royal siblings, Shutra is still the weakest one in direct combat. Karak does not grumble about it, though. If anything, his mood seems lighter now, because at least reinforcements have finally arrived. Shutra says they can thank the achievements they earned recently for making that happen. Karak agrees with a rough, satisfied chuckle, clearly pleased to see that their hard work is already beginning to bring real results. A little farther ahead, two figures are waiting for them. One of them is Caitlin, now hiding her appearance beneath a robe, and the other is a woman standing quietly beside her. Shutra looks at Caitlin with obvious surprise, his gaze lingering on her covered figure as he asks what exactly is going on and why she is dressed like that in the first place. Caitlin immediately tells him to keep his voice down. Since none of them can predict what might happen during this mission, she plans to follow him from the shadows and only step in if the situation becomes genuinely dangerous. But as for the credit, Caitlin firmly insists that every bit of it has to go to Shutra alone. Hearing that, Shutra cannot help but question her logic, quietly wondering to himself whether she is being far too innocent, or whether this is just her strange way of supporting him. Even so, there is no reason for him to turn down help this valuable. The woman beside Caitlin then introduces herself as Sarah, Caitlin's adjutant, and Shutra greets her politely in return. Caitlin reminds him that his only job is to focus on scouting, while she and Sarah keep their distance and follow behind in silence. Shutra accepts the arrangement without pushing the matter any further. With the plans settled, the group makes its way back into the dwarven cave system they had investigated before. As they advance deeper through the familiar stone passages, Carrick looks around the quiet rooms and comments that the whole place feels oddly empty. It feels almost as if anything that had any real value was already taken away long before they arrived. Shutra scans the stripped-down surroundings as well, then agrees with Carrick's assessment. After all, it is difficult to imagine that the dwarves would simply leave their true treasures behind so carelessly. When Shutra mentions the weapons they discovered earlier, Carrick answers that, by dwarven standards, those weapons probably were not considered especially valuable in the first place. Shutra thinks about it for a moment, then admits that the explanation actually makes sense. Then without any warning, Karak's whole body goes tense. His eyes snap toward the darkness ahead of them, and he warns that something is approaching. A heartbeat later, Shutra hears it too. Shutra quickly checks his minimap, and the answer appears immediately. An entire swarm is moving through the connected passages, closing in on their position all at once. But instead of losing his composure, Shutra opens his inventory and lets a confident grin spread across his face. He says he already prepared for exactly this kind of situation. From inside his inventory, he takes out a flash magic item, something he had brought along ahead of time, specifically for a dangerous moment like this. He warns everyone around him to close their eyes the instant he gives the signal. At the far end of the cavern, dozens of monsters begin spilling into view. They are spiders the size of dogs, skittering across the rough stone floor with heavy boulder-like shells covering their backs. These are rock spiders, creatures that live and hunt in the deep darkness, moving together in packs and carrying venom powerful enough to paralyze whatever prey they catch. The moment the swarm draws close enough, Shutra gives the signal and hurls the flash magic high into the air. The very instant the item explodes, the whole cavern is overtaken by a burst of blinding golden light. Rock spiders screech in unison, their bodies suddenly stiffening as the fierce brightness crashes over them, stunning them so badly that they can no longer move properly. Shutra declares that light shuts them down completely, exactly as he expected from monsters born to live in the shadows. Then, while the advantage is still theirs, he orders the others to finish the spiders off. The warriors react immediately, surging forward without hesitation. Their blades flash through the cavern, and although the spiders still try to resist through the paralysis locking up their bodies, they are already far too overwhelmed to turn the fight around. One after another, the team cuts through the swarm with almost effortless force. Shutra watches the battle play out with quiet satisfaction. Once again, the mission is being handled cleanly and efficiently, and once again, he is taking another step towards strengthening his own position. He stays near the rear, keeping himself away from the center of the clash while tracking the movement of the battlefield through his minimap. He zooms in on the fight and studies the swarm with careful attention, remembering that rock spiders never operate completely on their own. Every pack has one dominant boss leading it, and it does not take him long to identify the creature. One spider clearly stands apart from all the rest, bigger, more grotesque, and far more dangerous looking than the others. Farther behind the swarm, buried deep in the darkness, that larger shape is waiting. Shutra's eyes sharpen the moment he picks it out, and without raising his voice, he tells Carrick to keep close and move exactly with him. In a low, controlled voice, Shutra explains the plan. They are not going to waste precious time cutting down every smaller spider in their path. Instead, they will push straight through the battlefield, aim directly for the swarm's leader, and bring the boss down before anything else. Carrick gives him a quick sign that he understands, and the two of them charge into the chaos, side by side. They slip between the clashing fighters, cut through narrow openings as they appear, and force their way across the battlefield with fast, focused movements that leave no room for hesitation. And then, before much longer, the boss spider finally crawls into full view. Its massive body rises above the rest of the swarm, thick, twisted, and disgusting in the dim cavern light. The instant it senses Shutra and Carrick coming closer, it opens its jaws and releases a piercing scream that echoes through the cave. Carrick does not pause for even a breath. He throws himself high into the air, gripping his axe tightly with both hands. Then, using every bit of strength in his body, he brings the weapon crashing down toward the monster's shell. But the moment the blade connects, there is no damage at all. The axe rebounds with a brutal metallic clang, bouncing off the hard shell as if it has struck solid stone, while the creature remains completely unharmed. Shutra's expression hardens as an important detail suddenly rushes back into his mind. Under his breath, he mutters that he should have remembered this sooner. The boss spider's shell is nearly impossible to break through by normal means. Axe attacks will not be enough against a monster like this. Its true weakness is fire, but that only makes the situation worse, because Shutra still has not learned any fire-based magic of his own. And then, all at once, the surface of the spider's back begins to shift. Across its armored shell, clusters of tiny eyes blink open one after another. Carrick instantly retreats a step, alarm spreading across his face as the boss spider locks its attention straight onto him. The enormous monster lowers its body close to the ground and suddenly charges forward with terrifying force. Shutra's thoughts race wildly as panic starts pushing into his chest. Fire is the only real solution here, and he understands that perfectly. But no matter how urgently he needs it, he has no way to create flames on his own. And right at that exact moment, Caitlin's voice slices in from behind him, sharp and clear, ordering him to raise his sword. Shutra reacts on instinct and lifts the blade at once. In the next breath, bright flames surge around the metal, wrapping the sword in a roaring glow. Shutra freezes for a second, staring at the burning weapon in his hands with open shock. For one brief moment, he can hardly believe what he is seeing. He asks whether Caitlin is using magic, and she confirms it immediately, asking if that enchantment will be enough. Behind him, Caitlin continues pouring her power into the blade, supporting him from the rear while he stands face to face with the monster. The boss spider then hurls itself straight toward him. As that huge body closes the distance, Shutra plants his feet firmly against the cavern floor and braces himself for the collision. The impact erupts through the cave, sending dust, grit, and broken fragments of stone bursting up from the ground. But from inside that thick cloud of dust, Shutra suddenly breaks through and drives forward. He rushes straight in without slowing down, climbs up along the spider's leg, and combines his basic swordsmanship with the fire now blazing around his weapon. Then he calls out the technique, Burning Blade. The flame-coated sword bites into the monster's thick armor, carving burning red gashes across its hardened body. The boss spider lets out a tortured scream as the flames spread across it. Shutra keeps attacking without retreating, slashing again and again as the fire consumes more of the monster, until its enormous body is finally swallowed by the blaze. Then, just as the giant spider collapses, that familiar golden radiance suddenly washes over Shutra. Notification after notification begins flashing rapidly across his field of vision. His level climbs all the way up to 9. And Shutra cannot contain the thrill rushing through him. As the sensation of growth hits his body, he shouts out in excitement. Caitlin quickly moves her attention to him and asks if he is all right, her gaze shifting from his face to the golden light surrounding him. Then she asks what that strange glow was, and Shutra pauses for a moment before answering. After a short hesitation, he says it is probably some kind of blessing and tells her that there is nothing to worry about. Caitlin does not look fully convinced, though, and asks if it might be a gift tied to the fact that he is a Gandharva. Shutra goes along with her assumption and agrees. But Caitlin continues pressing him, asking how he managed to handle the rock spider so perfectly, because his movements had been far too precise to be explained by luck alone. Shutra claims he read about them in a book, but the real reason is completely different. Back when he played the game, he had already fought rock spiders dozens of times, so every movement and attack pattern they used was already burned into his memory. Before Caitlin can dig any deeper, Carrick suddenly calls out to Shutra from nearby, saying that he has discovered something. They head over to where Carrick is standing, and before long they uncover a hidden door concealed within the stone of the cave. Working together, they push the door open and step beyond it into a chamber illuminated only by a faint dim glow. The moment Shutra sees what is waiting inside, his steps come to an immediate stop. He recognizes the structure at once. Standing before them is a town portal, and its design is unmistakably built in the dwarven style. Carrick notices the way Shutra reacts and asks whether he knows what this thing is. Shutra chooses his words carefully, answering that he has a fairly good idea. The markings carved around the structure are clearly dwarven. And while Shutra never encountered one of these during the time he played as Zephyr, he did see something similar before when he was playing as the human hero. Shutra explains that the device most likely works by having magic poured into it, activating once enough power is supplied. Then he turns toward Caitlin and tells her that, from what he can tell, it appears to be a teleportation device. Caitlin studies the portal with careful guarded eyes and asks if he is certain. Sarah examines the surrounding structure as well, her gaze moving across the stonework, and says the architecture does seem to support Shutra's guess. Caitlin then asks whether there is any way to figure out where the portal leads, and Sarah explains that there may be inscriptions somewhere nearby. Carrick raises one hand and points toward a section of the wall. He says he can see faint carvings over there, barely visible against the stone, and everyone moves closer to gather around and inspect them. The words etched into the wall are strange and unfamiliar, their shapes unlike any script that most of the group can recognize. Carrick turns to Caitlin and asks if she can read it, but Caitlin shakes her head, honestly admitting that she cannot understand the writing. Sarah looks over the carved letters carefully as well, but after studying them for a moment, she also confesses that she has no idea what they mean. Then, unexpectedly, Shutra begins reading the inscription aloud, and the sudden sound of him understanding it startles everyone around him. He says the text identifies this place as Zizka Mountains Portal Number 2, and that this portal is connected to Portal Number 3. But halfway through speaking, Shutra suddenly stops, confused by the words coming out of his own mouth, and wondering how he was able to read the script at all. At that exact moment, a message appears in front of him, confirming that he has acquired the dwarven script skill. From now on, he can understand and read the language fluently. Shutra is left genuinely stunned by how naturally it happened, realizing that in this world, even an entire language can be gained through experience. Eric stares at him with wide eyes, clearly shocked, and asks if he really just read those carvings. Shutra answers that he did, though even his own voice carries surprise, adding that apparently he can read them now. Caitlin immediately questions him, asking when he learned something like that in the first place. At almost the same time, Sarah points toward the lower section of the inscription and asks what the writing at the bottom says. Shutra explains that the portal should activate once someone pours magic into it. After saying that, he shifts his gaze toward Caitlin and calmly suggests that she should be the one to try supplying it with power. Caitlin looks back at him, her expression faintly puzzled, as if his suggestion does not quite make sense. Then she asks why Shutra does not simply activate the device himself. For a brief second, Shutra hesitates. His thoughts pause just long enough for him to carefully avoid giving away the real reason. The truth is simple. Shutra cannot use magic at all. But instead of admitting that weakness out loud, he gives a casual excuse, saying that he is still rather clumsy when it comes to spell work. Caitlin accepts his answer without pushing further, steps in front of the portal, and begins channeling her energy into the device. The orb embedded in the center of the portal slowly begins to pulse with a soft blue radiance. At first, the glow is gentle and faint, but it gradually spreads wider and brighter until an image starts forming in the air before them. What appears is a view from above, showing the mountain range around them like a floating map. Their current location is clearly marked, and farther in the distance, Portal 3 can also be seen. As they study the layout, the possibility naturally comes to mind that this distant point might be where the dwarves are currently hiding. Tarek points out that the main force of the Red Orcs is positioned just beyond those mountains. Shutra immediately agrees, realizing that this discovery gives them a rare opportunity to strike before the enemy has time to respond. Caitlin, however, remains careful and says they should stop here for now, return to camp, and properly discuss their next move later. When they finally make it back to camp, Chris greets them with open excitement. His voice is loud and full of energy as he declares that Shutra really must be some kind of lucky charm. Shutra tries to wave off the praise, insisting that everything only happened by coincidence. But Chris's enthusiasm hits him with a strange kind of pressure, heavier than simple praise. Then Chris tells Shutra that if there's anything he wants, he should just say it. As both his brother and the commander of this place, Chris promises that he will do whatever he can for him. Shutra tries to refuse politely, saying, "There is no need for that." But Chris has no intention of dropping the subject. He insists that a reward is only natural after what Shutra has accomplished, and if Shutra rejects it outright, Chris says he will actually feel disappointed. After hearing that, Shutra grows a little more serious. He chooses his words carefully and asks whether Chris would still be willing to listen, even if his request turns out to be somewhat unreasonable. Chris lets out an easy chuckle and tells him to go ahead and ask. Shutra takes a calm breath, steadies himself, and finally says that what he wants is to learn the beast god fist. For a moment, Chris becomes completely still. Shutra continues by explaining that, considering his current level, asking for some powerful weapon would not be very realistic. But skills are a different matter. The beast god fist is a legendary martial art passed down through the royal bloodline of the lycanthropes, and it is known as an S-rank combat technique with a reputation worthy of that title. Shutra understands exactly how bold and unreasonable the request may sound, so he adds that he will accept it if Chris refuses. He lowers his head slightly, already bracing himself for rejection, but after a brief pause, Chris agrees to teach him. However, he makes one condition clear: the secret techniques are excluded. Those hidden techniques are completely off limits. Instead, Chris says he can teach Shutra Aura, and that much alone should already be more than enough as a reward. For a moment, Shutra is left too surprised to speak. When Chris sees Shutra fall silent, he misunderstands the reaction and asks if the offer is not what Shutra wanted. Shutra quickly snaps back to himself and immediately says that is not it at all. He is happy, no, more than happy. The offer is far better than he expected. Chris smiles at him warmly, then reaches out and places a firm, reassuring hand on Shutra's shoulder. He tells him that from this moment onward, aside from Caitlin, he wants to consider Shutra a true younger brother. Not merely a sibling by name or royal position, but someone connected to him through a real personal bond. Shutra takes in those words quietly and admits to himself that Chris's offer is much more sincere than he had anticipated. There is real weight behind what Chris is saying. And more than that, Shutra can sense that accepting this relationship would not be a bad decision at all, so Shutra agrees without hesitation. The two of them clasp hands firmly, and through that single handshake the beginning of a new relationship is quietly formed. Nearby, Caitlin watches the exchange unfold with a soft and genuine smile, clearly happy with the bond that has just been created. Shutra says that from now on they should work together properly and make sure this partnership becomes something truly worthwhile. And with that, an alliance is formed. It is not created through dramatic vows or royal commands, but through something far more practical and reliable in the real world. Shared benefit and slowly growing trust. For now, it may only be an ordinary alliance, but Shutra understands that someday, it could grow into something far stronger. Elsewhere, the focus shifts away from the camp. Deep among the jagged peaks near Portal 3, in the heart of the Zizka Mountains, a Red Orc outpost sits hidden between rough stone cliffs and narrow mountain paths. Inside one of the tents, several orcs are gathered and talking among themselves. One of them remarks that the enemy probably did not come all the way to this place specifically because of her. Another orc scoffs at that idea, speaking with open mockery as he asks what their so-called great princess is even doing in a place like this, bound tightly and gagged so she cannot speak. The sixth princess, Felicia Doomblade, sits in captivity, even though she cannot say a word. Her eyes burn with cold, furious hatred. Meanwhile, Shutra quietly checks over his stat sheet. His eyes move from one number to the next, until they stop on charisma, which has now become his lowest stat. Something about it feels strange to him. When he first started leveling up, every stat seemed to rise by 2 points each time, but lately, charisma has only been going up by 1. Shutra cannot help wondering why that particular stat is increasing more slowly than the others. Back in the original game, charisma and appearance were treated as separate values. Appearance determined how attractive a character looked on the outside, while charisma measured how strongly that person could affect others, how persuasive, commanding, or inspiring their presence could be. After thinking it over, Shutra decides that the situation still makes sense. His overall growth has been excellent, and compared to most people in this world, the speed at which he is gaining strength is already impressive. What matters more to him right now is that he is now very close to reaching level 10. In the game, reaching level 10 opened the door to a new stage for unique skills. For Locke, it strengthened the Chosen One, and for Zephyr, it improved Descendant of Darkness. Because of that, Shutra begins to suspect that once he reaches level 10, one of his own unique abilities might evolve as well, and that thought makes him look forward to it even more. Just then, Carrick enters the room. He reports that all preparations have been completed and asks whether Shutra is ready to move out. Shutra answers immediately, without the slightest hesitation, saying that he is ready. Carrick sounds unusually cheerful as he looks at him, remarking that Shutra seems to be in a good mood and asking what happened. Shutra simply brushes the question aside and says it is nothing. Outside, the orc units are already arranged in formation. They stand at attention in organized lines, silently waiting for the command to begin moving. Shutra gives the signal. And with that, the expedition officially begins. The group sets out toward the mountains once more, crossing the harsh, uneven ground as they make their way back to the cave where the hidden portal waits. Inside the cave, the lycanthrope mages and warriors are already moving with clear purpose, each one focused on carrying out the task assigned to them. Chris stands near the portal door overseeing the entire operation with the calm and steady presence of a commander. He turns his attention toward the mages and asks whether their investigation has been completed. One of the mages gives a confirming nod, and reports that the portal does indeed connect to a river located near the Zizka mountain range. Chris turns his attention to the mage and asks whether the portal is truly functioning as it is supposed to. The mage answers immediately, without any hesitation, confirming that there are no visible issues with the device. The mage explains that the entire structure is stable, and just as one would expect from something crafted by dwarven hands, it was clearly built to withstand the passage of an incredibly long time. Once Chris hears that confirmation, he gives the order to activate the portal. At his command, the mages move into position around the ancient stone gate. Standing at different points along the frame, they begin pouring their mana into the portal with steady focus. A low, heavy hum begins to vibrate through the cave as the old portal slowly wakes from its silence. Light crawls across the stone frame, growing brighter and more stable with each passing second, until the gate finally settles and opens a path leading straight through the mountains. Chris steps forward first, taking the lead without hesitation. Behind him, Shutra remains still for a moment, watching the portal unfold before his eyes with quiet awe. For Shutra, seeing an actual working portal at such close range is almost too much to take in. In the game, using one had been as simple as selecting a destination and moving on, but now, standing in front of a real physical gate and feeling its power ripple through the air around him, the experience feels completely different. Caitlin lightly nudges him from the side and asks what he is just standing there for. Shutra snaps back to himself and quickly tells her he is coming, then steps into the portal after the others. The teleportation itself happens so smoothly that he barely has time to understand the sensation. In a single blink, Shutra is already standing on the other side, and the first thing his eyes lock onto is the scene spread out directly ahead of him. The Red Orc encampment stretches out right in front of them. Chris appears beside him and quietly comments that the situation is exactly as they had predicted. As he takes in the camp's size and layout, Chris estimates that around 5,000 troops are stationed there. He explains that if they attack from the rear, the first thing they should aim for is the enemy's supply lines. If General Vandal launches his assault from the front, the Red Orcs will naturally turn their attention in that direction. While their focus is pulled away, a smaller infiltration unit can slip in from behind and set fire to the food stores before the enemy realizes what is happening. But before that plan can fully settle in, Sarah suddenly interrupts, her tone sharp with suspicion, as she says that something about the camp does not feel right. The encampment looks strangely half-empty. Chris nods as he studies the arrangement of troops more closely, acknowledging that the numbers are definitely lower than expected. He guesses that part of the enemy force may have already left to attack another location. At that moment, Shutra slowly turns his head to the side. From far away, a faint noise reaches his ears. The distant clash of steel striking steel. Shutra listens for a second, then asks what that sound is. It is quiet enough to miss at first, but once he notices it, the sound becomes unmistakable. Chris tells Shutra to focus aura into his eyes. Shutra follows Chris's instruction, and as aura sharpens his vision, the distant scene gradually comes into focus. Ahead of them, red orcs are already locked in combat, but the group fighting against them clearly does not belong to Vandal's forces. Caitlin notices the same thing and asks who those warriors are. Chris confirms that Vandal was not scheduled to engage in any battle today. The timing does not add up at all. Shutra narrows his eyes, pushes his focus even further, and finally begins to make out the enemy's opponents in greater detail. They are agile warriors with smaller builds, racing across the battlefield on fast-moving Dracos. The moment Shutra sees their figures and mounts clearly, recognition hits him at once. They are Dark Elves. Shutra says it out loud. He tells the others that the mounted warriors are definitely Dark Elves. Caitlin looks genuinely stunned and asks if he is sure. And Shutra explains that their smaller frames combined with the Dracos they are riding make it obvious. Chris keeps his eyes on the battle as its momentum shifts and notes that the Dark Elves seem to be pulling back. He guesses that their leader must have fallen or been taken out somehow, because the entire unit is now retreating in a clear hurry. Carrick watches the situation with a deep frown and asks if the fight truly ended that quickly. At the same time, Shutra's thoughts begin racing faster and faster. He cannot understand why Dark Elves would be operating in a place like this at all, especially right in the middle of a conflict involving the Red Orcs. Later, back at their own encampment, General Vandal speaks directly with Chris. Vandal says that he has already received word that Prince Chris's forces discovered the Dwarven portal. He admits that the discovery is impressive, but there is still clear curiosity in his voice. He wants to know how they managed to determine where the portal would lead. Chris makes it clear right away that the credit does not belong to him. It was the 9th Prince, Shutra, who uncovered the portal's destination. Shutra lowers the weight of the praise with a modest response, saying that it was nothing more than luck. Seeing Vandal again gives Shutra an unexpectedly warm feeling. In his previous playthroughs, Vandal had always been a major figure to him, powerful, loyal, and frighteningly capable in battle. Vandal says that work this sharp deserves proper recognition, and he promises that once they return to the Demon King's castle, Shutra will receive a fitting reward. Chris then shifts the conversation to another subject. He asks about the skirmish they witnessed outside the enemy encampment earlier. Vandal explains that the Dark Elves suddenly entered the battle on their own initiative, appearing without warning. Chris questions why they would act like that and asks whether the Dark Elves had been sent from the castle as reinforcements. Vandal admits that the full situation is still unclear. According to Vandal, the Dark Elves claimed they were carrying out a preliminary scouting mission before officially joining the campaign, but things quickly slipped out of their control, and now the situation has developed into a much larger problem. Chris asks what that problem is. Vandal then reveals that the commander of the Dark Elf unit has been captured by the Red Orcs. Chris says that would explain why the Dark Elves retreated so abruptly. Shutra, now fully focused on the conversation, asks the question hanging over everyone there. Who exactly is the missing commander? Vandal answers that the captured commander is someone they all know very well. It is none other than the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, their own sister. Chris and Caitlin exchange startled looks, both of them visibly shaken by the unexpected news. Shutra remembers Felicia clearly. She is the daughter of the 3rd Queen, a former Dark Elf princess who once carried the Doomblade name, and she is also the twin sister of the 5th Prince, Sylvan Doomblade. In the original game, both Felicia and Sylvan belonged to the faction of the 4th Princess, Anastasia Nikrian, one of the political forces that stood against the protagonist's path. Because of that, they were always treated as opposing figures. So why is Felicia here in this timeline? Shutra wonders if she entered the conflict by herself to claim credit, interfere with the operation, or pursue some separate goal of her own. Chris suggests that perhaps the Red Orcs do not actually know who they have captured. There is still a chance they have no idea Felicia is royalty. Vandal, however, says that he has not been able to confirm that point yet. Chris asks what their next move should be. Vandal says that rescuing Felicia would naturally be ideal, but he will not recklessly sacrifice their entire force for it. If a proper opportunity appears, they will strike. Negotiations are also possible, but Vandal makes one thing very clear. He has no intention of lowering his head first. If the Red Orcs want to talk, then they will have to be the ones who make the first move. Chris accepts that answer and says he understands. Vandal adds that he will continue gathering information from his side, and asks them to stay in contact if anything about the situation changes. With that, the communication comes to an end. Chris turns back toward the others and remarks dryly that their sister has now become a prisoner of war. Caitlin reacts immediately, her voice tightening with urgency as she insists that if Felicia is still alive, then they cannot simply leave her there. No matter what it takes, they have to rescue her. Chris agrees with the idea itself, but he reminds Caitlin that charging in blindly for a rescue could end up costing them far too many soldiers. Caitlin refuses to accept that kind of answer, her face hardening as she rejects the very idea of abandoning Felicia to the enemy. To Caitlin, the situation is not complicated at all. Felicia is their sister, and family is not something they can conveniently give up on just because the circumstances have become dangerous. Chris goes quiet for a moment, letting her words hang in the air, before he finally says that he understands. Even so, Chris points out that the situation is incredibly delicate. Shutra watches both of them closely, his eyes moving between their faces as he tries to read the tension behind their words. There is something unspoken between Chris and Felicia. Something deeper than Shutra can fully understand right now. Outside the tent, the night air begins to feel heavy, carrying the pressure of an operation that is about to begin. Lycanthropes move in disciplined formations, their movements tight and controlled, while green-skinned orcs step into their assigned places beside them. Inside the command tent, the leaders gather together, and Chris begins explaining the final details of the plan. Chris says that General Vandal will attack the main Red Orc force head-on from the front. Once the enemy's attention is fully drawn to that assault, Chris's units will move around from another direction and strike the camp from the rear in a surprise attack. Their goal is to shake the enemy's formation, plunge the camp into confusion, and weaken the Red Orcs' ability to continue fighting by destroying their supplies. Caitlin and Shutra will each lead their own separate squads, carrying out the specific roles assigned to them. Shutra asks for confirmation, wanting to know if Felicia's rescue is truly included as part of the mission. Chris answers that it is. He makes it very clear that saving Felicia is not their top priority. Their first objective is to destroy the enemy's food stores and armory. Only after those targets are dealt with should they attempt the rescue, and if the situation turns against them, the order is absolute. They retreat immediately. Chris says they cannot afford to sacrifice more lives for just one person. Caitlin clenches her fists tightly, her anger showing plainly on her face. Chris cuts in at once and tells her to stay quiet, reminding her that he is the commanding officer in charge of this operation. Caitlin snaps back, accusing Chris of treating Felicia like some kind of burden instead of their own family. Chris replies in a cold, controlled voice, saying that he cannot allow personal emotions to put the entire mission at risk. Shutra silently watches the argument play out, wondering if the strain between them is about more than royal politics. Maybe something personal happened between Chris and Felicia in the past. Some old conflict that outsiders were never told about. Whatever the truth may be, it is obvious that the wound runs deep. At last, night settles over everything completely, wrapping the entire operation beneath a thick curtain of darkness. From the cliffs overlooking the Red Orc encampment, Chris and the others silently observe the enemy camp below. Even at this late hour, the place is still active and restless. Guards continue walking their patrol routes. Firelight flickers between the tents, and the sentries remain alert, scanning the darkness for even the smallest sign of movement. Then, without even the slightest warning, a massive explosion tears through one side of the camp. Red Orc soldiers are blasted into the air as General Vandal crashes into the battlefield, leading a vicious frontal assault with the kind of overwhelming force that instantly throws the enemy into panic. Vandal's roar rolls across the battlefield like thunder as he commands his troops to slaughter every enemy standing in their way. From Shutra's position, Karak spots the signal and turns toward him, asking if this is finally the moment for them to move. For a short moment, they remain where they are, watching as the Orc troops surge forward like a brutal wave, crashing violently into the enemy camp below. Vandal, after delivering that first devastating blow, immediately gives the command for every unit under his lead to pull back. From his position along the cliffside, Chris sees Vandal's forces begin their retreat, and he instantly understands that this is the opening they have been waiting for. This is their chance. Chris turns toward his team and orders everyone to move into position at once. Before they advance, Chris gives one last reminder to both Shutra and Caitlin, telling them to stay focused on the roles they have been assigned. Destroy the supplies, rescue Felicia only if an opportunity appears, and then withdraw. With those instructions made clear, Chris gives the order to charge. The second wave crashes into the camp with crushing force. The Red Orcs, already shaken and scattered by Vandal's opening attack, are thrown into even greater confusion. Their formation begins to bend and break under the pressure. Their defenses start collapsing piece by piece. Caitlin shouts for Shutra to stay alert, and Shutra immediately calls back, telling Caitlin to watch herself as well. Shutra opens his minimap and scans the entire area in an instant, searching for the weakest gaps in the camp's defenses, and mentally tracing the fastest route through them. He quickly identifies the safest path and points toward their target, the supply depot. Shutra says they have to move fast and strike there first, because once the enemy recovers from the confusion, this opening will vanish. Karak charges ahead with a fierce roar, shouting that he will smash through every last Red Orc foolish enough to stand in their way. His massive body slams into the front line like a living battering ram. With each heavy swing, Karak carves open a path through the Red Orcs, tearing their formation apart through sheer strength and momentum. Suddenly, one Red Orc counters with a vicious attack aimed straight at Karak's exposed side. Karak notices it a heartbeat too late and realizes he will not be able to raise his guard in time. Then something flashes past him. A dagger spins through the air and drives straight into the attacking orc's skull with terrifying accuracy. Carrick turns his head just in time to see Shutra lowering the arm he had used to throw it. A small grin forms on Shutra's face as he remarks that the throw worked even better than he expected. Carrick blinks in surprise and asks when Shutra learned to throw a dagger like that. Shutra brushes it off casually, saying he picked up the skill last night after trying it only once. Apparently, one attempt was all it took for him to grasp it. Carrick gives a quick nod, then gestures toward the supply depot ahead and says they have found the food storage, asking whether they should burn it now. Shutra answers that they need to stick to the plan, but even as he says those words, Shutra's thoughts begin shifting in another direction. If Felicia is being held somewhere nearby, then setting fire to everything too quickly could put her life in danger as well. Before they burn the place down, they need to find out where Felicia is being kept. Shutra quickly opens his minimap again, scanning the camp for any marker or sign that might reveal Felicia's location. He grasps the rule behind it almost immediately. In this world, NPCs who fall under a neutral alignment are usually marked with softer, calmer colors, most commonly shades of blue or purple, so they can be recognized apart from enemies at a glance. For a tense few seconds, he sweeps his gaze across the area, searching every corner with sharp focus. Then his eyes finally catch on one specific spot, and he realizes exactly where she is being kept. He does not waste even a heartbeat after that. Shutra throws Carrick a quick cutting signal to follow, and the two of them immediately burst forward, charging straight toward one of the tents nearby. As soon as they shove their way through the entrance, the inside of the tent feels tight, dim, and suffocating. The heavy air presses around them, while the shadows beyond the flap hide whatever might be waiting inside. Shutra only needs one quick look around before he says this must be the right place. But just as he is about to push deeper into the darkness, something inside the tent begins to move. Then, from somewhere farther within the dim interior, a voice suddenly calls out to him. It slices through the silence of the tent, and instantly pulls his attention toward the sound. Shutra snaps his head in that direction, his body turning with it, and there in the shadows he finally sees Felicia. Felicia is sitting on the ground, bound tightly with chains locked around her body. Her face is caught somewhere between shock and disbelief as she stares up at him, demanding to know what the hell he is doing here. Shutra rushes to her side without the slightest hesitation and tells her not to move. Dropping down beside her, he immediately grabs the restraints and starts working to force them open so he can get her free. As he strains against the chains, Shutra warns her that this whole place is about to go up in flames, and if she wants to live, they need to escape right now. But even while his hands are focused on freeing her, his mind is already thinking ahead. If he saves Felicia here, then she will owe him, and a favor from a royal princess could become incredibly useful later. Felicia still cannot understand what is happening. Even while Shutra is clearly trying to rescue her, she keeps looking at him with a confused, searching expression, asking why someone like him would come all this way for her. The instant the chains finally drop away, they burst out of the tent and back into danger. Shutra tells her they have to move fast and link up with Chris and Caitlin before the enemy has time to close the trap around them. Still trying to catch her breath and steady herself, Felicia asks if they truly came here just to save her. Shutra looks at her with genuine surprise, as though the answer should be obvious, and asks why she would doubt that in the first place. Felicia tells him he clearly does not understand just how far removed he is from the palace's internal power struggles. From her point of view, this is not some clean and simple rescue where everyone's motives can be trusted so easily. But before Felicia can say anything more, Carrick's shout rings out from up ahead. Enemy reinforcements are flooding into the area, and in moments, they are already being surrounded. Shutra reacts at once, telling Felicia to stay close to him. His voice is firm and steady, the kind of tone that makes it clear he is already preparing to force a path through the danger. Felicia gives him a small nod and starts to follow. But for just a brief moment, her steps hesitate. It is as if something else has suddenly caught in her mind, even with the battle closing in around them. Even in the middle of this desperate escape, Felicia cannot stop herself from asking when he started calling her by name so casually. As they race forward, Felicia's eyes suddenly catch a sharp glint of steel behind them. A deadly spear is flying in from their blind spot, cutting through the air straight toward Shutra. She cries out a warning, and Shutra twists his body around just in time to see it coming. But that tiny delay is enough. He is a fraction too late, and the spear slams straight into his back with brutal force. The impact tears through him, and blood bursts from Shutra's mouth, spilling out violently as his body reels from the blow. Then, in the next horrifying instant, his entire body is engulfed by blazing magical flames, the fire swallowing him almost completely. Carrick and Felicia scream Shutra's name at the exact same time. Their voices are filled with terror as they watch his figure vanish inside the roaring flames. His burning body crashes down onto the ground, reduced to a scorched heap in front of them. Felicia's breathing turns uneven and ragged, each gasp coming quicker than the last as panic begins to take hold. Before she can even pull herself out of the shock, one of the orcs charges directly at her. It closes the distance with frightening speed, bearing down on her before she has time to react. But just before the orc can reach her, a fireball blasts into its face. The flames explode on impact, sending the creature flying backward and knocking it clean off its feet. Felicia whirls around in stunned disbelief, her eyes darting through the battlefield as she desperately searches for the source of the attack. Through the smoke drifting across the ground, she sees Shutra standing once again. He steps forward slowly, as though the flames had never managed to finish him at all. A faint glow clings around his body, and in that moment, he gains mana control level 1 for the fire arrow skill. A confident smirk spreads across Shutra's face. He raises his hand toward the enemy, and fiery projectiles begin launching one after another, each one shooting out with quick, sharp precision. The flames rip through everything in front of him, turning the battlefield into a blazing path of destruction. Shutra lets out a low laugh, thrilled as he realizes this is exactly the kind of power he had been hoping to uncover. This is real magic, wild, explosive, and unbelievably satisfying to use. And even though Fire Arrow is still only at level 1, every single blast strikes with the devastating force of a meteor crashing down. Then, from behind him, a sudden burst of frost erupts through the heat. The freezing attack cuts across the battlefield like a sharp shock of winter air. Shutra turns toward the source of the attack and spots a red orc mage standing there, already gathering power for another spell. This time, the spell forming in the mage's hands is an ice arrow. Shutra watches the frozen projectile take shape and instantly realizes its target is not him, but Felicia, who is rushing toward him in worry. Felicia asks if he is all right, but Shutra moves before she can come any closer. He shoves her out of the line of fire just as the ice arrows launch toward them. He tells her to stay back, planting himself firmly between Felicia and the incoming attack, as if his own body is the only shield she needs. Inside his mind, Shutra knows with absolute certainty that he cannot allow Felicia to take this hit. After all, he is the one who set this whole chain of events in motion. This chaos began because of his choices, and now this fight is his responsibility alone. The ice arrows strike. A violent blast of frost detonates around Shutra, exploding outward as jagged shards of ice scatter in every direction. When the freezing mist finally starts to thin, Shutra is still on his feet, but only barely. An arrow is buried deep in his chest, and his body sways unsteadily, looking like it could give out at any second. His health bar drops all the way down to 13 out of 95. He gasps hard for air, struggling through the pain as he fights to stay conscious. Shutra understands immediately that if another attack like that lands, he will be finished. Felicia rushes to his side, both furious and visibly shaken. She curses him for being such an idiot and demands to know whoever asked him to act like some hero for her sake. Through the pain, Shutra looks at her with a strange flicker of amusement. He wonders if she is being a tsundere, hiding her concern behind anger, or if she is genuinely worried about him. Felicia snaps at him again, reminding him that he is supposed to be the weakest among the royal siblings. She cannot understand why someone in his position would think he needed to protect her. Shutra manages a faint, strained smile, realizing that her misunderstanding is actually starting to work in his favor. Then he pulls his attention away from Felicia and shifts his gaze back toward the enemy mage, bracing himself for whatever attack might come next. But instead of seeing another spell flying toward him, Shutra finds the orc mage collapsed on the ground, slumped over, and already unconscious. Felicia kneels beside Shutra and asks where he learned magic. As he looks at her up close, Shutra realizes that Felicia is far stronger than he had originally believed. Now Felicia is completely convinced that Shutra threw himself into this danger because of her. As that thought settles in her mind, a soft green light begins to bloom across his chest, gently gathering around the wound like warm mist. Felicia is using healing magic on him. Her hands glow with a warm, steady magical radiance, and that soothing energy pours from her palms into Shutra's injured body, washing over the damage. Right before his eyes, the torn flesh starts to pull itself back together. The wound slowly seals shut, and little by little the sharp pain running through his body begins to fade. Shutra can only stare at the sight in stunned silence. For a moment, he is completely speechless, caught off guard by how suddenly his condition has changed. At that exact moment, Shutra realizes he has obtained the heal skill as well, adding one more incredibly useful ability to his growing collection. Then a strange idea slips into his head. If he keeps surviving these near-death situations, he might actually end up learning every skill that crosses his path. Shutra mutters that Felicia's healing magic is seriously ridiculous, though in a way he figures that is exactly what should be expected from the genius mage of their generation. Felicia studies him closely and asks if he feels better now and, more importantly, whether he can still move. Shutra steadies his breathing and answers that he is fine now. Then he quietly adds that it is all thanks to her. Felicia pauses at that, looking briefly puzzled, and starts to ask him what he means by saying something like that. But before Shutra can give her any kind of explanation, heavy footsteps begin pounding through the cave, echoing like thunder rolling closer. Both of them turn at the same time, and the sight ahead sends a freezing chill through the air. A massive red-skinned brute comes storming into view. The creature is enormous, and its sheer presence presses down on the space around them, making the air feel thick and suffocating. Felicia demands to know what the hell that monster is, and Shutra answers with a grim expression. It is a blood ogre, a mutated variant that is far more dangerous than a normal one. Felicia asks if they really have no choice but to get past that thing if they want to escape. Shutra confirms it, keeping his eyes locked on the towering ogre looming in front of them. The blood ogre lets out a savage snarl and pounds its chest with terrifying force. Shutra and Felicia immediately start running, but even while Shutra is still hurt and barely recovered, one thought keeps hammering through his mind. How is he supposed to fight a monster like this so early in the game? The gigantic blood ogre drives its fist into the ground with monstrous power, and the earth splits open beneath the impact. A violent shockwave explodes outward from the point of contact. That overwhelming force blasts Shutra and Felicia into the air as if they weigh nothing. Shutra reels in disbelief, shaken by the monster's absurd speed, unable to understand how something so massive can move with such terrifying quickness. Felicia shouts that Shutra has to distract it, promising that if he can create even one opening, she can use her magic. Panic flashes across Shutra's face as he snaps back at her, demanding to know how he is supposed to do something that reckless. Another blast crashes into them and sends both of them skidding even farther back. Shutra's voice cracks into a desperate shout as the situation falls apart faster with every passing second. But right in the middle of that fear, an idea suddenly hits him. Shutra calls out to Felicia, telling her to prepare her spell while he buys her the time she needs. Felicia can only stare at him, clearly unsure what he is about to attempt. Then, Shutra calls for Karak, and the orc appears at his side almost instantly. Shutra tells Karak to get ready. Just like before, Shutra kicks off the ground and breaks into a sprint, charging straight toward the danger instead of retreating from it. While running, Shutra summons a translucent screen in front of him and opens his inventory without slowing down. His eyes land on the dwarf dagger and he decides that now, finally, he should be able to use it properly. A burst of golden light flashes in his hand as the weapon materializes. The moment his fingers wrap around the hilt, the dagger hums with bright, radiant power. The dagger shines with a brilliance so intense that the blade almost seems alive. Golden energy pulses through it in waves, vibrating in Shutra's grip. Shutra lowers his center of gravity, plants his feet firmly, and drives the dwarf dagger straight into the ground. The instant the blade strikes, golden energy bursts outward, spreading around him in a rippling wave. Under the power of the king's banner, that golden force begins to gather, intensify, and surge forward with a commanding pressure. Shutra channels every bit of that power directly into Karak, pouring the strengthening buff into his loyal orc companion. Karak lets out a fierce roar as the golden aura wraps around his body. His muscles tense with new strength, and his fighting spirit ignites, as if the power itself has set him ablaze. Karak's eyes widen in shock the moment he feels that sudden surge rush through him, flooding his body with strength he did not have before. The power courses through every limb, filling Karak from head to toe with raw force. Across from them, the blood ogre's expression hardens as it senses the change. The monster seems to understand that the opponent in front of it has become much stronger. Wrapped in golden light, Karak squares his stance and faces the towering red brute without backing down. Then, with a thunderous leap, Karak launches himself forward, crossing the distance between them in one explosive burst of movement. He swings his weapon with devastating power, and the blood ogre bellows as it raises its own crude weapon to meet Karak's attack head-on. Steel and bone crash together with violent force, the two massive attacks colliding in a brutal clash that shakes the air around them. The impact rings out like thunder as Karak skillfully redirects the monster's blow. The entire battlefield trembles beneath them, while the empowered orc and the blood ogre lock into a furious contest of strength. Their muscles strain under the crushing pressure, and the ground beneath their feet begins to crack. Neither side gives even a single step. Meanwhile, Felicia starts moving into position, using the moment Karak creates to prepare her own strike while he keeps the ogre pinned in place. Felicia lifts herself into the air, her body surrounded by a gentle pink glow. Her eyes sharpen with determination as magic gathers densely around her. Then she releases a concentrated blast of magical energy, sending it flying straight toward the monster with focused precision. The attack slams into the blood ogre's legs from behind, striking exactly where its stance is most vulnerable. The spell explodes on contact and destroys the ogre's balance in an instant. With a roar of pain, the massive beast stumbles helplessly. Its enormous body begins to topple, and Karak does not miss the opening for even a second. He vaults high into the air above the falling monster. Karak's shadow spreads over the blood ogre as his expression turns grim and resolute. In a heavy voice, he declares that this long, brutal battle is finally about to end. Then he drops from above like a meteor, his weapon raised high and ready to deliver the finishing blow. The ogre's final cry rips through the air as Karak's blade drives deep into its chest with unstoppable force. Golden energy surges through Karak's strike, flooding the blow with overwhelming power and silencing the monster once and for all. When the dust finally starts to settle across the ruined battlefield, Shutra walks forward calmly, through the aftermath. Relief softens his face as he looks over the scene, believing that the most dangerous enemy in the camp has finally been taken down. But before Shutra can fully savor the victory, a golden aura suddenly bursts to life around his body. Startled by the sudden glow, Shutra freezes in place for a moment, caught completely off guard by the light surrounding him. He glances around as a translucent window appears directly before his eyes. The system announces his advancement, confirming that he has finally reached level 10. Immediately after that, another prompt appears, informing Shutra that his unique protagonist buff has increased as well. A smirk slowly forms on Shutra's lips as he feels that new strength settle within his grasp, and he realizes just how much more power he has gained. Then the system revealed that there was still another reward waiting for him. On top of everything he had already gained, a new passive skill had been unlocked, like an extra gift dropped right into his hands. When Shutra opened the present box, he froze for a brief second, staring at the reward window as if he could not believe what he was seeing. The effect that appeared before him was none other than the legendary Stormtrooper effect. The instant Shutra saw that name, his mind jumped straight to the classic trope where enemies can fire endlessly, yet every single bullet somehow misses the hero no matter how chaotic the battlefield gets. And now, after everything he had survived, that ridiculous but unbelievably convenient kind of heroic protection was finally something Shutra could actually carry for himself. The absurdity of it almost made him laugh out loud, but that brief amusement was destroyed in the next instant when a furious roar erupted nearby, and a horde came charging straight toward them. Dozens of red orcs stormed forward all at once, weapons lifted high as their angry voices thundered across the camp. Felicia snapped Shutra back into the moment, warning him sharply that the enemies were closing in fast. Felicia fixed her gaze on the approaching wave, her eyes narrowing into a sharp glare as the mass of red orcs surged closer and closer. Her expression hardened with both fury and determination. Then, with one swift motion, she unleashed her magic and summoned a powerful cyclone that began raging across the battlefield. Felicia commanded the spinning wind to rip through the enemy ranks. Shutra held his ground as the furious gusts howled past him from every direction, tearing through the space around them. As he watched the storm unfold right in front of his eyes, Shutra could only stare in amazement, stunned by the overwhelming scale of Felicia's power. Inside those twisting winds, he caught faint glimpses of ethereal butterflies flickering through the air like living fragments of magic. In that moment, he realized Felicia was borrowing and channeling the power of a spirit. That was when an important detail came back to Shutra's mind. Felicia had been born with the natural talent of a spirit user. It was a gift connected to the elven blood running through her veins, even if that blood came from the corrupted dark elven line. Shutra watched as Felicia controlled the raging tempest, almost as if it were alive, while the enemies trapped inside struggled helplessly against its force. A sly and curious thought quietly slipped into Shutra's head. If Felicia could summon and control spirits with that kind of ease, then maybe there was a chance he could learn to do it too. Before he could let himself sink any deeper into that possibility, a bright yellow flare suddenly shot upward into the sky. The signal burst open above the battlefield in a flash of light. The orc soldiers immediately stopped moving, lifting their heads as their attention locked onto the glowing sign overhead. Carrick looked up at the shining signal with a tense expression and demanded to know what it was supposed to mean. Shutra explained that yellow meant an order to retreat, but the sight of it made unease tighten in his chest. If that signal had been fired, then someone out there had to be in serious danger. When Carrick asked what they should do next, Shutra ordered him to gather the troops and withdraw, then declared that he would go search for their sister Caitlin himself. Carrick was stunned and immediately tried to argue, insisting that he should go with him, but Shutra repeated the command with firm finality. That was when Felicia stepped forward and said she would accompany Shutra. Felicia's decision left Carrick silent for a moment. He stood there, caught between obeying Shutra's order and worrying about what might happen if the two of them went ahead alone. Felicia made it clear that she hated being in someone's debt. Since Shutra had saved her life, she wanted to repay him properly instead of simply walking away. She also added that she still had unfinished business with the enemy, and she had no intention of leaving this battlefield before settling that matter herself. In the end, Carrick reluctantly gave in. He warned Shutra to be careful while he stayed behind and waited with the others, and Shutra accepted the arrangement without hesitation. As Shutra and Felicia moved deeper through the ruined camp, Felicia questioned why they needed to check on Caitlin at all. Shutra answered that the retreat signal felt suspicious to him, and he could not simply ignore it. Felicia kept her eyes on Shutra as they moved, studying his face before asking whether he was truly worried about Caitlin as his sister. Shutra replied that in a situation like this, it was only natural for siblings to worry about each other's safety. But deep down, Shutra's real thoughts were much more practical than that. To him, Caitlin was a reliable ally he could not afford to lose. Beside him, Felicia quietly weighed his answer without saying much. Her expression stayed thoughtful, with just a faint trace of skepticism lingering in her eyes. Even so, the two of them continued forward through the shattered encampment, where flames and shadows flickered under the cold starlight, and the enemy camp fell deeper into chaos all around them. Elsewhere in that same camp, A furious horde of red orcs roared as they rushed toward a single defender standing in their path. Their target was Caitlin, who stood alone against the overwhelming tide. Even with enemies swarming toward her from every direction, her eyes stayed sharp, and her calm composure did not falter. Caitlin unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, stopping the first wave of attackers in violent bursts of light. The red orcs screamed as the explosions tore straight through their front line. But even after such a devastating attack, more and more orcs kept surging forward, quickly filling the gaps left by the ones she had just taken down. One of the orcs hurled a weapon directly at her. But Caitlin slipped away from the attack with effortless grace, avoiding it as if she had already seen it coming. In the very next breath, Caitlin shifted smoothly into her counterattack. She conjured a glowing blade made from pure energy, ready to cut down anything that stood in front of her. With one powerful swing, Caitlin released a crescent-shaped wave that tore through several enemies at once. At that moment, Shutra and Felicia finally arrived. They found Caitlin standing amid the fallen bodies of the enemies she had already defeated. The moment Shutra saw Caitlin still standing safe and unharmed, a wave of relief washed over him. A small smile tugged at Shutra's lips as he realized his earlier worry might have been unnecessary. But Caitlin turned sharply toward them and immediately demanded to know why he had come here instead of following the retreat signal. Caitlin looked genuinely puzzled when Shutra awkwardly explained that he had rushed over because he wanted to help her. Then, without warning, Caitlin stepped forward and threw her arms around Felicia, pulling her into a tight embrace. Caitlin cried out Felicia's name, and the relief she had been holding back finally broke through her usually composed expression. She admitted how glad she was that Felicia had survived after being taken captive. Felicia's cheeks turned faintly pink as she answered, saying that Caitlin worried far too much over things that were not worth making a fuss about. Shutra watched their reunion with a faint smile, quietly observing the bond between the two princesses as they stood together again. He thought to himself that Caitlin and Felicia seemed to get along surprisingly well. Then Shutra glanced down at his map and quickly noticed enemy units starting to converge on their position. A translucent system window appeared before his eyes. The warning confirmed that danger was closing in around them. Shutra immediately urged everyone to retreat, and Caitlin told him to take the lead while she and Felicia protected the rear. Before long, they reached a hidden portal, where allied orc soldiers were already standing guard and waiting for them to arrive. As they stepped onto the magic circle, the ground beneath their feet began glowing with a bright blue light. The portal awakened with a surge of power, and the radiance swallowed them completely. The magic carried them far away from the battlefield. When the glow finally faded and the world around them settled again, Felicia turned to Shutra and asked if he had been the one who discovered the portal. Caitlin confirmed that Shutra had indeed played a crucial role in finding the portal and making use of it. Eric could not hide his curiosity as he wondered aloud just how much Shutra had changed in such a short amount of time. His voice carried genuine surprise as he looked at him. As the group emerged from the portal, their older brother Chris was already standing there, waiting for them on the other side. Chris was already standing there, his expression stern and impossible to read. His broad shoulders gave him a heavy, commanding presence in the chamber, and when he finally called out to his younger brother Shutra, his deep voice carried clearly through the space. Caitlin stepped forward first, the relief on her face impossible to miss. She quickly reported that she had made it back safely, and that Felicia had been brought back alive right beside her. Felicia turned her eyes toward Chris and greeted him in a calm, composed voice. She noted that it had been quite a long time since the two of them had last met face to face. For a short moment, Chris did not respond at all. His gaze remained fixed on Felicia, his face controlled so perfectly that no one could tell what thoughts were passing behind his eyes. Only after that brief heavy silence did Chris finally speak. In a quiet voice, he welcomed Felicia back. Later, Chris informed the group that General Vandal's troops had also secured victory. According to him, once the enemy witnessed their main base being consumed by flames, they lost the will to keep fighting. Shutra repeated Vandal's name with obvious confusion written across his face. Caitlin quickly stepped in and explained that Vandal was the chieftain who had been leading the enemy side. Felicia asked if that meant Vandal had surrendered, but Chris immediately corrected her. Vandal had not given himself up at all. He had simply fled, which meant he was still alive and still a dangerous threat. Chris then laid out their next move in a firm, decisive tone. Tomorrow, they would strike another enemy force before it had time to recover, gather itself, and regroup. Once that plan was settled, Chris shifted his attention back toward Felicia. His voice remained steady as he asked how she had ended up being captured in the first place. Felicia answered that, at the time, she had been investigating some ruins located nearby. She explained that she heard the sounds of battle and tried to step in to help, only to be taken prisoner in the confusion. Chris looked at her with clear doubt in his eyes, his skeptical expression showing that he was not fully convinced by her explanation. Felicia caught the look on his face right away and asked him directly whether he thought she was lying. She did not flinch under his suspicion. Instead, she held her ground, lifting her chin slightly as if daring him to challenge her any further. The atmosphere between them tightened as their gazes locked, neither one willing to look away first. That silent confrontation made it clear there was a complicated history between them, even if neither of them wanted to put it into words. In the end, Chris dismissed the matter and said everyone was exhausted, so for now, they should rest. Felicia accepted Chris's decision without pressing the issue any further, letting the tense conversation end there. With that, the siblings finally split up and went their separate ways, each heading off to get the sleep they desperately needed. Elsewhere in the camp, the Allied soldiers enjoyed their hard-earned rest, gathering around warm fires with food, laughter, and the kind of loosened tension that only comes after surviving a brutal battle. Shutra, however, sat alone away from the celebration. Instead of joining the others, he kept his attention locked on the glowing system screen floating in front of him, studying the skills he had just gained with deep fascination. Even though he now had access to all kinds of new magic, Shutra had to admit something to himself. In a real fight, the power he trusted most was still his aura, the ability he could rely on when everything became chaotic. His thoughts were interrupted when Felicia appeared at the entrance to his room. Her voice was calm and composed as she asked if she could speak with him. Shutra looked up at her and asked what kind of business Felicia could possibly have with him at such a late hour, but she did not answer him right away. Instead, Felicia stood there with a serious expression on her face. She quietly repeated Shutra's name while taking slow, deliberate steps toward the confused prince. Then, without giving him even the slightest warning, Felicia reached out, grabbed the front of Shutra's tunic, and pulled him toward her. Shutra froze right where he was, stunned into complete silence. His mind struggled to catch up with Felicia's sudden boldness, and for a moment, he could not even react. Felicia leaned in closer and made a request so shocking that Shutra could barely believe his own ears. She told him to take off his clothes. Shutra's face instantly turned bright red. He stammered in disbelief, completely unable to process what Felicia had just said to him. Felicia calmly pointed at his clothes and repeated the demand without showing even the slightest trace of embarrassment. Shutra, still badly flustered, could only stare at her in stunned silence. He finally managed to ask why Felicia would want him to do something so outrageous. In the exact same calm tone, Felicia clarified what she meant, asking if he truly did not want her to treat the wounds he had suffered during the battle. Shutra's eyes widened as the misunderstanding finally clicked into place in his mind. Once he understood Felicia's real intention, relief quickly replaced the panic on his face. Felicia explained that the healing she had given him earlier was only a basic treatment meant to keep him stable in the moment. Because Felicia was worried that hidden injuries might still remain, she insisted on using a proper healing spell this time. Even with that explanation, Shutra could not help feeling just a little disappointed by the truth. Felicia then asked about the strange glow that had surrounded Shutra's body earlier. Shutra quickly brushed the question aside, claiming that it was nothing more than a natural occurrence. Using that opening, Shutra immediately changed the subject and told Felicia he had a favor to ask. He explained that it was something only she could help him with, and a mischievous spark flashed in his eyes as he made his request. With Felicia cooperating, Shutra successfully acquired 3 brand new abilities: Cure, Cure Poison, and Cure Disease. After putting his clothes back on, Shutra looked over the fresh additions to his skill list with a triumphant grin spreading across his face. By having Felicia cast those spells directly on him, Shutra had managed to learn each one and make them his own. Later, Shutra's training began under Caitlin's guidance. Caitlin explained that Beast Fist was not a single simple technique, but a martial art with many different branches, and now it was time for him to start learning them properly. Caitlin announced that Shutra would begin with the werewolf style, using it as the foundation for the training that would follow. As Caitlin spoke, a glowing blue wolf emblem appeared before them, symbolizing the martial discipline practiced by the lycanthropes. Caitlin explained that this style served as the bedrock beneath the more advanced beast god Fist. For today's lesson, their focus would be learning how to control aura inside the body. She instructed Shutra to close his eyes and concentrate, and he obeyed immediately. As he turned his focus inward, faint blue and violet energy began shimmering around him. With steady effort, Shutra kept his breathing controlled and his mind fixed on the power moving deep within his body. He connected with that inner energy and felt it rush through his arms and legs like crackling lightning. Inside his mind, he could see it clearly for what it was, his aura. It was the raw essence of life itself, surging through Shutra's body with fierce, vivid force. At its highest level, that energy could draw dangerously close to the soul, even merging with it when pushed to the absolute limit. Just then, a system prompt appeared in front of Shutra's eyes. Shutra blinked in surprise as he read the message hovering before him. It announced that he had acquired a new passive skill called Protagonist Body. The skill description revealed that Protagonist Body increased his training efficiency and granted him new traits whenever he gained a level. Shutra was shocked as the meaning sank in. Once again, he had unlocked another ridiculously powerful, cheat-like ability. He compared it to the powerful passive skills possessed by his rivals and realized that his own gift was every bit as strong, perhaps even greater than theirs. And the most frightening part was that the skill would keep evolving. Every time it advanced, it would change itself and add new abilities to Shutra's growing power. A confident grin slowly spread across Shutra's face, dark and sharp enough to look almost sinister. In his mind, he was already imagining just how far this newly awakened ability could carry him. He clenched both fists tightly, savoring the rush of excitement swelling in his chest. To Shutra, this absurdly powerful ability felt exactly like the kind of ridiculous advantage a true protagonist was supposed to have. But Caitlin's sharp voice cut clean through his thoughts. Her scolding snapped him right back into reality, reminding him that he had been letting his mind drift in the middle of training. Shutra quickly apologized, straightening himself as Caitlin firmly reminded him that the lesson was not finished yet. If he wanted to keep improving, he needed to focus and continue properly. Shutra nodded with eager determination, pulling his scattered attention back to the flow of energy moving inside his body. He began channeling his aura once again, and before long, a system notification appeared to confirm that he had achieved Beast Fist, Level 1. Caitlin stared at him in open astonishment, remarking that he had grasped the fundamentals with flawless precision. Shutra lowered his gaze to his glowing hands, feeling the aura gather there with a heavy, solid presence. It almost felt as if he were holding a weapon shaped entirely from his own willpower. But before Caitlin could guide him into the next stage of the lesson, a werewolf soldier suddenly rushed in, his expression tight with urgency. The soldier quickly delivered his report, his voice carrying clear alarm as he announced that a disaster had occurred. Chris entered shortly after, his face grim and serious, as he delivered the heavy news himself. Kyram's entire unit had disappeared without leaving a single trace behind. The siblings immediately gathered around a map, their faces turning grave as they focused their full attention on the situation laid out before them. Chris reasoned that the enemy must have somehow uncovered their strategy. If that was true, then their movements were no longer hidden from the opposing side. Caitlin asked what their next move should be, and Chris pointed to a specific location on the map. He explained that this spot was most likely where the enemy forces would gather and rally. Shutra studied the terrain closely, tracing the situation in his mind before agreeing with Chris's assessment. He concluded that they had to move decisively before the enemy could take control of the advantage. Chris then declared their course of action. They would join forces with General Vandal and combine their strength for the battle that was coming next. The scene then shifted to the main army's base, where the larger subjugation force had already gathered in preparation. Camp stretched wide beneath the jagged mountains, crowded with soldiers, tents, banners, and the restless movement of an army at war. There, a towering red-skinned general greeted Chris, welcoming him to the headquarters of the subjugation force. Chris returned the greeting with a confident smile, saying that Vandal seemed exactly the same as ever and looked just as formidable as he remembered. Vandal greeted the princesses with an unexpected warmth, but Felicia stepped forward before the conversation could settle. She immediately asked about the condition of his subordinates, and Vandal answered that they were all fine. As Shutra looked up at the imposing general, an old memory stirred in his mind. Vandal had once been one of the characters he used most often in the original game, which made the massive orc feel strangely familiar to him. With that memory still fresh, Shutra stepped forward without hesitation and introduced himself with confident composure. He extended his hand toward Vandal, and for a brief instant, the general froze. The bold gesture coming from the ninth prince had clearly caught him off guard. Then Vandal accepted Shutra's hand in a firm grip. With that handshake, he acknowledged him formally and welcomed him into his command. Far away from the camp, in a place that felt completely separated from the battlefield, something extraordinary began to unfold. A radiant light tore open the sky, and from within that brilliance descended a mysterious woman with long white hair and mismatched eyes. Regal and terrifying at the same time, she carried an authority far beyond ordinary mortals, and her aura pressed down on the world like divine judgment. From the opposite horizon, another figure appeared, this one wrapped in fiery crimson armor. Her presence seemed hot enough to scorch the very air around her. Flames circled her body, like a living storm of heat, and the power pouring from her stood equal to the pale woman's overwhelming aura. The two impossible beings faced each other in complete silence. Even without a single word, their auras collided, stirring the heavens as if the sky itself had become their battlefield. And between those two overwhelming forces stood Shutra, small and trapped beneath pressure, so immense it felt impossible to breathe. Sweat slid down his cheek as he fought just to stay upright. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, and his mind spun as he struggled to understand the impossible sight unfolding before him. Then the word conquest burned into existence in front of him, shining beside a glowing emblem that seemed to carry a terrifying meaning. A second emblem appeared soon after, this one marked with the word war. Both symbols pulsed with ominous light, announcing the start of a conflict far beyond anything Shutra could possibly comprehend. Shutra woke with a violent jolt, his body snapping upright as morning light spilled through the entrance of his tent. Sitting there in the quiet light, he took a moment to steady his breathing and realized that the terrifying vision had only been a dream. Even so, the image refused to fade from his mind. Shutra recognized the woman with mismatched eyes from the dreams he had seen before. But the warrior in crimson armor was still a complete mystery to him. her identity hidden behind flames, pressure, and overwhelming power. Then Karek's voice called from the entrance of the tent, telling Shutra that it was time to leave for the battlefield. Shutra rose quickly and joined his loyal orc companion, stepping out into the tense, restless energy of an army preparing to move. All across the camp, soldiers rushed back and forth, their movements urgent, focused, and filled with purpose. Some carried provisions. Others checked weapons and armor, and the entire camp buzzed with anticipation and tension as the coming battle drew closer. As Shutra reviewed the battle plan in his mind, he noted the role assigned to him. He would command the left flank, General Vandal would lead the center. Chris and Caitlin would take the right, and the agile dark elf units would secure the rear. Before long, the moment to march finally arrived. Soon, the combined army began advancing in steady waves, moving as one unified force toward the enemy waiting ahead. A short while later, Shutra found himself standing on the battlefield itself. Before him stretched an ocean of warriors spread across the open plain. The roar of thousands filled the air, while the enemy's massive horde stood opposite them with numbers that seemed to match their own. From the front lines, General Vandal's voice thundered across the battlefield as he commanded the soldiers to form their ranks. With grim resolve burning in his eyes, the orc general raised his axe high into the air and swore that their enemies would soon understand the meaning of true pain. Then Vandal released a bellow so powerful it seemed to shake the ground beneath them, and with that roar he gave the order to charge. Across the field, the red orcs surged forward like a violent wave. Shields lifted and blades drawn as they rushed into battle. Their chieftain watched the advance with a sneer curling across his face, looking down on the charging force as he called them fools. But his words had barely left his mouth when a colossal explosion suddenly erupted in the middle of Vandal's charging troops. The front lines were suddenly engulfed in roaring flames, and shards of jagged shrapnel tore through the soldiers from every side. Armored bodies were flung across the battlefield with terrifying ease, tossed around like dry leaves being swallowed by a violent storm. Then from behind the thick wall of smoke and drifting dust, something enormous began to emerge. A monstrous swamp mammoth forced its massive body into view, its huge red eyes glowing like burning embers, and every heavy step it took made the entire battlefield seem to shake beneath its weight. The instant Vandal laid eyes on the creature, the color drained from his face. Horror spread across his expression, his voice turning grim and shaken as he finally spoke the name of the terrifying beast standing before them. Before the Allied soldiers could even gather themselves after that shock, another wave of magic came crashing down from above. Explosions tore through their ranks, and panic began spreading through the formation like flames racing over dry grass. In only a moment, the battlefield was completely swallowed by fire, smoke, broken ground, and the scattered remains of an army that had once stood in organized formation. Screams erupted from every direction as soldiers cried out in terror and pain, their bodies sent flying by the swamp mammoth's savage charge, while the relentless magical bombardment kept hammering the field without pause. Shutra and Karek, still standing with their own unit amid the madness, could do nothing but stare at the destruction spreading in front of them. Shutra's jaw tightened as he watched it all unfold. In that horrifying instant, the truth became painfully clear to him. This was not just an ambush. They had walked directly into a trap designed with frightening precision, and the enemy had known how they would move from the very beginning. The swamp mammoth loomed over the battlefield like a living siege weapon, far more powerful than any normal beast should have been. Its crimson eyes burned with a strange, unnatural force, making its massive form look even more terrifying through the smoke. A fierce red aura began crackling around Shutra's body, wrapping him in surging energy as he planted himself firmly and prepared to face the monster head-on. But just before Shutra could take that first step and launch himself forward, the earth split open again beneath the chaos, and another nightmare spilled out from below. An entire force of lizardmen. Their bodies were clad in rough, heavy armor, and their reptilian figures surged into the battlefield with weapons raised high. Their blades flashed through the smoke as they tore into the broken Allied lines. The orcs, already rattled by the mammoth and the magical attacks, began to lose their footing as this new enemy crashed into them with savage force. Shutra whipped around, his eyes widening as the lizardman charged straight toward his position. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Chris cursed under his breath, anger twisting across his face as he realized the enemy was deliberately playing with them. Caitlin's voice suddenly cut through the deafening noise as she shouted toward Chris, urging him to pull the troops back and wait for a better opening before striking again. Chris fired back that retreating carelessly could make everything even worse, possibly costing them many more lives, or in the worst case, wiping them out completely. But Caitlin refused to give in, snapping that, if they remained in this situation, their losses would only continue to grow, and they had to decide on their next move right away, before the entire battlefield collapsed any further around them. Chris stared at her in silence, his expression tight and impossible to read, as he stood caught between two equally brutal choices. Then, a short while later, His commanding voice thundered across the battlefield as he gave orders to every soldier still able to hear him. Chris ordered the mages to withdraw to the rear and form a defensive line there, holding back the enemy for as long as they possibly could. At the same time, he commanded everyone else to reorganize, close their ranks, and prepare for a full retreat back near Shutra's position. The battle had fallen into complete chaos, with orcs and lizardmen clashing violently on every side around him. Then one massive reptilian warrior suddenly lunged directly at Shutra, roaring as it raised its weapon overhead, ready to cleave him apart with a single brutal strike. For one frozen heartbeat, Shutra's body refused to move until Karak's booming voice exploded through the surrounding carnage, roaring at everyone to wake up and get themselves together before death swept across the battlefield and took them all. That thunderous shout snapped Shutra back into the moment. His eyes sharpened, and the reality of the scene struck him with a cold, brutal force. This was not a game anymore. It was not some simulation. This was real war. Over on the right side of the battlefield, Chris fought with almost possessed intensity, cutting down one enemy after another, as his blade flashed through the smoke and chaos. He shouted that staying alive was their only duty now, his voice carrying above the battlefield as he ordered his troops to survive this day and return to fight again another time. Several exhausting hours passed after that brutal retreat, and the remnants of the Allied forces finally gathered inside a narrow canyon that had been turned into a temporary camp. Wounded soldiers lay scattered everywhere, while healers rushed from one injured body to the next, green healing light glowing from their hands as they desperately tried to save as many lives as they could. Inside the command tent, Chris lowered his head and admitted that his own arrogance had blinded him, saying he should have acted with more caution from the very beginning. General Vandal stood close by with a grim but steady look, reminding him that regret could not undo what had already happened. At this point, their options were painfully clear: either retreat or call for reinforcements. Chris accepted that harsh truth, no longer willing to gamble with the lives of more soldiers after the battle had already turned so badly against them. But before that decision could be fully settled, Felicia stepped forward with a quiet yet firm resolve. She faced the others and told them there was still one more option left. Felicia reminded everyone that she had not come to this place purely to take part in a battle. From the very start, her original purpose had been exploration. Then, reaching into her pack with deliberate care, Felicia pulled out a carefully prepared map of the Jashuka Mountains and spread it open across the table. Her finger moved over the markings, guiding everyone's attention toward one specific location. She explained that she had been investigating ancient ruins dating back more than 1,500 years, ruins believed to be connected to the resting place of the earth dragon Enkidu. Born from molten lava, Enkidu had once possessed overwhelming power, and his lair had been protected by guardians strong enough to defend a creature revered almost like a beast god. Among those guardians were the dwarves of the mountains, who had been forced into servitude and made to forge weapons worthy of their terrifying master. And from those ancient legends came the greatest treasure said to exist among all their creations, the thunder-birthing anvil. Felicia explained with absolute conviction that this artifact had the ability to control chimeras and unleash destructive magic powerful enough to erase entire armies from the battlefield. Her palm came down against the map, with a sharp, decisive sound landing directly over the symbol that marked the anvil. Her eyes were hard, focused and bright with certainty as she declared that if they truly intended to win this war, then they had no other choice. The weapon had to be found. Felicia added that this was the very reason she had come here in the first place. Vandal narrowed one eye and asked whether she actually knew where the artifact was. Chris crossed his arms and watched her closely, his gaze sharp as Felicia admitted that she did not know the exact location. The moment he heard that, Chris said the information was useless. With bitterness showing on his face, he added that vague old legends would not help them now, especially when the enemy could attack again at any moment. He made it clear that they could not gamble everyone's lives on a treasure hunt without a guaranteed destination. Felicia stiffened at his words, then snapped his name in protest. "Chris!" That was when Shutra stepped forward, his face serious as he insisted that the anvil was definitely somewhere in this region. Felicia turned toward him in surprise, softly calling his name. Shutra. Deep inside, Shutra remembered that back when he had played as the human hero Locke, he had encountered this very treasure himself, and later confirmed its existence through the lore carved into dwarven runes. After drawing in a steady breath, Shutra looked directly at Felicia and told her that, more than anything else, he trusted her. Felicia's lips slowly parted, and she began to say his name once more, her voice carrying surprise, emotion, and the faint warmth of renewed hope. But Shutra refused to let that fragile opening disappear. Before Felicia could even finish calling his name, he pressed ahead, his voice firm as he said this was exactly the opportunity they had been waiting for, a real chance to overturn their hopeless situation and finally gain meaningful points in this war. Chris cut him off at once, his voice cold, sharp, and completely unmoved. He said the problem was not whether they trusted Felicia or doubted her. The true issue was time, and right now, they had almost none left to throw away. Shutra's expression tightened just a little as he thought to himself that Chris truly showed no mercy whenever decisions like this had to be made. Shutra moved closer to the table, leaning in over the map before pressing one finger down firmly on the marked region. Then he explained that among the Gandharva, there was an old legend tied directly to this very area. Because of that legend, Shutra continued, the entrance to the ruins was most likely hidden somewhere close by. If they allowed him to scout the surrounding area, he promised that he would be able to track it down. He swept his gaze across everyone gathered inside the command tent and declared that if he failed, he would bear the responsibility himself. Just this once, he asked them to trust him, and the determined look on his face made it clear he was prepared to stake everything on this gamble. A green light suddenly flared around the group, bright and eerie against the night air. From within that glow, spectral horses took shape one after another, their translucent bodies shimmering like spirits made of mist. It was a cheap field summon Shutra remembered from the game, but even now it was dependable enough for the job ahead. The ghostly mounts kicked hard off the ground and rose sharply into the air, carrying their riders upward as the entire group streamed forward together in formation. Once Shutra managed to steady himself in the saddle, he muttered that, at the very least, they had successfully set out in search of the anvil. His eyes narrowed against the cutting wind, and he understood that the difficult part was only just beginning. Behind him, Carrick yelled that their speed was absolutely ridiculous, warning Shutra to grip the mount properly, or he would be thrown right off. Shutra, desperately trying not to sound shaken by the height or the wind, stammered back that Carrick did not need to worry about him. Leaning his body forward against the rushing air, Shutra told himself grimly that he was not going to fall. Back when he had played as Zephyr Ragnaros, he had ridden like this more times than he could count. His cloak whipped wildly behind him as he calculated that they should be able to reach the ruins within the hour. And once they arrived, his minimap would make locating the entrance almost laughably simple. The difficult part was not finding the place itself. It was figuring out how to guide everyone there in a natural way without revealing knowledge he had no reasonable way of knowing. Shutra let out a quiet hum under his breath, his brows drawing together, as he decided he would need to come up with a believable explanation while they were still flying through the air. Sometime later, with the moonlit mountain range spreading endlessly beneath them like a dark sea of stone, Shutra thought back to the tunnel maps he had studied while activating the portal. Those routes had followed clear, consistent patterns, and if he compared those patterns with the surrounding terrain, he reasoned that they should lead the group directly toward the ruins. Then he glanced sideways at his companions, watching their faces for any reaction, and silently wondered whether the absurd explanation he had hastily pieced together had actually convinced anyone at all. Caitlin and Carrick stared at him in silence at first, their eyes locked on him with an intensity that felt almost painful. Then, as though both of them had reached the same conclusion in the same instant, they shouted that his explanation made absolutely no sense. Shutra thought dryly that he would just have to smooth things over somehow, but before he could even open his mouth, a firm voice told him to take the lead. He turned toward the speaker and called Felicia's name. Felicia stood there with her arms folded, saying she understood enough, and that Shutra should be the one to guide them. Shutra blinked, genuinely caught off guard that his bluff had somehow managed to convince her. Still, he recovered quickly, lifting one hand and ordering everyone to follow him. Felicia released a sharp little breath and muttered a quiet, "Humph." But despite that reaction, she still fell into line with the rest of the group. They pushed farther into the forest, moving through the dark trees until a jagged wall of rock finally rose up in front of them and blocked their path. Someone pointed out the obstruction ahead, and Carrick asked whether Shutra truly knew where the entrance was, because from where he was standing this path looked completely wrong. Shutra only gave a small chuckle and replied that he had never once said they were heading straight for the entrance. He walked along the cliff face, carefully studying the surface of the stone until he found a scarred section that stood out from the rest. Then he pressed his palm against that spot and told Caitlin to break through right there. Startled, Caitlin looked back at him and asked if he really meant for her to do it. After a brief, hesitant pause, she said she could at least give it a try. Felicia narrowed her eyes at the cliff wall, then said in disbelief that Shutra actually believed the anvil was hidden somewhere inside the rock itself. Shutra tilted his head slightly, wearing an expression that made it seem as if the answer should have been obvious, and explained that according to his calculations, breaking through that exact point would allow them to bypass the dungeon's guardians entirely and reach the inner area through a much shorter route. He then began explaining the next part of the plan, saying that if Caitlin hit the wall with enough force, then before he could finish the sentence, Felicia cut in and called him an idiot. She demanded to know how Caitlin was supposed to smash through solid stone with her bare fists, asking if Shutra thought she was some kind of siege weapon. Shutra blinked at her, genuinely thrown, and asked what else they were supposed to do. At that moment, Felicia stepped forward with a faint smile on her lips, pale magical energy beginning to gather and swirl around both of her arms. With a crisp snap of her wrists, she said that anyone who explored ruins properly always carried at least one serious way to destroy obstacles. In the next instant, Blue-white blasts of magic slammed into the cliff face, one after another, and cracks spread wildly through the stone, like branching lightning until the entire wall finally gave way, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Smoke, dust, and sharp fragments of broken rock burst outward all at once, forcing the team to stagger back and raise their arms as the debris-filled air rushed over them. As Felicia slowly lowered her hands, she stared into the newly opened passage before them and whispered in disbelief that they had truly found it. When the dust at last began to thin, a carved corridor appeared beyond the broken stone, its ancient entrance yawning open in the cliff like a dark mouth waiting to swallow them. Carrick narrowed his eyes at the chamber ahead and asked whether the half-dome sitting in the center was where the thunder relic had been kept. Their footsteps echoed through the ancient space as they approached the crowned metal drum, its surface threaded with strange arcs of power that flickered like contained lightning. Shutra examined the structure carefully before saying that yes, this was most likely the final safeguard, and the anvil should be sealed somewhere inside it. Carrick asked if they should just smash it open, but Shutra immediately stopped him, saying they could not do that. If they damaged it carelessly, the relic itself might be destroyed. Felicia studied the cage with a sharp, focused gaze and said there had to be some kind of mechanism controlling it. Then she lifted her hand and pointed toward the statues arranged around the chamber. As she looked over them one by one, Felicia noted that there were 9 statues in total, but only 3 of them were holding weapons, while the other 6 stood there with empty stone hands. Caitlin suggested that maybe all they had to do was place weapons into the empty statues' hands, but Felicia shook her head, saying it would not be that simple. The weapons already set in place had clearly been forged by dwarves, which meant the missing ones would likely need to be dwarven weapons as well. Felicia frowned at the problem and asked where they were supposed to find something that's specific in a place like this. Shutra slowly raised both hands, as if admitting to an unbelievable coincidence, and said that, luckily enough, he happened to have 6 of them. Felicia immediately cried out in disbelief. Shutra explained that he had stored the weapons earlier because his level had been too low to use them back then, never imagining for a second that they would become useful in exactly this kind of situation. He added that he had also brought along some spare equipment from the tunnels, just in case they ended up needing it. Carrick glanced down at Shutra's small satchel with suspicion in his eyes and asked how, exactly, he had managed to fit 6 swords inside something that tiny. Shutra inwardly grimaced, silently cursing Carrick's annoyingly sharp instincts, but he forced out a laugh and told him to just take the weapons without worrying about the details. Carrick grunted that Shutra was weak, but he accepted the task anyway. With that decided, the group spread out across the ancient chamber, carefully sliding the dwarven blades into the waiting stone hands of the empty statues. As each weapon settled into place, the statues began to move, and deep grinding sounds rolled through the vault. Their stone eyes suddenly flared with bright light. Then, when the final weapon locked firmly into position, a clear resonant clack rang out through the chamber, followed by a low and powerful hum that seemed to rise from somewhere deep beneath the vault itself. Lines of energy pulsed toward the half-dome, and radiant light spread across the ancient chamber as a sudden gust of wind whipped at their cloaks. Someone gasped that the cage was opening. Shutra stepped forward without even thinking, his lips parting slightly as he stared into the brilliant light spilling out from within, realizing that what he was seeing now was, as that fierce radiance slowly dimmed, a squat block of metal revealed itself at the center of the chamber, trembling faintly as though a raging storm had been sealed inside its core. Shutra stared at the ancient relic, his voice low as he spoke its name. The anvil that gives birth to thunder. Around it, everyone stood in a tense circle, their faces bathed in cold blue light while the artifact rested silently in its cradle. Felicia narrowed her eyes as she examined the device, studying its shape and the energy flowing around it. Then, in a calm but serious voice, she explained that simply finding the relic was not enough. If they truly wanted to make this ancient mechanism work, there was still one last procedure they had to complete. She gave her instructions without hesitation, telling Shutra and Carrick to remain exactly where they were, while the others spread out and moved into their assigned positions around the glowing disc beneath the artifact. Felicia then explained the process clearly. They would have to channel magic power into the platform, beginning with her, and from there, increase the flow little by little in a clockwise order. One after another, each person stepped into position, forming a neat circle around the thunder relic as the ritual finally began. Felicia ordered everyone to focus, extending both hands toward the platform as crackling blue energy gathered between her fingers like living lightning. That power spread outward from her body, branching into a bright web that connected each person as they poured their own magic into the device. Before long, the entire chamber began to vibrate with a deep, resonant hum that seemed to press directly against their bones. Then, without any warning, Felicia shouted toward Sylvan, urging her brother to send in even more power. Sylvan reacted immediately, forcing his own strength higher so he could match her pace and keep the ritual from falling apart. Felicia pushed the entire group to keep the magical current steady, warning them not to lose concentration, not to relax, and not to let their guard slip for even a single heartbeat. Doomblade's siblings continued driving their power into the glowing disk, and with every passing second, the pressure inside the chamber grew heavier, thicker, and far more difficult to endure. Shutra clenched his teeth hard, his face drawn tight from the strain, as he forced every ounce of strength he could gather into the exhausting ritual. Then, all at once, a gigantic bolt of lightning erupted from the anvil, blasting straight upward toward the ceiling like a spear made from pure thunder and flame. The lightning smashed through the mountain's peak, exploding outward in a blinding eruption of sound and light. And when that overwhelming brilliance finally began to fade away, Shutra found himself completely disoriented, no longer standing inside the ruined chamber. Instead, he was somewhere else entirely, a vast, burning hall surrounded on all sides by the lifeless bodies of countless dwarven warriors. The devastation stretched farther than his eyes could reach. Broken weapons lay scattered across scorched stone. Fallen bodies were half buried beneath smoke and rubble, and the air itself was thick with the bitter smell of ash, fire, and ruin. Then a commanding voice rolled through the hall like thunder crashing over an open battlefield, and Shutra's entire body went rigid with shock and confusion. He snapped his head upward, desperately searching through the haze for the source of that voice. And beyond the thick, choking smoke, a colossal figure slowly descended into view. Shutra's eyes widened in disbelief as a massive black dragon hovered above the ruined battlefield, its presence so overwhelming that everything beneath it seemed insignificant. Its scales shone like polished obsidian while its molten red eyes burned with terrifying authority. The pressure radiating from the creature was so immense that even the air seemed to tremble around it, and then the dragon unleashed a torrent of fire that consumed the chamber in a roaring inferno. Its voice thundered directly inside Shutra's mind, commanding its servants to protect the great nest of Enkidu. The dragon then ordered the path connecting the demon realm and the human realm to be sealed, and with its final decree, it declared that Shutra would become the gatekeeper. Vision shattered in an explosion of blinding light. In the very next instant, Shutra was violently dragged back into his own body, lying stunned against the cold stone floor of the ruins. His arms and legs felt painfully heavy, but he forced himself upward with trembling hands, certain beyond any doubt that the being he had just witnessed was the legendary black dragon connected to Enkidu. Then a voice called out his name, and when Shutra turned his head, he saw Felicia looking straight at him. Felicia asked if he had seen the same thing she had. Her voice trembled as she said she had witnessed an enormous black dragon, its massive body streaked with rivers of molten fire. Her words confirmed what Shutra had experienced. And then Karak admitted that he had seen the dragon too. A cold realization settled over Shutra as he understood that every one of them had been shown the exact same vision. Felicia confirmed it with a grim expression, though even she admitted she still did not understand what that vision was supposed to mean for their mission. Felicia turned her eyes back toward the anvil and said the answers they needed had to be hidden somewhere inside the relic itself. Determination tightened across her face, and she stepped closer to the glowing artifact. But the instant Felicia reached toward it, a violent surge of dark purple energy erupted from her body. The aura swallowed her in an instant, wrapping around her like a raging storm and twisting her face with agony as pain tore through her. The wild energy lashed violently around her, completely out of control, merciless, unstable, and growing more dangerous by the second. Shutra cried out Felicia's name, panic breaking through his voice. He could only watch as the darkness began to overpower her. Felicia weakly told Shutra to stop, but her voice was nearly drowned beneath the violent roar of the magical storm. Even so, Shutra reached for her without the slightest hesitation, grabbing her hand in desperation. The moment his fingers closed around hers, the raging surge dragged him straight into the chaos along with her. A huge explosion of violet energy burst outward from Felicia, Shutra, and the anvil, shaking the chamber all the way down to its foundations. Their companions froze in horror, shouting both of their names as the storm swallowed Shutra and Felicia together. Shutra screamed as raw power ripped through his body, threatening to tear him apart from the inside out. Then a single word echoed from deep within his mind: conquer. The voice of the Earth Dragon reverberated through him, declaring that this was a trial meant for those unworthy of touching the anvil. That command branded itself into Shutra's consciousness, searing the meaning of conquest into him as his entire vision was consumed by white light. When the violent eruption finally faded, the chamber had been reduced to wreckage. Purple smoke drifted through the shattered air like ash after a disaster, while Karak and Caitlin stared in stunned silence at the destruction surrounding them. Through the settling dust, Shutra slowly appeared, kneeling on the cracked stone floor. Thin strands of purple energy still flickered across his body, and in his hand he now gripped a strange dark weapon. A shadowy aura crawled across one side of Shutra's face, while one of his eyes burned with an eerie violet glow, making him look almost as if the power he had endured had taken hold of him. Meanwhile, far away from the ruins, the Allied soldiers were resting inside their temporary canyon camp, completely unaware of the storm that had just been unleashed elsewhere. High above them, on the cliffs overlooking the narrow canyon, Red Orc scouts watched the camp below with cruel amusement. One of them slowly raised a spyglass to his eye, spotting the Allied soldiers gathered beneath them. A mocking laugh slipped from his mouth as he remarked that their hiding place had finally been discovered. The scout then turned toward his superior and asked whether they should begin the attack immediately. The chieftain of the Red Lightning tribe, Yakuzen, listened with grim satisfaction, his eyes fixed on the vulnerable camp far below. Then Yakuzen gave the order for every warrior to get ready. He declared that the time had come to wipe away the last of their enemies and clean up the remaining trash. Suddenly, the Allied soldiers down in the camp lifted their heads in alarm, startled by a deep, rumbling sound rolling down from the cliffs above. A rain of fiery meteors tore across the night sky, each blazing mass streaking toward the canyon like judgment falling from the heavens. The flaming meteors plunged straight toward the Allied camp, falling onto their exposed canyon position like a merciless downpour of burning death. In the very next instant, the entire camp was swallowed by disaster, as explosion after explosion ripped through the canyon floor. Fire tore across the tents, weapons were blown apart, and soldiers were hurled in every direction as the magical bombardment shredded what little defense the exhausted army still had left. And from high up on the cliffs above them, the full force of the Red Orc army began to descend into the canyon like a flood of violence. War mammoths thundered ahead with terrifying momentum, their enormous tusks flashing in the firelight, while the Red Orc horde surged behind them with guttural war cries bouncing off the canyon walls. They rushed forward with only slaughter burning in their eyes, eager to crush every last survivor still staggering through the flames and finish the broken Allied force once and for all. Chris cursed bitterly under his breath, realizing in an instant just how hopeless the situation had become. Their strongest fighters were still away at the ruins, and without those champions present, the remaining army was standing on the very edge of complete destruction. All Chris could do was watch as fiery blasts continued tearing through the temporary camp, his face darkening under the weight of the disaster closing in around them. Meanwhile, far above the canyon, the Red Orc chieftain stood on the cliffside and laughed as he looked down at the chaos below. Yakuzen declared that the demons had earned exactly this fate, sneering with satisfaction as he said their own arrogance had finally dragged them into ruin. He commanded his mages to slaughter the remaining soldiers, and the robed casters stepped forward at once, raising their hands as violent currents of crackling energy gathered around them. One of the mages pulled a surge of violet light into his palms, preparing to hurl a killing spell down into the camp. But suddenly, confusion spread across his face. He looked down in horror and realized his hands would not move at all. The magic he had gathered slipped completely out of his control, and in the next moment, the swamp mammoth beside him was engulfed by that same ominous violet aura. Its eyes flared with a sinister glow, and its massive body began to tremble as an unnatural force seized hold of it. The charging Red Orc warriors slowed in confusion, staring at the beast, unable to understand why their own war mammoth had suddenly stopped in its tracks. But before they could make sense of the situation, the creature turned its fury on them. A devastating blast of purple energy erupted from its enormous tusks, wiping out entire ranks of Red Orcs in a single sweeping attack. Screams of terror rose across the battlefield as the proud horde was ripped apart by the very beast they had brought to crush their enemies. From the cliffs above, Yakuzen's triumphant grin disappeared in an instant. He roared in outrage, demanding to know what kind of treachery had turned their war mammoth against them, his furious voice shaking through the canyon. Down in the chaos of the camp, Chris stared with wide eyes, completely unable to understand the impossible scene unfolding before him. The mammoth, which had been their death sentence only moments ago, was now rampaging through the enemy's own forces. Chris struggled to piece together what was happening, his thoughts racing until one realization finally struck him. He muttered that Shutra must have found the anvil. Meanwhile, back inside the ancient ruins, Shutra was still kneeling on the stone floor, violet energy crackling faintly around his body. In his hand, he gripped a weapon glowing with dark and destructive power. The Thunderhammer, the legendary weapon meant to be paired with the anvil itself. A dark elf hurried to Felicia's side, moving quickly to support her and help her rise back to her feet. Felicia looked toward Shutra with a shaken but certain expression and told him that it seemed Enkidu, the Earth Dragon, had chosen him. Shutra could only stare at her in disbelief, his voice catching in his throat as he tried to fully understand what her words meant. Felicia steadied herself and told him firmly that he had to use the hammer. Around them, every gaze in the chamber shifted toward Shutra, his companions waiting in tense silence to see what he would do next, and in that moment Shutra finally understood the true meaning behind the Earth Dragon's overwhelming trial. The power that had pressed him down and forced him to bend had never been intended to destroy him. It had been a lesson. The meaning of conquest had been carved deep into Shutra's very soul. To conquer meant to dominate, and to dominate meant to rule. That was the real nature of the anvil's power. Slowly, a confident smirk spread across his face. Shutra decided that his first act of domination would be to seize control of the swamp mammoth. With unwavering resolve in his eyes, he lifted the Thunderhammer high above him, purple lightning crawling across his arm. and then brought it crashing down hard against the anvil. A tremendous wave of energy burst out from the ruins, racing across the land like a storm that had finally been released. On the battlefield, the swamp mammoth let out a thunderous bellow as that same violet aura completely swallowed its enormous body, now bound fully to Shutra's will. The mammoth turned against the red orcs with overwhelming force, trampling, goring, and crushing them beneath a storm of destruction. Orc soldiers screamed in panic, their furious battle cries twisting into raw terror as their strongest beast tore through their own formation. From his high vantage point, Yakuzan watched in disbelief as the army he had been so proud of began collapsing before his eyes. On the opposite ridge, General Vandal saw the mammoth betray its masters, and in that single moment he understood exactly what had happened. Vandal declared that Shutra and the others must have succeeded, and without wasting even a heartbeat of that opening, he immediately seized the chance. He ordered his forces to charge, rallying the allied army to strike, while the red orcs were drowning in confusion. The counterattack erupted almost instantly. The allied orcs, driven forward by vengeance and desperation, slammed into the disorganized Red Lightning tribe. Steel tore into flesh, blood splashed across the battlefield, and the canyon was once again swallowed by the storm of war. This time, the momentum had completely shifted. Up on the cliffs, Yakuzan stood frozen, his face twisted in disbelief, as he watched his forces crumble under the sudden counterattack. A subordinate beside him stammered that they should retreat, but Yakuzan snarled in fury, refusing to even consider running away. Through clenched teeth, he admitted that he had no idea who was wielding such terrifying power. His rage was cut short the moment Chris suddenly appeared behind him and struck with explosive force. The blow caught Yakuzan completely off guard, sending the Red Orc chieftain staggering as the impact slammed through him. Chris fixed him with a hard, unshaking glare, his voice sharp and cold like a blade drawn from its sheath. He told the Orc leader that his conquest ended here. Chris gave him one final choice: surrender, and he would grant him a quick death. But the proud Red Orc chieftain answered with nothing but a roar of pure fury, his defiance tearing through the night air. Enraged beyond reason, Yakuzan leapt high into the air, declaring that he would rip Chris apart for daring to insult him with such an offer. His massive body came hurtling down like a living weapon, every motion overflowing with bloodlust. But Chris was already prepared. He planted his feet against the ground, braced his entire body, and unleashed his devastating beast, Lord Fist, pouring all of his strength into a single explosive strike to meet Yakuzan's attack head-on. With a crack that rang out like thunder, Yakuzan was overwhelmed. The force of Chris's blow sent the Red Orc leader crashing backward, his body broken, and his pride shattered. The remaining Red Orcs stared in horror as their supposedly invincible chieftain fell. Their morale collapsed in a single instant, fear spreading through their ranks like wildfire. With their leader defeated before their eyes, their will to keep fighting was completely broken. Chris lowered his fist and drew in a heavy breath, looking down at his bloodied hand as he flexed it with grim satisfaction. He knew the battle was not entirely over yet, but now that the head of the serpent had been cut off, cleaning up the remaining enemies would not take much longer. Then his thoughts shifted toward his younger siblings. With rare honesty, Chris admitted that without their help, the allied army would have been in terrible danger. His expression softened for only a moment. But when his gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, concern flickered across his face as he wondered whether they were safe. Back inside the ruins, the others stood before the anvil as a magical projection shimmered above it. Within that rippling image, the swamp mammoth was rampaging through the Red Orc army, tearing apart their ranks with overwhelming fury. The dark elf stared at the vision in complete awe. Still stunned by what she was seeing, she said that with the anvil's power unleashed, the Red Lightning tribe was being completely annihilated. Her voice was filled with pure amazement, as though even she could barely believe the scale of destruction unfolding before them. But as that amazement settled over the chamber, Felicia's face slowly hardened into grim satisfaction, while she watched their enemies being crushed one after another through the projection. She remarked that the Red Lightning tribe was being utterly destroyed, but before she could say anything more, her voice suddenly weakened, and her body began to tremble. In the next moment, Felicia collapsed onto the ground, the backlash from the artifact finally draining the last of her strength. Her companions rushed toward her in alarm, but Felicia forced out a weak reassurance, insisting that she would be fine once she had enough time to rest. The dark elf quickly offered to prepare a proper place where Felicia could lie down and recover. But as her eyes swept around the chamber, she noticed something much more alarming than Felicia's exhaustion. Shutra had disappeared. A short while later, they found Shutra outside the ruins. He released a slow breath, relief finally spreading through his chest, now that the immediate crisis had passed. Then, right in front of his eyes, a series of shimmering notifications appeared, showing clear proof that both his body and his power had grown. Shutra blinked in surprise as the messages revealed that he had gained several levels all at once. The jump was so dramatic that even he was left stunned for a moment, and he wondered aloud if this sudden growth had happened because of the anvil's power. Then another notification appeared before him, announcing that his conquest skill had advanced as well. Excitement flashed across Shutra's face, and he immediately opened his status window to inspect the details for himself. His eyes widened when he realized that under the king's banner had also increased by 1 level. A confident smirk slowly tugged at Shutra's lips as he understood that one of his most valuable abilities had become even more powerful. Then Shutra noticed something completely new in the list. A skill he had never seen before called King's Knights. Just from the name alone, he guessed it had to be some kind of summoning ability. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him and pulled Shutra out of his thoughts. He turned his head and saw Caitlin approaching, her expression clearly filled with worry. Shutra greeted her with a bright smile that looked almost guilty, cheerfully admitting that he had slipped outside without telling anyone first. But before Shutra could say anything else to defend himself, Caitlin raised her hand and brought it down in a sharp chop against his head. Caitlin scolded him angrily, demanding to know why he had disappeared without a word and made everyone worry about him. Shutra rubbed the sore spot on his head with a sheepish look and apologized sincerely. At that, Caitlin's anger finally began to soften. She told Shutra that it was fine, as long as he was safe, but her tone quickly grew serious again, as she explained that they now had another problem on their hands. Confusion crossed Shutra's face, and he asked Caitlin what she meant by that. Caitlin explained that Felicia had fallen into a deep sleep after collapsing, and she still had not woken up. Caitlin reminded him that Felicia had already been captured and drained by the Red Lightning Tribe before any of this happened. Even though Felicia had claimed she only needed rest, it was obvious that her body had been pushed far beyond its limit. Without Felicia awake, Caitlin explained, they had no way to summon the phantom steeds they needed to fly back to the main camp. Shutra nodded in understanding, but a heavy unease began gnawing at him from the inside. No matter how calmly Shutra tried to take the news, he could not shake the weight of worry pressing down on him over Felicia's condition. That night, the group set up camp inside the silent ruins. Small fires burned low against the ancient stone, and the air felt heavy with unease as everyone waited for Felicia to recover. Shutra sat quietly off to the side, checking his status window once again. His health had fully recovered, most likely because of the sudden burst of levels he had gained. What surprised him even more was that he did not feel tired at all. He wondered aloud whether that condition would last until morning, and then a new thought suddenly sparked in his mind. Shutra glanced around at the ancient stone walls where old carvings faintly glowed in the dim firelight. Then, realization struck him. This was not just any ordinary chamber, they were deep inside an ancient ruin, which meant more hidden secrets might still be buried further within. There could be treasures, weapons, or even answers waiting somewhere in the darkness, and curiosity began to gleam in his eyes. Of course, Shutra knew better than to assume those treasures would be sitting around unguarded. Ruins like this were usually built with layers of danger, filled with traps and guardians designed to slaughter anyone foolish enough to wander in uninvited. But as Shutra tightened his hand around the thunderhammer, a confident smirk pulled at the corner of his mouth. The anvil's power was still pulsing quietly through him, reminding him that inside these ruins, he was no longer just another trespasser. He was the ruler of this place. The dungeon's power itself bent to his will, and within these ancient walls, Shutra held an authority that no ordinary explorer could match. That realization made the entire ruin feel as though it had opened itself just for him. The guardians could not attack him, and the traps could not harm him. In other words, he had basically been given a free pass to explore every hidden corner without fear. With that thought burning brightly in his mind, Shutra turned toward Carrick, who was still sprawled across the cold stone floor, snoring peacefully without a single care in the world. Shutra nudged Carrick, awake with the toe of his boot, amusement flickering in his eyes. Then, wearing a mischievous grin, he told his groggy companion to get up and follow him. As the two of them walked deeper into the shadowy halls of the ruins, Carrick rubbed at his eyes and staggered along unsteadily. In a nervous voice, the orc admitted that he was not exactly sure they should be wandering around this place so freely. Shutra only reassured him with calm confidence, pointing out that ruins like this always had hidden treasures and powerful weapons worth discovering. But the moment Shutra opened the door leading into the next chamber, Carrick's nervousness shot straight into open terror. Carrick gasped sharply and pointed ahead with a trembling finger. On the floor before them lay an enormous slumbering figure, and his voice shook as he warned Shutra about the terrifying beast in front of them. Shutra, however, did not flinch at all. He calmly explained that the creature was an arch-golem, a stone-carved guardian shaped like a griffin. It was one of the ruins' protectors, a monster with overwhelming strength, powerful enough to grind ordinary intruders into dust. Shutra thought to himself that if they had entered this place under normal conditions, that beast would have slaughtered both of them in a matter of moments. Carrick admitted with blunt honesty that he would rather never fight anything like that. Shutra merely gave him a teasing smirk and called him a coward. But before Carrick could argue back, his fear melted into wide-eyed excitement. His gaze locked onto something glittering in the corner. A huge treasure vault overflowing with riches. Gold coins spilled from open chests, Jeweled weapons gleamed faintly in the dim light, and pieces of armor stood proudly on display stands. Carrack immediately grabbed a piece of golden armor and lifted it high, marveling at the flawless craftsmanship as it caught the light. He exclaimed that it had to be an incredibly high-quality treasure. Shutra nodded while studying the faint magical aura humming across the armor's surface. He confirmed that Carrack was right. It was enchanted armor, and it carried a considerable amount of power. Then, with a sly grin, Shutra asked Carrack if he wanted it. The orc stared at him in complete disbelief, clearly stunned that Shutra would offer it so easily. Shutra laughed and said the armor was far too large for him anyway. Delighted, Carrack accepted the gift with heartfelt gratitude, hugging it tightly against his chest as if he had just received the greatest honor of his life. Meanwhile, Shutra gathered a handful of ancient gold coins, feeling their weight in his palm as he looked over the rest of the treasure spread around the chamber. After deciding to store the most valuable pieces inside his inventory, Shutra told Carrack that he could take whatever else caught his eye. Shutra then wandered leisurely through the glittering chamber, letting his gaze drift over the piles of treasure around him. Before long, something unusual drew his attention. A massive, ornate chest standing untouched in the far corner. Curiosity sharpened inside him as he walked over to it. He carefully unlatched the chest, only to frown when he found nothing inside except a single small button embedded in the bottom. Without hesitating, Shutra pressed the button. The far wall groaned and faint light spread across its surface before the stone slowly pulled back with a heavy grinding rumble. A hidden doorway opened before him, revealing a pitch-black corridor beyond. A wide grin spread across Shutra's face. He could tell immediately that something special was waiting behind that secret door. Shutra could feel it deep in his bones. With eager steps, he strode into the passage, his boots echoing against the ancient stone beneath him. The tunnel stretched ahead of him, long, silent, and swallowed in darkness. But at the very end, it opened into a vast chamber with a ceiling arching high overhead. At the center floated an artifact, suspended above a pedestal in midair, radiating a dark and mysterious power. A suffocating pressure crashed straight into Shutra's chest, so dense and violent that for a second, even breathing felt difficult. And in that single frozen moment, realization struck him with terrifying clarity. He had never seen this thing in person before, not even once, yet somehow its name surfaced from deep within him, like it had been carved directly into the deepest part of his soul. Shutra's mouth opened slightly, his eyes locked on the relic before him, and in a voice barely louder than a whisper, he spoke its name with stunned awe. This was Enkidu's gauntlet, the legendary artifact known as Earthshaker. It was the kind of weapon that had passed beyond ordinary history, an ancient and monstrous existence that most people only knew from half-forgotten myths, dusty legends, and stories too grand to feel real. Even among the countless artifacts scattered across the world, Earthshaker stood close to the very summit. Its plated surface gleamed with a dark-aged radiance, giving off the feeling of a power that had endured through endless eras without ever fading. Waves of force rolled out from it again and again, each pulse almost like the slow, thunderous heartbeat of some ancient god. At the very same time, the aura of conquest within Shutra suddenly reacted, stirring violently inside him as if it had just awakened to answer that call. That aura began to resonate with the gauntlet, sending tremors through Shutra's entire body from the inside out. He could clearly sense Earthshaker calling to him, pulling him closer with such an overwhelming force that trying to resist felt nearly pointless. And before Shutra even understood what he was doing, his hand had already started lifting on its own. His fingers stretched slowly toward the gauntlet, almost as if fate itself were guiding his arm forward. But right before his fingertips could touch it, sharp lines of system notifications flashed across his vision, warning him that his current stats were still far too low. Shutra stopped dead, his hand hanging in the air as shock spread across his face. After all the levels he had gained recently, after all the strength he had accumulated compared to before, he still failed to meet the requirements needed to properly handle such a terrifying artifact. And yet, even with those warnings glaring in front of him, Earthshaker did not push him away. The gauntlet kept shining, its mighty aura curling around Shutra like it had no intention of releasing him. Then, as if responding to that strange bond, another message appeared before his eyes. The words on that notification left Shutra utterly speechless. Earthshaker had recognized him as its master before he could fully grasp the weight of what that meant. A blinding explosion of golden light burst out around him. Gauntlet hovered there, shimmering brilliantly, until its solid form began to unravel and dissolve into flowing streams of radiant energy. That golden power rushed directly into Shutra's arm, and the moment it entered him, a sharp gasp escaped from his throat. For one brief instant, the blazing light swallowed his entire field of vision, leaving him unable to see anything else. Then the power merged into his body, and the ancient armor started reconstructing itself, shaping perfectly around his hand, as though it had been made for him from the very beginning. Shutra stared down at his arm, completely captivated by the sight. Earthshaker now rested on him, its presence not only weighing against his flesh, but pressing deep into his spirit as well. A new wave of notifications appeared, confirming that his stats had risen by an enormous amount. The numbers surged upward at a ridiculous pace, climbing far beyond what Shutra had imagined possible. As the truth of it settled over him, a confident smirk gradually formed on his face. From this point forward, every level he gained would strengthen his bond with Earthshaker even further. This was far more than simply adding a new weapon to Shutra's arsenal. What he had obtained was a fragment of overwhelming power, something so extraordinary that it might one day alter the course of his entire future. Enkidu's gauntlet now belonged to Shutra. His thoughts raced wildly, filled with new possibilities, visions of conquest, and the endless ways this artifact could twist the direction of his destiny. But before Shutra could properly savor that victorious feeling, a sudden voice rang out from behind him, slicing through the moment and dragging him sharply back to reality. Shutra whirled around instantly, reacting before he could think, and quickly shifted his arm behind his back to hide the glowing gauntlet from view. Carrick stood at the entrance of the chamber, his posture stiff and his expression uneasy. The orc did not bother pretending otherwise. He admitted that he had seen the entire thing with his own eyes. Carrick's voice trembled just a little as he said he had watched the gauntlet disappear straight into Shutra's hand. A cold bead of sweat slid down Shutra's cheek, and his chest tightened with unease. For one terrifying second, he thought his most dangerous secret, the truth about his inventory, had finally been exposed. But Carrick only shook his head with surprising calm, and the look on his face was much more reassuring than Shutra had expected. He told Shutra there was no need to worry, because he understood all too well that knowledge like this could cause serious trouble if it reached the wrong ears. Then Carrick's mouth curled into a fierce grin, loyalty burning clearly in his eyes, and he swore that even if someone put a blade directly against his throat, he would never reveal Shutra's secret. Those words hit Shutra harder than he expected. Carrick's loyalty was steady, sincere, and completely unwavering, enough to move him in a way he had not anticipated. Shutra gave a quiet nod of gratitude, once again realizing that Carrick was not just some ordinary subordinate following orders. Carrick was a true brother-in-arms. After that, he asked if it was time for them to head back, and Shutra agreed, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips as his mind drifted toward all the treasures they had uncovered. A warm feeling of accomplishment settled over Shutra, mixed with the exciting realization that these ruins still had even more mysteries tucked away inside them. Together, he and Carrick began retracing their path through the glittering treasure vault, their footsteps echoing softly in the quiet chamber, while faint traces of magic still hummed in the air around them. Just as the two of them were nearing the exit, Shutra suddenly came to a complete stop. His sharp eyes had noticed something tucked halfway out of sight among the scattered heaps of treasure. Shutra quickly motioned for Carrick to look as well, and there was a clear spark of excitement in his voice. Resting in the shadows was a small vial, its contents giving off a faint, almost otherworldly glow the moment Shutra saw it clearly. His face brightened with triumph, and he declared that this potion was exactly the thing they had been searching for. Somewhere else, Felicia lay pale and still, her body barely moving as her breaths came thin and shallow. Then, with careful and steady hands, the magical potion was brought gently to her lips. Felicia swallowed the liquid, and almost the instant it passed down her throat, radiant energy began rushing through her weakened body. Bit by bit, a healthier color returned to Felicia's cheeks, and the heavy exhaustion that had been dragging her down started to lift as the ancient elixir restored her strength. A moment later, her eyelids trembled, then slowly opened. Shutra leaned over her at once, concern written plainly across his face, and in a gentle, careful voice, he asked Felicia whether she was feeling any better. Relief flowed through Shutra when Felicia managed a weak nod in response. Still, her eyes wandered around in obvious confusion, and with a faint, uncertain voice, she asked what exactly had happened. Caitlin stepped closer with a proud smile on her face and explained that Shutra had found and brought back a recovery potion for Felicia, openly praising their younger brother for acting so quickly. Felicia blinked, visibly surprised, as if she could not quite understand how such a rare and precious item had suddenly appeared. In a puzzled voice, she wondered aloud how Shutra had managed to find something so valuable. Shutra only let out a light chuckle, then reminded her with playful confidence that they were still inside a ruin, a place filled with treasures that ordinary people could hardly even imagine. For a short moment, Felicia simply stared at him in silence. Then the realization finally reached her, and a small, embarrassed smile appeared on her face as she admitted that she had completely forgotten that obvious fact. Shutra straightened up, wearing a confident smirk, and announced that he was now the ruler of these ruins. He told Felicia that she no longer had anything to be afraid of, and that all she needed to focus on was resting. By the time Felicia opened her eyes again, Shutra assured her her magic would have fully recovered. His words seemed to reach something warm inside her. To Shutra's surprise, Felicia thanked him in a soft voice, her tone unusually gentle while a faint blush colored her cheeks. Shutra hesitated for a second, genuinely caught off guard by how sincere she sounded. But Felicia thanked him once more, this time with a bright and honest smile so radiant that it left him briefly unable to say anything back. The next morning, warm golden sunlight spread across the land as the small group made their way back toward the main camp. Everyone still looked worn out from everything they had endured, but their expressions were noticeably lighter, as if the worst weight had finally been lifted. At the gates of the camp, General Vandal welcomed them with booming laughter and a broad, victorious grin. His loud voice carried through the air as he declared that they had finally returned. Vandal congratulated all of them on their success, clearly pleased with the outcome. Not long afterward, Chris appeared as well, clearing his throat with an awkward stiffness that made his formal attitude stand out even more. Shutra blinked in surprise when he noticed his older brother standing there. Chris still seemed weighed down by their earlier argument, and for a brief moment, an uncomfortable silence hung between them. Chris looked as though he had to wrestle the words out of himself. His pride clashing against emotions he clearly did not know how to express. Speaking seemed difficult for him, but at last he forced himself to admit that Felicia's performance had been splendid. Felicia responded with nothing more than a smirk, brushing off that rare compliment with her usual air of confidence, though the quiet satisfaction lingering in her expression was impossible to hide. Shutra watched that small exchange between the two of them, and a gentle warmth slowly spread through his chest. For the first time in what felt like quite a while, he allowed himself to smile with complete sincerity. Chris then told everyone to get some rest, assuring them that he would take care of the remaining matters himself. Shutra tilted his head, not quite understanding what his brother meant, and asked Chris to explain. His older brother made it clear that the Red Lightning tribe had not been completely erased from existence. Even after the main force had fallen, scattered survivors were still hiding somewhere in the surrounding region, keeping their heads down in the shadows, and eventually someone would have to track down every last remnant and finish cleaning up what remained. For a brief moment, Shutra said nothing at all. He simply stood there, letting his brother's explanation sink in. Then, as the meaning of those words settled, one corner of his lips slowly curled upward, and a faint, pleased smirk appeared on his face. Inside his mind, Shutra was already imagining the reward waiting for him. 2 full weeks where he could finally breathe, relax, and enjoy a little peace after everything he had survived. To him it almost sounded like a proper vacation. But before that pleasant fantasy could grow any further, Caitlin suddenly seized him by the arm. Her narrowed eyes were filled with obvious annoyance, and with a firm, no-nonsense voice, she made it painfully clear that he should not misunderstand. This was absolutely not going to be a vacation for him. But then Caitlin's sharp glare shifted into something much more dangerous, a sly, knowing smile. She leaned a little closer, just enough to make the pressure behind her words feel heavier, and told him that her younger brother had plenty of important work waiting ahead. And the most important part was that every single bit of it would be done right by her side. Bright sunlight washed over the jagged mountain ridges, then spilled down across the dense green canopy of the forest below. Far beneath those peaks, on the open training ground, pale dust hung in the air and shuddered with every heavy impact, rising and trembling as the brutal training session continued without mercy. Shutra charged forward with everything he had, putting his full strength into the rush, but the moment he stepped into range, his body suddenly locked up, as if the air itself had grabbed him. Before he could properly react, a heavy strike crashed into him, leaving him frozen in shock as he gasped that the attack had taken him completely by surprise. The force of the blow knocked the air straight out of his lungs, making his chest tighten painfully for a moment. Shutra barely had time to drag in another breath, and before he could recover his balance, Caitlin was already moving toward him again. Her body blurred across the training ground, wrapped in a fierce blue aura as she closed the gap in an instant. Caitlin warned him that if his concentration slipped for even 1 second, he would be putting himself in real danger. Her heel stamped against the ground, her hand cut sharply through the air, and the burst of wind that followed sent dust and grit whipping across Shutra's face as she ordered him to stand back up. Shutra let out a rough, choking cough and dragged the back of his hand across his lip. He had already known that the training would be harsh, but feeling it directly was something else entirely. This was not ordinary practice. This was beast fist training. Only now did Shutra truly realize what Caitlin had meant earlier when she said there were things to do. She had never been talking about simple errands, military strategy, or a chance to rest. From the very beginning, she had meant this relentless, bone-crushing training routine. For the first 5 days, Shutra's life became almost nothing but getting knocked down over and over again. His body was covered in bruises, his muscles screamed with every movement, and he was pushed so hard that even drawing breath began to feel heavy and painful. It was not until an entire week had passed that Shutra finally started to catch the faintest glimpse of Caitlin's fists as they came flying toward him. Her terrifying speed was no longer completely beyond what his eyes could follow. Wooden boards shattered apart under the force of their exchanges, rails split and snapped around the training ground, and by the 11th day, their arms were cutting through the air so quickly that each clash looked like 2 sides crossing in mid-swing. Caitlin slipped smoothly inside his guard, her movements sharp, clean, and full of confidence. A grin spread across her face as she looked at him up close and told him that he was finally starting to keep up with her. Shutra pulled his body back into a proper stance, pale aura gathering around his clenched knuckles, while he forced his breathing into a steady rhythm. After taking so many hits, he muttered that he would be in serious trouble if he had not improved at least this much. And perhaps it was thanks to that merciless training that both his beast fist and his aura had finally risen all the way to level 5. Night spread over the forest leaves and the warm air filled with the rough, constant cries of cicadas. Caitlin eased her shoulders down, her posture finally becoming a little more relaxed, and nodded with clear approval. Then she lightly tapped the side of her head and told Shutra that if he continued growing at this pace, he would soon be ready to start learning Beast God Fist. Shutra's face brightened immediately, and his fists tightened with sudden excitement as he asked if she truly meant that. Caitlin flicked her ponytail back with a casual motion, then admitted that she was honestly impressed. She told him she had never seen anyone improve at such an absurd speed before. Shutra drew in a slow, steady breath, trying to settle the excitement building inside his chest. At long last he was standing on the edge of learning it, the secret technique of the lycanthropes, the legendary beast, God Fist. Caitlin stepped closer to him and reached out her hand. Her expression grew calm and serious, and her voice lost its teasing edge as she told Shutra that from this point forward she would teach him a completely different method of controlling and moving his aura. She warned him not to overlook even the smallest detail, and to follow her guidance exactly as she demonstrated it. Then Caitlin looked directly into his eyes, holding his attention firmly, and asked if he understood, calling him by name Shutra. Shutra answered without hesitation. His voice was quiet, but there was no uncertainty in it. As he told her that he understood, their hands came together, fingers closing firmly as they clasped each other in a tight grip. A cold blue-white glow began leaking out from the space between their joined fingers. Then, in the very next instant, that light expanded violently and shot upward, erupting into a roaring pillar of power that shook the entire clearing, while leaves spun through the air like sparks scattered from a flame. The ground beneath their feet pulsed like a massive drum being struck from below, and their combined auras surged upward into the night sky, like a brilliant blue comet. Shutra squeezed his eyes, shut against the blinding rush of energy, feeling Caitlin's aura pour straight through him. Inside that overwhelming torrent, coils of light wound around his arms and legs, pulling his body deeper into the current. Shutra felt the glowing current drag him along, guiding his body before he even had the chance to resist. The streams of radiance twisted around each other like luminous serpents, and as he watched their movements, he realized they resembled Beast Fist on the surface. But deep down, at the very core, this was something entirely different. Beneath that flowing power, a greater depth opened before him, and Shutra began to sense just how profound aura truly was. Far below him, in the surrounding darkness, a single star seemed to shimmer faintly. Words echoed through his mind, telling him that aura was the essence of life itself, and when that essence was pushed to its absolute limit, it became the power of the soul. A sharp, predatory pressure tightened around his heart, and in that instant, Shutra finally understood what to call it. It was conquest, a wild, overwhelming force meant to seize, dominate, and subdue. Light exploded all around him, and as he fell freely through that glowing darkness, he found himself wondering if this was the true form of aura. The towering pillar of light burst outward across the forest, tearing leaves from the nearby branches and sending them scattering through the air. Around Shutra, golden panes of light began flickering into existence one after another. The shining panes rang out with crisp, bell-like chimes. Shutra watched them flash before his eyes in sequence, and the first message revealed that Beast Fist had leveled up. Then another radiant pane appeared right after it, announcing that his aura had leveled up as well. Caitlin touched down lightly on the ground, landing with effortless grace. A bright smile spread across her face as she looked at Shutra with open amazement and told him that it was incredible. He had truly succeeded. Another luminous pane slid open in front of him, glowing with the presence of newly awakened power. Shutra read the words displayed across it and realized that he had acquired Beast God Fist, and somehow it had already reached level 11. Shutra slowly lifted one hand, feeling the unfamiliar power gather inside his body and pulse through him with steady force. He controlled his breathing, focused that energy into his palm, and spoke the names with firm conviction. Beast God Fist and Earthshaker. Shock waves erupted outward in spiraling waves, ripping across the training ground and sending a swirling vortex of dust rising high into the dark night sky. One final clear chime rang above him, almost like a crown being set upon his head. The glowing pane declared that Shutra's level had risen yet again, bringing him all the way up to level 14. Shutra exhaled sharply and let out a quiet, satisfied, "Yeah." His gaze lifted toward the night sky, where the leaves were still spinning like tiny sparks in the air. Then he said it again, this time with more certainty in his voice. This was it. The real beginning was finally starting now. At the edge of the tree line, hidden in the quiet shadows, someone stood there watching the scene in silence. Vandal observed everything with a gentle smile resting on his lips. By the time dawn came, warm, golden light had spread over the camp and brought it fully awake. Later, inside the tent, Shutra sat across the table, scratched his head as though something had just come back to him and casually said, "Oh right." Shutra turned his gaze toward Caitlin and asked if he could ask her something. Caitlin shifted her attention to him calmly, giving him the floor as she asked what he wanted to know. Leaning forward over the table, Shutra lowered himself into the conversation and asked what exactly was going on between Chris and Felicia. In his mind, Shutra immediately began arranging the situation like pieces on a game board. Felicia, just like Chris, was someone he needed to draw over to his side. And if the relationship between those two was strained, that tension could turn into a serious weakness later on. Caitlin fell silent for a moment, taking the question seriously as she thought it over. After a short pause, she explained that Chris and Felicia were not exactly enemies, but there was definitely a noticeable distance between them. She hesitated briefly, then added that it was not because of one clear incident or single dramatic event. Shutra pressed a little further, asking what the reason was if that was not the case. Caitlin leaned back in her seat, her eyes growing thoughtful as she measured her answer. Caitlin said the issue probably went back to the problem between Chris and Sylvan. Shutra blinked the moment he heard that name, clearly caught off guard, and repeated it aloud in surprise. Sylvan. Caitlin sharply tapped the table twice, the sound carrying enough force to serve as a warning. She told Shutra to be careful, explaining that even if Sylvan was not there in person, he should not say his name. So casually, Shutra reached up and rubbed the back of his neck, realizing that he had slipped up. He apologized, saying the name had simply surprised him before he could stop himself. Even so, his thoughts kept circling back to it. Felicia's twin brother, Sylvan Doomblade. Shutra remembered the game all too clearly, and back when he had played as Zephyr Ragnaros, Sylvan had been one of the most dangerous and formidable opponents blocking his path. Shutra raised his eyes and started to ask if that meant there was some kind of problem between Chris and Sylvan, but before he could finish the thought, a broad-shouldered figure appeared in the doorway. A familiar voice rang through the tent, casual and bright, saying that the two of them were both here. Shutra and Caitlin both jolted upright in surprise. Shutra twisted around in his seat and stammered, "Chris?" Caitlin tilted her head with a wry little smile and said he had arrived early. "Brother?" The blonde warrior simply hooked his thumb toward the exit and told them to start packing. Chris grinned as though everything had fallen into place much more smoothly than expected, then explained that the job had been finished faster than planned. Because of that, Chris said they would be leaving that very afternoon. Shutra was caught completely off guard by the sudden announcement and blurted out in confusion, asking if they were really leaving already. Then almost immediately, Shutra asked where they were supposed to be going. Chris raised an eyebrow at him, looking almost amused by the question, and asked if Shutra seriously did not know. He explained that once a mission was completed, they had to return and report the results. The scene then shifted outside to the yard, where the tents glowed softly beneath the low sunlight. Vandal clasped forearms with them in farewell, his grip firm and respectful, and told them that they had done well, addressing them with proper respect as prince and princesses. With a warm rumble in his voice and a gentle smile on his face, Vandal said he looked forward to the day when they would meet again. Vandal addressed Shutra with proper respect, calling him the Ninth Prince. Shutra accepted the gesture without hesitation, gripping the general's forearm firmly in return. He met Vandal's eyes head-on and answered with the same sincerity, saying that he felt the same way and hoped they would cross paths again too. Vandal. Chris rolled his shoulders with a relaxed motion, as though that farewell had neatly tied up everything they needed to do here. Then he turned an easy glance toward the rest of the group and asked if everyone was ready to move out. Shutra raised his fist with fresh energy, his voice clear and eager as he answered yes. At that same moment, Chris's eyes drifted past the edges of the camp, sweeping across the distant horizon as if he were already looking toward their next destination. Chris declared that they would leave at once and head straight for the Demon King's castle. And with those words, the image seemed to shift toward that distant seat of power. Crimson spires rising into the sky, enormous walls standing like a fortress of authority, and vast halls echoing under the heavy presence of royalty. Far away, within that imposing castle, soft footsteps moved across the cold stone floor of a high vaulted nave. Each step was quiet, yet the sound carried through the immense chamber as if the entire space were listening. At the far end of that overwhelming hall, a massive figure sat waiting in silence upon the throne, unmoving beneath the weight of the chamber around him. His armor gave off a faint glow in the dim light, while thick shadows pooled around his body like the hall itself was gathering for an audience. Meanwhile, Shutra had already mapped out the journey back in his head, calmly reminding himself that returning to the Demon King's castle should be simple enough. The first step was straightforward. They needed to make their way to the nearest teleportation circle. Once they reached it, they could rely on long-distance transfer magic and arrive directly near the castle gates. Shutra quietly calculated the route in his mind and estimated that the entire trip would take about 3 days. After reaching that conclusion, he let out a soft sigh. There were no proper inns waiting for them along the road. which meant another night would have to be spent outdoors beneath the open sky. That evening, as the group settled around the campfire, Shutra lazily twirled a stick between his fingers. The firelight flickered over his pale face, and he quietly admitted to himself that being so close to the Demon King's castle was making him feel strangely nervous. Shutra lowered the stick toward the ground and scratched lines into the dirt beside the flames, writing names as he murmured them one after another. Zephyr, Baikal, and Anastasia. Those were the three major factions that held power over the royal court. He carefully arranged the political situation in his mind, piece by piece. The second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, was known as the greatest enemy of the Demon King. The first prince, Baikal Ragnaros, was the eldest son, and his strength and influence made him impossible to ignore. Then there was the fourth princess, Anastasia Nikrian. She possessed her own powerful sphere of influence, standing as yet another major force within the palace's dangerous balance of power. When it came to the fight for succession, Shutra understood one thing very clearly. Birth order meant almost nothing. No one could claim the throne just because they had been born earlier than the others. In the Demon King's palace, accomplishments, strength, and proven ability were what decided who deserved to stand above the rest. He continued sorting through the knowledge he already had. Baikal and Zephyr were full-blooded brothers, and both of them had inherited the draconian bloodline through their mother. Their innate power, their fame, and the influence gathered around them existed on a level far beyond ordinary royal children. Shutra had to admit that their prestige was almost overwhelming. If someone were forced to choose between the two, then Baikal, who was known to be more moderate and level-headed, would probably appear to be the better candidate. But after thinking that far, Shutra only gave a small shrug, because ultimately, that point did not really matter. When the destined day finally arrived, everything inside the Demon King's palace would be thrown into change, whether the people there were ready for it or not. Shutra's voice dropped lower, and the lightness from before faded away, leaving behind a heavier and more solemn tone. That was exactly why he could not afford to be careless. He had to begin preparing himself now. Before that storm finally reached him, he needed to raise his level high enough to use Earthshaker properly, and he also had to master the new power that fate had placed directly into his hands. With the campfire burning in front of him, Shutra clenched his fist and called out the King's Order of Knights. Sharp system ping responded almost instantly, cutting through the quiet night. Shutra's eyes focused on the invisible interface as he announced that the skill under the King's flag had activated. His eyes widened as a golden pane unfolded in front of him. He had been expecting something simple, maybe a basic summoning function, but the information displayed before him was far more detailed than that. Shutra read through it carefully. Order of Knights, Level 1. Knight Captain blank. Order capacity 0 out of 2. Knight training blank. Blessing of the Order, Level 1. Increasing the health of its members by 5%. Special skill, allowing him to summon the Knight Captain once every 3 days. As the meaning of each line sank in, he rubbed at his temples. Shutra muttered that the whole thing looked suspiciously like some kind of guild system, complete with buffs, training features, and even a summoning function. Then, even though he tried to take it seriously, laughter started bubbling up from his chest. With disbelief written all over his face, he exclaimed that this ability was completely broken, and the longer he stared at the golden pane, the wider his grin became. If it was already this powerful at level 1, then the later levels could become absurd beyond imagination. Just then, the crunch of footsteps nearby broke into his thoughts. Shutra lifted his head and saw Karak stepping out from the darkness, his heavy orc features pulled into a clearly disapproving frown. The moment he appeared, Karak began scolding him, snapping that once again, Shutra was still awake when he was supposed to be sleeping. Karak warned the prince that if they planned to leave early, then he needed to get proper rest first. The orc swung one broad arm with obvious impatience and ordered Shutra to come over already. Sitting near the fire, the white-haired prince slowly straightened himself. Shutra gave a light cough into his fist, but almost immediately a sly smile spread across his face. He told Karak that his timing could not have been better. Then his eyes began to gleam with curiosity, and he leaned just a little closer before asking whether the orc wanted to help him test something. Karak's entire body went stiff the instant he heard that. The orc rubbed the back of his neck nervously, suddenly very wary of that suspicious smile, and stammered as he demanded to know what exactly Shutra was talking about. Overhead moonlight filtered down through the branches, while the prince lifted his sword with the solemn air of a herald beginning a ceremony. Shutra's voice rang out with formal, ceremonial gravity as he proclaimed that the mighty orc warrior Karak stood before him. A blade made of radiant light flared to life in his hand. Then Shutra gently placed the flat of that shining blade against Karak's shoulder and formally declared him his knight. The air around them crackled as light surged straight into Karak's body. The orc staggered beneath the sudden rush of power, glowing energy coiling across his skin, while his eyes widened in stunned amazement. Karak released a long, breathless sound of pure astonishment, as though even he could not understand what was happening inside his own body. Then he stammered that he felt strange, almost as if his loyalty toward the prince had deepened into something far beyond what words could explain. At that very moment, a new system pane slid into place before Shutra's eyes. Knight Captain, Carrick, level 24, rank, soldier. Shutra's lips slowly curled into a long, deeply satisfied smile. He breathed out with approval, clearly pleased by what he saw, and said that this was exactly the result he had been hoping for. Power continued to pulse from Carrick in thick, heavy waves. His broad chest rose and fell as he struggled to steady his breathing after the sudden surge. Shutra stepped forward and gripped the orc firmly by the shoulder. With fierce determination burning brightly in his eyes, Shutra called Carrick by name. Then, without even a trace of hesitation, he told him that he would make him the strongest orc in the world. He promised that he would raise Carrick up into an emperor of orcs. Shutra went even further, declaring that Carrick would become powerful enough to rival dragons themselves. A determined laugh slipped from him as he said that with this kind of growth rate, there would be no limits on their future at all. Carrick, however, looked more than a little uneasy, and his voice began to tremble. Carrick glanced at Shutra with genuine concern written across his face, and asked if he was feeling sick or something. Not long after that, the next day arrived. The party gathered before a glowing teleportation circle, its carved runes shining beneath their feet and humming with dense magical power. Chris looked over the group with a faint half-smile and said that it was time for them to get moving. Shutra stepped forward, moving toward the very center of the teleportation circle. His cloak fluttered lightly behind him as he answered in a calm, certain voice that yes, it was time. The others drew in around Shutra, closing ranks as the blue light of the teleportation circle rose higher and began to surge around them. In the next instant, that brilliant light swallowed the entire group completely. The force of the transfer ripped them through space like a flashing bolt of lightning. Their bodies became weightless, spinning helplessly through the rushing light as gravity seemed to vanish from beneath them. Shutra shouted for everyone to hold on, but even his voice was warped by the transfer, twisting and stretching into a wild, elongated cry as they plunged through the blinding current. They slammed down hard on the other side. Shutra landed on his hands and knees, dazed, unsteady, and clearly shaken as he muttered in confusion. Sweat gathered along Shutra's brow while Caitlin bent down beside him, her face showing clear concern as she asked whether he was all right. Shutra slowly lifted one trembling hand, still shaking from the force of the transfer. Shutra answered in a halting voice that yes, he was fine. Ahead of them, the grand hall was already filling with the sound of voices and hurried movement. A young dark elf rushed forward through the hall, calling Felicia's name and greeting her as his elder sister. Around them, attendants began hurrying in from every direction. The attendants quickly gathered around Felicia, surrounding her with warm praise as they admired her beauty, and said they had waited a long time for her return. Felicia accepted their welcome with graceful composure, greeting them with the natural poise of a princess who had stepped effortlessly back into her own world. Felicia stood right in the middle of all that attention, smiling with effortless grace as she accepted each greeting one after another. Watching the dark elves gather around her with such obvious admiration, Shutra could not help feeling a dry little amusement rise inside him. The whole scene looked less like a normal welcome, and more like Felicia had returned to her very own idol fan club. From the warmth in their voices and the loyalty in their eyes, he guessed that most of them were probably her half-brothers and devoted supporters. The stream of greetings did not slow down for even a moment. One man stepped forward, bowed politely, and formally announced the arrival of Prince Chris. Another turned toward Caitlin with a practiced smile, praising her beauty and saying that she had grown even more stunning than before. More attendants and nobles followed behind them, offering refined words of welcome and asking after everyone's health with smooth, courtly manners. Shutra looked from one side of the hall to the other, watching all that attention swirl around everyone except him. Then he gave a faint mutter under his breath, his mouth pulling into a crooked little smile as the situation started to feel almost funny. He wondered, with growing disbelief, why it looked like absolutely no one had come forward to greet him at all. Not far away, two elves were whispering quietly between themselves, but even they did not turn their eyes toward him for a single second. Shutra's brow gave a tiny twitch as the truth settled in, and he muttered in disbelief that there really was no one here for him. He quietly drifted toward the edge of the gathered crowd, letting his gaze move over the grand hall around him. After a short moment, he slowly nodded to himself, understanding exactly what this meant. Here, in the very heart of the Demon King's domain, he still had almost no foundation to stand on. But instead of looking wounded or discouraged, Shutra allowed a knowing smirk to curve across his lips. Fine, he thought. This much was only natural. In fact, this was exactly the kind of cold reception he had expected from the very beginning. Shutra turned his head toward Carrick, and his gaze sharpened with a fresh sense of purpose. In a quiet but firm voice, he asked whether his knight was ready. Sunlight streamed down through the high palace windows, laying a golden shine across Shutra's silver hair. His cloak swayed behind him almost like a banner as he declared that from this moment on, they would begin changing everything, one careful step at a time. Before long, Carrick and Shutra were guided away from the grand hall and led through the palace until they reached the room that had been assigned to them. Compared to the overwhelming splendor of the palace, the room was small, plain, and completely unimpressive. Shutra glanced around the bare space, taking in how modest it was, then remarked with dry sarcasm that they should probably be thankful they had been given a room at all. Carrick explained that they apparently had free time until the official events began the next day. To Shutra, though, it did not feel like free time at all. It felt more like they had simply been shoved into a corner and left somewhere out of sight. Just as that thought passed through his mind, a sudden series of knocks sounded from the door, sharp enough to make him look up in surprise. Wondering who would possibly come to visit them in a place like this, Shutra went to the door and opened it. Standing on the other side was a well-dressed woman with a polished, professional presence. She introduced herself calmly as Flora Sevensword, an agent from the Real Estate Management Bureau. Shutra looked at her with clear curiosity and asked what someone from such a prestigious department could possibly need from him. Flora answered in a calm, businesslike tone, explaining that after his recent mission, his public merit level had risen by an impressive amount. Because of that increase, Flora informed him that he was now qualified to select a new residence suited to his improved status. The news hit Shutra so unexpectedly that for a moment he could only stare back at her, caught somewhere between disbelief and stunned excitement. A little later, Shutra made his way to the proper office in order to confirm the details for himself. He arrived at the Office of Public Merits, where a woman with the lower body of a serpent welcomed him with a warm and professional smile. When Shutra asked if this was the place where he could claim his new home, the woman, Isabella, confirmed that he had indeed come to the right office. With a graceful sweep of her hand, Isabella summoned a magical display into the air. Glowing information unfolded before them, listing Shutra's achievements one by one in shining detail. Isabella revealed that Shutra's merit level had already reached 5, granting him access to higher privileges and an enormous salary of 500 gold. She also added that no other prince had ever achieved such a result during a very first mission. Shutra felt his face grow a little embarrassed under the praise, but deep down, he was secretly thrilled. When Shutra asked to see what residences were available to him now, Isabella agreed immediately, sounding almost pleased to show off the options he had earned. Not long after that, Shutra and Carrick found themselves standing in front of the place that had been selected. Carrick stood frozen on the spot before a mansion so grand it seemed to rob him of breath. Staring up at the magnificent estate beyond its golden gates, he asked in complete disbelief whether this incredible place was really supposed to be their new home. Carrick could barely process what his eyes were seeing. Inside the mansion, Flora was already waiting for them in the spacious foyer, standing calmly as if everything were perfectly normal. When they entered, she remarked that they had arrived sooner than she had expected. This time, however, Flora no longer looked like a government agent. Instead, she was dressed in a spotless maid uniform, so perfectly fitted to the elegant mansion around her that she seemed as if she had always belonged there. Flora bowed deeply and said it would be her honor to serve Shutra as his new butler. Carrick leaned closer to Shutra, whispering in total confusion because he clearly had no idea what was happening anymore. Shutra simply grinned and explained that he had used his new points to hire her. Even after hearing that, Carrick still looked utterly baffled, his expression frozen somewhere between shock and suspicion. Shutra noticed his reaction and gave him a casual sideways glance. Shutra told him not to worry too much about the little details. Carrick could only mutter under his breath about his prince's strange decisions. Then morning arrived, bringing with it the day of Shutra's very first formal audience with the Demon King. Inside the lavish dressing room, Carrick shifted uneasily from one foot to the other. His nervousness was obvious as he complained that he needed to use the restroom. Shutra, holding a drink in one hand, snapped back at him in irritation and told him to just go already. He added that Carrick's constant whining was starting to make him nervous as well. Before the tension in the room could grow any thicker, a familiar voice suddenly cut in from nearby. The voice praised both of them, saying they looked sharp in their formal clothes. A moment later, Caitlin and Felicia entered the dressing room, each of them radiant in elegant gowns that immediately drew the eye. Caitlin smiled brightly and said that all the credit should really go to Felicia. Felicia, clearly pleased with the results of her work, admitted with pride that the effort she had put into choosing their outfits had paid off nicely. Then Caitlin shifted her attention toward Shutra, a playful sparkle appearing in her eyes as she looked him over. She teased him by saying that he looked especially good in the suit they had chosen for him. The moment those words reached him, Shutra became visibly flustered under her praise. Still embarrassed, Shutra thanked her and quickly added that Caitlin and Felicia both looked incredible too. Caitlin beamed happily at the compliment, while Felicia tried to hide her smile and replied with complete confidence that of course they looked good. Soon after that, Prince Chris joined them, and the moment he stepped into the room, his usual commanding presence seemed to settle over the space. Chris reminded Shutra that this would be his first official audience ceremony today. Shutra would be standing at the center of everyone's attention, and he would have to show his worth in front of all of them. Shutra met Chris's gaze directly, his expression calm, steady, and filled with determination. Without looking away, he answered that he was ready. Then, right in front of them, the great doors began to open. Blinding light poured through the widening gap, spilling into the hall ahead of them. Shutra understood that many people would still believe his recent success had been nothing more than luck, and that he did not truly deserve to stand among the others. Today, Shutra was ready to crush those doubts completely. His resolve hardened inside him. Steady and unshakable, he stepped forward and led his siblings into the throne room. The vast hall was filled with some of the most powerful nobles in the demon realm, and every gaze fixed on the royal children as they knelt before the throne of Demon King Nitra. Chris was the first to speak. With deep formal respect in his voice, he introduced himself as the seventh prince and addressed their father. The ancient king showed no reaction that anyone could read. Beneath the heavy weight of his crown, Demon King Nitra's crimson eyes glowed faintly, cold, distant, and impossible to understand. An attendant stepped forward into the tense silence and announced that the evaluation of the prince's achievements would now begin. As the official report started, the air inside the throne room seemed to grow even heavier, pressing down on everyone gathered there. Shutra raised his eyes toward his father, and in that instant, a cold realization struck him. While he had been thinking about ambition, survival, and the plans waiting in his future, he had forgotten one essential truth. Demon King Nitra was not simply his father, he was the one existence in the entire realm that no one could ever afford to underestimate. Suddenly, a crushing and invisible pressure spread through the hall like a suffocating wave. Shutra's body began to tremble, even though he fought to keep himself composed. Beneath the sheer weight of his father's aura, simply staying upright felt like a battle. Pain tightened across Shutra's face as he endured that overwhelming force. But deep inside his mind, cutting through the fear and pressure, he heard the voice of the goddess of conquest. A warm, golden radiance appeared in front of Shutra, shining through the crushing pressure like a beacon breaking open the darkness. From the heart of that light, the goddess of conquest whispered a single command deep into his soul to conquer. Shutra remembered the power he had once taken hold of with his own hands, that blazing brilliance that carried the very shape of his will. The goddess's voice pressed into him, telling him that a true king could never collapse beneath someone else's gaze. A true king had to withstand that pressure, confront it directly, and turn even that overwhelming force into strength of his own. Shutra clenched both fists until his knuckles strained white, gritting his teeth as the unbearable force continued bearing down on his entire body. Then he forced his focus inward, cutting away the fear, the pain, and the suffocating weight that filled the throne room around him. From somewhere deep within his body, a brilliant golden light burst outward, surging like a storm and colliding head-on with the oppressive aura of the Demon King. That golden radiance spread through the hall like living fire, forcing back the suffocating pressure that had been wrapped around him. Shutra's eyes flared with a fierce golden glow as he released the full power of conquest. His defiant surge of power shook the throne hall itself, making every person present feel the collision between prince and king. And for the first time, Demon King Nitra's unreadable expression changed, a faint flicker of surprise breaking through his calm mask. Then the Demon King's deep, commanding voice rolled across the chamber, filling every corner with its weight as he spoke just one name, Shutra. In that instant, the entire court froze into silence. Every noble, every sibling, and every watching figure turned toward him with open disbelief. Shutra remained kneeling beneath all those stunned stares, still fixed in place before the throne. Still down on one knee, Shutra slowly lifted his gaze toward the throne. He was so stunned by what had just happened that for a moment, he could not find a single word. The Demon King's piercing eyes locked directly onto Shutra. His voice echoed through the vast hall as he declared that he looked forward to seeing the boy's future achievements. Then, slowly and unmistakably, he spoke Shutra's name once again. The king's tone ensured that every soul inside that enormous throne room heard the acknowledgement clearly. All around them, startled whispers broke out across the court, with many nobles visibly shaken by the fact that the Demon King had personally called one of his children by name. It was something the king had never done before. Questions began spreading through the gathered nobles like ripples across water as they wondered why the ninth prince, who had been treated as irrelevant until now, had suddenly been singled out in front of the entire court. Shutra understood the hidden meaning behind those simple words. In this place, a public acknowledgement from the Demon King was never a casual gesture. It was a declaration that something had shifted. In silence, Shutra swore to himself that he would meet the king's expectations. His first audience had ended with a moment so powerful that its impact would spread far beyond that throne room and echo through the entire kingdom. Once the ceremony was over, Shutra returned to his mansion. The next morning, Karak's frantic shouting jolted Shutra awake. His butler was urging him to get up immediately, waving a newly delivered letter from the Office of Public Merits as though it were an emergency. Still half asleep, Shutra blinked slowly at the letter in Karak's hand. He wondered why the office would be contacting him again so soon, especially when he had only just received his last reward. He broke the royal seal and began reading through the contents. But the farther his eyes traveled down the page, the wider they became, disbelief spreading across his face. Carrick could not hold back his impatience any longer. He leaned in closer, staring at the letter, and demanded to know what it said. Shutra admitted that he was not entirely sure how he was supposed to feel about it. Then he revealed the shocking truth. The letter contained a personal mission issued by the Demon King himself. Later that day, Shutra gathered with his siblings inside a bright and ornate chamber to discuss the new assignment. Chris read the details aloud, explaining that it was a monster extermination mission. The moment Caitlin heard where he was being sent, she realized that Shutra would be heading to the Anger Plains. Shutra looked toward her and asked if the Anger Plains were part of the Centaur's territory. Caitlin confirmed that they were, then added that she and Chris had trained there in the past. Chris, sounding genuinely regretful, said that he would not be able to accompany Shutra on this mission. Caitlin, however, gave him a reassuring look and said that Shutra would be able to take care of himself even without Chris coming along. Then Chris's expression turned serious, and he faced his younger brother with a clear warning in his eyes. Chris advised Shutra to be careful from this moment on. Everyone in the castle would be watching him now. Some people would try to get close to him as potential allies, while others would begin to see him as a possible threat. Shutra listened closely, fully understanding how serious the situation had become. After all, even the powerful Zephyr Ragnaros had never once been called by name inside the throne room. Chris then offered Shutra his full support, telling him that if he ever needed help, he should not hesitate to ask. Chris also added that before Shutra left for the mission, he should go visit Felicia, because she had prepared something for him. Soon afterward, they found Felicia waiting in the stables beside two large reptilian mounts. Felicia explained that if Shutra was going to travel through Centaur territory, then he would need reliable transportation capable of handling that kind of land. Shutra thanked her sincerely, clearly touched by how thoughtful the gift was. But Felicia was not finished yet. She extended her hand and revealed a necklace set with a radiant blue gemstone. It was the legendary relic known as the Dark Elf's Tear. Shutra froze in stunned recognition the moment he saw it. He knew exactly what that item was, because in the game, this sacred relic could only be obtained by defeating Felicia. Felicia explained that her people never forgot kindness. This necklace was her way of repaying Shutra for saving her life, and she offered it to him with genuine sincerity in her voice. Then Felicia wished him a safe journey, but before Shutra could properly answer, she surprised him by stepping forward and pulling him into a sudden heartfelt hug. Shutra went completely stiff in her arms. Instantly flustered by the unexpected closeness, for a brief second, Shutra almost called Felicia by an affectionate nickname. But before the words could fully leave his mouth, she quickly stepped back, her cheeks faintly colored with pink. Embarrassed by her own boldness, Felicia turned her gaze away. Shutra, seeing that rare and awkward show of warmth from her, smiled faintly. Then, with one final wave, he stood beside Carrick and their new mounts, ready to depart. Together, they stepped onto the teleportation circle. Brilliant blue light rose up around Shutra, Carrick, and the mounts, wrapping around them completely while Felicia stood there watching in silence. When the glow finally faded from the stables, Felicia smiled softly to herself and whispered a quiet wish for Shutra's safety. At that same moment, a blinding flash marked his arrival in the vast open expanse of the Anger Plains. As the light of the transfer slowly began to fade, Shutra, Carrick, and their reptilian mounts found themselves standing on top of a stone platform, surrounded by windswept dust and an endless horizon stretching in every direction. Carrick looked around at the barren land and asked if this was really the place. Shutra let his gaze move across the wide plain. With a small smirk, Shutra confirmed that they had arrived. Before much time passed, a woman approached them and greeted the ninth prince with respectful courtesy. She introduced herself as Karma, a ranger assigned to guide them through the region, then bowed low before Shutra in a formal greeting. Shutra noticed her unusual appearance immediately. From the waist up, she looked human, but her lower body clearly belonged to a beast. Recognizing her race, Shutra identified her as one of the Sati. Karma seemed pleased that he knew what she was, and without wasting any time, she suggested that they begin moving right away. Their journey across the barren plains began immediately. The reptilian mounts kicked up rolling plumes of dust with every heavy step, while Karma ran ahead of them with effortless speed. As they traveled, she explained that the trip would take 2 days and asked whether Shutra would mind taking only a few short breaks along the way, which he did not. Karma's curiosity began to stir as she glanced over the small party traveling alongside Shutra, quietly taking in each person and the unusual little group he had brought with him. After observing them for a moment, she finally spoke up and asked whether any soldiers would be joining them during the journey ahead. Shutra answered that, at least for the time being, it would only be the people already present. Later, when the larger battle began, they would regroup with the Centaur forces. As he continued riding across the plains, his thoughts shifted toward the conditions of mounted combat. Fighting from the back of a beast would require reach, stability, and timing, so he quietly decided that a long spear would probably be the most practical weapon for that kind of battle. Then carried faintly across the open wind from somewhere far ahead, Shutra's sharp ears caught a strange sound that did not belong to the empty plains. His attention snapped toward the source at once, and he immediately alerted Karma, warning her that something unusual was up ahead. Karma told Shutra to stay back while she went forward to investigate it herself. But only moments after she moved ahead, the ground in front of them suddenly split apart with violent force, as though something invisible had ripped through the earth from below. Chunks of dirt and broken soil blasted into the air, while Karma rushed forward through the dust. But the instant she saw what was coming across the plains, the color drained from her face. A massive herd of Cassius beasts was charging wildly over the open land, and in front of them, a lone satyr was being hunted down with terrifying speed. It was an attack that should not have occurred this early. The monstrous pack surged forward like a living tide of darkness, claws and snapping teeth, swallowing the distance with every second. The satyr ran desperately across the bare ground, his entire body moving with the frantic urgency of someone fleeing for his life. His terror was impossible to miss as one enormous wolf threw itself toward him, jaws spread wide and ready to tear him down from behind. Just as the beast closed the final stretch between them, Shutra drove his mount forward and shot straight into the wolf's path in a blur of sudden motion. The collision landed like a hammer blow, smashing the monster aside at the last possible second and saving the satyr from certain death. The shadow wolf crashed hard into the sand, its body throwing up a thick cloud of dust as it skidded across the ground. Shutra's reptilian mount slammed its clawed feet down into the earth, digging in with a fierce and dominant stance. It planted itself protectively between the fallen satyr and the snarling pack, almost as if challenging the beasts to take another step closer. Sitting calmly above them, Shutra raised one hand and remarked that their welcoming party seemed to have arrived earlier than expected. At that very moment, the legendary gauntlet responded to his will. Earthshaker shimmered into existence around Shutra's arm, its golden glow pulsing with dense, raw power. To Shutra, the ambush looked less like a deadly crisis, and more like an irritating interruption that had arrived at the wrong time. A grin slowly spread across Shutra's face, revealing the thrill beginning to rise inside him. He declared that he had been waiting for a proper fight. Behind him, the trembling satyr looked back and saw the ninth prince seated tall atop his reptilian mount, facing the entire pack by himself. From among the charging herd, the largest shadow wolf stepped forward. Its dark hide rippled over thick, powerful muscles as it released a roar that thundered across the plains, clearly marking itself as the leader of the pack. Then, without hesitation, the beast lunged forward with frightening speed. Its glowing red eyes locked directly onto Shutra. Karma shouted out to ask if he was all right, while Karak warned him that charging in alone like that was pure madness. Shutra only waved off their worries with casual confidence, telling them to stay back and watch. Then, with one explosive burst of movement, Shutra launched himself from his mount and soared into the air, flying straight toward the charging beast to meet it head-on. In that instant, he decided this was the perfect opportunity to test the true strength of Beast God Fist in an actual battle. The wolf leapt at him with its jaws spread wide and its red eyes blazing, but Shutra met the monster in midair without backing down. Earthshaker burned around his arm like molten gold, his aura flaring violently as he gathered that force into his fist and unleashed the Fist of Explosion. A brilliant detonation of golden light erupted across the plains, sending a shockwave tearing through the air and rippling over the ground beneath them. The alpha wolf's head disappeared in a violent burst of energy and shadow. Its massive body dropped lifelessly into the sand with a heavy crash, while Shutra landed nearby with smooth, effortless grace. Earthshaker still gave off faint smoke around Shutra's arm, the heat and violent force of the attack lingering in the air after the blow. The remaining wolves froze in place. Their vicious snarls died away and turned into frightened whimpers as they slowly began backing away from the boy who had erased their leader with a single strike. Shutra lowered his gaze toward Earthshaker, staring at the gauntlet in quiet awe as he wondered whether it had amplified the aura released through his attack. A confident grin crossed his face as he realized that the power he had just unleashed might be strong enough to rival even Caitlyn's strength. Karma and Karak could only stare at him in silence, their first shock gradually shifting into unmistakable admiration. Behind them, the rescued satyr finally managed to steady his breathing. Once he recovered enough to speak, the satyr introduced himself as Swift Wind, a scout who had originally been assigned to escort them. Now that Shutra had saved his life, Swift Wind offered to personally guide the group to their destination. But before they could continue on their way, the headless corpse of the alpha wolf began to glow with a faint and eerie purple light, revealing the unsettling sign of some lingering corruption. They chose not to linger too long on that disturbing sight, and continued their journey across the harsh plains. After a long, exhausting trek, the group finally reached a ridge overlooking an enormous centaur settlement. Spread out below them was the homeland of the 4 great centaur tribes. Those 4 tribes were known as Fierce Wind, Heavy Rain, Raging Flame, and Rough Night. Among all of them, the Raging Flame tribe held the strongest position, and its leader was the High Chieftain known as Savage Eyes. Before long, Savage Eyes came forward to greet the visitors. The towering centaur warrior carried himself with calm authority, and when he introduced himself, every motion made it clear that he was not an ordinary leader. The moment Shutra heard that name, a flash of recognition ran through his mind. Savage Eyes was an infamous character from the game, and in that version of the story, he had stood as an enemy instead of an ally. Carrick leaned closer to Shutra and whispered nervously that the chieftain's glare alone looked strong enough to kill someone on the spot. Shutra, however, kept his expression composed. Without shrinking back, he introduced himself with confidence as the Ninth Prince. Savage Eyes studied him in silence. The chieftain's sharp eyes measured the young demon carefully, taking in his posture, his confidence, and the calm way he carried himself. Shutra met that intense stare without flinching, then asked for an evaluation of the situation. Inside the main yurt, Savage Eyes stood over a large map that had been spread out before him, and with no attempt to soften the truth, he admitted that the circumstances were dire. Cassius' herd had begun migrating south far earlier than it normally should have, and that unnatural movement was a deeply troubling omen for the tribes. Savage Eyes explained that some believed the herd might simply be a separated splinter group that had broken away from the main force. But Shutra quietly remembered from the game that this kind of optimistic assumption was almost always wrong. Savage Eyes then laid out the plan before them. In 3 days, warriors from all 4 tribes would gather their forces and launch a united attack to wipe out the herd. Shutra agreed to the plan, though deep inside he silently hoped that this time events would unfold differently from the tragedy he remembered from the game. As the meeting at last drew to a close, the heavy pressure that had been hanging over everyone slowly began to ease. One by one, the gathered warriors shifted from tense silence into movement, preparing to leave the place and return to their own duties. But just as Shutra was about to step away completely, Savage Eyes stopped him with another call. The chieftain's sharp eyes narrowed, not with hostility this time, but with clear curiosity. A sly grin crept across his face as he asked if the rumors were actually true, that the young prince had really smashed the skull of a Cassius beast using nothing but his bare hands. The moment he heard that, Shutra's confident smirk slipped right back onto his face. He did not hesitate or try to deny it for even a second. Instead, he admitted plainly that the story was true, then added in a calm, almost playful tone that if the chieftain wanted proof, he would gladly let him witness that strength for himself later. For just an instant, something rare flickered across Savage Eyes' hardened expression, a spark of real interest. The seasoned warrior did not back away from the challenge. Instead, he accepted it head-on, saying that he would be looking forward to seeing that kind of power with his own eyes. Later that evening, Shutra walked through the centaur settlement, and as he passed between the tents and gathered warriors, quiet voices began to follow him from every side like a spreading ripple. The centaurs murmured among themselves about the Ninth Prince, their gazes lingering on him wherever he went. They watched him with the kind of attention given to someone who was no longer just an ordinary royal guest passing through their land. In their eyes, he had become the young demon whose incredible footwork was already turning into a legend across the open plains. Walking close by, Carrack noticed the stares and whispers almost immediately, then commented that Shutra's reputation was rising at a truly frightening speed. Carrack even joked that it must have been because of Shutra's irresistible charm, but the words had barely left his mouth before he seemed to realize he had spoken a little too casually. Quickly smoothing over the mood, he shifted back into a more practical tone and advised Shutra to get proper rest before the battle waiting for them. That night, Shutra fell into a deep, quiet sleep, completely unaware that something extraordinary was beginning to awaken beside him. The gauntlet on his arm lay still at first, silent in the darkness, but then a soft green light began to pulse from it, glowing faintly like a heartbeat. The strange light slowly grew stronger, brightening little by little until it spilled across the room and pushed back the shadows. At last, the glow became intense enough to pull Shutra out of sleep, and he opened his eyes in confusion, blinking as he tried to understand what was happening. When Shutra lowered his gaze, he saw Earthshaker fully manifested around his arm, its presence so clear and powerful that there was no mistaking it. Startled, he called out the gauntlet's name in surprise. Then, through the stillness of the room, a calm and gentle voice began to echo. It carried a quiet, sacred feeling, as if the sound itself belonged to something far older than the night around him. Shutra raised his eyes, and there in front of him floated the transparent figure of a beautiful elf-like woman. Her form was wrapped in soft emerald light, shimmering gently like wind-given shape. A faint glow reflected in Shutra's eyes as the mysterious woman looked directly at him. Her voice remained serene, but beneath that calm tone was a clear urgency as she told him that she needed his help right away. Still only half awake, and struggling to make sense of the impossible scene before him, Shutra stared at the floating woman and asked who she was. The spirit's expression softened as she met his gaze. Then, with quiet dignity and a presence that felt deeply connected to the land itself, she introduced herself as Green Wind. The instant Shutra heard that name, it hit him with the force of lightning, cutting through every trace of sleep still clouding his mind. He knew that name, He remembered it clearly from the lore he carried in his memories. And the realization snapped him fully awake in an instant. Green Wind was not some ordinary wandering spirit. She was one of the great nature spirits, a powerful being whose very name was deeply tied to the plains and the life flowing through them. She was the guardian who protected the plains and the source that helped sustain life across that vast land. But before Shutra could fully react to the weight of what he had just learned, the room around him began to fade away. In the next moment, everything around him vanished completely. Shutra's consciousness was pulled into a brilliant green realm, where currents of glowing energy swirled through the air, as if the entire space itself were alive and breathing. Shutra found himself suspended in that radiant world, floating beside the spirit with Green Wind calmly at his side. There, Green Wind explained that this place was her home, the very heart of the Ankle Plains. It was also the sacred site where a fragment of her creator, the Watcher Einkel, still remained. As Shutra looked around at the breathtaking green space surrounding him, a sudden realization struck him with the force of a storm. This divine presence was not simply familiar to him, it was tied directly and dangerously to what was waiting ahead. The mention of Einkel sent a cold shiver down Shutra's spine, and the memory of that name surfaced immediately in his mind. Einkel was one of the 6 elder dragons, a godlike existence with power so overwhelming that even players within the game could never hope to meet him directly. Shutra slowly lowered his eyes toward the gauntlet wrapped around his arm. As he stared at the ancient relic, his thoughts began racing faster and faster. Earthshaker itself had been created by another ancient being, and now Shutra understood that his encounter with Green Wind could not possibly be brushed off as a simple coincidence. Green Wind's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Now urgent and heavy with danger, she warned him that monsters from the north were marching toward her sanctuary, and their purpose was to steal away the very life of the plains. If those monsters succeeded, her home would be devastated, and Green Wind herself would be destroyed along with it. She insisted that Shutra was the only one who could stop them, but he immediately pushed back, saying that he was nowhere near strong enough to handle something that enormous. Green Wind would not accept his doubt. She reminded him that he already carried the power of Enkidu, and as if her words had awakened that truth, golden light suddenly flared around Shutra's body in answer. She assured him that the fragment of Einkel resting within her temple would give him the strength he needed. Then, as her figure began to fade like mist scattering in the wind, she left him with one final instruction. Shutra had to show her token to her children, the tribes who still worshipped her and continued to honor her name. And in the very next instant, the glowing green realm vanished from around him. Shutra jolted awake in his bed, suddenly back in the room, his breathing rough and his heart still pounding from the overwhelming experience he had just been pulled through. On the back of his hand, a green symbol shone with divine light, pulsing softly against his skin, and in his palm a brilliant green crystal had appeared, solid and undeniable proof that Green Wind's blessing was real. Outside, Savage Eyes was already shouting in alarm. His voice cut sharply through the air, as he demanded to know why the prince had spoken the sacred name of Green Wind. When Shutra explained that the sacred temple was about to come under attack, doubt immediately showed on the chieftain's face. Savage Eyes narrowed his eyes, his expression making it clear that he was not ready to accept such a claim so easily. But the moment Shutra lifted his glowing hand and revealed the divine crystal resting in his palm, the entire atmosphere changed at once. Green radiance reflected in Savage Eyes' eyes, and every trace of skepticism disappeared from his face. His expression hardened with firm conviction, and without wasting another moment, he asked Shutra what needed to be done. It did not take long after that for the entire settlement to shift from stunned confusion into urgent motion. Beneath the blazing sun, the united Centaur army thundered across the wide-open plains. Spears and banners flashed in the harsh light as hundreds of warriors galloped forward with unwavering purpose, and at the center of that powerful formation rode Shutra. Compared to the towering Centaur warriors surrounding him, Shutra's figure was smaller, but the presence he carried made him impossible to ignore. His reptilian mount kept pace with the charging ranks while he focused on the magical map held in his hands. After carefully checking their direction, Shutra confirmed that they were moving straight toward the Temple of Green Wind, far ahead. The sacred place's distant outline shimmered beneath a faint halo of emerald light. Shutra knew that without the map, he never would have been able to locate such a hidden and sacred place. But before anyone could feel even the slightest relief, a scout's alarmed shout suddenly tore through the calm wind. In the distance ahead of them, dark shapes were beginning to gather, spreading across the plains like a stain creeping over the horizon. A massive horde of Cassius beasts had appeared, stretching far across the horizon, and their numbers were far greater than anyone had expected. Their glowing eyes burned in the distance like scattered embers, and a heavy unease tightened in Shutra's chest. Those creatures should never have been able to know where the hidden temple was. Someone or something must have revealed its location. Savage Eyes stared toward the approaching enemy with a grim expression, then warned that the horde was much larger than they had anticipated and asked Shutra for his orders. In that moment, Shutra remembered Green Wind's words, and everything became clear. he understood exactly what his role had to be. He declared that he had to reach the temple and draw strength from the fragment of Einkel sealed inside it. Savage Eyes and his warriors would need to hold the line at all costs, stopping the beasts where they stood and making sure not even a single one reached the sacred site. Shutra snapped his gaze toward Karak and Karma, his face already tightened with determination. There was no room left for hesitation now. In a steady, commanding voice, he told them it was time to move, and both of them answered with firm nods, ready to follow him straight into the danger ahead. Behind them, Savage Eyes raised his sword high above his head, the sunlight flashing along the edge of the blade as it lifted over the assembled warriors like a signal for war. His voice boomed across the battlefield with the force of rolling thunder, ordering every tribe gathered beneath his banner to plant their hooves, brace themselves, and hold their ground against the horde charging toward them. A fierce answering roar erupted from the Centaur army, surging across the plains as one united cry. Then, only a heartbeat later, the earth itself began to tremble beneath the deafening rhythm of countless charging hooves. The Centaur archers were the first to strike. Moving as if they shared a single breath, they drew their bows in perfect unison and released the opening volley. Black arrows tore across the sky like a storm, raining down on the advancing beasts before they had the chance to close in. The collision came almost immediately after that, brutal and overwhelming as the two forces slammed into one another with terrifying force. Steel clashed against claws, axes smashed into bodies, and fangs snapped through the dust-filled air, turning the once-open plains into a violent storm of blood, movement, and chaos. The Centaur warriors fought with breathtaking ferocity, their powerful bodies driving forward as they cut down Cassius beasts in pairs, refusing to let the enemy break through, and right in the middle of that roaring battlefield, Shutra and his companions pushed through the front lines, forcing a path toward the temple with everything they had. Over the deafening chaos, Karak shouted that their only mission was to get the prince there safely, no matter what kind of monster tried to block the way. Shutra answered him at once, confirming the plan without the slightest hesitation. Hearing that, Karak sucked in a deep breath, tightened his grip, and unleashed a fierce war cry that cut through the battlefield. Then Karak surged ahead of them, throwing his massive body directly into the enemy's path like a living shield. His enormous axe swept through the shadow wolves in wide, destructive arcs, each heavy swing tearing open space in the middle of the snarling pack and carving out a road for Shutra to move through. Karma kept pace right beside him, her body low and quick as she slipped through the battlefield with sharp, controlled footwork. Her twin daggers flashed in both hands, cutting in precise bursts as she drove back anything that came too close. While she protected Shutra's flank, he pushed his mount forward through the dust, noise, and chaos as the temple's shape grew larger in the distance. Shutra praised their efforts, his eyes locked firmly on the glowing sanctuary waiting ahead of them. But then, without even a breath of warning, a huge shadow tore down through the air above him. A hulking minotaur crashed into the ground directly in Shutra's path, landing with such crushing weight that the earth shook beneath it. In the same instant, its massive body came down on his reptilian mount, crushing it underfoot. The force of the impact launched Shutra violently from the saddle, sending him tumbling through the air before he slammed hard into the dirt with a pained groan. Towering monster straightened above him, lifting a crude wooden club high into the air while roaring in triumph, its voice shaking the space around them. Then the Minotaur began to stomp toward Shutra, each heavy step sinking into the ground, like a warning that the next blow would crush him. Shutra cursed under his breath, anger flashing through him as he blamed himself for dropping his guard at the worst possible moment. He forced his body up from the dirt, but before the Minotaur could smash its club down, Karak rushed into the gap and intercepted the strike. His axe collided with the wooden club in a violent, bone-rattling crash. Sparks and golden light burst outward from the impact, briefly lighting the space between Karak and the monster. Shutra called Karak's name in relief, but Karak snapped back that this was definitely not the time for the prince to be lying around on the ground. The Minotaur roared again, furious now, and swung its club with even greater force, pouring more weight into the next crushing attack. But Karak planted himself firmly and refused to yield, meeting each blow head-on and blocking the monster's attacks with sheer stubborn strength. The ground shuddered under the force of their clash, and every impact sent a heavy shock rolling through the dirt around them, gritting his teeth against the pressure. Karak refused to give up even a single step, watching him withstand the monster's relentless assault. Shutra smirked despite the danger and told him that after all that boasting, he had better not lose here. Then Shutra raised his glowing hand, gathered his power with focused intent, and activated a support skill to strengthen Karak. A brilliant pillar of golden light burst up around Karak, wrapping him from head to toe in radiant energy. That shining power poured into his body, and Karak let out a thunderous roar as divine strength surged through his muscles. As Shutra watched the effect take hold, his expression sharpened with renewed determination. Shutra declared that from that moment on, they were done simply defending themselves. They were going to push the enemy back, fueled by the golden power flowing through him. Karak drove forward with his axe and forced the Minotaur to stagger. Golden shockwaves spread across the battlefield, slicing through the dust in rippling waves and announcing the beginning of their counterattack. The Minotaur stumbled backward, its huge body thrown off balance by the sudden surge of power pressing against it. Its eyes widened in stunned disbelief as Karak's strength climbed far beyond anything the beast had expected, and in that brief opening, Karak roared like a wild beast himself and launched his massive body high into the air. He swung his enormous axe down in a blazing golden arc, the energy-charged strike crashing into the Minotaur with devastating force and shaking the ground beneath them. The fight ended in a burst of dust and a sudden heavy silence. Breathing hard, Karak turned his eyes toward Shutra and shouted for the prince to keep moving. Shutra trusted his knight completely, and he did not waste even a second of the chance Karak had created for him. He broke into a full sprint toward the temple, his crimson cape snapping behind him as he charged up the massive stone steps and disappeared into the glowing sanctuary beyond. Inside the temple, Greenwind's voice reached him once more, echoing through the sacred space as she urged him to hurry before it was too late. The gauntlet on Shutra's arm began to pulse with vivid green light, reacting strongly to the sacred power filling the temple around him. A stream of emerald energy flowed out from the gauntlet and curled deeper into the temple like a guiding path. Shutra followed it through ancient cracked corridors until it led him into a vast inner chamber, where enormous roots spread across the floor. At the very center of that chamber stood something so immense and breathtaking that it immediately drew his gaze. It was an ancient tree overflowing with divine green energy, its towering presence so powerful that the air around it seemed to hum with life itself. Shimmering leaves drifted and swirled around Shutra as Greenwind appeared before him again, her luminous figure extending one hand toward the sacred tree, and deep within its trunk, a brilliant object pulsed with overwhelming power, glowing as if it carried the heartbeat of something ancient. It was a dragon heart. Shutra's breath caught the moment he realized what he was seeing. The object before him was none other than the fragment of Einkel. It was the source of an elder dragon's power, and Greenwind explained that the piece of the Engel Plains had lasted only because the Watcher Einkel's protective magic continued to flow from this sacred place. If the temple were taken by the Horde, that protection would disappear along with it, leaving the plains exposed. And once that happened, the balance of the entire Engel Plains would collapse. Greenwind turned to Shutra and asked him to awaken the magic sleeping inside the dragon heart, then use that power to stop the Horde before everything was lost. Outside the temple, Savage Eyes hurled his voice across the chaos of the battlefield, calling out to every warrior who still had the strength to stand. With his weapon raised and his eyes burning, he shouted that the sacred temple had to be defended at all costs, even if every last one of them had to stake their lives on that holy ground. Karak's axe ripped through another Minotaur in a violent flash of sparks, his huge body driving forward like a wall made of muscle, rage, and loyalty. Not far from him, Karma kept fighting off wave after wave of shadow wolves, her daggers flashing sharply under the sunlight, while even one of the tree guardians seemed to sense just how heavy and dangerous the enemy presence around them had become. Deep inside the sanctuary, Greenwind's voice trembled with desperation as she begged Shutra to protect the plains and save the children who still worshipped her name. Then, with the weight of everything resting on that moment, she offered him the dragon heart, the sacred power hidden within the heart of the ancient tree. Shutra slowly reached out toward the artifact and placed his hand upon it, accepting the responsibility without needing to say a word, and the instant his palm made contact with its surface, a violent eruption of green energy burst outward, flooding straight into Shutra's body like a living storm. The force snapped his head back, and in the next second, his vision was completely swallowed by a blinding wave of light. When the light cleared, Shutra found himself standing in an enormous void filled with endless glittering stars, and there, towering before him, was a colossal serpentine figure, the elder dragon Einkel. Its three ancient eyes glowed with a depth that felt older than the world itself, carrying both cosmic wisdom and a level of terrifying power that could crush the soul just by being seen. The enormous dragon slowly lowered its gaze toward Shutra, looking down on him from above as though it could see through his body, his thoughts, and straight into the depths of his soul. Then Einkel's voice rumbled through that star-filled space like the sound of creation itself, giving Shutra a single, simple command: take it, and back in the physical world. The entire temple suddenly erupted in an overwhelming explosion of brilliant green light. A towering pillar of emerald radiance shot straight upward, piercing the sky above the battlefield like a beacon from the heavens. That light could be seen from miles away, and for one brief, breathless moment, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze. Allies and enemies alike turned their eyes toward the miracle, stunned into silence by the sight. Karak stood among the dust, broken bodies, and scattered debris, his armor battered and marked by the fury of battle. Bloodied and panting, he looked toward the glowing temple and instantly understood that something like this could only have come from Shutra. Then the ground beneath everyone's feet began to quake, and thorn-covered vines burst up through the soil, twisting together with unstoppable force. From inside that surging storm of magic and roots, something massive began to stir. A gigantic wooden foot slammed down onto the battlefield, shaking the earth beneath it. Then came towering bodies made from bark, tangled roots, and stone, rising one after another, as the ancient forest guardians finally awakened. The newly awakened titans charged into the battlefield, moving with the crushing weight and fury of the forest itself behind them. Their branch-like arms swept through the horde with overwhelming force, smashing beasts by the dozens and sending them flying across the plains like broken toys. One minotaur barely had enough time to roar before a guardian's massive blow crashed down on it, hammering the creature straight into the ground. In that single instant, the entire flow of the battle shifted. Only moments earlier, the plains had been swallowed by chaos and desperation, but now nature itself had risen to fight beside Shutra and the centaur tribes, and inside the temple, Green Wind let out a breath filled with relief, declaring that Einkel's magic had finally awakened once again. She turned toward Shutra, and deep gratitude shone clearly in her eyes. She thanked him for saving the Einkel Plains. But that relief lasted for only the briefest moment, before it twisted suddenly into horror. Dragonheart's energy was not calming down. Instead of settling back into the temple and reinforcing its protection, that immense power continued pouring directly into Shutra. Green Wind's eyes widened as she demanded to know why the mana was flowing into him, and then fear seized her as she realized the truth. Shutra was absorbing the Elder Dragon's power. His body convulsed violently under the strain, white light flooding his eyes while the raw energy tore through him from the inside. Green Wind cried out for him to stop, warning that his mortal body would be destroyed, but in the middle of that unbearable agony, golden radiance suddenly burst from within him, and notifications rang through his mind. His level had gone up. The wounds scattered across Shutra's body closed in an instant, sealing shut so quickly it looked as if time itself had been rewound. His skin began to shine with divine light as the golden power restored him, repairing every injury with impossible speed. Green Wind could do nothing but stare. She watched in stunned silence as something impossible unfolded right in front of her. Around Shutra, the golden aura continued to grow brighter and brighter. His power surged again and again, breaking past its former limits as his level kept climbing higher. And deep within his consciousness, the goddess of conquest appeared. Her presence vast and overwhelming, her voice carrying absolute authority. She ordered Shutra to subdue the Dragonheart, conquer its ancient power, and force that power to kneel before his will. Shutra clenched his fist until his knuckles tightened, refusing to let either the pain or the pressure break him. No matter how much it hurt, and no matter what price he had to pay, he was determined to seize the ancient dragon's power as his own. Once again, the goddess's voice rang out through his mind. She proclaimed that even the lingering remnant of an elder dragon would bow before Shutra's unshakable will. And back inside the temple, the glowing green dragon heart sank into Shutra's chest and fused directly with his body. At the same time, the ancient tree standing in the center of the chamber pulsed one final time before releasing a magnificent burst of light. Slowly, the overwhelming brilliance began to fade from the chamber. In its place, a gentle green radiance settled across the room, and tiny motes of light drifted softly through the air. Bent forward from the ordeal, Shutra gasped for breath, forcing himself to remain on his feet despite everything his body had just endured. A shimmering emerald aura wrapped around him as the transformation finally came to an end. When he straightened, his shadowed face carried the sharp glint of a newly awakened power. As the voice of the goddess of conquest faded from his mind, she bestowed upon him a new name. He had become the Knight of Conquest. At the same time, a cascade of notifications appeared before Shutra's eyes, listing the new powers he had obtained: Dragon Body, Dragon Blood, and immunity to every poison. His level had climbed to 17, and his title had changed as well, marking him now as Dragonborn. Shutra immediately understood what that title meant. He had become someone whose dormant dragon genes had awakened, a being now capable of wielding true draconic magic. The realization struck him with tremendous weight. His rival, Zephyr Ragnaros, held that same kind of power through inherited dragon lineage, and now Shutra had finally reached a level where he could stand as his equal. Green Wind's spirit appeared before him once more, her luminous form hovering gently as her voice filled with awe while she looked upon the changed prince. She said she could feel Einkel's essence flowing within him, unmistakable proof that Shutra now possessed both the spirit and the body of a dragon. Although Green Wind admitted that this power had remained sealed away for 1,000 long years, she felt no regret in seeing it reborn through him. Calling Shutra the successor of the Watcher, she gave him one final plea: protect the Einkel Plains and safeguard her children, the centaurs and satyrs who live beneath her blessing. A confident smile spread across Shutra's face, and without the slightest trace of hesitation, he accepted her request. Outside the temple, the battle was still raging fiercely across the plains. The awakened tree guardians crushed through the horde with thunderous strength. They ripped through the monsters as easily as tearing weeds from the soil. But in the center of all that chaos stood a colossal minotaur commander, towering over the battlefield like the true core of the enemy army. It was bigger, fiercer, and far more brutal looking than any of the monsters surrounding it. Just standing there, the beast gave off a crushing presence, as if the entire enemy horde was moving according to its will. The creature let out a guttural roar, barking orders across the battlefield, and driving the horde harder against the centaurs and the awakened guardians. And the very moment Shutra emerged from the temple, his eyes fixed straight onto that towering monster. With just one look, Shutra understood the situation completely. That beast was not just another enemy. It was the commander leading the entire assault. Shutra lowered his body on the temple steps, gathering strength into his legs, as his gaze sharpened. Then, in a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself forward, landed in the middle of the battlefield, and immediately called out Karak's name. Karak turned toward the voice in shock, his eyes widening as he saw Shutra standing there alive, and carrying a presence so different it felt like the prince had returned as someone entirely new. At the same time, the enemy commander released a furious snarl. Its crimson eyes burned with rage, and with both hatred and violence in its glare, it swung its massive axe toward the intruder who had dared to challenge it directly. Shutra did not flinch beneath that murderous stare. His expression remained steady, and golden energy began gathering around his clenched fist. Then he drove that energy-filled punch straight toward the monster's chest, aiming to break through its defenses and crush it with one clean strike. But the beast moved with a speed that completely betrayed its enormous size, twisting out of the way before Shutra's attack could land, and immediately launching a counterattack. A vicious backhand smashed into Shutra and sent him skidding across the dirt. The monster leapt after him without pause, axe raised high for the finishing blow, but Shutra managed to steady himself before the next strike came down. His eyes burned with fierce concentration as he stared the monster down. This time, he promised, the beast would not be able to withstand his power. Shutra poured his energy into his fist and unleashed the fist of explosion once more, sending a massive wave of golden force crashing directly into the commander's body. The attack struck it head-on. But even after taking the full impact, the Minotaur only staggered back a short distance. Its hide was unbelievably tough, and Shutra clenched his teeth as the reality of the situation sank in. Brute force by itself was not going to be enough to take this monster down. The beast swung its axe again, forcing Shutra to leap backward as the blade tore through the ground, kicking up dust and scattering sparks through the air. Yet right in the middle of that deadly exchange, a smirk slowly formed on Shutra's face. It was time to show this commander a power it had never faced before. Shutra activated Dragon Blood. A violent surge of purple energy exploded from his body, curling and twisting around him like living flames while the pressure in the air began to distort around his form. A sharp system alert rang through Shutra's mind. Earthshaker, the gauntlet on his arm, had unlocked its true form, and lightning began crackling across its surface as a fresh wave of power flooded into him. Shutra focused every ounce of that strength into the gauntlet, tightening his fist as the gathered energy climbed higher and higher, reaching a dangerous peak. He vowed to bet everything on a single decisive blow. The Minotaur roared and charged forward with its axe raised, but Shutra met that fury head-on, unleashing an enormous blast of golden and violet energy. The two forces collided in the center of the battlefield, and the impact sent waves of pressure rippling outward through the dust and chaos. At that exact moment, Shutra shouted for Karak, telling him it was his turn to strike. With the skill summoned the king's knight, Karak appeared behind the commander in a flash of light, materializing at the exact spot Shutra needed him to be. And before the beast could even turn around, Karak brought his axe crashing down onto the back of its skull with explosive force. The commander roared in agony as the unexpected blow shook its enormous body. The beast stumbled from the strike, and Shutra's gauntlet flared even brighter. Purple light intensified around his arm as he warned the monster to face him properly. The commander turned. Rage and fear flickered together inside its crimson eyes as it sensed the overwhelming power gathering before it. A fierce grin spread across Shutra's face as he promised that this attack would be completely different from the ones before. Shutra poured everything into one devastating blow. Dragon blood, the power of conquest, and the awakened strength of Earthshaker. Then, with wings of swirling gold and violet energy flaring around him, he shot forward like a falling meteor. The air cracked under the force of his charge as he unleashed Earthshaker's secret art, a single overwhelming strike powerful enough to tear through the battlefield and end the fight. A massive explosion of golden light swallowed the bull-headed enemy whole. The blast carved a huge crater into the battlefield, sending shockwaves rolling outward through the air in every direction. The ground split apart beneath the force of the explosion, rocks flying upward as warriors from both sides raised their arms to shield their faces from the violent burst. And right at the center of that storm of light, dust, and raw power, system messages appeared before Shutra's eyes, announcing that his level had risen once again. The boss, Drake Ogre Mustafa, had been defeated, and along with that victory, Shutra gained a new title, Drake Ogre Slayer. Shutra stood at the edge of the newly formed crater, his body still tense from the overwhelming force of the attack he had just unleashed. His cloak fluttered behind him as smoke and golden motes drifted through the air. While the monster's remains hissed and faded away into shadow, Breathing heavily, Shutra muttered in exhaustion, realizing just how much aura he had burned through and how dangerously close he had come to collapsing. He also understood that using Earthshaker's true techniques properly would require a much higher level of aura mastery, and that was a skill he still did not have. Which meant Gigantic Piston was not even the weapon's final form. A sharp grin crossed Shutra's face as faint light shimmered across his knuckles. There was still much more power waiting to be unlocked. Then Karak's voice suddenly rang out across the battlefield, shouting that the enemy was beginning to retreat. Startled by the call, Shutra lifted his head and saw the centaurs charging forward with renewed strength, chasing the shattered horde across the open plains. The warriors roared their battle cries into the air, their voices rising together as the taste of victory finally came within reach. They cut down the fleeing monsters one after another, while savage eyes bellowed for the invaders to be spared no mercy. Beneath the sinking sun, crimson flashes of steel swept across the plains as the pursuit drove the enemy farther and farther away. Before long, night descended over the battlefield, settling across the scarred land like a dark cloak. Beneath a cold sky scattered with stars, the damaged plains finally grew quiet, with only the distant flicker of torchlight near the centaur's shrine breaking through the darkness. Back at the camp, laughter, songs, and triumphant shouts filled the night air. The warriors celebrated their hard-won victory with sloshing mugs, booming voices, and joy that echoed far across the open plains. In the middle of all that noise and celebration, Shutra quietly slipped away on his own, drawn toward the ancient tree where tiny green motes drifted through the air like fireflies. From within the soft glow surrounding the tree, Green Wind slowly appeared before him once again. She gave him a gentle smile and lightly teased him, saying that earlier he had looked as though he was enjoying himself quite a bit. Shutra told her that he had come because there were several things he wanted to ask. Green Wind agreed, saying that since he had fulfilled her request, she owed him answers. But before she began, she asked whether he would release the dominion he now held over her. Shutra blinked, clearly confused by the word, and repeated it back to her. Green Wind then began to explain that because he had absorbed Einkel's magic. Green Wind explained that since she herself had been born from that exact same power, Einkel's magic had now connected her very existence directly to Shutra, binding her to him in a way neither of them could simply ignore. Only then did the meaning truly sink in, and Shutra's expression stiffened with an awkward kind of realization. After a short pause, he admitted honestly that he had no idea how he was supposed to release her from that bond. Green Wind stared at him in absolute disbelief, her eyes fixed on him as if she could not believe such careless words had really just come from the person who had become her new master. She called him a terribly reckless master, warning him that if he did not even understand how to undo the connection, then she might end up permanently bound to him for no reason other than his own ignorance. Shutra immediately protested, insisting that no one had ever taught him about spirit contracts, dominion, or anything close to this in the first place. Green Wind shot back that he had acted as though he knew more than he really did, and Shutra, clearly flustered now, asked her to calm down and explain exactly what kind of state she was in. Green Wind answered him without dressing it up, saying plainly that she now belonged completely to him. Her body, her magic, and even her will had all been tied to Shutra as her master. Shutra quickly lifted both hands in front of his chest, waving them in a panic as if trying to stop the conversation before it headed somewhere even more dangerous. He hurried to explain that this was definitely not what he had meant, then asked more seriously whether the bond was hurting her or making her uncomfortable. Green Wind assured him that she was not in pain, but she warned that if she were to vanish from the Engel Plains, the land would lose both its life and its color because she was the very essence of its magic. Shutra fell silent for a moment as he thought through her words, then suggested that she could simply stay there. After all, Shutra told her in a gentler voice, she did not have to follow him anywhere, if remaining behind was what allowed the plains to keep living. Green Wind's expression immediately sank, and a hurt look flickered across her face as she asked whether Shutra was trying to abandon her. Shutra quickly denied it, clearly startled by her reaction, then asked if she truly wanted to come with him. Green Wind answered without the slightest hesitation, saying that of course she did because it was only natural for a spirit to stay beside her master. Shutra slowly nodded, finally understanding the situation more clearly. Whether he had intended it or not, he had formed a real spirit contract with Green Wind. Then, as he remembered what she had said about the plains losing their vitality if she left, another idea began to form in his mind. Shutra asked whether they could create something that would sustain the Engel Plains in her place while she was away. Green Wind's eyes widened at the suggestion, and after taking a moment to consider it, she admitted that such a thing was possible. However, she warned him that making a substitute like that would take time and consume a great deal of her strength. Behind her, the great tree shimmered faintly, almost as if it were responding to the idea as well. Shutra's face brightened, and he declared that this was exactly the solution they needed. They would leave something behind to preserve the plains and keep its life flowing, and once that was finished, Green Wind would be able to come with him freely. Green Wind hesitated, reminding him once more that the process would leave her weakened for a while, But Shotra brushed that concern aside with an easy, almost cheerful confidence, because in his mind, gaining a nature spirit as a companion was absolutely worth that temporary drawback. Relief softened Green Wind's face, and she clasped her hands together as she called him master with unmistakable affection. Shutra smiled back at her, then said that since they had settled that matter, there were questions he wanted answered. Looking up at Green Wind, Shutra asked her when Ankle had died and how it had happened. At that question, the emerald glow surrounding Green Wind dimmed just a little, and her expression grew distant, as if her mind had drifted back toward a time far beyond Shutra's reach. She admitted that she could not remember everything because she was only a fragment of that ancient power reborn as a spirit. Even so, one memory remained painfully clear. 1,000 years ago, Ankle had been murdered. Shutra went completely still when he heard that word, stunned by the weight behind it. Green Wind continued in a quiet voice, saying that she did not know who the killer had been, only that it had not been another elder dragon. Shutra whispered the word murder under his breath, chilled by the idea that someone in this world had actually been capable of killing a being, worshipped almost like a god. Green Wind drifted a little closer to him, her voice becoming softer as she told him he should speak more casually with her, since it felt strange for a master to address his spirit so formally. Shutra rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment, agreed to drop the stiff tone, and then carefully shifted the conversation toward another question. He asked whether, as Ankle's successor, he might be able to absorb the powers of other elder dragons as well. Green Wind tapped a finger lightly against her lips, thinking it over before she answered. Under normal circumstances, she said. Something like that should be impossible. But Shutra was an unusual case. He was already carrying the opposing powers of the Watcher Ankle and the Great Enkidu, which proved that his body could endure both forces at the same time. Because of that, Green Wind reasoned that Shutra might also be capable of withstanding the power of other elder dragons. Amazed by the possibility, Shutra let out a quiet laugh to himself, and called it the kind of unfair advantage that only a protagonist would be lucky enough to receive. But that brief amusement did not stay on his face for long. Growing serious again, Shutra asked one final question. What did Green Wind actually know about the strange power inside him? She answered honestly that her memories were incomplete, so her understanding of that power was limited. But before Shutra could question her any further, Green Wind's entire form suddenly flared with dazzling light. Shutra reacted on instinct, raising one arm in front of his face to shield his eyes from the sudden radiance. Caught completely off guard by the burst of light, he shouted in surprise, his voice breaking through the quiet air around them. Then Green Wind's voice changed, deepening and resonating with a divine power that no longer sounded entirely like her own, as she proclaimed that Shutra was a knight of conquest. She declared that he was a being born with the destiny of a king, and that the power inside him was dominion itself, the authority to conquer, command, and rule all things beneath the heavens. As those words echoed through the night, Shutra stood beneath Green Wind's overwhelming radiance, feeling the truth of his terrifying potential begin to sink deep into his very core. Morning sunlight spilled across the temple columns, bathing the ancient stone in warm gold as soft footsteps echoed quietly through the sacred space. Shutra stirred with a faint groan, his consciousness slowly rising from the darkness as he began to wake. He pushed himself upright and blinked through the haze of sleep, muttering that he remembered talking with Green Wind, even though the memory felt strangely distant and blurred around the edges. A gentle emerald glow drifted down from above, and Green Wind materialized before him with a calm expression. She asked whether her master was finally awake, and Shutra breathed out her name as he recognized that familiar, soothing presence. Green Wind explained that during the previous night, a trace of Ankle's consciousness had surfaced through her. That overwhelming presence had likely been too much for Shutra to bear, which was why he had lost consciousness. And as she spoke, faint visions rippled through the air around them. Swirling leaves, brilliant light, and an echoing voice declaring that a knight of conquest was born with the destiny of a king, meant to rule all creation. Then the words faded away like wind slipping through branches. The vision ended with a vow of loyalty, as Green Wind declared herself bound to him. As Shutra pieced those fragments together, he realized that this was the power of the king, the very essence of conquest itself. Startled by that thought, he wondered whether Ankle had somehow foreseen his awakening from the very beginning. Green Wind lowered her head respectfully and said that because Shutra was now her master for all eternity, there was something she had kept from him the day before, and now she had no choice but to reveal it. A grid of glowing runes appeared in the air between them, spreading out like a magical map. Green Wind revealed that at the far northern edge of the Ingle Plains, one of Ankle's lost relics was hidden. Shutra repeated the words in awe, realizing that they were speaking about an artifact left behind by Ankle himself. Green Wind continued in a steady voice while the luminous runes shimmered softly before them. She explained that the relic was an artifact infused with the power of an elder dragon, an item known as the Shield of Life. Then Green Wind began to tell him the story behind that sacred object. More than 1,000 years ago, the Watcher Ankle had bestowed the shield upon the bravest centaur warrior of that age, a hero who led his people to countless victories and never once suffered a wound. But despite all his valor and glory, that warrior's end did not come on the battlefield. It came through betrayal. He had been killed while he slept, struck down in the dark by a woman sent by those who were desperate to claim the terrifying power he carried. But the shield was not something anyone could simply take. It would only allow itself to be held by the one it had chosen. So in the end, his followers had no choice but to lay it to rest beside him, burying both the fallen master and the sacred relic together beneath the frozen earth of the distant northern lands. And as time continued to pass, first in quiet years, then in long, forgotten centuries, the relic that had once inspired fear across the land gradually slipped out of living memory. Its true name disappeared from people's mouths, fading into the haze of old stories and half-remembered myths. Eventually, no one spoke of it by its original title anymore. Instead, the world came to remember it by the name of the warrior who had died together with it, White Suri. The very moment that name reached Shutra's ears, his eyes snapped open in shock. He knew it. There was no mistaking that name. White Suri was a mythical artifact that had only appeared in the secret background lore of Night Saga, a legendary shield hidden so deeply that no player had ever managed to find it. His heart began to race as the truth settled over him. White Suri was real, and even more incredible than that, it was tied to an elder dragon. Green Wind leaned slightly toward him, watching his reaction carefully, and asked whether he had heard the name before. Shutra nodded immediately, and even though he tried to stay composed, the excitement in his voice was almost impossible to conceal as he asked where the tomb was. Green Wind answered in her usual calm tone, explaining that once she finished making a replacement for herself out on the plains, she would be able to guide him directly to it. Shutra wasted no time asking how long that would take. And Green Wind considered it briefly before estimating that the entire process would need roughly 2 days. Shutra fell silent for a short moment, weighing the timing in his head, then agreed that they would set out as soon as those 2 days were over. The far north was not an easy destination by any means, but it was not completely beyond reach either. And for Shutra, that was more than enough. A sharp spark of anticipation flickered inside his chest, bright enough that he could not fully push it down. If they managed to obtain White Suri, then the path in front of them would become much smoother. While Shutra moved across the temple grounds under the slowly brightening sky, his mind raced through one possibility after another. A journey to the north would not be hard to explain on the surface. To anyone watching, he could simply say that he was hunting down the remaining traces of Cassius. But the real issue was not the excuse itself. Shutra understood that the moment the temple was activated, there was a very high chance the Demon King had already noticed something. And if the Demon King's side had sensed it, then an inspection team would almost certainly be dispatched before long. Shutra ran through the timing in his mind, calculating the likely delay, and came to the conclusion that they probably had less than a week before someone from the Demon King's castle arrived. In that case, leaving early would clearly be the safest choice. But just as Shutra settled on that decision, Savage Eyes suddenly came hurrying toward him with urgent, heavy steps. Savage Eyes quickly reported that someone from the Demon King's castle had already reached them. Shutra froze where he stood, his expression tightening at once as he muttered under his breath that this was far too fast. Then, only a short while after that sudden report, a familiar white-haired woman stepped into the hall, several attendants following behind her in an orderly line. She entered with such confidence that it seemed as though she had every right to be there, then looked toward Shutra and casually commented that he looked like he had just seen a ghost. Shutra recognized her the instant he saw her. Felicia Doomblade. Shutra stared at her in surprise, and immediately demanded to know why she had come all the way to this place. But before he could push the question any further, Felicia reminded him that introductions should come first, then called someone forward and told her to present herself. A woman with blue-green coloring stepped out from behind Felicia with elegant composure. She bowed with refined courtesy and introduced herself as Daphne, daughter of Echo, the fifth concubine. The moment Shutra heard her name, his thoughts began turning quickly. He remembered Daphne from the game's lore. She was a druid descended from a dryad bloodline, one of his half-siblings, and more importantly, someone who could become an extremely powerful and useful ally if he could somehow win her over. Felicia crossed her arms and explained that Daphne was a highly capable druid and that her talents would be especially valuable because of their connection to the spirit of the plains. Daphne then looked at Shutra with a gentle smile and told him that she was looking forward to working with him. Shutra decided right away that he needed to make a strong impression on her, and preferably from the very beginning. After that, he shifted his attention back toward Felicia. He asked why she was not at the Giska Mountains researching the thunder-forging anvil, as she had originally planned. Felicia answered that she had indeed intended to go there, but Shutra had completed his own mission much faster than anyone had expected. She went on to say that his speed had attracted far more attention than he probably understood. What should have been a basic Cassius subjugation mission expected to last around 2 full weeks had been cleared by Shutra in only 2 days. Because of that abrupt and unexpected success, Felicia explained that Shutra's name was starting to spread. Normally, someone else would have been sent to question him, keep an eye on him, or investigate exactly what had taken place during the mission. When Shutra asked whether that was why she had personally come here, Felicia admitted that it was one part of the reason. But she was also interested in the temple's magic, as well as the strange behavior Cassius had displayed. As Shutra listened, he quietly realized that beneath Felicia's sharp attitude and biting way of speaking, she was actually far more considerate than she appeared. So he thanked her for being concerned about the situation. Felicia lightly brought her hands together with a soft clap, keeping her usual composed expression, and then asked what Shutra intended to do next. Shutra answered that he was planning to go north and check whether any remaining members of Cassius were hiding in that region. But deep down, his true destination had already been decided. He was heading north for White Suri. At that moment, Savage Eyes, the centaur chieftain, stepped forward and declared in a firm voice that he would accompany Shutra. Shutra was briefly taken aback and hesitated, but the chieftain insisted that, as the leader, he could not simply send others to go in his place. Shutra rubbed the side of his head, forced to acknowledge that the chieftain's reasoning was difficult to argue with. Then Felicia raised her hand as well, calmly announcing that she would also be joining the expedition. Her reason was straightforward. Observing living Cassius would be far more useful to her than studying corpses after the fighting had already ended. The others began nodding in agreement, pointing out that a larger group would naturally mean more fighting strength. Shutra, however, could only let out a quiet sigh in his heart. Hunting Cassius was supposed to be nothing more than a cover story for his real objective. But now, that convenient excuse was turning into a proper expedition with multiple people involved. And as the group turned their eyes toward the far-off horizon, Carrick muttered that he had a bad feeling things were about to get troublesome. And then, several days later, the northern mountains stretched out beneath a wide, cloudless sky. The stillness of the cold air was suddenly ripped apart by the roar of a monstrous wolf, and in an instant, the entire party shifted into battle formation. Carrick stared toward the threat ahead, a grin slowly spreading across his face. He remarked that his instincts had been right from the very beginning. Dark figures burst out from between the rocks, their sharp fangs flashing as they rushed toward the group. Everyone braced for the incoming assault, and with his cloak snapping loudly in the mountain wind, Shutra stepped forward ahead of the others, his eyes steady and fully focused. As the howling pack rushed in from every side, the elf warriors and centaur fighters reacted at once. They spread into formation, planted their feet firmly against the ground, and prepared to meet the beasts head-on. Then, without warning, one wolf broke away from the rest of the pack and lunged straight toward the prince. Shutra steadied himself as the beast charged in, but at the final moment he slipped to the side with practiced, effortless movement. Even while dodging the attack, a flash of confusion cut through his thoughts. How had monsters like these appeared here so suddenly? He remembered clearly that they had already wiped out every monster in this area the last time they passed through. That made their sudden return feel completely wrong. And just as that uneasy thought settled in his mind, the situation worsened even further as winged creatures began dropping down from the sky above. Their bodies had a hard, stone-like texture, and their warped silhouettes made them look almost like living gargoyles as they swooped down through the open air. Shutra identified them right away as Geists, and the moment he recognized them, he understood that this enemy force would be far more annoying and dangerous than a simple pack of wolves. A green light rose in Shutra's eyes as he lifted his gaze toward the flying enemies overhead, and said that they were not the only ones who could take to the air. He activated Wind Blessing, and in the very next instant, his body grew light, as though the air itself had taken hold of him and lifted him smoothly from the ground. Shutra climbed higher and higher into the open air, his body cutting upward as his speed grew with every passing breath, while currents of wind curled tightly around him like an invisible cloak. Nearby, Green Wind hovered in her tiny fairy form, staring at him with her mouth almost hanging open, completely unable to process what she was seeing as she blurted out how he could possibly be using her magic in that way. Shutra gave her no answer at all. Instead, he leaned into the wind and shot forward like a released arrow, tearing across the sky straight toward the Geists. One of the monsters stiffened for the briefest moment, staring at the boy flying at it head-on, as if even its stone-like mind could not understand why a kid was charging through the air directly toward its face. In that very next heartbeat, Shutra gathered power into his fist. The explosive force swelled around his knuckles, tightening into a single brutal point, and then he drove his punch straight into the Geist's face without slowing down. The blow connected with crushing force. The Geist's head snapped back as its entire body was blasted away, sent hurtling through the air like it had just been struck by a cannonball at close range. Still suspended above the battlefield, Shutra slowly turned his sharp eyes toward the rest of the monsters. Irritation flashed across his gaze as he looked down on them and told them to stop being so annoying and vanish already. Far below, on the ground beneath that chaotic sky, Green Wind continued watching the impossible scene unfold, her tiny face frozen in disbelief as she quietly wondered what purpose she even had anymore if Shutra could use her power like that. At the same time, while the battlefield broke into confusion all around them, Daphne had somehow become separated from the rest of the group. Daphne raised her head, and the first thing she saw was a flying monster, plunging down at her from above. Its shadow swept over her body, and pure panic spread across her face the instant she realized she had become its target. A terrified scream burst from Daphne's throat as she stood there frozen, her feet refusing to move while the monster closed in and no clear escape route appeared in front of her. Carrick reached her at the very last moment, throwing his body between Daphne and the incoming monster before forcing the creature back with sheer physical strength. He shouted at Daphne to snap out of it and fight, and at almost the same moment, Felicia Doomblade released her own magic with calm precision, declaring that everything was going exactly according to her plan. Felicia sprang into motion with a powerful leap, and with a sharp command of her spell, massive stones came crashing down from above. The heavy rocks slammed into the battlefield, crushing several monsters beneath their weight in an instant. By the time the dust finally drifted away, the ground was littered with the bodies of defeated beasts. The battlefield that had just been filled with howls and claws now lay scattered with fallen monsters from end to end. Felicia stepped closer to inspect them, her eyes narrowing as she noticed something Shutra had overlooked during the chaos of the fight. A faint purple aura was still clinging to the monsters' bodies, lingering around them like an unnatural stain. Shutra looked at the strange glow and asked what it was, and Felicia answered that, from what she could tell, it was most likely some form of curse magic. Felicia explained that the spell had strengthened the creatures, but it had done so by burning away their own life force. Their emotions had also been dulled until almost nothing remained, turning them into little more than living weapons. Because of that, the Dark Elf concluded that someone must have been controlling the monsters from far away through the curse. Shutra's thoughts twisted in confusion as he listened, because they had already defeated the last person who had been manipulating monsters like this. So if that enemy was already gone, who was controlling them now? While Shutra struggled with that unsettling question, Karak called out and pulled his attention toward Daphne. Karak pointed out that Daphne had been tense from the very start of the battle. Her body had been stiff, her reactions had come late, and from the way she moved, he guessed this might have been her first real fight. Shutra silently agreed with Karak's judgment. He realized that the Daphne standing in front of him was much less experienced than the version he remembered from the game. Then Daphne spoke in a strained voice, saying that she could feel the spirit's fear, and that the sinister energy seemed to grow stronger the farther north they traveled. Green Wind backed up Daphne's words, confirming that she could sense it too. From the north, she could feel a dark, disturbing power flowing toward them like a cold current. Savage Eyes then suggested that they should continue onward to the northernmost point and see with their own eyes exactly what was happening there. Shutra could only admit to himself that all he had wanted was to recover White Suri, yet somehow this entire situation had grown much more complicated and troublesome than it ever needed to be. Even with that frustration weighing on him, Shutra agreed that they would continue forward, and he decided their next stop would be the observation tower standing along the northern border. Beneath a night sky glittering with countless stars, a tall stone tower rose from the northern border, like a silent guardian watching over the land. The group gathered on the upper platform, standing together as they looked out across the dark horizon. From that high place above the surrounding terrain, spotted a massive concentration of purple energy gathering far off in the distance, and around it stood hundreds of enemies. Felicia's face hardened as she studied the sight, then explained that only a high-ranking undead, something on the level of a lich, could possibly command such a large force. Then, without even the slightest warning, Daphne suddenly dropped to her knees, overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure radiating from that dark energy. Karak rushed over at once, supporting her as he helped her back up and asked if she was okay. Daphne shakily insisted that she was fine, but the trembling in her voice and body made it clear that the energy was affecting her badly. Felicia explained that the sinister power was harsh, direct, and oppressive, and because Daphne was half-spirit, she felt its weight far more painfully than the others did. Shutra took in the situation with a quick glance, and immediately understood that they were at a serious disadvantage. Keeping his voice as calm as possible, he suggested that they pull back before things became any worse. But before anyone could even begin to move, Felicia suddenly sensed something approaching them. Her body went rigid, her expression sharpened, and she warned the group that someone was coming straight toward their position. Shutra was startled by the intensity in her voice and the clear alarm written across her face. He immediately checked his holographic map, trying to figure out who could possibly be approaching them in a place like this, and at a time like this. The answer appeared in front of him almost instantly. Several red enemy markers had already spread around them, surrounding their position from multiple directions. Then Karak suddenly pointed toward the sky and shouted for the prince to look up right away. Several enormous fireballs were falling from the heavens, dropping straight toward the tower like burning meteors. Shutra raised his head, and panic flashed across his face as the flaming attack descended on them with terrifying speed. In that instant, Shutra realized they had walked directly into a trap. He shouted for everyone to get out of the tower immediately. But in the very next second, the meteors slammed into the structure. A devastating explosion ripped through the tower, tearing the stone structure apart in moments. Its frame buckled under the impact, collapsing into a storm of fire, smoke, and shattered rock, while enemies watched from far away. The tower completely broke apart beneath the force of the flaming meteors. Stone blocks and broken debris poured downward in a roaring collapse, swallowing the area in dust and destruction. Carrick cried out as chunks of falling debris slammed into him. But even under that brutal impact, he planted himself like a shield and used his own body to protect his teammates from the worst of the wreckage. Felicia reacted just as quickly, wasting no time at all. Her expression sharpened with fierce determination as she unleashed wind control magic. The spell wrapped around the group, softening their fall and shielding them from the force of the blast. Broken stone continued raining down around them from every side, but because Felicia had intervened so quickly, none of them suffered serious injuries. When the smoke and dust finally began to thin enough for them to see again, Felicia turned her gaze toward Shutra and asked if the prince was all right. Shutra confirmed that he was, and Savage Eyes immediately thanked the sixth princess. Savage Eyes said plainly that her magic was the only reason they had survived that attack. But Felicia warned him not to thank her just yet, because the real problem was still in front of them. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and they were already surrounded on every side. Felicia ordered everyone to hold the line while she created an opening in the enemy formation. Magic began gathering around her body as her focus grew sharper, making it obvious that she was preparing to unleash a powerful spell. Shutra kept his eyes fixed on Felicia, caught between genuine admiration and a quiet uneasiness he could not shake. The fierce focus on her face made it clear she was gathering an enormous amount of power, and before he even realized he had spoken, her name slipped from his lips in a low whisper. Then Shutra pulled out a glowing dagger, its light flashing sharply across his hand, and declared that he would hold the enemies back for as long as he possibly could. A moment later, Shutra activated under the king's banner. His command spread across the battlefield like an invisible wave, reaching every ally standing with him and strengthening them all at once. The effect hit the warriors immediately. A sudden surge of power rushed through their bodies, flooding their arms and legs like fire racing through their blood. Several of the fighters stared down at themselves in shock, stunned by the unfamiliar strength now coursing through them. Greenwind looked toward Shutra with concern and asked if he was truly going to fight, and Shutra answered without hesitation, his voice firm and resolved. Shutra said there was simply no other option left. While Felicia prepared her magic, he had to believe in her completely and keep the enemy occupied until the decisive moment arrived. The Earthshaker gauntlet formed around Shutra's arm, locking over him with solid, heavy force as a powerful glow pulsed from the weapon. With a golden aura spreading over his entire body, Shutra raised his voice and shouted for everyone to brace themselves and get ready for the battle ahead. At his command, the whole group surged forward as one, charging straight into the horde that was rushing toward them with terrifying speed. With a fierce cry tearing from his throat, Shutra led the charge from the very front, refusing to back down even as the situation in front of them looked almost hopeless. Carrick, empowered by the prince's strengthening skill, let out a thunderous roar and rushed ahead with his axe raised high over his shoulder. Savage Eyes charged beside him with his sword ready, throwing himself into the undead ranks and cutting into the skeletons without the slightest hesitation. Shutra unleashed Explosion Fist, and the force erupted outward in a violent shockwave, smashing through several enemies directly in front of him. Bones exploded in every direction from the impact, scattering across the ground in broken pieces. But almost immediately, the undead began to pull themselves back together, and one floating skull with burning purple eyes reformed in midair. It was already preparing to attack again. Shutra clenched his teeth hard, frustration tightening his expression as he watched the enemy recover. Even his most powerful attacks were not enough to keep these monsters down permanently. And if the battle continued this way, there would be no end to it. No matter how many skeletons they shattered, more continued to rise, with fresh bones pushing up from the earth in endless waves before charging forward without mercy. Shutra understood that unless they found whoever was controlling them, the entire group would eventually be buried under sheer numbers. Then, without warning, purple bolts of energy began raining down from above, striking across the battlefield in every direction. His allies were caught completely off guard, crying out as the dark magic surged through their bodies. Carrick tried to guard himself, but the attack still hit him, and he shouted in frustration as burning pain tore through him. The purple bolts threw the battlefield into chaos, leaving the warriors staggered, disoriented, and dangerously exposed while the undead pressed in around them. One elf dropped to the ground with a pained groan, the purple magic clinging to his body like a poison that would not release him. Then, from within the broken debris and drifting smoke, a tall, overwhelming figure slowly rose, its entire body wrapped in a sinister purple glow. It was a giant skeletal knight, wearing a crown like a dead king, and encased from head to toe in full black armor. Its presence alone felt heavy enough to crush the courage out of anyone standing before it. Shutra spotted the monster at once, and in that instant he understood that this towering undead was the commander leading the entire army. Savage Eyes seized the brief opening without hesitation and charged toward the massive knight, releasing a fierce battle cry as he rushed in. With his resolve completely unshaken, Savage Eyes leapt forward and swung his weapon with every bit of strength he could gather. But the skeletal knight blocked the attack as if it meant nothing at all. Then, with a single brutal counterattack, it struck back and sent Savage Eyes flying away. Carrick saw the whole thing happen in front of him, shouted toward the knight and rushed forward to help Savage Eyes. But the orc was overwhelmed just as easily, struck down before he could change the flow of the fight. His body was sent flying by the monster's crushing blow. Carrick gritted his teeth through the pain, anger, and frustration twisting across his face at how quickly he had been overpowered. Shutra used that brief opening without wasting a second, sprinting straight toward the giant skeletal knight at full speed. As he closed the distance, Shutra thanked the enemy for coming closer and declared that this was exactly where the monster's path would come to an end. He leapt into the air and drove Explosion, fist straight toward the knight's core, pouring as much force as he could into the strike. But the skeletal knight caught the attack with terrifying ease, stopping Shutra's blow completely before hurling him down to the ground as if he weighed nothing. Shutra slowly forced himself back up, coughing hard as shock spread through his body from the overwhelming difference in strength. Only then did he truly understand that this knight was not merely stronger than the others. It existed on an entirely different level from every enemy they had fought before. That was when Felicia stepped forward and told Shutra to stop fighting for now and rest. The skeletal knight turned its empty gaze toward her, staring at her in heavy silence. It was almost as though the monster had suddenly become curious about the woman daring to step into its path. Shutra was startled by Felicia's sudden intervention, struggling to understand what his sister was planning to do. Felicia moved into position directly in front of Shutra, placing herself between him and the monster, and declared that from this moment on she would be the knight's opponent. With a fearless glare, Felicia mocked the monster by calling it Skullface, then calmly invited it to come at her. Then Felicia lifted into the air, her body rising smoothly as a glowing magic circle formed above her. A powerful blast of energy burst from her spell and slammed into the skeletal knight head-on. The creature howled in pain beneath the impact, but even after taking the full force of the attack, it refused to collapse. Its armored body held firm against the spell. Enraged, the skeletal knight charged straight toward Felicia, moving with the intent to tear her apart. Felicia, however, remained perfectly calm in the face of its charge. She controlled the wind with sharp, precise movements and launched another crushing blast at the approaching knight. Even as the monster continued rushing forward, its purple aura flared violently, burning around its armor as it prepared to overpower her by force. But Felicia did not retreat a single step, meeting its fury with the same fearless determination. Then, using Blink, Felicia teleported directly above the knight, a concentrated sphere of energy already gathered in her hand, catching the monster completely off guard. She released several glowing spheres one after another, firing them in rapid succession without giving the knight any time to recover. Each blast slammed into the skeletal knight with punishing force. The monster roared in agony as Felicia's relentless barrage continued hammering into its armored body. Shutra watched the battle unfold with his eyes wide open. He was stunned by how completely Felicia was controlling the fight on her own, overwhelming the skeletal knight with a mix of power, confidence, and composure that left him utterly speechless. All of a sudden, Shutra sensed another presence right beside him and turned his head in surprise. Daphne was standing there, wrapped in a gentle green aura that shimmered softly around her body, her expression drawn tight with worry as she looked at him and asked if he was all right. Then Daphne activated Dryad's blessing. A warm wave of healing power spread outward across the battlefield, reaching every ally at once. And as that gentle strength flowed into them, Savage Eyes felt his wounds begin to close while his arms steadied again with renewed force. Carrick was also enveloped by that soft green radiance. The light wrapped around his battered body, filling him with fresh strength and pushing his power even higher than before. And when Shutra saw Daphne finally reveal her unique blessing, a grin spread across his face, his excitement impossible to hide. That very moment, a notification suddenly flashed in front of Shutra's eyes, announcing that he had acquired Boost Level 1. Shutra blinked in confusion as blue light unexpectedly coiled around his body. Small glowing orbs of energy appeared around him, circling through the air like tiny spirits drawn to his presence. Then another notification appeared directly before his eyes. It declared that he had obtained Spirit Blossom Level 1. The new power flowed into him like a living current, pouring spirit energy through his entire body and raising all of his abilities at the same time. Only then did Shutra understand what was happening. The spirit of life and the spirit of wind were both moving through him at once, blending inside his body. With that power surging through him, Shutra charged straight at the skeleton knight and launched one strike after another, each golden blow bursting against the enemy's black armored frame. Nearby, Felicia was breathing hard. Her exhaustion showed clearly in the rise and fall of her shoulders. But even with her strength draining away, she refused to stop. She kept attacking, pouring every last bit of power she had into the fight. Felicia used Blink again and immediately prepared another spell. Purple blades of energy formed around her body before slicing toward the knight, and with irritation cutting through her voice, she called him a stubborn brute and told him to disappear already. She pressed in with a fierce strike, but the skeleton knight raised his sword and blocked the attack. Felicia's eyes widened in disbelief when she realized that even after all of that, her assault still had not been enough to bring him down. Then, in the next instant, Carrick, still blazing with Daphne's green aura, roared at the skeleton knight and rushed forward. The orc swung his axe down with terrifying force, landing such a heavy blow that even the knight had difficulty enduring it. The skeleton knight was clearly shaken by the impact, though somehow it still managed to stay on its feet. Shutra floated into place beside Felicia and praised his sister for what she had done, though his eyes remained locked on the enemy as he prepared to keep fighting. Felicia turned in surprise when she realized Shutra was hovering beside her, already getting ready for the final strike. He told her to leave the finishing blow to him, while the gauntlet on his arm began blazing with intense, brilliant light. With a fierce shout tearing from his chest, Shutra unleashed Explosion Fist and drove a crushing blow directly into the enemy. The skeleton knight took the attack head-on, and under the overwhelming force of the impact, its armored body started to crack, crumble, and break apart. Carrick lifted his voice in a loud, triumphant cheer. He declared that victory was finally theirs. But Shutra laughed and corrected him with a confident grin, making it clear that the battle was not completely finished just yet. Fired up by that momentum, Carrick shouted that he would finish the job with his own hands and charged forward again, his axe lifted high above him. But before Carrick could actually reach the knight, the creature's body suddenly detonated in a violent burst of purple energy. Deadly waves of power shot outward toward everyone nearby, and Shutra screamed Carrick's name. As the blast swallowed the battlefield in an instant, fear seized Shutra's chest so tightly that it nearly stopped his breath. For a brief moment he could not even make sense of what had just happened in front of him. His eyes widened as he stared through the sudden chaos, struggling to process the explosion. All around him, his allies were struck down by the violent burst of power. Their silhouettes vanished one after another into the swirling storm of purple light. Felicia stared at the disintegrating figure in front of her. She could hardly believe that the enemy was still standing so tall after everything they had already thrown at him. Forcing her focus back onto the skeleton knight, she braced herself, ready for a deadly counterattack to come at any second. Meanwhile, far away from the center of the battle, the tiny fairy green wind darted desperately through the dark forest, weaving between the shadows as she searched frantically for something important. Then she suddenly stopped in midair. Her tiny body went completely still as she sensed the presence she had been trying so hard to find. Not long after that, Green Wind discovered a floating fragment of land with a glowing weapon embedded inside it. This place was the tomb of the legendary warrior, and the white Surrey resting there gave off such overwhelming power that even standing near it felt almost impossible to endure. Back on the battlefield, the skeleton knight lunged toward the fallen prince. Felicia reacted immediately, intercepting the monster with her magic before it could reach him. She glared at the knight with fierce defiance and ordered it to face her instead. Fury burned clearly in her voice, and she gathered her remaining strength for a devastating spell. Felicia unleashed Triple Explosion, a massive burst of raw energy that slammed directly into the skeleton knight with explosive force, but the skeleton knight teleported away from the blast at the last moment. In an instant, it reappeared behind Felicia and swung its sword toward her back. She tried to escape with Blink, but the attack caught her before she could fully slip away. The knight followed up with a brutal punch, and the impact launched Felicia backward through the air. Felicia barely managed to raise a magic barrier in time. But even with that protection around her, the sheer force of the blow still hurled her away. She clenched her teeth in anger. At that moment she realized this enemy was much tougher than she had expected. The skeleton knight answered with another blast of purple energy, shattering her barrier into pieces and knocking her down once again. Then the knight summoned yet another wave of undead, sending them surging across the battlefield like a massive tide of bones. And in the middle of all that chaos, Shutra lay unconscious after being struck by the blast of bones, his body motionless on the ground while the battle continued to rage around him. As Shutra drifted through a deep darkness, a mysterious voice called him master and told him to rise. Then his eyes opened inside a calm green space, and he looked around in confusion, unsure where he had awakened. Shutra still had no idea what was happening in the strange space around him. Before he could even steady his thoughts, Green Wind appeared in front of him, her expression urgent as she insisted that he needed to hurry and awaken the power of Einkel sleeping deep inside his body. Shutra looked back at her with clear confusion in his eyes and asked how he was supposed to draw out Einkel's power when he did not even know how to activate it in the first place. Right then, an enormous green light suddenly flashed high above him. It was so bright and sudden that Shutra instinctively raised his head, his eyes widening in shock as he stared upward. The forest spirit warned him that there was something crucial he had to understand first, and in her small hands, a glowing artifact shone with a strange powerful radiance that seemed far beyond ordinary magic. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Shutra's unconscious body quietly murmured the words dragon blood, as though some buried truth had finally risen from deep within him. Then from the heavens above, a stream of green and blue energy came pouring down, slicing through the sky like a brilliant comet falling toward the earth. Below that dazzling light, Felicia and the warriors, still surrounded in the middle of the seemingly endless undead horde, kept fighting with desperate determination, using every bit of strength they had left. The green energy swept across the battlefield like a living wave. Wherever it passed, wounds began to close, strength returned to exhausted bodies, and the allies who had nearly reached their limit were suddenly empowered again. Felicia glanced back through the chaos of the battle and saw her brother beginning to rise from the ground. His body was wrapped in a radiant green aura, the light shimmering around him like something alive as it pulsed through the air. Shutra forced himself upright, still unsteady on his feet, and clearly confused as the strange energy continued coiling around his body. Then, without any warning, White Suri materialized directly in front of him, shining with such overwhelming presence that the air itself seemed to grow heavier. Shutra stared at the shield in disbelief and asked how this could even be possible, just as Green Wind appeared beside him. Green Wind explained that she had searched for the tomb, and somehow, she had managed to make the shield recognize Shutra as its new master. Shutra started to thank her for what she had done, but Green Wind immediately cut him off, telling him to save the praise for later, because something far more urgent was standing right in front of them. The skeleton knight turned towards Shutra, sword gripped in hand, clearly ready to finish everything. Then the monster charged forward with terrifying speed. A trail of purple energy dragged behind him as he closed the distance in an instant. Shutra tried to react, but he was caught off guard by just how impossibly fast the knight's movements had become. For a split second, Shutra could not help wondering why the skeleton knight was suddenly moving at such an absurd speed. The skeleton knight fired a bolt of purple energy straight toward him. Shutra raised White Suri at once and met the attack head-on, blocking the blast directly with the shield. Felicia screamed Shutra's name in terror. As the smoke split apart, it revealed the knight's headless form, making the sight even more horrifying. But then Shutra rose into the air, glowing with green power. White Suri held firmly in both hands. Shutra tightened his grip around White Suri and felt its enormous power rushing through his veins. Green Wind explained that Einkel's fragment had changed his body, transforming him into a hybrid. She asked if he could feel it now. The new strength surging through his altered body, that extra power spreading into every part of him. 1,000 years of Einkel's magic preserved inside the shield for all this time was now flooding directly into Shutra. Shutra was stunned by the sensation. His eyes widened as he took in the unbelievable force flowing through him and admitted that the power felt incredible. Across the battlefield, the skeleton knight silently watched him. His purple eyes burned with pure hatred. Shutra stared right back at the monster, completely unafraid now, and insulted him by calling him bonehead. Then Shutra invited the skeleton knight to continue the fight, his confidence stronger than ever. This time, he declared, he would crush the monster properly without making a single mistake. He fired a blast of green energy from White Suri, wiping out several undead nearby as the force spread through the battlefield and tore into the enemy horde. Felicia stared in disbelief, unable to fully comprehend the scale of power her brother was releasing. The skeleton knight roared with fury and charged again, sword raised high, but Shutra blocked the strike with the shield, and White Suri answered by shining even brighter. The shield divided its power into multiple green blades of energy, sending them flying toward the enemy in sharp arcs of light. Those glowing blades twisted together in midair, merging into the form of a massive energy bird that raced across the battlefield at incredible speed. Skeleton Knight turned to cut down the incoming bird, but Shutra taunted him at exactly the right moment, pulling the monster's attention away. Using that brief opening, Shutra rushed in close and slammed Explosion Fist straight into the knight's side. The monster let out a howl of agony as the impact tore into it. And even when the surrounding flames surged over Shutra, he raised White Suri in front of him and protected himself behind the shield. Shutra pressed forward without hesitation, the green aura around his body blazing brighter as he prepared to strike back with even greater force. With one swift motion, he launched another blast of green energy, sending it crashing directly into the skeleton knight. White Suri burned with brilliant light as its power spread outward across the battlefield. Several green blades shot forward and pierced straight through the skeleton knight's armor. The monster screamed in pain as the blades tore into him. Then Shutra leapt high into the air. His gauntlet blazed fiercely on his arm as he gathered power for what would become the final blow. With his resolve unwavering, Shutra activated Giant Piston and drove his fist straight into the knight's chest. The skeleton knight ground its teeth and reeled backward as the crushing impact ripped through its armored body. Shutra declared that everything would end right here, and he prepared himself to deliver the finishing strike. With a precise flick of his fingers, he gathered the green energy into a single blazing point. Then he released it as a beam of power that shot forward and tore straight through the monster's chest with overwhelming force. The skeleton knight began to collapse. its entire body breaking apart as the green energy consumed what remained of it. The undead gathered around them froze in place, stunned by what they were witnessing. All they could do was watch helplessly as their commander finally fell before them. A brilliant notification suddenly burst into view right in front of Shutra's eyes, shining so clearly that there was no mistaking what it meant. The battle was over, and the message announced the result in plain, undeniable words. He had defeated the boss, Skeleton King Valkaruba. Almost immediately after that, another change followed. Shutra's level didn't rise just once. It climbed twice in succession, and with each increase, a fresh wave of strength seemed to flow through every part of his body. Feeling that new power settle inside him, he couldn't hold back the satisfied smile spreading across his face. Then, before the feeling of victory could fade, yet another reward appeared before him. He had obtained the title Kingslayer Level 1. But just as Shutra was about to savor the achievement, Felicia cut in sharply, warning him about the Bad of Bones curse and urging everyone that they needed to get away from that place immediately. Later that same night, once the urgent danger had finally slipped behind them, the group gathered around a crackling campfire. The warm orange light flickered across their tired faces as they let their bodies rest and quietly began sorting through everything that had happened. Felicia's eyes eventually drifted toward the shield in Shutra's possession, her gaze lingering on it with careful curiosity. In a measured voice she asked whether it was truly the White Eagle's relic, and Shutra answered with a calm, steady nod, confirming it without showing even a hint of doubt. The moment that confirmation sank in, Savage Eyes and Carrick both stared at the shield in open disbelief. Their eyes widened as if they were looking at something impossible, clearly stunned that a legendary weapon they had only ever heard about was now sitting right there in front of them. Daphne, however, looked at the shield more quietly, focusing on it with a serious expression. After sensing it for a moment, she said that an enormous life force was flowing from within it, and to her, it was obvious that the relic still had not revealed the full extent of its real power. Those words made something click in Shutra's mind. The shield had never been weak in the first place. It was holding itself back on purpose, carefully adjusting its own strength so that it could stay in balance with him instead of overwhelming him. Felicia turned her attention back to Shutra and told him plainly that the relic now belonged to him. Then, with her expression growing much more serious, she added that she would not report anything about the shield to the castle. At that moment, Savage Eyes stepped forward with a solemn air, his posture filled with respect in a formal tone. He acknowledged Shutra as the rightful successor of the great warrior once known as White Eagle. The Centaur chief did not stop there. With firm conviction in his voice, he pledged that whenever Shutra called for them, he and his warriors would come to stand by his side without the slightest hesitation. Hearing those words, Shutra's expression softened into a warm but steady smile. He looked back at them and said that he would be relying on them in the future as well. Just then, a sudden thought struck Shutra, snapping his attention back to something important he had nearly forgotten amid all the chaos. They still had not checked the warrior's home to see what kind of loot had been left behind. When Shutra opened it and looked inside, what he found was a treasure chest overflowing with valuables. Gold coins glittered in shining piles, mixed together with all sorts of precious items that immediately drew the eye. But before Shutra could even take a proper moment to admire the dazzling sight of all that treasure, Green Wind suddenly appeared, cutting into the moment as if she had been waiting for her chance. She declared that things were not finished yet, because Shutra still had not given her the praise she clearly deserved. Carrick was so startled by her sudden appearance that he nearly jumped out of his skin. Shutra, on the other hand, immediately realized what he had forgotten and quickly apologized for overlooking her contribution. He then reached out gently and patted the small fairy on the head, making his apology feel sincere. In a warm voice, he thanked her properly, making sure she knew just how important her help had been during the battle. Green Wind decided that she would forgive him, but she was far from satisfied with only an apology. Puffing herself up proudly, she insisted that if Shutra wanted to make it right, he had to praise her properly as compensation. Shutra accepted her demand without putting up any resistance. He told her that she was the best among them, truly amazing, and absolutely deserving of every bit of praise she wanted to hear. And so, with the battle finished, the treasure recovered, and the immediate threat finally gone, the long and chaotic incident in the north at last came to an end. Even after everything had settled down, Shutra still could not fully shake off the uneasiness lingering inside him. He kept turning the same question over in his mind. Had Valkaruba truly been the source of the purple aura, or had something even stranger been hiding behind it all along? There was another question troubling him as well. How had the enemy even known about the small sanctuary hidden deep within the forest, a place that should have been difficult for anyone to find? As those thoughts continued to weigh on him, Shutra's expression gradually became more serious. The fighting might have ended, but he understood clearly that several important mysteries were still left unresolved. Quietly, Shutra made a promise to himself. One day, no matter what it took, he would uncover the true origin of the purple aura after they returned from the northern border. Time began moving quickly for Shutra and the others. Busy days followed one after another, leaving little room for them to slow down. Savage eyes gathered his warriors and prepared them for another march north. This time their purpose was clear. They would eliminate the remaining Cassius once and for all. Shutra joined them in that campaign, standing alongside the Centaur warriors as they moved through the region. Together, they pressed forward and carried out the final cleanup of the area. After 15 days of relentless effort, the entire pack was wiped out completely. Meanwhile, far away at the Demon King's castle, daily life continued as usual within the dark and towering fortress. Felicia looked over at her younger brother with a thoughtful expression, studying him as if something about him had changed. After a moment, she remarked that he seemed noticeably stronger than before. Shutra answered her observation with nothing more than a casual grin. Acting as though his sudden increase in strength was perfectly normal, he said that he was simply in the middle of a growth spurt. Then, as if to smoothly move the conversation along, Shutra shifted the topic and asked how the investigation into the sanctuary had turned out. Felicia replied that, for the most part, the results had been fairly ordinary. However, that was not all she had managed to uncover. Felicia went on to explain that during her search, she had found something truly remarkable. The magic placed around the sanctuary appeared to have been cast by none other than Ankle. Ankle was one of the 6 ancient dragons. Shutra quickly put on a surprised reaction and said the discovery was incredible, carefully trying to make sure his response did not look suspicious. Felicia's eyes narrowed slightly as she studied his face, clearly not missing the awkwardness in his reaction. She asked whether he had already known about it beforehand, and Shutra denied it immediately, answering just a little too quickly. Right then, Green Wind suddenly appeared beside them, making the moment even harder for Shutra to escape. Without softening her words at all, she bluntly said that he looked strange while trying so hard to act like he knew nothing. From there, the attention shifted back to the Demon King's castle itself. Its Gothic towers rose high into the sky, casting an ominous presence over everything below. And the moment Felicia arrived, a group of elf girls hurried toward her, their faces lighting up with bright and excited expressions. They called Felicia's name with warmth and familiarity, quickly gathering around her in a cheerful cluster. One after another, they greeted her, asking how she had been and whether she had eaten yet. Carrick watched the lively welcome from the side. Taking in the familiar scene with a relaxed look, he commented that nothing around this place had changed at all, and Shutra gave a small nod in agreement. Green Wind then asked whether it was really all right to leave the plains as they were. Shutra answered calmly, saying that in the end, the only ones who had truly changed were themselves. Carrick stepped a little closer to Shutra and lowered his voice, speaking carefully so the others would not easily hear. He asked whether the prince had done something wrong to attract this much attention. As he spoke, Carrick gestured toward a group of women who were glaring at them with obvious hostility and suspicion. Shutra recognized them as succubi and quietly wondered whether they were connected to Anastasia Nicrian's faction. Anastasia Nicrian, the 4th princess, was not someone who could be ignored. She was the leader of one of the 3 major factions within the Demon King's castle. Her faction was the largest of the 3, and at one point, even Felicia and her twin brother Sylvan had belonged to it. Shutra quickly pieced together what that meant. The news of everything that had happened out on the plains had already reached Anastasia's ears. Slowly, a confident grin spread across Shutra's face. He glanced over at Carrick and told him that he had better start getting used to that kind of attention. From now on, this was only going to happen more often. The focus then shifted to the merit office inside the Demon King's castle. There, Isabella, the representative in charge, formally announced that Shutra's merit rank had risen to 10, and because of that promotion, he had now gained access to the treasure vault. The instant Isabella mentioned that he now had permission to enter the treasure vault, Shutra's eyes brightened as if someone had lit a spark inside them. His excitement showed almost immediately, spreading across his face before he could even try to hide it. A wider smile pulled at Shutra's lips as he leaned into the moment, clearly unable to contain his anticipation. He asked if this finally meant they could go out and properly spend some money for the first time, as though the words themselves were already making him picture the possibilities. It wasn't long before they headed straight for the arsenal, moving through the castle with their new authority in hand. Once they arrived, the guards checked and confirmed their permission, then stepped aside and allowed them to enter the first treasure vault. Waiting for them inside was Iger, ready to receive them. As the manager of the arsenal, Iger calmly explained how this place worked. Unlike the usual rewards that required merit points, the equipment stored here could be purchased directly with cash, and after giving them that explanation, he welcomed them in and told them to look around freely, choosing whatever happened to catch their eye. Shutra glanced over at Carrick and, in a completely casual tone, told him to pick out anything he needed. Carrick froze for a moment, staring back at him with disbelief written all over his face, as if he couldn't quite believe such a generous offer had just been handed to him. But once Shutra confirmed that he meant it, without the slightest hesitation, Carrick's expression changed instantly. His face lit up with excitement, and the orc hurried off into the rows of equipment, eager to search through everything available. After taking his time and inspecting the gear carefully, Carrick finally settled on a piece of chest armor, He held it up with approval and explained that it had exactly the kind of toughness and durability he had been looking for. Carrack then added that the armor came with resistance against elemental attacks, which made it even more valuable. Better still, it was light enough that it would not slow his body down or interfere with the movements required for his beast god fist art. Completely satisfied with that choice, Carrack decided he would wear the armor beneath his usual clothes. That way the protection would stay hidden from view. But it would always be there and ready whenever danger appeared. After finishing their business there, Shutra and Carrack made their way to a blacksmith named Cater. This time, Shutra wanted to commission a new pair of greaves, something properly suited to the way he fought. Shutra explained that ordinary greaves simply would not be enough for him. His martial arts relied heavily on sharp footwork, fast steps, and precise lower body control. So any equipment on his legs had to support that movement instead of holding him back. Cater listened to the request and examined the details with a practiced eye. After considering the design, he said it was not especially complicated, and if there were no problems along the way, the greaves should be completed within 2 days. Then, as if he were discussing something perfectly ordinary, Cater suggested making the greaves from a combination of leather and dragon scales. Shutra reacted at once, asking if Cater was seriously joking, because materials like that were far too rare to be treated casually. But Cater remained completely calm and explained that a shipment containing those exact materials had arrived earlier that very day under the prince's name, so he intended to use them for the commission. Still unable to make sense of how such valuable materials could show up for him without warning, Shutra asked what exactly was going on. That was when Cater revealed the truth. Lord Ishgard himself had personally ordered the materials for Shutra. The moment Ishgard's name reached Shutra's ears, he visibly stiffened in surprise. After all, Ishgard was famous throughout the kingdom as both the greatest swordsman alive and the finest blacksmith anyone knew. And that was not all. Ishgard was also an elder of the Sura race, a legendary warrior of such extraordinary skill and standing that he had once trained the Demon King himself. Carrack could not keep the question to himself and wondered aloud why someone that important would go out of his way to support Shutra. Shutra, still trying to process it, admitted that he found the whole situation just as strange. Back when this had only been a game, Shutra had never received any special support from the Sura side at all. Because of that, he could not understand why things were beginning to happen differently now. But before he could follow that thought any deeper, something suddenly interrupted them. A man came rushing toward them in a panic, breathing hard as he carried urgent news meant for the 9th prince. Carrack immediately demanded to know what had happened, while the messenger lowered his head and struggled to catch enough breath to speak. The messenger finally announced that an audience ceremony would be held the next morning, and the news took Shutra by surprise. He went on to explain that the ceremony had been arranged to honor 3 people for their accomplishments on the plains. Shutra silently turned that over in his mind, wondering who the 3rd person could possibly be. The first 2 were obvious, himself and his sister, Felicia, but the final name had not yet been said. Then the messenger revealed the identity of the remaining person being honored. The 2nd prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, had returned to the castle. Outside on the bright sunlit street near the Demon King's castle, a herald's voice rang out clearly, formally announcing the return of the 2nd prince, Zephyr Ragnaros. Far below the castle walls, Shutra and Carrack both stopped in their tracks. The announcement hit them hard enough that for a moment, neither of them moved. Carrack muttered in surprise that the 2nd prince had already returned, and though his voice was low, there was a faint trace of uneasiness hidden inside it. Shutra, however, remained completely motionless as those words sank into him like a blade pressing into old wounds. His eyes began to glow blue, his muscles tightening all at once, as though some buried memory had forced its way back from the darkness. Noticing the sudden change in his expression, Carrack quickly asked if he was all right, but Shutra only raised his head slowly, his gaze becoming sharper and colder. Deep within himself, he repeated the name again, 2nd Prince Zephyr Ragnaros. In that instant, a vision crashed through his mind, a towering knight wrapped in black armor beneath a blood-red sky, crimson eyes burning like embers, while Shutra's own broken body lay helpless at that knight's feet. The memory came back with painful, merciless clarity. Zephyr Ragnaros was the man destined to kill him one day, the man who would bring destruction down on everything around him. And the thought of meeting that very person again, in this life, sent a cold shiver rushing through Shutra's entire body. From there, the scene shifted into the dim, shadowed corridors of the fortress. Carrack walked beside Shutra with clear worry on his face, glancing at him from the side as they moved forward. He said that the prince had seemed strange ever since the day before. Shutra let out a quiet sigh, trying to steady himself and push down the turmoil inside him. Even so, his fingers trembled faintly at his sides, betraying the fear he was struggling to hide. He knew deep down that this meeting with Zephyr Ragnaros had always been something he could not avoid forever, even knowing that Shutra had not expected fear to clamp down on his chest this tightly, trying to ease the heavy mood. Carrack asked about another prince who was supposed to arrive. But a servant answered that the second prince would be entering directly and would skip the waiting chambers entirely. Just then, a smooth female voice cut cleanly into their conversation. The voice remarked that Zephyr Ragnaros was special in more ways than one. Felicia then approached with graceful, confident steps, her eyes calm and composed, before stopping in front of Shutra and reminding him that his own achievements were nothing insignificant either. Shutra looked at Felicia and quietly told her not to let Zephyr's return make her feel overshadowed or pushed aside. Felicia answered with steady confidence, her voice calm and unwavering. All they needed to do, she said, was show their best when the moment finally came. Soon after, the grand audience hall opened before them, its vast interior glowing beneath a deep red light that poured in through the towering windows. An attendant stepped forward and formally announced the start of the ceremony, while the Demon King sat high upon the throne, watching over the hall, clad in armor and radiating an overwhelming presence. The Demon King sat beneath the backlight, his hair catching the glow behind him, as his imposing gaze swept across everyone gathered there. Then another herald raised his voice and declared the entry of the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, and the 9th prince, Shutra Ignis. Together, they stepped onto the crimson carpet and began walking forward. Shutra kept each step controlled and deliberate, but tension still ran through his body, his cloak brushing softly against the floor as he thought to himself that if he was already this nervous now, then he could barely imagine what would happen once the real pressure finally arrived. He forced his gaze to remain fixed straight ahead, refusing to look around too much. The balconies were packed with nobles, and above him a horned woman watched with cold, arrogant eyes, but Shutra kept moving and ignored their stares. Shutra reminded himself that there was no escape from this moment. Whatever fear pressed against him, he had no choice but to endure it. After all, this was a wall he had always been destined to face, no matter how much dread weighed down on his heart. Then the herald announced the next person to enter, and in that single instant, the entire audience hall sank into a heavy, breathless silence. The next person to enter the hall was none other than the second prince himself. Zephyr Ragnaros stepped through the radiant doorway, with a confidence so natural it looked effortless. Pale hair gleamed beneath the light, and his crimson eyes seemed to draw every stare in the audience hall as he advanced with slow, controlled steps. The very instant Shutra saw him cross that threshold, his heart slammed hard against his chest. Shutra realized, deep in his bones, that this was the moment he had been dreading. Standing before him was the true central figure of Night Saga's demon world path, the second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros. As Zephyr reached the center of the grand hall, the air around him seemed to grow heavier, as if the entire atmosphere had tightened around his presence alone. Then another official raised a scroll and began reciting the accomplishments of the royal children. The three of them knelt on the crimson carpet, while the words echoed through the hall. But for Shutra, time felt strangely blurred, because Zephyr's achievements were so overwhelming that they alone could have been enough reason to hold the ceremony. Before long, the incident at the northern border involving Felicia and Shutra was announced as well. And the moment those details reached the crowd, low murmurs began spreading through the audience hall. Yet it was not their accomplishments themselves that truly shook everyone present. The Demon King leaned forward from his throne, his eyes narrowing with a weighty authority, and called Shutra's name. His deep voice rolled through the hall as he declared that he would personally assign Shutra his next mission. Felicia's body went rigid the moment she heard those words, while a nearby demon noble sharply turned his gaze toward Shutra, clearly reacting to the unexpected announcement. Zephyr, however, gave nothing away. He simply lowered his head in silence, his expression calm and unreadable. Shutra felt every gaze in the room snap toward him at once, pressing down on him from every direction. He understood immediately that this situation had never happened before, and with tension stiffening his shoulders, he stepped forward, stumbling slightly over his words as he asked for the Demon King's pardon. He was completely shaken by the fact that the Demon King had suddenly given him a mission in the middle of an audience ceremony. Later, after the ceremony had finally moved on from that stunning moment, Shutra found himself standing before a glowing map covered in rune-like markings, listening closely as the mission was explained. An official pointed toward a highlighted region and informed him that his task was to explore the Thunderdome fortress of the Dwarven Kingdom. Above the map, a floating box of light appeared, revealing the excavation routes where miners had recently uncovered a passage that seemed to lead toward the fortress. Shutra was then instructed to secure that newly discovered passage first, and after that, he was to investigate whatever lay waiting inside the fortress itself. The official continued the explanation, saying that this mission had originally been assigned to the 27th Exploration Unit under General Kashubel. However, General Kashubel had died during the investigation, and the cause had been recorded as toxic gas. Because of that danger, the official advised Shutra to prepare proper countermeasures before attempting to secure the fortress. Shutra muttered quietly beneath his breath, still having trouble accepting the mission he had just been handed. In his mind, one obvious problem refused to disappear. General Kashubel, who was of draconian descent, had failed this mission, so why were they expecting Shutra to succeed where he could not? If lineage and natural resistance were that important, Shutra could not help wondering why the task had not simply been given to Zephyr Ragnaros instead. That evening, under a sky dyed red by the setting sun, Felicia walked through the streets together with Shutra and Karak. All at once, Felicia stopped walking. Her eyes narrowed, as though the situation had been bothering her for some time, and then she pointed directly at Shutra, demanding to know whether he had somehow angered their father. Shutra flinched slightly at how direct the question was and asked what she meant. Felicia then explained that under normal circumstances, a mission like this should have been handed to Zephyr Ragnaros without any hesitation. Karak crossed his arms and added that even the general had failed, which proved how dangerous the fortress truly was. Felicia agreed, saying that the assignment was far too risky for Shutra to accept lightly. She stepped closer to him, calling his name with unmistakable concern in her voice and insisting that he had to feel the same way. Shutra scratched his cheek awkwardly, caught off guard by how intense she had become, but in the end, he admitted that she was right. Then Felicia's expression shifted, determination rising through the worry on her face. A faint shimmer of light seemed to gather around her as she declared that she would go with him. Reaching toward Shutra, she said they would face the Thunderdome fortress together, side by side. After saying it, Felicia tried to act as though she was merely irritated, but Karak immediately teased her. He pointed out that she had invited herself along without even taking a moment to hesitate. Shutra could see straight through Felicia's attempt to hide her concern, but he did not question her about it. Instead, he answered her with a warm and genuinely grateful smile. That smile alone showed how deeply he appreciated her loyalty. Without resisting her decision, Shutra gladly accepted Felicia as someone who would join them on the mission. At that very moment, a blue-haired siren stepped forward with an intense smile on his face. He addressed Prince Shutra and asked for permission to join their group as well. Felicia recognized him right away, her gaze settling on him as she stated that his name was Khodorov. Shutra responded with polite surprise, but his decision did not waver. In a courteous tone, he explained that their team had already been completed, and that they had no need for any additional members. Khodorov bowed as though he fully understood the refusal. Without showing any resistance, he excused himself quietly and turned away. After he was gone, Felicia questioned Shutra's decision, pointing out that the male siren had a reputation for being exceptionally capable. Shutra admitted inwardly that Felicia was not wrong. Khodorov was no ordinary siren at all. He was an extremely powerful magic user. But as Khodorov left the area behind, he discreetly activated a teleportation spell and vanished from sight. Shutra, however, understood exactly what was really happening beneath the surface. He knew that Khodorov was a fanatically loyal spy serving Princess Anastasia Nakrian, and somewhere else, far away from the open public streets. Khodorov knelt inside a darkened chamber and delivered his report to his master. Elsewhere, Shutra smirked quietly to himself, realizing that Anastasia must have been seriously concerned if she was willing to send her finest spy after him. In silence, he challenged his older sister to keep watching from the shadows if she dared. Anastasia Nikrian calmly lifted her glass and sipped her wine, her expression remaining perfectly composed. Even so, she admitted that her younger brother was far more cautious than she had expected. Later, inside Shutra's quarters, Felicia asked what he knew about the fortress they were about to head toward. Shutra answered that it had once belonged to the dwarves. He described the dwarves as a people famous for fighting brutal wars against dragons. Felicia added that the Dwarven High Kingdom had battled those dragons to protect their enormous treasures, and the sheer scale of that history left Karak visibly stunned. Felicia continued explaining that many different kinds of dragons had once threatened the realm. Then Karak innocently asked whether Felicia herself could defeat a dragon, and the question immediately made her flustered. Karak then said bluntly that she definitely could not do it. Felicia snapped back at him in anger, reminding him that dragons were overwhelmingly powerful beings and not creatures anyone could treat lightly. Karak simply laughed off her reaction and praised her for knowing so much about history. Felicia puffed out her chest proudly at the compliment, clearly pleased despite herself. She then explained that the fortress was famous among scholars for very good reason. As she spoke, her eyes began to gleam with barely hidden greed. She suggested that if things went well, they might be able to earn an enormous fortune there. Karak pointed out that she already looked like she was practically drooling at the thought of treasure. But Shutra agreed with her assessment. He said the fortress really was a jackpot. From the knowledge he carried from his past life, Shutra knew exactly what kind of place the fortress was. It was a legendary dungeon where extreme danger and extraordinary rewards existed side by side. Because of the ancient wars between the dwarves and dragons, countless priceless treasures had been buried deep within the hidden depths of the fortress. For Shutra, the treasure was not the most important thing waiting inside. He knew there was one particular item there that he absolutely had to obtain, no matter what it cost. Somewhere within that fortress rested the legendary Dragon Slayer's sword, a weapon powerful enough to kill Dragonkin. If Shutra wanted even the slightest chance of defeating Prince Zephyr one day, a man with dragon blood running through his veins, then the Dragon Slayer's sword was more than just a powerful weapon. For Shutra, it was something he absolutely had to secure, no matter what waited inside that fortress. At the entrance to the northern region, Shutra stood ready for the dangerous mission ahead. His newly obtained A-rank greaves covered his legs, catching the sunlight with a sharp gleam, while the dragon-scale craftsmanship gave off a powerful brilliance that made the armor look anything but ordinary. Shutra lowered his gaze toward the custom-made greaves and let a satisfied smile rise onto his face. The fit, the weight, and the power behind them all felt perfect, as if the armor had been made to match his fighting style exactly. Behind him, the rest of the party had already assembled. Each of them stood prepared and focused, their bodies tense with anticipation, as they waited for Shutra to give the command. Shutra lifted his mask and pulled it firmly into place. His eyes narrowed with sharp concentration, and with one clear signal, he let everyone know that it was finally time to move out. Together, the group stepped into the newly discovered mine entrance. One by one, they vanished into the dark opening, where stale air clung heavily to the tunnel, and dust drifted thickly around them. They advanced carefully through a vast ancient hall built by the dwarves, every footstep echoing against the cold stone around them. As they pressed farther inside, Carrick noticed the haze ahead growing heavier, the fog slowly thickening in their path. It did not take long for him to understand that this was not ordinary mist at all. The haze hanging in the air was dangerous, toxic gas, and Felicia quickly suggested that they reduce their pace and proceed with even greater caution. Shutra agreed that moving carefully was their safest option. Meanwhile, Carrick frowned at the strange color of the gas, staring into the haze as he wondered aloud whether poison gas was not supposed to be yellow. Then, without even the smallest warning, the entire situation suddenly collapsed into disaster. Several members of the party abruptly began choking, their hands flying to their throats as they struggled desperately for air. Carrick and one of the female attendants were hit especially hard, collapsing onto the cold stone floor as the poison overwhelmed their bodies. Felicia and Shutra stared in shock as their companions fell one after another. The situation had turned against them so quickly that, for a moment, even they were stunned by how sudden and brutal it was. Felicia cursed quietly under her breath as the truth became clear to her. The toxic gas was not the same as what they had prepared for. The composition had changed from what they had expected, reacting immediately. Felicia summoned a powerful vortex of wind around them. She tried to carve out a pocket of clean air for the group, forcing the poison back before it could bring every last one of them down. The instant her magic came into contact with that unfamiliar poison, the two forces clashed violently, reacting against each other in a way none of them had anticipated. That unstable reaction erupted all at once into a massive magical explosion, tearing through the chamber with terrifying force. The shockwave ripped across the hall, shaking the ancient dwarven structure from floor to ceiling. Dust, broken stone, and debris burst outward as the blast swallowed the space around them. Everyone was thrown from their feet in the same instant. Their bodies were tossed across the stone floor helplessly as the explosion surged through the chamber. Shutra crashed hard against the ground and weakly called out Felicia's name. Slowly, as the dust and poisonous fog began to settle, the scene revealed the entire party scattered across the cold stone floor, unconscious and completely helpless. Then, from somewhere within the lingering mist, something began to move. Three enormous shadowy figures slowly pushed their way through the haze, their massive bodies gradually taking shape in the poisoned air. One of the monstrous beings stepped forward with heavy, deliberate movements, every step making its presence feel even more threatening. It loomed over the helpless group lying motionless on the floor. Its dark silhouette towered through the fog like something from a nightmare, huge and terrifying against the dim stone hall. Then the creature released a deep, guttural roar that thundered through the entire chamber. At that exact moment, Shutra's eyes snapped open, and he instantly recognized them as the same monsters that had killed the general. The very next instant, the White Eagle shield suddenly materialized beside Shutra and shot forward toward the monsters. A brilliant burst of light flashed through the poisonous air, cutting sharply through the gloom. The shield sliced one of the monsters cleanly in half, then kept moving without the slightest pause. With effortless precision, it tore through the remaining creatures as if their massive bodies offered no resistance at all. Watching from nearby, Green Wind commented that Shutra's acting had been surprisingly convincing. Shutra immediately snapped at her to stay quiet. Right after that, the shield released a wide wave of purifying light, sending sacred radiance sweeping over the monsters. The creatures screamed in agony as the holy light burned through them. One of them let out a piercing shriek, its body beginning to dissolve into the air as the radiance consumed it. Against those dark monsters, the sacred light was completely lethal. Their forms were utterly vaporized beneath its power, disappearing into the fading glow. Shutra remained standing firmly in the middle of it all, steady and unshaken. His new armor gleamed around him as he gripped the shield and looked over his fallen companions. Seeing them still unconscious across the floor, he noted just how powerful the poison must have been to knock them all out like that. A faint smirk crossed Shutra's face as he thought about his own unusual constitution. Thanks to that body of his, poison had no effect on him at all, granting him complete immunity in a situation like this. Suddenly, the entire fortress began shaking with violent force. Massive chunks of stone broke loose from above, and the ceiling started collapsing all around them in a deadly rain of rubble. Shutra looked upward in alarm as the rumbling grew louder and heavier overhead. He wondered what new disaster had been triggered this time, silently cursing the fortress for throwing one lethal trap after another into their path. Without wasting time, Shutra quickly ordered Green Wind to stay behind and protect the unconscious party members from the falling debris. Then his eyes began to glow with a purple hue as he activated the power sleeping within his dragon blood, wrapped in a powerful aura. Shutra carefully lifted Felicia and the others into his arms. He moved fast but controlled, making sure not to waste even a single second. With incredible speed, he launched himself forward. Shutra leaped through the collapsing cavern, slipping past falling chunks of stone by the narrowest margins as he desperately searched for an exit. Then, through the chaos ahead, he spotted a massive structure. He landed safely in front of an enormous sealed gate. The true entrance to the fortress itself. The wings of the White Eagle's shield spread wide around them. Those glowing wings formed a protective barrier shielding the party from the rubble raining down from above. Green Wind urgently called out to her master, warning him that the situation was growing worse with every passing second. Then Shutra discovered Karak trapped beneath a massive pile of shattered stone and rubble. He looked down at his unconscious friend, his expression tightening with frustration and resolve. Silently, Shutra promised that he would come back for him. Without allowing himself even a moment of hesitation, Shutra turned back toward the others. He began carrying the fallen party members away one by one, moving them toward safety as quickly as he could. When he landed with a heavy thud, his new dragon scale greaves absorbed most of the impact, and after taking a short breath, Shutra realized he had managed to save nearly all of his unconscious allies. Then, just as Shutra turned back to retrieve Karak, toward Karak, his entire body suddenly locked in place. His eyes widened in pure shock as the mountain of debris that had been pinning Karak down burst outward with violent force. In that instant, fear tore straight through Shutra's composure. Panic seized his chest before he could stop it, and he cried out Karak's name with raw desperation in his voice. The White Eagle's shield moved at once, sliding quickly into Shutra's path, as if to physically stop him. It urged him to calm himself before he charged blindly into danger, and made the situation even worse. But Shutra's thoughts were already spinning out of control, drowning in fear and urgency. Then the spirit reminded him of the powerful summoning spell he had used before, forcing that forgotten possibility back into his mind. Shutra clenched his teeth hard as a tiny spark of hope flared to life inside his chest. The details of the spell returned to him all at once, cutting through the panic with sudden clarity. With that hope turning into resolve, Shutra forced his fear down and shouted the command to summon his knight. A green portal ripped open in the air, its glowing edges twisting and rippling like torn space. Then, from inside that strange opening, Karak's head suddenly popped into view. And in the very next moment, Karak's entire body came tumbling through the portal, crashing down safely onto the ground right in front of Shutra. Karak was still unconscious, but he was alive. Behind them, the passage finally gave way completely, collapsing in a thunder of stone as the falling rubble sealed off the exit from the ancient fortress. Karak's breathing came out rough and heavy, each breath sounding strained. But to Shutra, that uneven sound was proof enough that his friend had survived. Even though Karak had clearly taken the force of the impact, it did not look like he had suffered any fatal injuries. Shutra sat beside him, his body finally loosening as overwhelming relief washed through him. As Shutra's racing heartbeat slowly began to calm, his mind drifted back to the strange shadow creatures they had just faced, according to everything he remembered from the game. Monsters like those were never supposed to appear in this place. But right at that moment, Felicia began to stir, coughing weakly, as the poison gradually faded from her body. Shutra immediately understood that there was no time to stand around thinking, because the rest of the party needed to be detoxified as quickly as possible. However, before Shutra could even take a step, a massive shadowy foot slammed down directly in front of him, blocking his path with terrifying weight. When Shutra lifted his eyes, he saw that a horde of monstrous figures had already surrounded him on every side. Shutra cursed his rotten luck under his breath, as more and more creatures crawled out from the darkness. Their twisted shapes filled the cavern around him, closing in from every direction. Another wave of monsters roared together, their shrieking voices crashing through the ancient halls as they prepared to rush him all at once. Shutra poured a surge of power into his gauntlet, and his expression hardened sharply. The panic from earlier disappeared, replaced by a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He drove his fist forward with devastating force, and the first creature standing in front of him was obliterated by the impact, its body completely annihilated in a single blow. Shutra raised his shield, frustration boiling up inside him as he glared at the enemies around him. Silently, he complained that this entire situation had become nothing but one enormous nuisance. The remaining monsters roared in fury, showing no fear at all, even after watching one of their own get destroyed right in front of them. Shutra's eyes burned with anger as he stared down the horde. In a cold voice, he declared that they were wasting his time. The monsters answered with a piercing collective scream. Then, all at once, they surged forward, charging straight toward him in a violent wave. Shutra's gauntlet blazed with brilliant golden light as he braced himself for the attack. Then he slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled across the cavern floor. As the impact tore through the ground, the monsters staggered and lost their footing. Shutra seized that opening immediately, following through with a wide, sweeping strike. The White Eagle shield released a crescent-shaped wave of green energy. That sharp arc of power sliced through the horde, cutting down dozens of creatures in one sweeping motion. At the center of the destruction, Shutra stood unmoving, surrounded by a storm of holy force. Then, with one last furious burst of strength, Shutra unleashed an explosive wave of energy that surged across the cavern and swallowed everything in its path. When the golden light finally faded away, the cavern fell into a deep, complete silence. Felicia's eyes slowly opened, though her vision was still hazy and unfocused. Shutra knelt down beside her at once and asked if she was all right. Felicia, still weak and disoriented, softly called out his name. She looked around in confusion, taking in the destroyed monsters scattered across the area, while Shutra immediately began healing the injuries on her body. Shutra gave Felicia a gentle, reassuring smile, trying to calm her before she could worry too much. He downplayed everything that had happened, insisting that nothing serious had taken place. After he fully revived the rest of the party, Shutra and the others gathered themselves and prepared to launch a proper assault on the fortress. Now they had to decide between two possible routes. One path was longer but safer, while the other was much shorter and packed with dangerous traps. Felicia looked toward Shutra and asked which one he intended to choose: the cautious route that would take more time, or the risky shortcut that could get them there faster. But before Shutra could give his answer, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the ancient halls. Shutra's expression turned grim in an instant. At that point, taking the cautious route was no longer an option. One of the attendants quickly explained that the alarm meant the fortress's main facility was under attack. Shutra immediately understood the meaning behind that warning. Another group had already entered the dungeon and was moving ahead of them. Without the slightest hesitation, Shutra turned to a visibly stunned Carrick and ordered him to take the dangerous shortcut. He gave his guard a confident look as if there was no doubt in his mind, and assured Carrick that he would make it through alive. Suddenly, a stone dragon head embedded in the wall came to life, its carved eyes flaring with blazing energy. The dragon head unleashed a roaring torrent of fire down the passage. But Carrick reacted just in time, raising his shield and blocking the flames before they could consume him. A moment later, the floor beneath Carrick gave way, collapsing beneath his feet and revealing a deep pit lined with deadly spikes. Then a storm of sharp projectiles shot out from the walls, but they struck Carrick's shield and clattered uselessly away, unable to break through his defense. The corridor became a brutal gauntlet of traps, filled with swinging maces, crumbling floors, hidden weapons, and relentless attacks coming at him from every direction. When Carrick finally emerged from that deadly passage, he stood frozen in place, soaked in cold sweat from head to toe, his chest rising and falling as he struggled to pull in one trembling breath after another. Shutra, somehow wearing a bright smile as if everything had gone perfectly, cheerfully offered his congratulations. But the terrified orc could only snap back in panic, saying there was nothing worth celebrating when he had just been dragged to the very edge of death. After Carrick pushed himself through every desperate effort he could manage, the group at last succeeded in reaching their destination. Ahead of them stood the enormous doors to the control room, towering so high and wide that the whole party instinctively slowed down, their eyes lifting toward the massive entrance before anyone moved another step. One of the attendants looked around the area near the entrance, his expression tightening with unease as he pointed out something strange. The gargoyles that were supposed to be stationed here as guards were completely missing. Felicia's gaze sharpened at once, and as she studied the silent doorway, she agreed that the emptiness around them felt far too suspicious to ignore. Still, even with that uneasy feeling hanging in the air, Felicia had no intention of retreating after coming this far. If they wanted to uncover the truth behind the fortress, then moving forward was their only option. With caution in every step, the party crossed the threshold together and entered the vast control room. Inside, the control room was buried beneath thick layers of old dust, and the stillness pressed down on the place in a way that felt almost unnatural, as though the chamber itself had been waiting in silence for countless years. Shutra slowly swept his eyes across the room, taking in every shadowed corner until his gaze finally stopped on a lone figure slumped against the far wall. But the figure waiting there was not someone still alive. It was the skeletal remains of the last dwarven city lord, seated exactly where death had claimed him, with the armor of his former authority still wrapped around his lifeless bones, like a final reminder of who he had once been. As the entire group stared at the armored skeleton in tense silence, the attendant suddenly caught sight of something nearby. His eyes shifted, his face turned uncertain, and he raised a hand to point toward it, drawing everyone's attention away from the remains. There, resting quietly in one corner of the dusty room, was a large sphere with a surface so smooth and flawless that it almost looked unnatural. The dark orb sat without making the slightest sound, heavy and mysterious, its presence standing out sharply against the abandoned surroundings. Instead of catching and reflecting the light around it, the sphere seemed to drink the light straight into its black surface. Felicia stared at it and wondered aloud whether it could be some kind of dwarven device waiting to be activated. But before she could go any further, Shutra suddenly called out to her after noticing a golden key near the skeleton. Shutra bent down beside the remains and carefully picked up the ornate key, lifting it from where it had been left behind. He held it up for the others to see, letting the small but important discovery gleam in his hand. The key shone with a faint golden light between Shutra's fingers, and he did not waste even a second hesitating. He pressed it directly into the sphere, and the moment it settled into place, streaks of blue electricity burst across the dark surface, racing wildly over the orb like living lightning. The once silent sphere suddenly awakened with a deep, low hum, and a soft blue glow spread outward, washing through the chamber. Then, in the very next instant, dozens of holographic screens flickered into existence all around them, filling the control room with shifting images, while the entire party stood frozen, stunned, speechless by what they were seeing. For a short moment, none of them could do anything but stare. The sheer scale of the dwarven technology, along with how refined and advanced it seemed, left everyone in awe, as if they had stepped in front of something far beyond anything they had imagined finding inside the fortress. Then Carrick suddenly shouted, his voice cutting sharply through the quiet. Alarm flashed across him, as his instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. A faint rumble echoed from somewhere far away, reaching Carrick's ears and pulling his attention away from the control room itself. At almost the same moment, Daphne reacted quickly and pointed toward one of the floating screens. On that screen, a brutal battle was already raging somewhere else deep inside the fortress. Waves of shadow monsters rushed forward again and again, crashing violently against a massive force of stone gargoyles that fought to hold them back. Shutra's expression hardened as he watched the chaos unfold across the projection. In that moment, the answer became clear to him. These shadowy creatures were the real invaders that had forced their way into the fortress. His eyes darted from one holographic screen to the next, quickly scanning each shifting image for any clue that could reveal the full truth of what was happening inside the stronghold. Then, in the background of one projection, an enormous shape seized his attention. Shutra's breath caught in his throat, and the realization hit him all at once, heavy and unmistakable. The hologram shifted and drew closer, zooming in on the corpse of a colossal monster lying motionless on the battlefield. Its massive body had been pierced clean through by a glowing golden spear that still remained buried in it. Shutra could barely draw a breath as he stared at the image before him. In a low, shaken voice, he whispered that they had finally uncovered the true prize hidden within the fortress. The weapon shown before them was Ascalon, the legendary Dragon Slayer's spear, a relic feared for its overwhelming power, and surrounded by legends heavy enough to make anyone understand its value at a single glance. Then the holographic screens began to reveal scenes from the fortress's past, unfolding the old story of the wicked dragon Partisan. With his monstrous legion gathered behind him, Partisan had once launched a merciless siege against the fortress, leaving no room for pity or hesitation. Once the fortress defenses finally collapsed under the assault, the attackers surged through the broken lines and poured inside. From there, the disaster pushed deeper and deeper until it reached the very heart of the dwarven stronghold. The dragon unleashed the full might of his power, completely convinced that nothing inside the fortress could ever pose a real threat to him. But that very arrogance became the mistake that doomed him, because at the most critical instant, he left himself exposed. The greatest warrior in the fortress did not let that single opening slip away. Without hesitation, he seized the moment and drove Ascalon straight into the dragon's chest. The Partisan dead, the enemy army lost the terrifying force that had held it together and driven it forward. The moment their leader was gone, the dragon's forces fell into madness. The battlefield erupted into uncontrollable chaos, and no matter how fiercely the dwarves continued to fight, the disaster had already become impossible to contain. In the end, the dwarves had no choice but to abandon the home they had defended for so long. The fortress was left behind as an enormous tomb, sealing away the fallen dragon along with countless dwarves who had never managed to escape. Carrick then confirmed what the images had made clear. The gigantic corpse shown on the projection belonged to Partisan, and the spear still buried in that monstrous body was truly Ascalon. Even after that staggering revelation, the holographic screens did not stop. They continued to show the present battle still raging inside the fortress, where the gargoyles and shadow monsters were locked in a violent struggle. It did not take long for the group to understand the shadow creature's goal. Those monsters had invaded the fortress because they were searching for the very same legendary spear. Felicia let out a cold scoff at the thought, her expression sharpening with clear defiance. There was absolutely no way she intended to stand around and allow those monsters to steal a treasure as valuable as Ascalon. Shutra turned toward Felicia and immediately asked whether there was any possible way for them to take control of the gargoyles that were defending the fortress. Felicia answered without hesitation, saying that controlling the gargoyles was completely impossible. Just as she said that, a massive dwarven golem moved on one of the screens, coming to life while gripping an enormous hammer wrapped in violent arcs of crackling lightning. The towering construct lifted its hammer high above itself, then brought the weapon crashing down with a force that looked utterly overwhelming. The impact obliterated a cluster of shadow creatures in an instant, blasting them apart beneath the raw power of the strike. Watching this, Felicia realized that before the city lord died, he must have transferred his authority over the fortress defenses to that golem. After seeing the golem's power for herself, Felicia suggested that they remain inside the control room for the time being, and simply watch how the battle continued to unfold. Kshotra immediately rejected that cautious plan. Instead of waiting quietly, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he declared that this chaotic battlefield was exactly the kind of opportunity they needed. He explained that there were far too many unknown factors moving around at once. With so much happening beyond their control, they could not afford to just sit back and wait while someone else made the first move. Kshotra told Felicia to stay right where she was. Then, without wasting even a moment, he turned away and sprinted out of the control room. Because the fortress map had already been burned firmly into his memory, Kshotra knew exactly where he needed to go. He charged through the corridors at full speed, moving with a clear destination fixed in his mind. Kshotra understood that if he could reach Ascalon before anyone else and take possession of it first, then their chances of victory would become almost certain. Inside his mind, the path ahead was already forming step by step. Even with the battle turning messy and unpredictable, he could picture the outcome with absolute clarity. No matter how the fighting shifted or how chaotic the battlefield became, Kshotra was convinced they could still come out on top. As he raced forward, his focus stayed locked on his goal without wavering for even a second. While running, he checked his minimap and quickly realized that he was already drawing close to the target. The distance between him and Ascalon was shrinking rapidly with every step. Before long, the enormous corpse of the dragon, Partisan, finally came into view. As Kshotra sprinted past the golem, he briefly found himself marveling at just how useful the minimap had been in guiding him through the complicated fortress. Then, without any warning, the golem turned toward him. It swung its gigantic lightning-charged hammer straight at Kshotra's body, and the sheer force of the blow was so overpowering that it hurled him backward. Kshotra quickly pulled himself back together, forcing his body into motion again as he shouted that he had no intention of fighting the construct at that moment. But the golem ignored his words completely. Without showing any reaction at all, it drove its fist into the ground and unleashed another powerful shockwave that ripped violently across the battlefield. Its lone glowing eye remained fixed on Kshotra, the cold light narrowing in on him with a machine-like intensity, as if every other shadow and movement inside the cavern had simply disappeared. In the ancient construct's eyes, Kshotra was not a person with a goal or a reason for being there. He was only an invader, someone who had stepped into sacred forbidden territory, and yet, for one strange instant, that massive machine came to a halt, its gigantic body falling completely still. The golem gave a small tilt of its head, a movement almost too human for something so huge, as though it was trying to process what exactly was happening in front of it. But before that pause could last, a sharp line of green light suddenly cut through the air, flashing past its enormous body. That sudden green streak immediately dragged the golem's focus away from Kshotra. The opening was tiny, but Kshotra did not waste it. Still riding on top of his shield, he shot forward across the ground, grinning as he called out a cheerful thanks to Green Wind for showing up at the perfect time. Green Wind, of course, fired back right away, angrily complaining about that nickname. Kshotra only answered with a bright grin, insisting that the name had a stylish ring to it. But even while joking with her, his body never lost speed. With the golem now behind him, he drove himself into one last desperate burst, racing straight toward the fallen dragon's corpse. The moment he reached it, Kshotra dropped his feet firmly against the ground and forced himself to steady his breath. After chasing this treasure for so long, the prize was finally right in front of him. There, standing before his eyes, was the spear. Seen from this close, the golden light flowing from the weapon was far more brilliant than Kshotra had imagined. So bright that it seemed to push back the darkness around the dragon's corpse. A wide, excited smile spread across his face as he gripped the shaft with both hands and even thanked the fortress itself. Then, bracing one foot against the dragon's body, he pulled with all the strength he could gather. But the spear refused to move at all, not even a tiny shift. It sat there as if it had fused completely with the ancient dragon's dead body. Kshotra tightened both hands around the shaft and forced even more power into his arms, his muscles straining harder and harder. But no matter how much strength he poured into it, the legendary weapon stayed buried exactly where it was. His jaw locked tight, frustration flashing sharply across his face as he ground his teeth together in anger. Only then did Kshotra fully realize just how ridiculously heavy that spear truly was. With a furious roar that echoed through the entire cavern, he made his decision and poured every single remaining stat point he had into strength. From a distance, the dwarven golem stood motionless and watched as a radiant pillar of golden light suddenly burst up around Kshotra, wrapping his entire body in a blinding glow. Then, with every bit of power he had gathered, pushed into one final attempt, Shutra pulled with overwhelming force. This time, the legendary spear finally ripped free from the dragon's body. He rose to his full height, standing firm as Ascalon settled solidly into his hands. Shutra did not waste even a single heartbeat. He swung the spear in a powerful arc, releasing a crushing wave of energy that swept through the battlefield and wiped out the nearby monsters almost instantly. Felicia and Karak could only stare at the holographic screen in absolute silence, their eyes wide and their expressions frozen as they tried to take in the unbelievable scene unfolding before them. Daphne and the others were just as stunned, their bodies locked in place as the sheer scale of Shutra's newly awakened power overwhelmed them. And hidden nearby, deep within the surrounding shadows, a single hooded figure watched the entire scene without making even the slightest sound. At the same moment, a system notification appeared in front of Shutra, revealing Ascalon's long history, and the terrifying might sealed within it. A fierce rush of triumph surged through Shutra's chest. In that instant he knew without a doubt that he had finally achieved the main objective he had come all this way for. But that victorious feeling was shattered almost immediately, as a gigantic, monstrous dragon head rose from the darkness behind him. The hooded figure slowly raised one hand, and within it, a glowing orb came into view, pulsing with a dark and ominous energy. Then, without the slightest hesitation, that orb was driven straight into the corpse of the ancient dragon. That dragon was Partisan. The instant the orb sank into its body, a violent burst of purple energy exploded outward, violently forcing life back into the dead beast. Shutra cried out in disbelief, his eyes widening as he tried to understand the impossible sight taking shape right before him. Then his gaze caught the hooded figure standing in the middle of the chaos, and his thoughts began racing as he wondered who that mysterious person could possibly be. Even while the entire cavern trembled around them, the figure remained unnervingly calm, while the dark orb continued to pulse with sinister, throbbing power. Shutra immediately braced himself, his body going tense as the ground beneath his feet began to shine with that same eerie purple glow. The undead dragon suddenly launched itself upward, its massive body rising into the air above the battlefield with terrifying strength and speed. A corrupted roar ripped from its throat, and in the very next moment, it fired a huge beam of dark energy straight toward Shutra. The second Shutra saw that attack. Cold sweat ran down his back. He recognized it immediately. It was the same sinister purple death energy he had once encountered on the Engel Plains. The beam tore through the ancient dwarven cavern with catastrophic power, ripping across stone and metal as if everything in its path was nothing more than dust. The remaining shadow creatures vanished in an instant, completely erased by the overwhelming destructive force of the attack. At that critical moment, the white Suri appeared without a second of delay. Its holy light spread outward in a bright wave, forming a protective barrier around Shutra. Even with that defense, the impact still threw him backward, and as he skidded across the ground, his mind raced desperately, trying to make sense of this terrifying new enemy. And Shutra finally forced himself to lift his head and look up. He saw the enormous dwarven golem advancing straight toward the dragon. For a moment, Shutra could only stare in stunned disbelief as the ancient construct moved forward, preparing to confront the reanimated beast head-on. The golem swung its lightning-charged hammer with tremendous force, slamming the weapon hard into the dragon's side. The two colossal beings crashed together, and a savage, destructive battle erupted between them, every collision shaking the cavern like the whole fortress might collapse. Shutra could barely believe what he was seeing, could not understand why the fortress's own guardians had suddenly begun fighting each other. But before he could fully sort through that confusion, his party came rushing through the chaos and gathered at his side. Shutra quickly told them that someone had used dark sorcery to bring the ancient dragon back to life. Felicia reacted with visible horror, her face tightening as the meaning of those words sank in. Shutra admitted that he still had no idea who had done it, or what their real purpose might be. But even with so many unanswered questions, there was one thing he felt certain about. That purple death energy was sitting right at the center of the mystery. Shutra warned them that the unstable dragon had to be destroyed as quickly as possible, before the situation spiraled even further out of control. The problem was he still did not know the exact method. Thinking as fast as he could, Shutra explained that since the dragon had been transformed into an undead creature, it had to have some kind of magical core keeping it active. He believed the glowing purple core had to be the key. If they could destroy it, then that might be the only way to stop the resurrected dragon once and for all. With no time left to stand around and hesitate, Shutra prepared to test that theory right there, in the middle of the raging battle. A bead of sweat slipped down the side of his face as he cursed under his breath, painfully aware of just how terrible their situation had become. Then he shouted for his allies to dodge, warning them just in time as the dragon unleashed another massive torrent of purple energy. The blast shook the entire fortress down to its core. Its destructive force ripped through the cavern, flattening everything unfortunate enough to be caught in its path. When the dust finally started to clear, the dragon was still standing at the center of all that devastation, and its dark aura looked even more stable than before. It had absorbed energy from the fortress itself and grown stronger. Karak questioned Shutra's earlier judgment, and Shutra could only apologize. That was when Shutra realized the worst part of all. The longer this fight dragged on, the more the dragon would keep absorbing power, and the stronger it would become. That realization sent a freezing wave of despair slowly crawling through Shutra's chest. But just as everything seemed ready to sink into complete hopelessness, brilliant golden runes began to swirl around the spear in his hands, circling the weapon like sacred flames answering his will. Ascalon reacted as though it possessed a will of its own. Its radiant blade drew back and folded inward, the shape of the entire weapon shifting before Shutra's eyes until it transformed into a huge candle-like form, glowing with a holy power that pushed against the darkness around it. Felicia and Karak could do nothing but stare at the sight before them, struck completely silent. Both of them watched in awe as the strange transformation continued right in front of their eyes. Shutra then turned his gaze toward Felicia and asked her to create just a brief opening for him. His voice did not shake at all. It carried a calm, absolute confidence as he told her that he believed he could bring this battle to an end. The undead dragon slowly moved its monstrous gaze toward Shutra, as if it had suddenly sensed that the greatest threat on the battlefield was no longer the same as before. Felicia stepped forward without wasting a second, lifting her magic as fierce flames began gathering around her body. Her spell exploded outward in a violent blast of fire, blooming directly in front of the dragon and flooding its vision, blinding the undead beast for one brief but priceless moment. Partisan let out a furious roar, its huge head thrashing through the roaring flames as it lost sight of its target and struggled to regain its direction. At the same time, Shutra felt something ancient stirring inside Ascalon, guiding his body as though the spear itself was quietly showing him exactly where he needed to move. Now he understood it clearly. If he could land just one flawless strike, then that single attack would be enough to decide everything. But before Shutra could turn that certainty into action, the dragon recovered much faster than he expected. A sudden shockwave slammed into him, breaking his balance and throwing his entire body off rhythm. Felicia and Karak shouted in alarm the instant they saw him stagger, and both of them rushed toward him through the chaos. Shutra coughed hard, his body jolting from the impact, and he cursed his own impatience under his breath. He knew it immediately. He had moved too early, and that mistake had cost him. The undead dragon loomed above him, ready to crush the opening completely. But just when the danger was about to close in, an unexpected ally suddenly charged straight into the fight. The enormous dwarven golem slammed directly into Partisan, with the terrifying force of a mountain crashing down. That impact saved Shutra from what would almost certainly have been a fatal blow. Still sprawled on the ground, Shutra looked up in shock, his vision blurred from the hit he had taken. Even through that haze, he could still see the two towering guardians locked together in a brutal struggle. He had no idea why the golem was helping him, but one thing was painfully clear. This was the second chance he had been given. The dwarven golem gripped its hammer tightly with both hands and forced Partisan backward through pure, overwhelming strength. It did not let up for even a moment. The golem swung its massive hammer again, sending a lightning-charged strike ripping through the air. Partisan roared in fury as the blow drove its enormous body back. The dragon answered with its own terrifying breath, pouring destructive power across the battlefield. But even in the face of that attack, the dwarven golem continued to advance, hammering Partisan again and again without hesitation. Construct refused to retreat. Nearby, Green Wind hurried over and asked Shutra if he was all right, her voice carrying clear concern, while Felicia rushed to his side as well. Felicia immediately began healing his injuries, but her expression stayed sharp as she scolded him for acting far too recklessly. Shutra answered honestly, telling her that he really had believed he could finish the fight quickly. But in the end, all he had done was get himself hurt. Shutra admitted it plainly, saying he had no excuse for that mistake. Hearing that, Felicia urged him to pull back. She explained that the dragon was on a level far beyond anything they could realistically handle right now. But even with pain still running through his body, Shutra insisted that they still had a path to victory. Felicia snapped back at him, telling him to stop being so stubborn. After all, with his body in that condition, charging back into the fight looked less like courage and more like throwing his life away. Shutra admitted that he had rushed things too much earlier, but he also explained that the more desperate the situation became, the less they could afford to simply retreat. Then he asked Felicia to help him one more time, promising that this time he would not repeat the same mistake. Felicia opened her mouth, clearly ready to answer him, but before even a single word could leave her lips, Shutra had already turned away and charged back toward the battlefield. He leapt onto his shield and rode it like a surfboard, slicing through the chaos as he plunged straight back into the heart of the fight. His plan was to circle around Partisan and slip in from a blind spot before the dragon could properly notice him. Green Wind understood what he wanted right away and followed his instructions without even a moment of hesitation. And at that exact moment, Partisan smashed one of the dwarven golem's arms apart and began gathering power for another devastating blast of dragon breath. The dwarven golem took that attack directly from the front, and in the very next instant, Its massive body was completely destroyed by the overwhelming force. Almost immediately after that, the dragon was hit again. Felicia summoned her flames once more and detonated them right against the undead beast's body. A massive explosion spread across the battlefield, engulfing Partisan in a violent burst of fire. Even while its body was wrapped in flames, the dragon noticed something flashing past it. Shutra was flying around from different angles, striking again and again as he steadily built up more momentum. He continued circling the dragon, carefully increasing his speed instead of rushing into the final attack too early. Partisan grew more irritated with every passing second, and once again it began charging another blast of dragon breath. Greenwind instantly recognized it. This was the exact opening they had been waiting for. The dragon's attention had been drawn away from the place where Shutra truly intended to strike. Shutra launched his real attack from a different direction and activated Dragon Blood. While Partisan's focus was pulled toward the shield above it, Shutra surged upward from below. He told himself not to panic. This was his one and only chance. So every movement had to stay calm, controlled, and perfectly precise. Right then, Partisan began to sense Shutra's presence closing in. Shutra copied a technique he had once seen Tiny Spark use long ago. In that narrow opening they had worked so hard to create, an overwhelming burst of power exploded upward from below, drilling straight through the dragon's body. Partisan roared in agony as that violent force shattered it from the inside. The name of that devastating attack was Gigantic Piston. Felicia stood completely frozen, staring in pure awe at the incredible attack Shutra had just unleashed, and when she finally understood that Shutra had truly succeeded, Partisan's gigantic body collapsed. System notification appeared at once, clearly informing Shutra that the zombie dragon Partisan had been successfully defeated, confirming that the terrifying undead monster had finally been brought down for good. Along with that victory came another reward. Shutra's level rose, a direct result of surviving a battle against a monster that should have been far beyond anything he could handle. A real rush of excitement surged through Shutra, as it sank in that he had truly used the power of the Dragon Slayer's spear, Ascalon, and as if to mark the impossible achievement even more clearly, the system granted him the title of Dragon Slayer. But just as that feeling of triumph reached him, an unfamiliar man's voice suddenly cut through the air. The stranger sounded genuinely shaken, muttering in disbelief that he could hardly believe Shutra had actually managed to take the dragon down. That sudden voice made Shutra's entire body tense in an instant, ripping him straight out of his brief moment of victory. The mysterious man began questioning his own calculations, speaking as though some part of his plan had gone wrong. Then he noted with clear surprise that the one who had arrived here was not the second prince after all. The moment Shutra heard those words, the truth clicked into place. This man had to be the same person who had revived Partisan earlier. But the man himself seemed to brush off that mistake almost immediately, saying in a cold voice that it no longer mattered either way. Then he lifted his spear, and in the next instant, eerie blue flames wrapped around its surface, burning with a dangerous and unnatural intensity. Without a second of hesitation, the man hurled those blue flames straight at Shutra, clearly trying to wipe away everything still standing before him. Shutra was completely caught off guard. With no time to properly react, the blue fire surged forward like a raging tidal wave, smashing into the fortress with terrifying force and tearing through its walls. Stone, steel, and the ancient dwarven structures around them were swallowed by the inferno, collapsing one after another under the overwhelming power of the attack. And yet somehow in the middle of all that destruction, Shutra was still standing there calmly. Dust and shattered debris swirled thickly around him, and Shutra could only force his left eye open as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. When the smoke finally began to thin and his vision slowly returned, confusion still held him in place. The attack that should have swallowed him completely had vanished, and there was no obvious reason why. Only then did the truth reveal itself. The mysterious man had been sliced cleanly in half. To Shutra's shock, the man's split body dropped heavily to the ground. For a moment, Shutra stood frozen where he was, unable to fully process the unbelievable sight in front of him. Then another voice sounded nearby, calm and steady, saying that he had arrived just in time. Shutra's eyes widened and he quickly turned toward the source of the voice. Finally seeing the person who had appeared, he recognized him immediately. The man standing there was the Sword Lord. The man wore a calm smile as he greeted Shutra without the slightest trace of tension. He addressed him as the Ninth Prince, the final bulwark protecting the sanctuary of Asura, and the master of the Demon King Mitra. This was Sword Lord Ishgard, a being in Night Saga whose existence could be compared to that of an elder dragon. He was an extraordinary figure, overwhelming not only in raw strength, but also in status. And yet in the original flow of the story, Ishgard remained mostly behind the curtain, making him someone who was almost impossible to encounter directly. Even when Zephyr Ragnaros rose to become the Demon King, Ishgard never stepped onto the central stage. Even when Locke invaded the demon realm, Ishgard still refused to reveal himself. He was one of Night Saga's hidden powerhouses, a figure completely buried in mystery. His power was so monstrous that even the Demon King himself had once sought his guidance. Ishgard then shifted his gaze toward the sixth princess and casually remarked that she had grown quite a lot since the last time he had seen her. Without giving her any warning at all, he lifted Felicia into the air, as if she weighed absolutely nothing, casually saying that the last time he saw her, she had still been nothing more than a tiny child. Felicia's face flushed red with embarrassment almost immediately. She shouted at him to put her down right away. But Ishgard only seemed amused by her reaction, teasing her even more by saying that this little outburst proved she was still a child at heart. Shutra could barely believe the scene unfolding in front of him. Sword Lord Ishgard, someone who should have been almost impossible to reach, was now standing right there before his eyes. Meanwhile, Felicia was stuck between irritation and embarrassment, clearly flustered by Ishgard's teasing. Then Ishgard turned his attention back to the ninth prince and asked whether Shutra liked his gift. Shutra quickly understood that Ishgard was talking about the dragon hide. He answered honestly that he liked it very much and thanked him sincerely, explaining that the material had allowed him to craft excellent equipment. While they were speaking, Shutra failed to notice several monsters quietly creeping up behind him. Then, all at once, a sudden flash of light caught his eye and pulled his attention away. A heartbeat later, that light erupted with violent force, triggering one explosion after another across the area. Carrick stared at the spreading chaos and demanded to know why everything had suddenly started blowing up. Shutra admitted that he had no idea what was happening, but he immediately suggested that they get away from the area before the situation became even more dangerous. The man from earlier began glowing brighter and brighter, his body pulsing with dangerous light, until he finally exploded as well. By the time the chain of destruction finally came to an end, the surroundings had been reduced to nothing but shattered ruins and broken remains. Fortunately, Ishgard had already raised a barrier around them, protecting everyone from the full force of the explosion. With complete calm, Ishgard asked whether everyone was unharmed. Shutra answered that they were safe, thanks to Ishgard's protection. Felicia, however, still could not understand why the explosion had happened in the first place, and that question left her wondering what their enemy had truly been trying to accomplish. Shutra thought back to what the man had said earlier about the second prince, and the more he turned those words over in his mind, the stranger the whole situation felt. Ascalon clearly had not been their real objective, because the man had shown no genuine interest in the legendary spear at all. That realization made Shutra wonder what they had actually been aiming for from the very beginning. Then at last, the answer clicked into place. Shutra's expression turned serious as all the scattered pieces began connecting in his mind. He told Felicia that their true target might have been the second prince. The moment those words reached her, Felicia looked both shocked and confused, asking why he had suddenly come to that conclusion. Shutra explained that the man with the spear had mentioned they had been watching the area because the second prince had not appeared. He added that those enemies had chosen this exact moment to finally reveal themselves, even though half a month had already passed since General Keshubal failed his mission. To Shutra, that timing felt far too deliberate to be a coincidence. It seemed much more like they had been hiding and waiting for someone the entire time. Felicia's expression grew darker as she slowly began to understand exactly what Shutra was implying. In a grim voice, she stated that General Kashubel had probably been killed from the very beginning as bait, all for the purpose of luring out the second prince. Felicia added that missions of this kind were usually the sort of assignments given to Zephyr Ragnaros, and that detail made the enemy's entire scheme feel even more carefully planned. Because of that, Felicia reasoned that those people must have expected Zephyr to be dispatched here this time as well. The thought made her expression tighten with unease as she wondered who would go to such extreme lengths just to target Zephyr, and what kind of motive could be hiding behind it. Shutra answered that whoever set up this trap was frighteningly meticulous. They had even chosen to self-destruct, making sure there would be no corpse, no surviving witness, and no clear path they could trace back to them. Ishgard listened to their deductions with quiet interest, as if he was watching the pieces of a puzzle fall into place, then remarked that the story they were building was rather fascinating. Felicia, already worn down and irritated by everything that had happened, snapped that this was not something he should be treating so lightly, because the situation was incredibly serious. Ishgard answered in that same relaxed tone, saying that he was taking it seriously as well. With no energy left to keep arguing with him, Felicia could only release a tired sigh. After that, Felicia turned the question back toward Ishgard, looking at him directly as she asked what had brought him to this place in the first place. Ishgard answered calmly that the Demon King had shown a deep and rather unusual interest in the ninth prince, and that curiosity alone had been enough to make Ishgard travel all the way here, simply so he could see Shutra with his own eyes. Shutra was left completely speechless, staring at him in disbelief. He could hardly accept that someone as powerful and unreachable as Ishgard had appeared here just because he wanted to take a look at him. Ishgard continued, explaining that the Demon King was not the type of person to act without a reason. If the Demon King had done something unusual during the audience ceremony, then there had to be meaning behind it. And now that Ishgard was standing face to face with Shutra, he said he could roughly understand what the Demon King had been thinking. Shutra felt the atmosphere around them shift slightly, as Ishgard studied him more carefully. Then, without any warning, Ishgard asked whether Shutra wanted to learn from him. The sudden question struck both Shutra and Felicia with complete surprise. Ishgard quickly clarified that he was not asking Shutra to become his formal disciple. He explained that he was not in a position where he could properly raise a student from the beginning, and more importantly, Shutra had already learned the beast god fist art. Felicia's eyes widened the moment she heard that, and she immediately asked when Shutra had learned something like that. Shutra, just as startled as she was, turned toward Ishgard and asked how he had known about it in the first place. Ishgard explained that Shutra's body held many different types of energy layered together, including the power of the beast god fist art. He admitted that even he could not clearly identify every single energy inside Shutra, but one thing was obvious to him. Those powers were not clashing or rejecting each other. Instead, they existed together, almost as if they were accepting and embracing one another, and Ishgard said the phrase, mutual coexistence, suited Shutra perfectly. Ishgard said that this was exactly why the Ninth Prince had caught his attention, and why he wanted to pass on a portion of his own insight. Then he looked at Shutra again and asked what he thought of the offer. Shutra understood immediately just how extraordinary this opportunity was. Aside from Demon King Mitra, Ishgard had never willingly offered his teachings to anyone before. There was absolutely no reason to turn down such an unbelievable chance. So Shutra accepted the offer without the slightest hesitation. Ishgard looked clearly pleased with Shutra's answer, and the faint smile on his face showed that he approved of the decision. He explained that he would teach Shutra a method for manipulating aura, along with several techniques connected to it. However, he also made it clear that how far those techniques would grow depended entirely on Shutra's own talent and ability. Then Ishgard reached out with one hand and placed it lightly on Shutra's shoulder. The instant his hand touched him, Shutra's body began to glow with golden light, and that quiet radiance marked the beginning of Ishgard's instruction. The golden aura wrapping around Shutra was none other than Ishgard's own power flowing directly into him. Shutra closed his eyes and focused with everything he had, trying to sense each subtle change moving through his body. The feeling was completely different from the time he had learned the beast god fist art. Ishgard's aura seemed to spread into every corner of Shutra's body, filling him so completely that not even the smallest space was left untouched. Then the system notified him that he had acquired Asura Cultivation Technique Level 11. More system messages followed one after another, appearing in rapid succession. Asura Cultivation Technique, Wind God Level 11, Asura Cultivation Technique Great Mountain Level 11, and Asura Cultivation Technique Lightning Level 11. Ishgard remarked that Shutra was truly remarkable, noting that the speed at which he was learning had already gone far beyond Ishgard's expectations. Then, without warning, golden and blue energy collided inside him, erupting into a blinding flash of light. Shutra was swallowed completely by the radiance, and even Ishgard froze for a moment, visibly shaken by what was unfolding before him. Felicia and the others stared at the brilliant light in stunned shock, their faces tightening with fear as they worried about what was happening to Shutra inside that overwhelming glow. Even Ishgard himself could barely believe the phenomenon taking place right in front of him. He had never imagined that something like this could even happen. Slowly, the blue and golden energies began to merge together, blending into a single radiant core inside Shutra's body. Then, new system notifications appeared. First, the Asura Cultivation Technique and the Beast God Fist art began working together in harmony. Next, Shutra's physique level increased, his immunity to 100 poisons level 1 also rose, and the system noted that once it reached level 3, it could evolve into immunity to 1,000 poisons. On top of that, Shutra acquired Harmony Level 1, and the S-rank martial art, Beast God Fist art, evolved. A massive pillar of golden light shot upward, slamming into the fortress above and making the entire surrounding land tremble. From within that brilliant glow, Shutra emerged, floating calmly in the air, while the newly fused energy flowed around his body like a living current. His eyes remained closed, and his posture stayed perfectly steady, as though that overwhelming power had completely accepted him. When Shutra finally opened his eyes, he had acquired an entirely new martial art, Asura Divine Fist. As the dazzling light finally began to fade away, Shutra suddenly dropped from the air without warning and landed awkwardly on the ground, falling right onto his backside. Carrick and Felicia rushed over in alarm, urgently asking Ishgard what had happened to him. Ishgard explained that he had only intended to teach Shutra the Asura Cultivation Technique. However, Shutra had unconsciously merged it with the Beast God Fist art, creating something completely new in Night Saga. The only martial art of that rank had originally been Hero Lock's sword art, but now the Beast God Fist art had evolved into Asura Divine Fist, reaching the same rank as the hero's technique. Ishgard admitted with genuine surprise that Shutra was far more extraordinary than he had ever imagined. He then said he would not dig any deeper and told Shutra that he did not need to explain anything. What truly interested Ishgard was not the secret behind the phenomenon, but Shutra himself as a person. Then he asked whether Shutra had already given the new technique a name. Shutra answered that he had, and then revealed the name he had chosen for it. Asura Divine Fist. Ishgard commented that the name was simple, but very fitting. After that his voice became more serious as he advised them to keep what had just happened as secret as possible. He explained that Shutra had already drawn more than enough attention to himself, and there was no need to invite even more scrutiny or suspicion from the royal court. Shutra agreed, saying that keeping it quiet would definitely be the best choice. Since most of their original goals had now been completed, all that remained was to collect whatever they could and rest. Felicia, however, blinked in confusion and asked what exactly they were supposed to pack. Shutra asked her if this was her first time exploring ruins. Then he suggested that they should completely harvest the dragon's body before the expedition team arrived. The suggestion visibly shocked the siblings. Shutra explained that if they divided the materials into 3 equal portions and shared them fairly, it would work out perfectly. Then he asked what they planned to do with their own share of the materials. Felicia and the others replied that they had only thought about sending everything to the forge at the Demon King's castle. Shutra said that was not a bad idea. But since they had obtained materials of such exceptional quality, he suggested entrusting them to someone he personally knew instead. He even guaranteed that this person's crafting skill was outstanding. Then Shutra looked at them and asked whether they had ever heard the name Amita. Felicia answered honestly that she had never heard that name before. But the instant Shutra heard it, his expression suddenly brightened, as if something inside his memory had snapped awake, and he called out the full name in surprise. Amita Ignatia. Shutra explained with clear excitement that Amita Ignatia was known as the greatest blacksmith in the entire demon realm, a legendary craftsman said to wield the last flame itself. The moment Ishgard heard that, he immediately understood that the 9th prince already knew exactly what kind of existence Amita was. Shutra spoke without the slightest hesitation, his tone filled with complete confidence, clearly certain that everything he remembered about Amita was accurate. He explained that even within Night Saga, encountering Amita was treated as a true hidden event. Amita Ignatia was a mysterious figure whose identity was difficult to pin down, sometimes appearing as a man and other times appearing as a woman. Some rumors claimed Amita was a shape-shifting mage who could freely alter their form, while other stories insisted that Amita was not one individual at all, but a name shared by an entire clan, or even a secret organization. Either way, meeting Amita was so rare that it almost felt impossible. Even Shutra, who had completed Night Saga 10 full times, had only managed to encounter Amita 3 times in total. Ishgard seemed pleased that he did not need to explain everything from scratch, and he said he would tell Shutra where Amita had recently been staying. The news made Shutra genuinely happy, and the excitement spread across his face so clearly that he could not hide it at all. Ishgard explained that Amita changed residences frequently. So once Shutra was ready to move, he needed to go and find Amita without wasting any time. He added that Amita was extremely reclusive and hated dealing with people, but if Shutra brought up Ishgard's name, Amita would at least agree to meet him once. Shutra felt deeply satisfied by that. Not only had he gained a martial art of an unbelievable rank, but he had also obtained information on Amita's whereabouts. In such a short span of time, the rewards he had gathered were almost absurd. Once the chaos finally settled down, the group eventually made their way down a staircase, descending even deeper into the fortress. After taking some time to rest and recover, they carefully searched the treasure vault from top to bottom. Their next destination was the archives, a place Felicia insisted they absolutely could not leave behind without investigating. The moment Shutra stepped inside, he began coughing from the thick dust hanging heavily in the air. Felicia shot him a sharp look and challenged him, asking whether a little dust was really enough to defeat his curiosity. Carrick, however, bluntly pointed out that from the very beginning, the 9th prince had never shown even the tiniest bit of interest in dwarf culture. But once they entered the archive room, Felicia's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. She showed one of the books to Delia, the black-haired elf, delighted that the records had been preserved so beautifully, and she praised the dwarves for their incredibly careful attention to detail. Shutra quietly watched as Felicia enjoyed herself with her whole heart. Delia continued bringing more and more books over for her to examine, while Karak, completely uninterested, simply fell asleep right there in the middle of the hall. Shutra slowly let his gaze wander around the room, taking in the old shelves and ancient records, and before long, he found himself wondering just how far back this archive truly went. Some of the records were not even written on paper. They had been preserved on heavy stone tablets instead. As Shutra looked them over, one of the tablets suddenly slipped loose and fell. He bent down right away and carefully picked it up from the floor. Carved across the surface of the tablet was an image of several people, with a woman standing at their front, facing a group of dragons. The picture stirred an odd sense of familiarity inside Shutra. As he studied the figures more closely, he recognized Einkel and Enkidu among them, and across from those figures stood the 6 elder dragons. Then Shutra's eyes shifted toward the woman leading the group, and he focused on her face more carefully. The moment he truly looked at her, recognition struck him at once. She was the very same woman who had once told him to conquer. the woman who had declared that everything would eventually kneel before him. That realization made Shutra's chest tighten with a strange and uneasy feeling. This woman was not just some forgotten figure from the past. She represented conquest itself. Shutra could not understand why a woman like that would appear in a place like this, and the question left him deeply unsettled and confused. After all, the tablet looked as if it had been made more than 1,000 years ago, and yet the image clearly showed 4 people and 6 dragons gathered together in the same scene. Shutra could not stop himself from wondering what kind of connection could have brought all of those beings together in one place. Then, all of a sudden, green wind appeared upside down directly in front of him, startling Shutra so badly that his focus snapped away from the ancient tablet. She asked him what had made him look so serious all of a sudden. While Shutra immediately questioned where she had even come from, Green Wind ignored his surprise completely and told him to follow her, proudly announcing that she had done something worthy of praise. Shutra remained by the table, calmly examining the book she handed over. The moment he realized what it was, surprise flickered across his face, while Green Wind presented it to him with obvious pride. It was a record about the Elder Dragons. According to the book, each Elder Dragon had been given a nickname that reflected their nature, personality, and the impression they left behind. Enkidu, who possessed overwhelming destructive power, was known by the fearsome title of the Tyrant. Einkel, who showed kindness and compassion toward all living beings, was called the Gentle Mother. Kian, who was wise and thoughtful in every decision, carried the title of Sage. Kaltine, intense, fierce, and terrifying whenever battle began, was known as the Warrior. But despite that ferocious reputation, Kaltine's nature was said to be closer to ice than ordinary flame. The records described him as a cold flame, a silent warrior who almost never drew his blade. But once Kaltine finally unsheathed it, the record said his ferocity could burn the entire world down to ash. As Shutra continued reading, he noticed that most of the records seemed to focus heavily on Kaltine, including legends about his past and even clues pointing toward the possible location of his lair. Then one particular detail suddenly caught Shutra's attention. On one of the maps, a specific location had been marked very clearly. That place was called the Lake of the Sun. Shutra had never imagined that an elder dragon connected to the fire attribute would hide its lair beneath a lake. In that moment, he finally understood why even experienced veteran hunters had never managed to track it down. Green Wind, meanwhile, started growing impatient and pointed out that he still had not praised her. As Shutra kept studying the map more carefully, he realized something else important. The marked location was close to the residence Ishgard had mentioned for Amita. He remembered that Amita had recently been staying near the Spider Forest. That region was also close to lycanthrope territory. And since Shutra had already been planning to find Caitlin and Chris along the way, everything was lining up almost perfectly. He gently patted Green Wind on the forehead and praised her, telling her that she had done an excellent job. Green Wind's face brightened immediately, clearly delighted by the praise she had been waiting for. Shutra's next plans were now set. First, he would meet Amita, and after that, he would obtain the armament of the Elder Dragon Kaltine. If everything went smoothly, the next stage of his journey would bring him an unparalleled gain. After that, they remained at Thunderdoom Fortress for 4 full days. Felicia was practically glowing with excitement, so full of energy that it almost felt unreal. The way her enthusiasm kept blazing without fading made it hard to imagine where she was even pulling all that strength from. Even though Felicia had spent nearly every waking hour inside the archives right up until the very day before they were supposed to leave, there wasn't the slightest sign of exhaustion on her face. Shutra had also been buried in those records, digging through every file and document he could find about the Elder Dragons. But no matter how deep he searched, and no matter how many old records he opened, the only Elder Dragon he could uncover any real information about was Kaltine. Still, their time there had not been wasted completely. Even if the archives had not given Shutra everything he wanted, there was at least one result that was impossible to ignore. Carrick had clearly grown stronger. Shutra noticed that Carrick's standing among the king's knights had gone up, and that change immediately caught his attention. He looked him over with curiosity, then asked whether that new position actually made him feel any stronger than before. Carrick answered, without the slightest doubt in his voice, full of confidence from head to toe. Then, as if words alone were not enough, he drove a powerful punch through the air, swinging his fist forward like that one strike proved everything. Carrick proudly explained that all the harsh, punishing training he had pushed through had finally shown results. He was no longer just Knight Captain Carrick. His title had risen to Barracks Commander, and the way he held himself made it obvious he believed he had earned every bit of that promotion. By the time the next morning arrived, everything around them began moving once again, and the quiet pause from the day before came to an end. A newly prepared mission plan from Felicia was delivered to the Demon King's castle, carrying fresh instructions and setting the direction for what they would have to do next. Among the other documents, one report stood out as especially important. According to its contents, there was a strong chance that General Kashubal's death had not been a simple incident, but a carefully arranged piece of bait, a deliberate trap designed to draw Zephyr out into the open. By the time every last report had finally been read and checked, the sun had already climbed high above the Demon King's castle. Shutra was fully prepared to move out, ready to leave immediately without wasting even another breath. Before he could actually set off, Felicia stepped in and stopped him. She told him to wait a little longer, suggesting that since they were already here, they might as well spend some extra time looking around before they departed. Felicia pointed out that there were still countless things she had not gotten to see for herself. But Shutra refused right away, making it clear from his expression and tone that he had no intention of delaying their departure any further. He reminded her that the Sword Lord had warned them to find Amita as quickly as possible, before Amita vanished again. With so little time to spare, Shutra pushed Felicia to stop lingering and get into the carriage already. Once everyone had climbed inside and settled into their seats, Shutra turned his attention toward Carrick, who had already taken the coachman's place up front. With everything finally prepared, Shutra told him they were ready to leave, and at that command, the carriage at last lurched into motion. Its wheels began turning against the road, carrying them away from the Demon King's castle and toward whatever waited at their next destination. As the carriage continued forward, Shutra glanced back and silently thought over everything they had survived so far. There had already been plenty of dangerous moments, more than enough to make anyone careful about rushing into the next mission. But this journey was different. The possible rewards were simply too valuable to ignore. And above all else, Shutra found himself anticipating Caitlin's reaction when she finally witnessed the Asura Divine Fist with her own eyes. He wanted that moment to come as soon as it possibly could. After that, 3 full days slipped by, carrying the situation forward into the next stage. A new expedition force was formed to investigate the traces left behind by the ones who had targeted Zephyr. And this time, Zephyr himself stepped forward, choosing to personally lead the mission. Before he departed, Zephyr made his way to the archive room. There, among the records and relics, his gaze was drawn to a stone tablet, the very same tablet that Shutra had once picked up. The instant Zephyr examined it, one of the carved figures immediately stood out to him. He recognized that figure as Famine. His eyes continued to move across the surface of the tablet, studying the carved images one by one. Soon after, he also identified the figures representing death and war. But then, as he kept looking, one particular figure made him stop. At the very front of the carving stood the image of a woman, and she was completely unfamiliar to him. Zephyr examined her carefully, trying to place her identity, but no matter how closely he looked, he could not figure out who she was supposed to be. That woman was the same figure Shutra had already recognized before, the one known as Conquest. At that very same time, far away from the quiet archive room and its stone tablet, deep within a volcano filled with suffocating heat and crushing pressure, a dragon stood before a woman. The air around them felt dense and heavy, as if the entire space was pressing down on them. Then the dragon gave her a single command. Begin. The woman standing there was addressed by a chilling title, the Knight of Conquest. She was none other than the very same warrior who had once appeared before Shutra inside his dream. Meanwhile, Shutra was completely absorbed in his training. He released an arrow while trying to control the flow of his magic, focusing hard as he attempted to shape the technique properly. But instead of forming the way he wanted, only a small flame gathered in his hand, flickering there without turning into a proper attack. Then, without warning, the flame twisted away from its intended path and came right back at him, burning Shutra's own body instead. Carrick watched the whole thing happen with wide-eyed disbelief and muttered that he had never seen any kind of training like this in his entire life. Carrick looked genuinely concerned as he warned that if Shutra kept forcing himself through this kind of reckless practice, he might end up doing serious damage to his own body. Felicia, however, responded with a surprisingly calm expression, saying that strange as it looked, Shutra was actually completely fine. Almost as if to prove her words immediately, Shutra healed the burn on his own body, and through that painful process, his fire arrow level, his healing skill, and even his mana control proficiency all increased at the same time. Shutra was breathing heavily from the strain, his body clearly pushed hard by the repeated attempts. But the look on his face was not one of pain or regret. Instead, his eyes were bright with excitement, and rather than stopping, he steadied himself and prepared to try the technique again. Carrick could only shake his head at the sight, saying that no matter how he looked at it, there was nothing normal about this kind of training at all. Even so, Shutra's magical ability was undeniably improving. And because of that, Felicia decided it was better to let him continue for the time being. During the day, their group pushed onward along the road, and once night fell, Shutra trained without allowing himself any real rest. Their destination was the Spider Forest, the place where Amita was said to be staying. In order to reach the forest as quickly as possible, they chose the fastest route and cut straight through lycanthrope territory, but while they were still in the middle of that path, an order suddenly rang out, forcing the group to come to a stop. The road ahead had been completely blocked, leaving them with no clear way to continue forward. Karak looked toward the obstruction in front of them, his brow tightening, and asked what exactly was going on. The guards standing in their way explained that this was official business of the lycanthrope royal family. Their tone left little room for negotiation as they firmly ordered Shutra's group to turn around and withdraw. Felicia immediately found that explanation suspicious. Royal business being carried out in such a remote and inconvenient place made little sense, and the situation only looked stranger the more she thought about it. When the guard repeated the command for them to leave, Felicia's patience finally reached its limit. She declared that she had heard enough, pushed the road open by force, and demanded that they bring out whoever was actually in charge. The guard's temper flared almost instantly. Irritated by her attitude, he snapped back at her and asked whether she thought she was some kind of royal. Felicia answered him with perfect composure and said that she was. The guard froze in confusion, as if he could not believe what he had just heard, and asked her to say it again. Without the slightest hesitation, Felicia repeated the same answer. As the guard became more and more uneasy, he asked once again, clearly trying to make sure he had understood her correctly. Felicia fixed him with a cold, steady glare and answered yes for the third time. It did not take very long after that for the situation to change completely. Back at the camp, those same guards were now being punished, kneeling on the ground with both hands raised high above their heads. Meanwhile, Caitlin looked genuinely delighted the moment she saw Felicia and Shutra. Her face brightened at once, and she hurried toward them, while Chris followed closely behind her. Caitlin immediately asked what the two of them were doing in a place like this. Felicia answered that she should be the one asking that question, then pressed Caitlin to explain why she and the others were blocking the road all the way out here. Caitlin hesitated for a moment before finally replying. Then Chris shifted his attention toward Shutra and mentioned that he had been hearing rumors about Shutra turning the Demon King's castle completely upside down. With a curious look on his face, he asked what exactly Shutra had been doing there. Shutra replied that the timing was actually perfect, because there was something he had been planning to show him anyway. Then, without dragging the conversation out any longer, he told everyone to step outside for a moment. A little while after everyone stepped outside, a deafening explosion suddenly roared from the distance. The sound was so violent that it seemed to ripple through the air itself, shaking the entire camp like a thunderclap had struck right beside them. But that terrifying blast was not the result of an enemy ambush or some sudden attack. It had come from Shutra and Caitlin, who were facing each other head-on in the middle of an intense sparring match. Neither side was treating it like a casual exchange. Caitlin stood before him with her focus sharpened completely, while Shutra gathered every ounce of power he could draw out and poured it directly into his fist. The instant their fists collided, the force trapped between them burst outward all at once. A massive explosion erupted from the point of impact, tearing across the open clearing like a battlefield had suddenly formed around them. The ground beneath their feet cracked and split under the pressure, while the trees nearby were shattered apart as though the shockwave had swallowed them whole and crushed them from every direction. Caitlin immediately realized that something about that attack was different. This was not the beast god fist art she was familiar with, and with clear surprise showing in her eyes, she asked Shutra what kind of technique he had just unleashed. Shutra did not try to hide the answer. He told her plainly that the move she had just seen was called the Asura Divine Fist Strike. Felicia then stepped in and explained that the technique had been born by combining the beast god fist art with the Asura cultivation method the Sword Lord had taught Shutra. Chris was shocked for more than one reason. It was already unbelievable that Shutra had managed to fuse two different powers together, but the fact that the Sword Lord had personally taught him was even harder to accept. When Chris asked why someone like the Sword Lord would do that, Felicia answered as if it were obvious, saying it was because Shutra was a genius. Caitlin looked truly impressed, her eyes bright with amazement as she wondered out loud if she might be able to learn the technique as well. But Shutra apologized and explained that he had not built it into a proper, organized martial art, so even he did not believe he could teach it to another person. Chris commented that creating a martial art even its own creator could not properly explain or pass on made Shutra seem completely ridiculous. After hearing that, Shutra could only pause and wonder whether Chris was complimenting him or insulting him. Deep down, Chris felt a quiet chill run through him as he realized just how quickly Shutra was growing. If he did not want to fall behind at this pace, Chris understood that he would have to train himself even harder than before. And now that everyone had witnessed exactly how much Shutra had improved, it was finally time to discuss why Chris and Caitlin were truly in this place. They moved into a tent and sat together, and once they were inside, Chris's face turned serious. He warned them that everything he was about to say had to remain strictly confidential, making Felicia tense up as she wondered what could be serious enough for him to speak in that tone. Then Chris revealed the truth. A prisoner who had been confined on the lowest floor of the Grey Tower had escaped. Shutra knew exactly what the Grey Tower was. It was a prison reserved only for the most brutal and dangerous criminals among the lycanthropes. And if someone had been locked away on the very bottom floor, then Shutra already had a strong guess about the identity of that prisoner. Chris soon confirmed that suspicion by saying the name aloud. Gerard Moonlight, the maternal uncle of Chris and Caitlin. Felicia was visibly taken aback. Not only because such a dangerous prisoner had escaped, but also because she had never even known the two of them had a maternal uncle. Chris explained that Gerard had been imprisoned 20 years earlier, so it was no surprise that Felicia had never heard his name before. He then added that Gerard had once been one of the strongest warriors in the entire lycanthrope royal family. If Gerard had not lost his mind, the throne might have gone to him instead of their mother. But Gerard had been consumed by an obsession with strength, and the beast god fist art by itself had never been enough to satisfy him. Because of that hunger for greater power, he began reaching for all kinds of forbidden and heretical methods. In the end, that obsession tore his sanity apart completely. Gerard's madness eventually turned into a disaster, and hundreds of lycanthropes had to sacrifice their lives just to bring him down. Fortunately, the entire incident had been contained within the palace, which allowed the royal family to bury the truth before it spread outside. Felicia listened with a tense expression, then asked if that meant an extremely dangerous person was now roaming free. Caitlin added that based on the reports they had received, Gerard appeared to have headed east. Chris tried to calm everyone down, explaining that Gerard had lost half of his aura during his final battle, so there was no need to panic too much. On top of that, the east was the opposite direction from where they were traveling. Shutra then asked the most important question of all. How had Gerard escaped from a prison like the Grey Tower in the first place? Chris replied that the investigation was still ongoing, but from what they had found so far, every sign pointed to Gerard receiving help from someone outside the prison. That answer immediately made Shutra think of Night Saga. In Zephyr Ragnaros' storyline, there had been a sub-event where the player could release Gerard in order to weaken the lycanthropes. Shutra could not stop himself from wondering if that same event had somehow been triggered in this reality as well. That very same night, somewhere beneath the cover of darkness, a man was lifted off the ground by the throat, choking as an iron grip squeezed around his neck. The one holding him was a rough, rugged-looking figure who spoke in a cold and threatening voice. He told the man that if he wanted to stay alive, he had better start talking. Everyone else nearby had already been killed by that same man, leaving the victim with no one left to save him. With brutal pressure behind every word, the attacker demanded to know where the moonlight herb was hidden. At that exact moment, Shutra was suddenly overwhelmed by a strange, dizzying sense of disorientation, as though he had been thrown into some unknown place without any idea how he had arrived there. Before he could understand what was happening, Conquest appeared directly in front of him without warning. Shutra stared at her in confusion, and immediately asked what was going on. Conquest did not answer him with words. Instead, she quietly raised her hand and pointed behind him, directing his attention toward a black hole that was slowly beginning to take shape. Shutra turned around and focused his eyes on the strange darkness. He saw a figure trapped far inside it, buried deep within that pitch-black space. Shutra recognized the presence almost immediately. The figure sealed within the black hole was Famine. Then, in the next instant, Shutra jolted awake. He sucked in a sharp breath, his chest rising as his heart pounded violently. Even after opening his eyes, the image of that black aura stayed burned into his mind, refusing to fade away. The hostility he had felt from it still clung to him like a cold shadow wrapped around his body. But what disturbed Shutra even more was the way the name Famine kept echoing again and again inside his thoughts. Before Shutra could fully understand what the dream meant, Carrick suddenly burst into his tent with urgency written all over his face and announced that something terrible had happened. Shutra immediately demanded an explanation, and Carrick quickly reported that an enemy had broken into the camp. Carrick described the intruder as a man with a long scar stretching across his left cheek, his body surrounded by a strange black energy. Even without using any weapon, he was slaughtering soldiers with nothing but his bare hands. The moment Shutra heard that description, the answer became clear in his mind. There was only one person it could be: Gerard Moonlight. Chris and Caitlin had already seen the trail of destruction Gerard had left behind as he tore through the camp. Shutra and Carrick rushed after them at once, hurrying to join the others as quickly as their feet could carry them. Shutra could not hide his confusion. Gerard was supposed to have escaped toward the east, and yet now he had shown up here of all places. Shutra could not understand why Gerard had suddenly come back. With the danger growing worse by the second, Shutra demanded the truth. He pressed Chris and Caitlin to explain the real reason they had come to this area in the first place. Caitlin finally answered him, revealing that the reason they were here was because of the moonlight herb. Chris looked startled the moment Caitlin said it, clearly surprised that she had revealed their secret so directly and without holding anything back. Caitlin then explained the situation from the beginning. Their true objective had always been to find the moonlight herb, and it was only after they had already set out for that purpose that they learned Gerard had escaped from prison. The moonlight herb was far from being some common medicinal plant. It was a priceless treasure among herbs, one that only bloomed once every 100 years, and to the lycanthropes it was treated with the same reverence as one of their most sacred relics. Its effect was almost ridiculous for something that could be consumed, powerful enough to pull a person back even when they were standing right on the edge of death. In Night Saga, it was an item the player could obtain after defeating either Chris or Caitlin, and the moment Shutra remembered that, the entire situation snapped into focus. Gerard had come all this way for the moonlight herb because he wanted to restore the aura he had lost almost half of the strength he once possessed. Then, without the slightest warning, a brilliant golden radiance burst across the sky. Shutra recognized that light in an instant. There was no mistaking it. That glow belonged to Felicia's magic. By that point, the far side of the camp had already fallen into complete chaos. Screams rang out between crashing impacts, and the heat of magic filled the air as the area turned into a battlefield. Felicia stood at the very front with her staff lifted high, gathering mana around herself before releasing a massive wall of fire. The flames surged forward like a blazing barricade, cutting across the battlefield in an attempt to hold the enemy back. Her exhaustion was obvious. Her face had tightened from the strain, and her breathing had become rough and uneven. But Felicia still forced herself to stay on her feet and poured even more power into her magic. But even that roaring wall of fire was not enough to stop Gerard. He pushed straight through the flames, advancing without hesitation, as if the searing heat surrounding him meant absolutely nothing. The moment Felicia saw him break through her magic, her expression changed. Her heart sank sharply, and for one horrifying instant, she truly believed this was where everything would end. At the very last possible second, Shutra arrived and hurled his shield with all the strength he could muster. The shield shot forward and slammed into Gerard with brutal force. As soon as Shutra reached Felicia's side, he immediately turned to her and asked if she was all right. The impact from the shield was powerful enough to knock Gerard back, making even that monstrous man stagger and briefly lose his footing. Chris and Caitlin did not let that opening slip away for even a heartbeat. The two siblings charged toward Gerard at the same time, moving with sharp, practiced coordination. Gerard recognized them the moment they came at him, identifying them instantly as Elaine Moonlight's children. Gerard adjusted his stance and raised his arm, preparing to receive their attack. Caitlin faced him head-on and ordered him to surrender quietly, but instead of listening to her command, Gerard sneered and claimed that he had inherited their mother's will. Caitlin faltered for only the smallest moment, but against someone like Gerard, even that tiny hesitation was enough. His punch crashed into her body and sent her flying backward. Chris instantly rushed toward his sister in alarm, his attention snapping to Caitlin as she was thrown away. At that exact same moment, a wolf soldier tried to sneak up behind Gerard, but Gerard did not even need to turn around. As if he had sensed the soldier from the beginning, he reached back and clamped his hand around the man's throat. Then, without mercy, Gerard drained him dry. A dense black mist was ripped out of the wolf soldier's body, twisting and writhing through the air as though it were alive. The moment Shutra saw it, a cold chill ran straight down his spine. The wolf soldier's eyes turned completely pitch black while more and more dark energy poured out of him. Right before everyone's eyes, his body began to hollow out, as if his very life was being emptied away. At that moment, Shutra finally realized what that ominous black energy truly was. It was famine. And once Gerard finished draining the soldier completely, the wolf vanished without leaving even a trace behind. Gerard then drove his fist down into the ground with terrifying force. The earth broke apart beneath the blow, and the shockwave that erupted from it knocked Chris off balance. Immediately after that, the black mist surged forward, like a living tide, and slammed into Chris head-on before he could fully steady himself. Shutra stared at the scene in disbelief, struggling to accept the overwhelming strength Gerard was displaying right in front of him. Night Saga. Gerard had never been remotely this powerful. After spending so many years imprisoned, his body should have been ruined and weakened almost beyond repair. But Gerard caught the brief moment of distraction in Shutra's eyes and mocked him for letting his guard drop. In the next instant, Gerard's hand closed tightly around Shutra's throat. Shutra fought desperately in Gerard's grip, struggling with everything he had to break free. He poured every bit of strength in his body into resisting, but Gerard wrapped him in that suffocating black mist and whispered coldly for him to dry up. Then, all of a sudden, something moved behind Gerard. It was Chris. He struck Gerard from the rear with fierce force, and that blow finally forced Gerard to release Shutra. Shutra dropped free from his grip, screaming as a sharp tearing pain ripped violently through his body. Gerard turned around in an instant, his body already shifting smoothly into position for a counterattack. But Chris stepped directly into his path and declared that Gerard's opponent was him. Chris lunged forward with his entire body wrapped in raging blue energy, then crashed into Gerard with crushing force. The impact drove Gerard down into the ground and sent a heavy tremor spreading through the area around them. Gerard blocked the stream of attacks coming at him and mocked Chris, saying he had not even bothered to properly greet his uncle first. Chris roared at him to shut up. As far as Chris was concerned, Gerard Moonlight of the lycanthrope royal family had already died 20 years ago. The man standing in front of him now was nothing more than a prisoner who had escaped confinement. From a distance, Shutra summoned a golden dagger and activated under the king's banner on Chris, catching Chris completely by surprise. A rush of exhilaration surged through him. As overwhelming power flooded through every part of his body, energy overflowed from deep within. and Chris could not help wondering if this incredible strength was really coming from Shutra's magic. Gerard noticed the change in Chris's movements almost immediately. And at that exact moment, Caitlin, who had also been strengthened by Under the King's Banner, slipped behind Gerard and drove a firm, powerful punch into him. Gerard let out a low groan as Caitlin's strike landed cleanly. Chris followed up at once, chaining in another heavy blow before Gerard could regain his rhythm. Felicia and Shutra watched the fight from a distance, but the movements were so fast that even their eyes could barely keep up. The fighters blurred into streaks of light, crossing, colliding, and vanishing again in rapid succession. Felicia admitted that she could not see what was happening at all and asked Shutra to explain it to her. Shutra kept his eyes locked on the battle and answered calmly that Chris and Caitlin were winning. The two siblings moved together in perfect sync, attacking Gerard from both sides and forcing him to defend with his forearms. For the first time, Gerard truly acknowledged them. These two really were Elaine's children, and as that realization settled over him, Gerard decided there was no longer any reason to restrain himself. Power surged through his body, and he finally released his wolf form. Gerard's transformation happened in a flash. His body shifted violently, and enormous wolf-like hands burst into view as he lunged forward and clamped down on Caitlin's head with terrifying strength. Chris immediately swung a punch at him, trying to break Gerard's hold, but Gerard slipped away from the strike with frightening ease. Even while dodging, he dragged Caitlin along with him, as if her body weighed almost nothing. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Gerard slammed Caitlin down into the ground. The impact was brutal, crashing hard enough to make the earth beneath them tremble from the force. The instant Chris saw what had happened to Caitlin, his face lost all color. The sight of her battered body hit him like a blade, draining the blood from his expression completely. In the next moment, rage exploded inside Chris. His jaw tightened, his teeth clenched hard, and he swore with every bit of fury in him that he would kill Gerard with his own hands. Gerard met that anger with terrifying calm. With almost casual ease, he swung his arm and slapped Chris aside, treating him as if his rage meant absolutely nothing. Blows sent Chris flying backward with horrifying force. His body smashed through several trees one after another, snapping through trunks before he finally crashed heavily into the ground. The moment Chris struck the dirt, Gerard launched himself after him. He gave Chris no time to breathe, no time to recover, and no chance to regain his footing. Just before Gerard's next attack could land, a brilliant glow flashed from the white Surrey. Shutra stepped in at the last possible second, raising it in front of him and blocking Gerard's strike head-on. Shutra immediately shouted Karak's name, his voice cutting sharply through the chaos of the battlefield. At that call, the king's knights were summoned into the fight, ready to throw themselves into the battle against Gerard. Gerard reacted almost the moment they moved. He twisted his body sharply and intercepted Karak's axe before the weapon could bite into him. At the very same time, Shutra began drawing power into his own fist. Shutra pulled his arm back, and golden energy gathered densely around it. The light compressed tighter and tighter, building into a heavy blazing force around his clenched fist. Then Shutra drove his fist forward with everything he had, unleashing his technique. Gigantic piston. Gerard took the attack head-on without backing away. In the next breath, he answered with his own counterattack, releasing the Beast God Fist's secret art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike. The moment the two forces collided, Shutra was blasted through the air, sent flying backward by the overwhelming power of Gerard's strike. Even the shockwave spreading out from the clash was intense enough to make Karak struggle just to keep himself standing. Panic flashed across Karak's face as he looked toward the prince, unable to hide his fear at the sight of Shutra being thrown back like that. After a short moment, Gerard's violent aura finally began to settle down. He looked almost satisfied, as if the exchange had amused him. Gerard admitted that he had not expected Shutra to get back up after taking Wild Wolf Fist Strike directly, and just as those words hung in the air, Shutra suddenly coughed up blood. Gerard started walking toward him, each step carrying a heavy, threatening pressure. His eyes were filled with unmistakable killing intent. But before Gerard could close the distance completely, Shutra stopped him. This time, Shutra declared that it was his turn now. Then he unleashed the exact same technique, the Beast God Fist secret art. Gerard froze in place, stunned by what he was witnessing. The attack slammed into Gerard squarely, landing with all the power Shutra could force into it. And at that precise moment, a system notification appeared in front of Shutra, announcing that he had learned the Beast God Fist secret art, Wild Wolf Fist Strike. It was a wolf skill. Shutra realized then that it was finally Gerard's turn to experience the force of his own technique. Gerard let out a pained groan, unable to understand how Shutra had managed to learn Wild Wolf Fist Strike simply by taking the attack once. Shutra drew his fist back again without wasting the opening, then followed up immediately with another strike, this time using Fist of Explosion. The heat packed into the blow burned fiercely enough to force a low, painful growl out of Gerard. But Gerard retaliated almost at once. His counterattack struck Shutra hard and sent him flying backward yet again. Shutra clicked his tongue in frustration as he was knocked away, bitterly thinking that he had been aiming to blow Gerard's head clean off with that attack. Gerard then released a surge of black mist, and the dark energy immediately locked onto Shutra like a living curse, hunting its target. Just before the mist detonated around him, Shutra summoned the White Suri to protect himself. But even while defending against the blast, Shutra could only stare in disbelief. And when the smoke finally began to clear, Gerard was gone. Shutra looked at the empty space where he had been standing and wondered if Gerard had somehow managed to escape. Then the system informed Shutra that his level had gone up. He let out a breath of relief, at least knowing that the immediate threat had passed. Once he was able to speak again, Shutra turned toward Felicia and asked how Caitlin was doing. Felicia's expression darkened as she answered him. Caitlin's condition was extremely serious, and the damage to her body was far worse than it appeared from the outside. Felicia did not believe magic alone would be enough to save her. Then, all of a sudden, Shutra groaned and clutched at his chest, making Felicia rush toward him in alarm. Even while pain tore through his own body, Shutra's thoughts stayed fixed on Caitlin. He understood that although her visible wounds had been healed, the inside of her body was completely ruined. Shutra suspected that Caitlin had pushed herself beyond her limits by forcefully drawing out too much of her aura. Seeing his condition getting worse, Felicia asked what was happening to him. But Shutra brushed the concern aside. He told Felicia that he would recover after getting some rest and urged her to focus on Caitlin instead. Just then, Chris appeared carrying a box in his hands and told Felicia to use its contents on both Shutra and Caitlin. Felicia immediately asked what was inside the box, but the moment she opened it, she froze completely. Resting inside was a single flower, the moonlight herb. Felicia quickly laid Shutra and Caitlin down side by side, then carefully placed the box between the two injured bodies. She began the treatment right away, while Chris and Carrick stood close by, keeping guard with tense eyes fixed on their surroundings. With careful hands, Felicia lifted the moonlight herb from the box and divided the precious flower cleanly in half. She placed one portion above Shutra and the other above Caitlin. Slowly, the fragments began to dissolve, turning into soft light as they flowed down into their mouths. Caitlin's body began to glow, wrapped in a brilliant light that spread gently across her injured form. Felicia's brows pulled together as she stared at the scene in front of her, completely unable to make sense of what was happening. But that confusion turned into panic almost immediately when Shutra's body began lifting off the ground and floating into the air. Chris had never seen anything like this happen before, yet the strange sight stirred an old memory in his mind, the ancient legend connected to the moonlight herb. In the distant past, the very first Wolf King had gathered the scattered lycanthrope clans spread across the land and brought them together, uniting them into a single kingdom beneath his rule. Then one day, a vicious red dragon named Castellan invaded lycanthrope territory, tearing through their lands and bringing destruction straight into the heart of their home. The Wolf King challenged that dragon and fought him for 7 days and 7 nights. Their battle raged on without rest, until at last, the Wolf King succeeded in bringing Castellan down. But that victory came at a devastating cost. The merciless battle wiped out his entire herd, and before long, death began reaching for the Wolf King as well. In his final moments, when his strength was nearly gone, he discovered a pure white flower, trusting the instinct buried deep in his blood. He ate it. That flower was said to hold the light of the moon itself, and after he consumed it, it became his new heart. With moonlight now beating inside his chest, the Wolf King declared that his life had become bound to the moon and took the surname Moonlight. From that day forward, legend claimed he continued protecting the kingdom for countless generations. However, that miracle was something that had only happened a single time. In the many generations that came after him, countless lycanthropes tried to consume the same flower, but none of them could endure the moonlight the way the first Wolf King had. No one else was ever chosen by the flower, and no one else was ever granted a new heart. That was the old legend of the moonlight herb, and now, that very same legend was unfolding right in front of Chris's eyes. What made it even more unbelievable was that the miracle was happening to Shutra, someone who was not even a lycanthrope. Shutra's chest began shining with an intense radiance, and a pillar of light shot straight upward into the night sky. Then, a system notification appeared before Shutra, informing him that a protagonist's setting adjustment had strengthened the enchanted encounter. His protagonist physique had reacted to the moonlight herb. Because of that reaction, Shutra now possessed 2 hearts. And with 2 hearts inside his body, he had gained 2 separate starting points of power. Eventually, Shutra slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that greeted him was a warm, radiant golden light. Caitlin was lying right there beside him, close enough for him to notice immediately, startled by how near she was and instantly embarrassed by the situation. Shutra hurriedly pushed himself upright, still only half awake and clearly disoriented. He looked around the room. Bit by bit, he realized he was no longer anywhere near the battlefield, but inside an elegant bedroom instead. A knock sounded from the door, and after a brief pause, several soldiers entered the room. They moved aside in an orderly manner, escorting in a commanding woman whose presence immediately seemed to fill the entire space. She looked toward Shutra and asked whether he had slept comfortably, addressing him with formal respect as the ninth prince, Shutra Ignis. Shutra recognized her immediately. He had seen her countless times before in the game. She was the fourth queen, Elaine Moonlight, the queen of the lycanthropes and the biological mother of Chris and Caitlin. Elaine said she had heard that her children had survived because of him, then calmly asked how she should repay such a debt. Shutra answered honestly, telling her it was nothing remarkable, and that he had simply done what he believed was the right thing to do. Elaine told him not to be so modest, because his actions were more than deserving of proper recognition. Shutra accepted her words politely and thanked her. Then, without lingering over any further pleasantries, Elaine moved straight to the center of the matter. She asked Shutra directly whether he had any intention of becoming the Demon King. Shutra was visibly thrown off by the sudden question, his confusion showing clearly as though the idea had never even properly entered his mind. Elaine understood his reaction almost at once. From the look on his face, it was obvious that Shutra had never seriously considered becoming the Demon King. Considering his position and everything surrounding him up until now, that response was understandable. Even so, Elaine pointed out that his circumstances had already begun to change, and from this moment forward he could no longer afford to pretend that possibility did not exist. She advised Shutra to weigh every action he took from now on with care, and to think seriously about which choices would serve him best in the long run. Through Green Wind, Shutra learned that he had been unconscious for 4 full days. Green Wind added in her usual light and casual tone that she had remained by his side the entire time. Once Shutra understood that much, he urged her to continue explaining what had happened while he was out. Green Wind told him that they were currently staying in a villa reserved exclusively for the lycanthrope royal family. She also explained that Shutra and Caitlin had been placed in the same bed because keeping the two of them close together created the strongest healing effect for both of their bodies. Shutra asked what she meant by that. Green Wind responded by asking if he truly did not remember consuming the moonlight herb. Shocked by what she said, Shutra immediately opened his status window to check for himself. At the same time, Shutra could clearly sense something new inside his body. An unfamiliar layer of power resting over the aura he already had. Felt almost as if a second heart made of aura had formed within him, quietly pulsing beside the first one. Green Wind explained that Chris had told her the closer Shutra and Caitlin were to each other, the more strongly Shutra's life force would activate. She suggested that if he tried holding Caitlin's hand, he would understand right away. So Shutra reached out and gently took Caitlin's hand. The very instant their hands touched, power surged violently through Shutra's body, rushing through him with such intensity that it nearly overwhelmed his senses. Green Wind explained that because of the moonlight herb, Shutra and Caitlin had become connected. It was a bond similar to the connection Shutra already shared with Green Wind. Later, as Shutra walked through the hallway, he learned that no one could say for certain whether Gerard was alive or dead. Chris explained that there had been casualties during the pursuit, and although they had recovered Gerard's lower body along with part of his upper body, he still intended to keep searching until Gerard's death was confirmed beyond any doubt. Shutra agreed with that decision, believing it was the safest course. Then Chris brought up something he had heard, mentioning that his mother had apparently made Shutra an offer. Shutra immediately realized Chris was referring to Elaine's question about whether he intended to become the Demon King. Chris admitted that although he was not strong enough to be considered overwhelming. At most, he saw himself as being around Sylvan's level. Even after almost 10 years of training, he had still failed to close the distance between himself and the first prince, Baikal. And as for the second prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, who could only be described as a monster, the gap was so wide that comparing himself to Zephyr barely even made sense. Even so, Chris believed Shutra was different. In his eyes, Shutra had the potential to catch up to both Baikal and Zephyr someday, then surpass them and eventually become the Demon King. Shutra was completely caught off guard by the confidence Chris was placing in him. Chris continued by explaining that, unlike himself, Shutra had the ability to gain support from other races. And beyond that, Shutra also had the backing of the Sword Lord. If Shutra continued building public achievements and earning recognition, then even the Gandharvas, who were currently imprisoned, might one day be granted amnesty. That was when Shutra finally understood why he had not seen a single Gandharva until now. At the same time, he could not help wondering what they had done to be imprisoned in the first place. Chris made it clear that he was not asking Shutra to make a decision right away. For now, he only wanted Shutra to think about it seriously, because there was a vast difference between truly placing something on the scales of his heart and simply turning away from it so he would never have to face it. Shutra remained standing in silence beside the window, his gaze resting on the deep darkness beyond the glass, as if the answer might be hidden somewhere in the night. In his mind, he quietly circled around the possibility that he himself could one day become the Demon King. And while he stood there lost in thought, far away beneath the same night sky, A carriage continued to roll steadily along the road. Inside that swaying carriage, Ludwig Moonlight, the captain of the Blood Wolf squad, turned his attention toward Her Majesty Elaine. With a serious look in his eyes, he asked whether she truly believed, from the bottom of her heart, that the ninth prince had the potential to become the Demon King. Elaine did not pause for even a moment before answering. To her, the Demon King was not the kind of person who ever acted without purpose, and none of his actions could ever be brushed aside as empty gestures or simple whims. She was convinced that he would not have interfered twice, and especially not during something as important as an audience ceremony, unless there was a deeper reason behind it. In Elaine's eyes, the Demon King must have sensed something within the ninth prince that everyone else had overlooked. After all, no matter how cold or distant their relationship appeared, the two of them were still father and son. Ludwig's eyes lowered slightly as he admitted that he still could not completely understand why this issue was being treated with such gravity. Elaine looked straight at him and, without softening her tone, called him naive. She explained that, for someone like the Demon King, even if one of his own sons were to cut him down and seize the throne by force, he would probably accept it with genuine joy. In his eyes, that would only prove that a new Demon King, one even stronger than himself, had finally been born. That was simply the kind of ruler he was. Elaine understood very well that this was a dangerous gamble, the kind that could easily twist against them if they misread even one part of it. Even so, she could not deny what was standing right in front of them. For their side, the future where the ninth prince ascended as Demon King was still the best outcome they could possibly hope for. Only at that point did Ludwig start to see the shape of what she meant. In the demon world, strength stood higher than law, higher than titles, and even higher than bloodline. Everything ultimately bent in the direction chosen by the one who possessed the greatest power. Elaine quietly admitted that this merciless truth disturbed her more than she wanted to let on, and yet at the same time, there was something about the sheer certainty of that overwhelming strength that drew her gaze and held it there. That very same night, wolf soldiers continued searching the area, sweeping through the darkness as they hunted for Gerard. Considering how badly damaged his body had been, none of them believed he could have managed to get very far. Then, in the middle of that tense search, one of the wolves suddenly stopped in place. His body went still, his senses catching on to something hidden somewhere in the dark. They had finally located him. From somewhere within the shadows, a voice reached Gerard, telling him that by now, he should have been given more than enough time to sort through his thoughts. The shadowy figure remained concealed in the darkness as it asked Gerard whether he was now prepared to accept the offer that had been placed before him. Gerard slowly lowered his body, bringing one hand down until his palm pressed firmly against the ground beneath him. And in the very next moment, a mass of black mist erupted outward from him, like a violent wave breaking loose, spreading rapidly across the wolf soldiers as they approached. Gerard's voice turned cold as he commanded them to dry up, and the dark power swallowed them before they could even properly resist. One after another, every last soldier collapsed, completely overwhelmed. With his back forced against the wall and no road left open for escape, Gerard finally surrendered to the situation and agreed to accept the offer. At that answer, the mysterious figure's lips slowly curved upward into a cold, unsettling smile, revealing sharp teeth from deep within the gloom. It declared that the time had finally arrived to begin everything once more and to move toward an ending different from the one that had happened before. A few days passed after that, and Caitlin at last opened her eyes again. Because of the incident involving Gerard, Chris returned to the main palace. Then, on the following day, Shutra and the others set out for the spider forest, beginning their search for Amita. A man named Robin took the lead and guided them along the road. As the group continued forward, Robin explained that once they arrived at the twin bridges ahead, they would have to get down from their mounts and travel the rest of the route on foot. Robin was a boar lycanthrope, someone Chris had introduced to them before their departure. While they made their way down the path, Shutra asked him what kind of place the spider forest was, and whether he had personally gone there before. Robin answered that he had visited it once, roughly half a year earlier, and back then, the forest had been quiet, just like the rumors claimed. According to Robin, the spider forest was peaceful to an almost unnatural extent. It was so still and calm that not even wild beasts or monsters wandered within its borders. But for Shutra, that kind of peace did not feel reassuring at all. It had been far too long since he had encountered a place this strangely calm, and because of that, the silence only made the forest seem even more suspicious. When they finally reached the forest, however, the first thing waiting to greet them was not peace or quiet, but bones scattered across the ground in every direction. Robin stared at the grisly scene before him, clearly shaken, and asked what in the world could have happened there. Shutra, on the other hand, did not seem surprised. From the very beginning, he had already suspected that this forest would never be as peaceful as the stories made it sound. At that point, all Shutra could do was wonder what kind of trouble was waiting for them this time. The group moved out across the clearing, spreading themselves apart, while every one of them turned their attention in the same direction, their guards raised. All around them, snapped branches lay tangled among scattered bones, and the forest that was supposed to be quiet now felt tense, hostile, and ready to strike. Green Wind sensed the presence of the guardian spirit tied to the forest. But the power reaching her was incredibly faint, almost weak enough to be dangerous. Because of that fragile presence, the spirits feared that the guardian spirit of the spider forest might be on the verge of disappearing altogether. Kshatriya turned to Robin and asked whether the spider forest really did have a guardian spirit. Robin replied that, according to the old stories, there was indeed such a being, a legend about a gigantic spider said to live deep within the heart of the forest itself. After hearing that, Kshatriya fell quiet, his expression growing more serious as he sank into thought. After a short pause, he turned to Ken and ordered him to inform the lycanthropes about what was happening. Ken immediately moved to obey, wasting no time as he rushed off to deliver the message. But almost at that very same moment, Green Wind sensed something far more alarming. The powerful magic that had once gathered at the center of the forest had been destroyed. The second Green Wind realized this, she understood that something terrible was about to fall upon the entire forest. By the time night covered the trees, Kshatriya and the others had already set up camp. There at the camp, Kshatriya explained to everyone what Green Wind had sensed, telling them that the guardian spirit's energy was weakening at a dangerous pace. Then he asked the question hanging over all of them, what would happen if the guardian spirit vanished completely? Felicia answered by explaining that there were two possible ways for a guardian spirit to disappear. The first was for the spirit itself to be destroyed outright. The second was for the thing it had been born to protect to disappear. In other words, if the source that created and sustained the guardian spirit was lost, then the spirit connected to it would gradually fade away as well. She went on to add that, despite Green Wind's small and delicate appearance, she was actually a fairly high-ranking guardian spirit. Even if the source tied to Green Wind were to vanish, Green Wind would certainly weaken, but she would most likely not be destroyed right away. Most guardian spirits, however, did not have that level of resilience. Once the source they depended on was destroyed, they disappeared along with it, especially the artificial guardian spirits commonly found inside dungeons or ancient ruins. To put it simply, the guardian spirit of the spider forest had become so faint and unstable because its source had already been damaged. Felicia was still in the middle of explaining all of this when her words suddenly trailed off, and her eyes lifted toward the sky above the camp. She pointed upward and said that the moon's color looked strangely wrong. Before anyone had enough time to fully process what she had said, Caitlin suddenly threw herself forward and attacked. Kshatriya reacted purely on instinct. He moved at once, catching Caitlin and restraining her before the situation could spiral any further, forcing her down with enough strength to stop her from moving. He demanded to know what had gotten into her, gripping her by the shoulders and calling out to her over and over again, until at last he managed to snap her back to her senses. But the shock did not end with Caitlin. To everyone's horror, the other lycanthropes also began behaving strangely, and this time Karak became the one they turned their aggression toward. As they closed in on him, he panicked, shouting at them and demanding to know what was wrong. With his desperation rising, he tried to make them recognize him, to remember who he was before they attacked. Felicia reacted quickly, releasing a brilliant burst of dazzling light. The blinding flash swept through the camp, washing over the lycanthropes and forcing them to halt their movements, at least for the moment. Even Felicia herself could only look at the fallen lycanthropes with uncertainty and admit that she had no clear idea what had just seized control of them, or why they had suddenly lost themselves like that. Daphne stepped forward at once, her face tight with tension as she quickly explained that this was no ordinary confusion. What had taken hold of them was the work of the spirit of madness. The moment those words left her mouth, she wasted no time at all. She lifted both hands in front of her and immediately began casting a spell. A strange purple mist that had been wrapped around the lycanthropes was suddenly torn away from their bodies as though some unseen force had grabbed it and ripped it loose from their flesh. Then, one after another, just as the strange influence was pulled free, the lycanthropes' legs gave out beneath them, and they collapsed unconscious onto the ground. Kshatriya rushed straight to Caitlin's side, kneeling down to check her condition, and only after confirming that she had finally returned to normal did relief show on his face. Karak, still rattled from nearly being attacked by his own allies, demanded to know what in the world had just happened. Daphne answered quickly, saying they had managed to drive the spirits away for the moment, but warned that this was only a temporary fix. Unless they found the source soon, the same madness could seize them all over again. Just then, a heavy tremor roared through the area, shaking the ground beneath their feet as if something massive had struck nearby. Karak whipped his head around in alarm and shouted, asking what that sound was. Daphne's expression grew even darker as she answered that the defensive barrier had fallen. Her voice carried a sharp warning as she told them that something extremely serious was starting to happen close by. Green Wind then added in a grave tone that illusion and reality were beginning to overlap. The spirit's power had grown so immense that the boundary between what was real and what was false was starting to blur until it could no longer be clearly recognized. Kshatriya clenched his teeth, his jaw tightening as he cursed quietly under his breath. He realized then that the situation was falling apart far faster than he had expected, and before anyone could fully regain their footing, monsters suddenly burst out from the darkness between the trees, surging toward the camp like a living wave spilling out of the forest. Shutra immediately raised his voice over the chaos and ordered everyone to prepare themselves. For the moment, there was no clever strategy they could lean on and no safe route they could take. Their only choice was to fight through whatever came at them. When a massive bear charged straight toward him, Shutra stepped in without hesitation and crushed it head-on with Fist of Explosion. Carrick and Delia moved together at the front line, planting their feet firmly on the ground as they held the monsters back, forcing away one wave after another as the creatures kept advancing from the shadows. Felicia followed with a wide-area spell, sending a sweeping surge of magic across the battlefield and striking down several enemies in one powerful burst. But even with all of them fighting at full strength, the battlefield quickly descended into complete chaos. No matter how many monsters they knocked down or pushed back, there were simply too many pouring in from every direction. Shutra called out to Green Wind and ordered her to fly into the sky so she could report anything she spotted from above. She immediately snapped back that her name was not GW. But even while complaining, she still obeyed and moved to carry out his order. Green Wind shot upward through the cold night air, her small figure wrapped in a green glow as she rose higher and higher above the treetops. But at that exact moment, a blue beam suddenly erupted from the ground below, and when the two forces collided, the impact lit up the darkness overhead. Standing in front of that beam was a massive figure, and the sight of it made Green Wind freeze in midair. The enormous figure looked almost like a giant, towering over the forest, and every movement it made sent tremors rolling through the ground beneath them. Shutra stared toward the massive shape with a grim look on his face, wondering what kind of disaster had decided to show itself in front of them this time. Carrick suddenly shouted from nearby, warning that it looked like even more monsters were heading straight toward them. Then, without even the slightest warning, the monsters suddenly turned away from the camp and began retreating. For a brief moment, everyone stood there frozen, staring in confusion as the creatures pulled back and disappeared into the darkness. A short wave of relief passed through the group after that, but Shutra still did not lower his guard. His body remained tense, because he could clearly sense that something else was approaching them. His eyes narrowed sharply as he looked into the darkness and demanded to know who was there. Just then, something small came flying in out of nowhere, smacking Carrick directly on the head before dropping down and rolling across the ground in front of them. Shutra lowered his gaze toward the object on the ground, and the moment he saw what it was, he stared in complete disbelief. It was a raccoon. The little creature stood upright as though that were perfectly normal, then began speaking in a voice overflowing with offended pride. The raccoon demanded to know whether Shutra seriously failed to understand just how incredible he was. Daphne, Shutra, and Carrick all froze at the same time, their mouths hanging open with matching expressions of stunned confusion. Then the raccoon puffed out his chest as if presenting himself before an audience and loudly declared that his name was Amita. With great importance, he proclaimed himself the artisan who protected the last flame. Seeing a raccoon boldly introduce himself as Amita left Shutra visibly shaken, and that reaction only seemed to make the little craftsman even more irritated. Amita glared up at him and sharply asked whether Shutra had some kind of problem with him being a raccoon. Shutra quickly corrected his expression and forced himself to calm down. After all, in Night Saga, Amita's appearance had never been fixed in one form. Sometimes he appeared as a human, and at other times he showed up as an animal. The raccoon then lifted one small paw and pointed it straight at Shutra, demanding to know who exactly he and the others were supposed to be. Shutra answered first, giving a proper introduction as he stated both his name and his title as the 9th Prince. Then Felicia Doomblade, the 6th Princess, stepped forward as well and introduced herself with calm, graceful courtesy. With a gentle smile on her face, Felicia explained that they had come searching for him after receiving a recommendation from the Sword Lord, and she politely apologized for not recognizing him right away. Once the introductions were finished, Felicia carefully turned the conversation back to the crisis and asked whether Amita could explain what was happening inside the forest. The raccoon snorted in annoyance and folded his arms again, his furry cheeks flushing red as irritation showed clearly on his face. But considering the situation around them, Amita said he would explain. He revealed that a few months earlier he had started staying at the center of the spider forest because he needed to gather materials and do some work there. Originally, he had planned to remain in the forest for another half-year before moving on. That was when a group of people wrapped in dark purple energy invaded the spider forest. The moment Shutra heard that detail, his expression shifted, and he immediately pressed Amita for more information about that strange energy. Amita noticed Shutra's reaction and asked whether he had run into people like that before. Shutra answered that he had already fought them once while protecting the guardian spirit of the angel planes. After realizing that Amita had been staying inside the forest during all of this, Shutra asked whether he had also been protecting the guardian spirit there. Amita did not try to deny it. He admitted that he owed the guardian spirit of the spider forest a few favors. Then, glancing away as though the admission embarrassed him, he added that the lycanthropes regularly patrolled the area. Because of that, he had assumed that if he built a barrier and stayed put for a while, they would eventually handle the problem themselves. When Shutra asked about that barrier, Green Wind stepped forward and rested a hand on his shoulder, telling him it would be quicker if her master saw it with his own eyes. Green Wind then carried Shutra high above the treetops. From that height, they could see a white giant standing at the center of the spider forest, hammering again and again at the heart of the area. The giant's fist burned with overwhelming power as it crashed down into the barrier Amida had created, striking it with such force that the protective wall finally shattered apart. Shutra was stunned by what he had just seen, and as soon as he returned to the others, he quickly told Amida that the barrier had already been destroyed. Amida folded his arms once more and said that there was still one barrier left. But the true problem, Amida explained, was that the ones who had been hunting for the last flame for so long had finally started to unite. Then he revealed something even more troubling: the moon turning green, the madness spreading through the forest spirits, along with the moon's unnatural green glow, had all been caused by them. Daphne moved a little closer to Amita, her face growing serious as she asked him who these attackers really were. Amita answered that, long ago, they had once been guardian spirits, but after losing themselves completely, they had changed into natural spirits consumed by madness. He let that explanation hang in the air for a moment, then continued by sharing what he believed was truly pushing them forward. According to Amida, those spirits probably believed that if they could absorb the last flame, they might somehow return to their former selves, back to the time before they lost their origins and sank into insanity. But their madness alone was not the most frightening part. The truly dangerous thing was that these spirits had now joined forces with the men wrapped in dark energy, and that alliance made them far more threatening than before. Amida went on, explaining that the guardian spirit of the spider forest had even borrowed power from the ley lines in order to reinforce the barrier, but that decision had brought about a terrible consequence. The last flame had become fused together with the ley lines, leaving them trapped in a situation where simply running away was no longer an option. Felicia's expression stiffened as she asked what would happen if the last flame was taken from them. Amita could only answer honestly that he did not know, because nothing like that had ever happened before. After a heavy pause, he added that perhaps the world really would come to an end, or at least that was what the old rumors had always claimed. Then Amita turned his small raccoon body towards Shutra and declared, as if it were already decided, that they would have to help him. Shutra blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard by how bluntly the little artisan had thrown that demand at him. But before Shutra could even give an answer, someone stepped right between him and Amita. Karak cut into the conversation first, warning the raccoon that help of this kind was not something he should expect for free, with a sly laugh and a greedy sparkle in his eyes. Karak demanded that Amita craft one piece of equipment for each of them, saying that a legendary artisan should at least be capable of that much. Amita bristled instantly, his fur seeming to puff up with outrage, as he shouted that Karak clearly had no understanding of the crisis they were standing in. Amita reminded him that this was an unprecedented disaster, one where the last flame itself might be extinguished. Karak, however, merely cleaned his ear in a casual, almost insulting way, acting as though the warning barely interested him. Then he remarked that maybe the flame would just go out and nothing especially terrible would happen. Karak even added that if they were going to risk their lives no matter what, giving up might actually be the wiser choice. At that point, Amita's anger finally boiled over. He clenched his teeth, his little body shaking with frustration, but in the end, Amita accepted the deal. He muttered that it was fine, and that once he had said something, he would keep his word. Then he told them to follow him. Karak looked perfectly pleased with himself, and even Greenwind joined in, asking if she could have a piece of equipment too. The next day, Shutra explained everything that had happened to the three lycanthropes in their group, since they had been unconscious during the worst part of the chaos. Caitlin and Sarah were left completely stunned, shaken by the realization that they had moved and acted under the influence of that madness, without even knowing it. And with the situation growing worse after Karma had already been sent away, Shutra decided that Robin should be sent back to the base as well. He ordered Robin to warn the lycanthropes about the crisis now unfolding inside the spider forest and to request reinforcements as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the rest of the group remained in the forest, gathering together so they could decide how to handle what was coming next. Amita was the first to open the strategy discussion. Judging from everything that had happened so far, he explained that the enemy's attack pattern could be divided into two major phases. In the first phase, monsters and beasts corrupted by the spirit of madness would fling themselves against the barrier. Amita made it clear that there was nothing clever or tactical about this part. It was simply raw violence, a mindless flood of bodies crashing into the barrier again and again to grind it down. He also added that, because lycanthropes naturally possessed a strong ferocity within them, they were especially vulnerable to the spirit of madness, and would need proper countermeasures. After hearing that warning, both Sarah and Daphne admitted that they could already feel that dangerous influence lingering in the air around them. Amita then shifted to the second phase of the attack. He explained that once the barrier had been weakened enough, the white giant would appear and deliver the final blow to destroy it. According to Amita, that giant had been created when the insane guardian spirits fused into one enormous being. Even on its own, it already possessed terrifying power. But the situation became even more dangerous once the men wrapped in purple death energy joined the assault. Amita said that he would deliberately open a hole in the barrier and funnel the first wave of enemies into one narrow point. When that happened, everyone would have to strike that concentrated group with everything they had. If they could destroy that weakened section of the enemy force before the barrier collapsed completely, the white giant would lose its opportunity to shatter it. Amita also explained that once morning came, as long as the barrier was still standing, the giant always withdrew. During the daytime, they would repair the damaged section of the barrier, then repeat the same process all over again. But before Amita could finish laying out the full plan, Caitlin suddenly reached out and pulled the raccoon Amita straight into her arms. With bright confidence in her voice, she declared that if they could simply hold out for 2 days, then victory would belong to them. Amita immediately lost all chance to keep speaking as Caitlin hugged him tightly, squeezing him close and kneading his fluffy cheeks like he was an adorable pet instead of a master craftsman. Carrick leaned in closer to Shutra and whispered that Amita did not exactly look like he was enjoying the way Caitlin was treating him. Shutra answered just as quietly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing, wondering whether Amita might have a weakness for beautiful women. Felicia, seated nearby as Caitlin continued holding Amita, looked toward the little craftsman and asked whether his plan to win within 2 days depended on the reinforcements arriving in time. Amita clarified that he considered the reinforcements helpful support, but not the real deciding factor. He crossed his small arms and forced a smile, even as Caitlin continued tugging at his cheeks. Then he revealed that, at the center of the last flame, a weapon he had crafted was currently charging. Once that weapon finished gathering power, they would be able to use it to defeat the white giant. That night, beneath the moon hanging high over the spider forest, the group moved toward an altar positioned in the middle of a ravine. Carrick held a golden axe firmly in his hands, the weapon Amita had given him. The orc looked down at its shining blade with obvious excitement and admitted that he was eager to see just what kind of power it could show. Daphne then handed a tiara to both Sarah and Caitlin. She explained that as long as they wore those tiaras, the influence of the spirit of madness would be blocked from taking hold of them. After that, the group moved into position and blocked the bridge that connected the ravine to the forest. From deep within the trees ahead, sinister sounds began rising through the darkness. Heavy footsteps echoed through the night, growing louder and closer with every passing second, like the marching rhythm of a massive army approaching through the forest. Before long, an enormous horde of monsters burst out from between the trees, rushing straight toward them in a violent wave of claws, fangs, and twisted bodies. Shutra shouted for everyone to take their positions, making it clear that no matter what happened, they absolutely could not allow the enemy to pass through. He stepped firmly into his battle stance and called out that all they had to do was endure for 2 days and victory would be theirs. In front of them, the number of monsters was so overwhelming that it seemed to fill the entire horizon of the forest. The swarm surged toward the barricade set on the bridge. As the first wave closed in, one member of their side raised a magical staff and released a powerful spell. Felicia lifted the new weapon Amita had given her and called down a fierce storm of lightning, blasting the front lines of the charging monsters before they could break through. Her spell brought the first wave to a sudden stop, but the amount of energy it consumed was clearly intense, making Felicia let out a tired sigh as the light faded. In Felicia's mind, Amita's earlier advice echoed once again. He had told her that once she truly understood the power dwelling within all things, she should try using the staff he had lent her. If she did, she would be able to cast magic far beyond what she could wield at the moment. Trusting those words, Felicia tightened both hands around the staff crowned with a red crystal and slowly closed her eyes. When her incantation finally reached its end, Felicia called upon the flames and commanded them to burn. A blazing cannon of fire erupted from the tip of her staff, tearing forward with tremendous force, powerful enough to rip through even the blockade standing before her. The roaring inferno surged across the bridge and swallowed the monsters trying to force their way through, before detonating in a massive explosion that vaporized them completely. Shutra praised Felicia for the overwhelming power of her spell, then rushed out onto the battlefield with Caitlin close behind him, both of them ready to face the monsters that had survived beyond the area Felicia had destroyed. On Shutra's fist rested the dragon gauntlet, its surface pulsing as fierce energy gathered and condensed around his hand. Shutra charged straight into the enemy and declared that from this point onward, the rest of the battle was up to them. Then he unleashed Explosion Punch, and the very first monster struck by his fist was blown apart, completely. Right beside him, Caitlin moved in perfect rhythm and unleashed Beast God Fist, even with her fierce movements. However, the area around Caitlin remained dangerously exposed. Several giant insects swooped toward her, their fangs and claws ready to tear into her from the sides, but Caitlin was not fighting by herself. Using the tiara Daphne had given her, Sarah activated her lycanthropic transformation. As her body shifted into a beast-like form, Sarah tore apart the monsters that dared to approach her princess. At the same time, Carrick also hurled himself into the middle of the fierce battle. The orc released a thunderous roar and swung his axe with brutal power. When he slammed the weapon into the ground, the impact unleashed a tremendous explosion that swallowed the monsters surrounding him. The axe in Carrick's hands glowed with energy, and even after that devastating strike, not a single scratch marked its blade. Carrick grinned with satisfaction and declared that the weapon the raccoon had lent them was definitely no joke. Battle kept tearing across the bridge without slowing down, as Shutra and the others held their ground at the very front, standing firm against the endless flood of monsters crashing toward them. During one brief opening, when they finally pulled back just enough to catch their breath, Shutra glanced over at Daphne beside him and commented that everyone was fighting far better than he had expected. Amita, watching from close by, overheard those words and silently recalled that the prince's name was Shutra, as his eyes moved over the young prince's worn-out, battered equipment. Amita quietly judged that Shutra's gear was in serious need of improvement. Still, as he watched the prince continue fighting without a single complaint, a small but honest respect began to rise in his heart. If they managed to survive this crisis safely, Amita admitted to himself that he would at least like to make Shutra one proper piece of equipment. By combining their strength, the group finally crushed the first wave of monsters, and for one short moment, the battlefield settled into an uneasy silence. As everyone began drawing back from the front line, Amita sharply warned them that the white giant was about to appear. Without giving them time to hesitate, he immediately ordered everyone to retreat inside the barrier before it was too late. The barrier reacted almost instantly, rising up around the group and spreading overhead in a bright arc until it formed a glowing dome of energy that covered them completely. And at that exact moment, the white giant began rising from the depths of the forest, while the moon above shifted into an ominous green. A brilliant light flared from the very center of the spider forest, and the white giant finally took full shape directly in front of the barrier, making its target painfully obvious to everyone watching. And now that the creature was standing before them in person, Shutra finally grasped just how massive it truly was. The white giant did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. It launched its first attack immediately, driving its elbow down into the barrier with brutal force. Carrick stared upward at the towering monster and admitted that it was unbelievably huge, large enough to crush a person beneath a single blow. Even with fear creeping into the orc's voice, Amita tried to steady him. Amita insisted that the barrier would not break. As long as they remained inside and endured, he said the giant would eventually disappear on its own. But the white giant kept hammering against the barrier without the slightest pause, throwing not only its fists, but even its shoulders and full body weight into the glowing dome again and again. Inside the barrier, Shutra's group could do nothing but stand there and watch the terrifying assault unfold right above them. However, Shutra alone sensed that something was off. His eyes narrowed as he said this was different from what had happened yesterday. Felicia turned toward him in confusion, so Shutra quickly explained what had caught his attention. The day before, the white giant had not been wrapped in that strange blue aura. That blue aura began gathering densely in the giant's palm. Then, with horrifying force, an overwhelming strike came crashing down onto the barrier, making the entire dome shake violently. Cracks raced across its glowing surface as the aura-filled attack pushed the barrier to the edge of collapse, and broken fragments of energy started raining down around Shutra and the others. Amita stared at the power surrounding the giant, shock freezing him in place. In disbelief, he wondered whether that force could actually be the power of death itself. While shards of the shattered barrier continued falling around the group like broken glass made of light, Shutra immediately called upon the White Shield Suri to protect them and shouted for everyone to take cover in whatever way they could. Because Shutra was standing at the very front, he instantly became the white giant's nearest target. The giant's punch came crashing straight toward him and struck him head-on. Even with the White Shield Suri guarding him, Shutra was still sent flying violently across the area, his body slamming hard into the stairs that led up to the altar. The moment Felicia and Carrick saw him thrown back with that much force, they cried out his name in alarm. Shutra coughed harshly, pain running through his body from the impact, but even then, he forced himself to stand again. As he struggled back upright, he saw the white giant gathering that same blue energy into its palm once more. Just then, Carrick suddenly pointed toward the sky, saying that there was a ship floating above the white giant. When Shutra lifted his eyes and saw the vessel hovering in the air, one person immediately flashed through his mind. There was only one person he knew who would sail across the sky in such an over-the-top, dramatic way. It was the dark elf sword known for cleaving through the heavens. Felicia looked upward as well, and the instant she recognized the figure standing aboard the ship, her entire face lit up with overwhelming joy. There, standing with his arms crossed as he looked down at the giant from above, was Felicia's brother, the fifth prince, Sylvan Doomblade. The sky pirate fixed his red eyes on the white giant below and calmly ordered his crew to advance. The massive ship surged forward through the air, cutting straight toward the enemy before slamming into the white giant's back with tremendous force. The giant staggered from the impact, its enormous body shaken by the sudden collision from behind. Then, attack after attack rained down from the ship, unleashing a fierce aerial barrage from above. The great vessel struck once more, and this time, the white giant finally collapsed under the assault. Huge pieces of the giant's body broke apart and began tumbling down toward the ground. Felicia stared up with her mouth slightly open, completely awestruck by the sheer scale of destruction her brother had unleashed from the sky. Explosions thundered across the spider forest, throwing a thick curtain of white dust into the air until the entire area was swallowed in haze. Then the great ship descended through that drifting cloud and landed inside the protected zone where Shutra and the others stood. As Shutra looked across the fallen pieces of the white giant scattered all over the ground, something completely unexpected began happening. The solid fragments started melting down into slime, then slowly rose again, reshaping themselves into new spiritual beings. Daphne, carrying Amita in her arms, came closer to Shutra and explained that those beings were guardian spirits. She said they had fallen into madness and ruin, but there was no mistaking what they had originally been. Amita congratulated everyone, saying he believed this should have marked the end of the attack. At the same time, the green glow faded from the moon, and the illusion covering the forest disappeared. But as the moon returned to its normal color, the spirits fully materialized in front of them, startling everyone all over again. Still held in Daphne's arms, Amita shouted in confusion, demanding to know what those beings were, and insisting that the attack should have already been over. Shutra felt the energy pouring from each of the spirits. It was dark, purple, and deeply unsettling, and the aura radiating from them was powerful enough to leave him stunned. They seemed even stronger than before, almost as if they had been concealing their true strength all along and waiting for this exact moment to reveal it. The spirit at the very front threw its head back and released a savage roar, its warped body swelling with dark power as it prepared to launch itself into the next attack. Felicia reacted without delay. She turned sharply toward Daphne, her expression tense, and urged her to take Amita with her and hurry to the forest temple before the battle swallowed them all. Shutra's voice then rang out across the battlefield as he shouted for everyone to brace themselves and prepare for another round of fighting, declaring that the second round was about to begin. Felicia and Shutra threw themselves forward without a trace of hesitation, charging into the spirits together with Karak and Caitlin. But among all those enemies, one spirit clearly stood apart from the rest, watching the chaos with its arms crossed, as though it were calmly observing the entire battle from a place above the fighting. That unusual presence immediately pulled both Caitlin's and Shutra's attention toward it. Shutra warned the others to be careful, admitting that he did not know exactly what that spirit was, but it clearly looked like the leader. Caitlin shifted her feet and lowered her body, looking as if she intended to rush straight in and strike first. But Shutra quickly stopped her before she could charge. He told Caitlin that she did not need to take on that thing alone, then reached his hand out toward her, inviting her to finish it with him in one decisive attack. Caitlin smiled at his sudden boldness, her expression softening for a moment as she teased him by saying he had become surprisingly gallant. Then Caitlin placed her hand into his. The two of them stepped forward side by side. Power rose from both of their bodies, their auras blending together so naturally and smoothly that it felt as though they had fallen into perfect harmony. The leader of the spirits sensed the change at once, as the very air across the battlefield seemed to shift around Shutra and Caitlin. Shutra's eyes and Caitlin's eyes both flared with brilliant golden light, and in perfect unison they declared that it was time to end this. They released each other's hands and struck at the same instant. Both of their fists drove into the great spirit, sending violent ripples rolling through its liquid-like body. But they did not stop with that first blow. They continued pushing forward, chaining their attacks together, refusing to give the spirit even a single breath of time to recover. However, the other spirits nearby, their bodies wrapped in sinister purple energy, rushed in all at once to protect their leader. Caitlin signaled to Shutra and told him that she would handle the leader herself while he dealt with the spirits strengthened by that dark aura. Shutra hesitated for a moment, glancing toward her as he asked whether she could really manage it alone. Caitlin faced the leader with steady confidence, leaving no room for doubt. Trusting her decision, Shutra turned his attention away from her and focused on the spirit empowered by that shadowy force. At that moment, a new strength began surging within Shutra. After his aura had synchronized with Caitlin's, Caitlin had also gained access to the Divine Fist Azura. Her punch now carried the force of a double S-rank ability, and she kept driving the spirit leader back with relentless pressure, fully believing that she had enough power to bring it down on her own. But in the middle of their fierce exchange, the spirit suddenly slipped away from one of Caitlin's strikes and began reshaping its body. Its liquid form stretched outward like a living cord and wrapped tightly around Caitlin's arm, locking her in place. Then, using its remaining limb, the spirit launched a heavy counterattack, swallowing Caitlin in a burst of spiritual energy. The instant Shutra sensed the danger, He glanced back in alarm, but before he could move toward her, one of the other spirits lunged at him from the side, cutting off his path and blocking him from reaching Caitlin. Shutra immediately summoned the white shield Suri and used it to stop the incoming assault. Then he hurled the shield outward with force, shouting for the spirits to stop clinging to him and disappear. As Shutra cut down one spirit after another, he suddenly advanced to level 25. Golden light poured down over his body, and several new bonuses began manifesting all at once. The moment he reached level 25, Shutra unlocked hidden abilities. The first power he obtained was Final Special Movement Control, level 1. Along with that, he awakened Destructive Explosion for Enkidu's Earthquake. And finally, he gained complete mastery over the White Shield Suri of Ankle. While golden radiance wrapped around him and left him standing still for a brief instant, the surrounding spirits all rushed in and attacked together. With his gauntlet and shield now equipped, Shutra's gaze sharpened with fierce intensity. He stared down the incoming spirits and declared that they were already finished. The power of White Shield Suri activated, and a vast surge of green energy exploded outward from him. Absolute dominion spread across the battlefield, swallowing the entire area around Shutra in its overwhelming range. Even the spirit leader that was still locked in combat with Caitlin was caught inside that enormous field. The immense domain engulfed every spiritual being trapped within its reach. And even Shutra himself was astonished by how overwhelming the ability felt. It was his first time using it, and yet somehow he instinctively understood what kind of power it was. The name alone told him everything he needed to know. The entire battlefield had become his territory. Shutra raised one hand and all the energy consuming the spirits began twisting together, gathering into a raging hurricane. The spirit leader had no path of escape and was left completely helpless within the violent storm. Shutra extended his hand toward the gathered spirits and declared that every last one of them would perish. The leader was slammed down into the ground as the full force of the tornado crashed onto it. Once Shutra believed the leader had finally been defeated, he allowed the attack to fade and disappear, then dropped heavily to his knees, completely drained. The sheer amount of aura he had consumed had left his entire body exhausted. But when Shutra lifted his head, he saw that the spirit leader was still standing. Its shattered body had already rebuilt itself. The creature released a low, threatening growl. Shutra clenched his teeth, stunned that the monster had survived even an attack of that scale. Then the spirit's arms split apart into countless sharp extensions, pouring down toward Shutra like a storm of blades. Shutra tried to move out of the way, but his exhausted body was far too drained to respond as quickly as he needed. But even when Shutra desperately tried to force himself to move, his body refused to obey even the smallest command, and in the very next heartbeat, a massive explosion tore across the battlefield, blasting the ground apart and sending broken debris flying outward, scattering violently through the tops of the trees. In the middle of the ruined battlefield, the spirit leader remained standing, silently watching the dust and destruction settle around it, as though the outcome of the fight had already been decided in its favor. For one terrifying second, it looked as if the young prince had been completely erased by that blast, but Shutra was still alive because Caitlin had thrown herself directly into the attack for him, taking the full force head-on while somehow managing to stay standing. Caitlin did not waste even a single breath. Still facing Shutra with unwavering eyes, she immediately reached one hand out toward him, making it clear that there was no room left for doubt. With urgency cutting through her voice, Caitlin told Shutra to take her hand right away. Her tone was sharp and immediate, warning him that they no longer had even a moment to hesitate. For the smallest instant, Shutra could only stare at her, shaken by the raw determination in her eyes and the way she refused to step back no matter what stood in front of them. Then he finally moved, raising the hand covered by the gauntlet and gripping hers firmly. The moment their fingers locked together, the aura flowing from both of them erupted upward with terrifying force, rising into the air like an enormous pillar of energy. As Caitlin's aura poured into Shutra and began merging with his own power, he felt the difference almost immediately, like something inside him had suddenly been reignited. The strength he had nearly used up started flowing back into him, filling his exhausted body again from the depths of his core. But the spirit leader was not about to stand by quietly and let the two of them recover without interference. With a savage movement, the spirit leader swung its sharpened arms down toward them. Its blade-like limbs crashed into the ground exactly where Shutra and Caitlin had been standing only a split second earlier. But Shutra and Caitlin reacted together, leaping backward in perfect sync and slipping away from the strike by the narrowest possible margin. Shutra's gaze hardened, his eyes burning with renewed intensity, because the aura now gathered inside him was finally enough to throw him back into the battle. The spirit came charging straight at him, closing the distance without hesitation, just as Shutra pulled his restored power together and drove it deep into the earthquake gauntlet. This time Shutra truly believed he could end the entire fight with a single decisive blow. The gauntlet answered his resolve, pulsing against his arm as a dark crimson glow spread through it. growing heavier and more intense with every passing second. Then, with all of that gathered force concentrated into one moment, Shutra unleashed the gauntlet's final special move. The destruction explosion struck the spirit leader head-on, and the instant it connected, the impact burst outward into a violent shockwave that swept across the whole battlefield. At the very center of the impact, raw destructive energy spread through the spirit's body in every direction, tearing into it wildly and without the slightest restraint. Jagged streaks of energy shot high into the sky, flashing above the battlefield like fierce crimson lightning splitting through the air. And in the next moment, that overwhelming wave of power swallowed the spirit leader completely, burying its entire body inside the blast. After pouring out such an enormous attack, Shutra staggered where he stood and drew in a harsh, uneven breath, his body nearly emptied by the massive amount of aura he had just burned away. At last, the spirit leader's body could no longer hold together. It broke apart completely, shattering into countless fragments that flew upward before fading into the air. Caitlin rushed over to Shutra's side, clearly shaken by what had just happened and deeply impressed by the technique he had managed to release. But the moment she reached him, the look on her face suddenly changed. She saw Shutra swaying unsteadily right in front of her, his balance already slipping away. Then, before Caitlin could reach out and catch him, he collapsed unconscious, sending a sudden rush of panic through everyone nearby. And right at that exact moment, just when they thought the worst had passed, danger began moving again. One of the spiritual servants slipped past Felicia and rushed straight toward Shutra's fallen body. Felicia immediately cried out in alarm, desperately warning him to watch out. Before the servant could bring its attack down, a blade of light cut cleanly through its body. In an instant, the spirit was destroyed by a sword strike that came crashing down from above. Felicia's eyes went wide as she lifted her gaze, and in that moment she realized exactly who had stepped in to save them at the very last second. Her brother raised his sword high, his presence filling the battlefield, and roared out an order to his crew, commanding them to wipe out every remaining enemy without leaving a single one behind. The moment his command rang out, the entire pirate crew sprang into action. Leaping down from the ship without even the slightest hesitation, they crashed straight into the remaining spirits, charging onto the battlefield as badly needed reinforcements. Much later, after the fighting had finally come to an end, Shutra slowly began drifting back into consciousness, with a small bit of drool still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Shutra pushed himself upright inside a wooden room and muttered that he had fainted again. At this point, waking up after passing out was starting to feel almost strangely familiar to him. As his senses gradually returned, Shutra quickly figured out where he was. He was inside the ship, and after the chaos of the battle, it was now safely docked. When Shutra stepped out of the cabin, Caitlin and Felicia were already waiting for him outside. Both of them looked genuinely worried, and the moment they saw him, they told him he should have stayed in bed longer, asking why he had forced himself to get up so soon. Shutra assured them that he was fine, then immediately shifted his concern toward Caitlin, asking how she was after fighting beside him. Caitlin answered calmly, telling him that she had not been injured. Just then, the captain of the crew approached them and announced that the 9th prince had finally awakened. Shutra turned his attention toward the pirate. Felicia had introduced as her twin brother, then stepped forward so he could greet him properly face to face. The white-haired pirate, wearing a black eye patch over one eye, stroked his chin with relaxed confidence and introduced himself with a proud smile. He declared himself to be the prince who sailed the skies, Sylvan Doomblade. Then Sylvan added with obvious pride that he was also the benefactor who had saved Shutra the night before. Hearing him openly call himself a benefactor, Shutra thanked him sincerely, though the confusion on his face was impossible to hide as he asked how Sylvan had managed to arrive there at all. Felicia explained that while passing through the lycanthrope village, she had contacted Sylvan. She had only intended to briefly explain what was going on, and she had never imagined he would actually come all the way there himself. Sylvan, however, dramatically brushed his hair back and declared that if his beloved little sister was in danger, there was no way he could simply stand by and do nothing. For a moment, Sylvan set aside his usual showy bravado and turned his attention fully to Shutra. He praised him directly, admitting that although he had heard plenty about Shutra before, he had never expected him to be this capable. Then, without holding anything back, he stated plainly that Shutra Ignis was strong. The sudden praise struck Shutra completely off guard, leaving him staring back at Sylvan with his mouth slightly open, clearly surprised by such a direct compliment. Sylvan continued speaking with total confidence, telling Shutra that he had every right to feel proud, because none other than Sylvan Doomblade himself had personally recognized his strength. Felicia immediately cut through her brother's grand declaration, pointing out that the Sword Lord had already acknowledged Shutra before he did. Sylvan froze on the spot, visibly stunned as he realized he had somehow fallen behind in that regard. For Shutra, this whole encounter made for a very strange and unexpected first impression. Sylvan was definitely unfamiliar, and his overwhelming personality was a lot to take in. But Shutra could still tell that he seemed like a good person. As that thought settled in, Daphne approached while carrying Amita in her arms. The raccoon folded his arms across his chest and said he was relieved that everyone had survived safely. Amita then thanked them for protecting both the last flame and the guardian spirit. After that, he reminded them that he had promised to craft equipment for each one of them. They thanked him in return, but Amita soon revealed that before he could do that, there was something else he needed to handle first. Shutra looked at him with surprise, immediately sensing that this was not just some casual request. Amita did not bother giving any further explanation. Instead, he simply told Shutra to follow him, saying that the last flame wished to meet the ninth prince. A powerful blue flame burned within a great pyre, its light flickering with an intense, almost sacred glow that filled the space around it. When they arrived at the temple, the atmosphere around them felt much heavier than before, the silence deeper and more solemn with every step. Amita instructed everyone to stay focused and behave with proper respect from that moment on, explaining that the last flame was already watching them closely. The temple where the last flame rested was the very same place they had fought so desperately to protect during the battle the night before. Inside the temple, a massive tree rose up before them, its ancient presence filling the chamber with a quiet, solemn stillness that made the entire space feel sacred. Beside that enormous tree stood a woman clothed completely in white, her calm figure almost blending into the sacred stillness of the temple. With a soft, welcoming expression, she greeted them gently and introduced herself as Kaprang. Kaprang then revealed that she was the guardian spirit of the spider forest. Shutra could not hide the surprise on his face when he saw how young she appeared. But just then, Green Wind appeared beside him in the tiny glow of a firefly and explained that the girl standing there was not the guardian's true body, but only a terminal. After studying Kaprang's appearance more carefully, Green Wind quietly guessed that the original spider guardian must have been young as well. The enormous spider Shutra remembered from legend had already reached its end. That meant Kaprang had likely inherited the guardian's role after the former spirit died. Green Wind added that the reason she had not appeared during the battle the night before was probably because she was still too young and did not yet have the strength to fight. As Shutra thought about the guardian spirit who had fallen, a strange question suddenly crossed his mind, making him wonder if guardian spirits could even have children in the first place. Amita stepped toward Kaprang, and although his body was small, there was a serious weight in the way he moved. Then he announced that from this moment on, only he and the ninth prince would be permitted to go farther inside. Amita asked the others to remain where they were and wait behind. Shutra began following after him, but then he turned slightly and, in a playful tone, called for Little Wind to come along as well. Green Wind immediately bristled at the nickname and snapped back that his name was Green Wind. Shutra's reason was actually simple. He wanted Green Wind to have a chance to speak with Kaprang, because spirits meeting other spirits was not exactly something they got to witness every day. Once Green Wind understood what Shutra was really trying to arrange for him, the atmosphere around them softened just a little. Prang looked toward Green Wind with clear anticipation shining in her eyes. Green Wind seemed to consider it for a short moment, as if weighing the situation, before finally agreeing to remain behind and talk with her. Amita, who had already gone several steps ahead, glanced back and called out impatiently for Shutra to stop wasting time. Hearing that, Shutra quickly turned away and hurried after him. Together, they headed deeper into the temple, leaving the others behind as the air around them grew quieter with each step. As they continued forward, Amita climbed up and settled himself on Shutra's shoulder. From his perch on Shutra's shoulder, the raccoon guided him toward a heavy stone door, where an unfamiliar light was leaking out through the thin cracks. In a stern voice, Amita warned him not to make any careless mistakes and to proceed carefully. But Shutra only nodded casually, looking far less shaken than the warning seemed to demand. Shutra answered that he understood, then placed both hands firmly against the stone door. With a steady push, he forced it open, revealing a silent chamber waiting beyond the doorway. Inside the chamber, a blue flame burned quietly atop a great pyre, moving with a soft flicker that still carried a strange and powerful presence. Shutra found himself staring at it, unable to pull his eyes away from the calm intensity radiating from the fire. Amita told Shutra to move closer and place his hand directly into the flame. Before Shutra could even voice his doubts, Amita assured him that this was no ordinary fire and that it would not burn him. Shutra still hesitated for a moment, but after choosing to trust Amita's words, he slowly raised his hand and stretched it toward the blue flame. The instant Shutra's fingers touched the fire, the flame reacted as though it had been waiting for that exact moment all along. What had been a quiet, controlled glow suddenly erupted with incredible force, flaring up far beyond anything it had shown before. The blue fire spread through the hall, expanding around Shutra and wrapping him inside a swirling vortex of light. Shutra looked around in confusion as the flames spiraled around his body, trying to understand what was happening to him. Then, within the whirling blue blaze, the fire began to shift and gather together, slowly shaping itself into the figure of a woman right before his eyes. The woman formed from flame greeted Shutra with warmth in her voice, saying she was glad they had finally met. Then she reached one hand toward him and called him by a title he had never expected to hear, the Knight of Conquest. Shutra stared at her with his mouth slightly open, still struggling to process the impossible sight in front of him, and asked whether she truly was the last flame. The fire spirit rested a hand lightly against her chin and observed him with curious eyes. As she studied his face, she remarked that his gaze was clouded with confusion and disbelief. Then she asked him whether he truly had no idea what a Knight of Conquest was. Shutra answered honestly that he did not understand what she meant at all, and the fire spirit smiled, as if his ignorance had only made him more fascinating to her. All at once, small flames began appearing around Shutra, flickering into existence one after another. His body immediately tightened in response, instinctively bracing for danger. But the flames did not attack him. Instead, they twisted and reshaped themselves before his eyes, becoming a crown that symbolized conquest, a sword that represented war, a scythe that embodied death, and a bowl that stood for famine. The last flame explained that these were the Knights of the End, beings who desired the world's destruction and sought to bring about its final days. And yet, even as she said this, she told Shutra that she could clearly feel he was different. He was so different, in fact, that she could not understand why he had become the Knight of Conquest at all. She explained that the Knights of the Apocalypse were chosen because they already carried a desire for ruin inside them. They did not become knights first and then begin longing for destruction afterward. They were selected precisely because that craving had already existed in their hearts. Normally, she continued, those knights were deeply influenced by the four beings who chose them. Through their power and will, the knights would eventually fall under that influence, gradually moving toward the destruction of the world. The fire spirit gave a small shrug, then remarked that in Shutra's case, conquest did not seem to be trying to conquer him at all. If anything, from what she could see, it looked almost as though conquest itself had been conquered by Shutra instead. When Shutra heard those words, his thoughts naturally drifted to the mysterious woman who had appeared before him in his dreams. The last flame then looked at him and asked what Shutra intended to do, now that one of the knights was still pursuing the end of days. Her gaze stayed fixed on him as she asked what he truly wanted from this world. For the first time, Shutra stopped and faced that question head-on, taking it seriously instead of brushing it aside. He turned his thoughts inward and remembered his previous life. For just a brief moment, the idea of returning to his original world passed through his mind. But when he tried to picture what he would actually do if he went back there, his thoughts did not stay in that old world for long. Instead, Caitlin appeared in his mind, looking at him with sincere eyes as she asked him to remain by her side. Then Felicia came into his thoughts as well, her image following close behind Caitlin's. He remembered the warmth of Felicia embracing him and the way she had wished for his safety. Karak appeared in his mind too, the loyal warrior Shutra had come to genuinely respect. As those familiar faces passed through his thoughts one after another, Shutra's feelings began to settle into something clearer. A firm desire slowly took shape deep inside him. He wanted to stop the subjugation of the lycanthropes before it could unfold. He wanted to prevent the day of slaughter that was supposed to come. In his thoughts, Caitlin appeared again, holding his hand as though guiding him toward all the people in this world who had become precious to him. He wanted to change the future where all of them were destined to be wiped out by Zephyr Ragnaros. And so, when Shutra finally answered the last flame, his words were simple and honest. He wanted to protect everyone. The last flame seemed pleased by the answer he gave. She explained that the Knight of Conquest was someone born under the destiny of a king. Such a person was meant to conquer all things and rule over them. Then she told Shutra that there was one simple, perfect way for him to make the wish in his heart come true. With that, the last flame asked him one final question, her words hanging heavily in the blue-lit chamber. Would Shutra become the Demon King? The moment those words reached Shutra, everything that had been vague inside him suddenly became clear. Shutra understood then that there was only one path that could truly allow him to protect the people he cared about. He would have to change the ending of the game itself and rise all the way to the throne. In that instant, with his resolve finally settled, Shutra made his choice. He declared that he would become king, and the moment that answer left his mouth, a faint smile slowly spread across the fire spirit's lips. Flames began rising all around Shutra, drifting upward in gentle curls before closing in around him. Instead of burning him, the fire wrapped him in a warm, radiant embrace, surrounding his body with brilliant light. The last flame declared that a knight of conquest who wished for a future beyond the end of days could no longer be treated as a simple, ordinary knight. From that moment forward, Shutra would no longer stand merely as Conquest's knight. He would become something higher than that, the king of conquest. She stepped closer to him, and the sudden movement caught Shutra completely off guard. In a softer voice, she said she prayed that the wish he carried would truly come to pass. And as those words settled in the air, her flames gathered more tightly around him. Then, all at once, countless powers began pouring into Shutra's body, divine power flowing through him, the incarnation of flame taking root within him, and finally, a pact being forged directly between Shutra and the last flame herself. And in the very next breath, as if the vision had snapped shut around him, Shutra found himself pulled back into reality. A golden light shimmered around his body, announcing that he had leveled up. But Shutra simply stood there for a moment, still trying to process everything that had just happened inside that strange encounter. From behind him, Amita's voice suddenly cut through the atmosphere, grumbling in disbelief, as he wondered what could possibly be so admirable about someone like Shutra. Without giving Shutra much time to respond, the raccoon immediately ordered him to follow. Amita explained that the last flame had personally instructed him to prepare a complete set of equipment for Shutra. Deep within the spider forest, away from the temple and hidden among the trees, they arrived at a secret orchard filled with rare fruits. There, Amita sat perched on top of a wooden table, casually biting into an apple while complaining about how terribly short they were on materials. A map lay spread out in front of him, and as he pointed toward the north, he explained that if Shutra traveled in that direction, he would eventually reach a place called Sun Lake. According to Amita, creatures with bodies made of metal lived there, and Shutra needed to gather materials from those monsters. Shutra looked genuinely confused and asked whether the black dragon's hide and bones were not already enough. Amita, visibly irritated, almost struck him with a stick and snapped that those were only ingredients. If Shutra wanted equipment worthy of the name, then Amita would need a much broader variety of materials. To replace every single piece of Shutra's gear, Amita would need a large amount of usable material. So he ordered Shutra to bring back anything that seemed useful. Still, Shutra could not help thinking it was strange that the greatest blacksmith in the world would somehow be running short on supplies. Amita seemed to notice the doubt written all over Shutra's face. His eyes narrowed sharply, and he asked in a biting tone whether Shutra actually wanted the equipment or not. The moment Shutra heard that, he quickly backed down and apologized without trying to argue any further. Amita barked at him to stop standing around and go collect the materials right away. By the time late afternoon arrived, Sylvan's ship had already lifted back into the sky. Carrick stood beside the captain, his curiosity clear as he asked about the monsters that lived in Sun Lake. Sylvan crossed his arms with complete confidence and explained that the most well-known creature there was called Kodos, a monster said to be especially weak against divine power. Sylvan continued, explaining that Kodos had a body made entirely of metal, and that metal was prized as a rare natural waterproofing agent. Carrick openly admired how much Sylvan knew, and the pirate prince accepted that praise with obvious satisfaction. Laughing proudly, he reminded everyone once again that he was the prince who sailed the skies. Felicia then moved over to Caitlin and remarked that things had worked out almost perfectly since she had needed to visit Sun Lake herself anyway. When Caitlin asked her why, Felicia explained that the ruin survey map she had delivered to the Demon King's castle had actually been a map of Sun Lake. She had planned to head there eventually, so this trip saved her a great deal of time. At the idea of going along, Caitlin's eyes brightened with open excitement. Meanwhile, away from that conversation, Shutra stood with Green Wind, carefully examining the region's minimap that the system had provided. He still had plenty of stat points left waiting to be assigned, but instead of spending them carelessly, he chose to balance his attributes for now and leave the rest unused until later. He also recalled that once he had reached level 25, the King's Knight ability had undergone an evolution. When Shutra checked the details more closely, he saw that he could now accept up to 3 knights. The summoning function had improved as well, allowing him to summon 1 knight every 3 days, and the thought of gaining another member quietly pleased him. If things could go exactly the way he wanted, Shutra hoped to choose either Caitlin or Felicia. Still, he understood that making either of them his knight would probably not be an easy thing to accomplish. Then without warning, Green Wind drifted closer to him and began sniffing around his body. She said there was a different scent coming from Shutra now, and he looked back at her in confusion. Shutra asked what she meant by that. Green Wind explained that the smell was not like Kaprang's, then crossing her arms with clear irritation. She asked whether it was the scent of the last flame. Shutra shivered slightly at how accurately she had guessed it. Green Wind declared that having a master who carried the smell of another spirit was absolutely disgusting. She drew in an enormous breath, puffing herself up as if preparing for something serious, and then blew it straight into Shutra's face like a sudden gust of wind, clearly trying to blast away every last trace of the lingering scent. The burst of wind sent Shutra's hair flying wildly in every direction. Carrick stared at the strange scene and asked what had just happened, while Shutra awkwardly tried to brush it off and fix his completely ruined hair. Just then, Sylvan's voice rang out, as he announced that they were almost at their destination. Ahead of the flying ship, beneath the warm light of the setting sun, a vast lake surrounded by mountains slowly came into view. Sylvan studied the surface of the water with a sharp gaze, and almost immediately, he sensed that something about the scene was wrong. Then, without the slightest warning, a massive lake monster launched itself into an attack against the ship, even though the vessel was flying dozens of meters above the water. When the sea serpent failed to reach them, it roared furiously from below, its enormous body thrashing across the lake's surface. Sylvan stared down at the creature in complete shock. Clearly unable to believe what he was seeing, he questioned why a monster that normally belonged in the ocean had appeared in a lake like this. Then, snapping back into action, he warned the crew that they could not remain in place and needed to move away immediately. But before Sylvan could actually give the order to retreat, someone stopped him from going any further. When Sylvan turned around, he saw Shutra fastening the spiral spear securely over his arm. Shutra's eyes were calm and steady, carrying a quiet confidence that did not waver. Shutra declared that there was no need for them to run away, because he would handle the sea serpent himself. Caitlin felt worry surge through her as she watched Shutra step forward. But then he placed his hand on her shoulder and activated the aura they shared. The moment that connection flowed between them, her racing heart began to steady. Shutra climbed up onto the ship's hull and assured everyone that he would return in an instant. Caitlin tried to stop him, alarmed by how reckless the whole thing looked. Before Caitlin could reach him or do anything to hold him back, Shutra had already jumped from the ship, launching himself down toward the lake below. As Shutra dove through the wide open air, the sea serpent opened its enormous jaws, waiting below as if ready to swallow him whole. And when Shutra closed the distance, until only a few meters remained between him and the monster, he activated his dragon blood. Ancient golden inscriptions suddenly flared to life along the entire length of the spiral spear. And to Shutra, this was the perfect opportunity to test the new power he had just obtained. What he needed now was a target worthy of it. Shutra lined up his whole body with the spear and activated Ascalon's final movement technique. In the next instant, he shot forward like a blazing streak of light. He pierced straight through the sea serpent's enormous body, and with the Dragon of Ruin's skill unleashed at full force, Shutra tore the creature apart completely. Sometime after Shutra's battle with the sea serpent, Sylvan's flying ship slowly descended from the sky and settled along the quiet shoreline of Sun Lake, finally coming to rest beside the calm water. The moment the ship touched down, Caitlin jumped down onto the shore and immediately turned toward Shutra with a sharp, scolding look. Without holding back, she told him very clearly that she was not some personal aura battery he could use whenever he wanted. Shutra tried to apologize right away, his expression turning awkward as he faced Caitlin's irritation head-on. In the end, Caitlin admitted that she understood why he had borrowed her aura in that dangerous moment. But she still warned him firmly that if he ever planned to draw on her power again, he needed to tell her before doing it. Shutra answered with a stiff, embarrassed smile and agreed to her condition. But before the two of them could continue arguing, Felicia stepped between them and told both of them to lower their voices and quiet down. Just a short distance ahead of them, near the edge of the lake, Felicia had noticed a group of cultist monsters moving around by the water. Sylvan reacted before anyone else, his hand already reaching toward the sword at his side as excitement flashed across his face. With a confident grin, he declared that it was finally time for him to have some fun. Before Sylvan could rush in recklessly, Shutra quickly stopped him. He explained that even though cultist monsters looked as if their entire bodies were made of solid metal, only the outside layer was actually metallic, while the inside was different. Because of that, Shutra advised everyone to aim their attacks around the monsters' mouths. Shutra also added that cultist monsters were vulnerable to ice, meaning freezing magic would work especially well against them. Sylvan nodded as though he had taken the advice in, but then he immediately said, with complete confidence, that he had a far more efficient way to deal with them. The instant Sylvan drew his sword, a thick and powerful dark aura began wrapping around the blade, coating it in a dangerous pressure that made the weapon look nothing like an ordinary sword. With obvious pride in his voice, Sylvan explained that this was sword aura, a power that allowed him to cut straight through anything that stood in his path. No matter how hard the cultist shells might be, Sylvan insisted their defenses would mean absolutely nothing once they faced the edge of his sword. Caitlin looked at him with genuine admiration, clearly impressed by both his confidence and the power he was showing. Felicia, however, reacted in a completely different way. For just a brief moment, Felicia clenched her teeth as if she were forcing something back. Then, almost instantly, her expression shifted into a bright, gentle smile that looked sweet and harmless on the surface. In a cheerful voice, Felicia praised her brother, telling him that he looked incredibly cool. She then suggested they leave the entire cultist hunt to him, so she could properly watch just how skilled he really was. Sylvan accepted the flattery without the slightest resistance. Swelling with pride, Sylvan declared that they should leave everything to their big brother. Then, without stopping to think any further, he leapt forward toward the cultist monsters. He shouted that he would defeat every last one of them by himself. As Shutra watched Sylvan charge off alone, he quietly asked Felicia whether it was really okay to leave him fighting the monsters on his own. Felicia simply folded her arms and reassured him that her brother would be perfectly fine. As for her, she had already decided to return to the ship, eat dinner, and get some proper rest. After all, the next day was going to be busy. Watching Sylvan fight alone made Karak almost feel a little sorry for him, but Sylvan himself seemed to be enjoying every second of the battle. His loud, roaring laughter continued echoing across the lakeshore deep into the night. By the time the sun rose again and climbed high into the sky, Sylvan was still laughing with exhausted pride, standing in the middle of the shore while piles of defeated cultist monsters lay scattered all around him. Felicia and the others began collecting the iron fragments from the bodies of the fallen monsters. Dark circles hung clearly beneath Sylvan's eyes, but he forced himself to stay upright and proudly declared that no matter how many hordes came at him, they could never defeat the Prince of the Skies. Then, still trying to maintain his dignity, he ordered everyone to gather the materials from the battlefield. Felicia checked over everything they had gathered and confirmed that they had collected all the materials Amita had asked for. With that task finally complete, they could move on to the next stage of their investigation. Felicia raised one hand and cast a spell, forming a clear bubble of air around each person's head. Caitlin looked at the strange bubble surrounding her face and asked what it was. As Felicia calmly stepped forward into the lake water, she explained that it was a breathing spell, one that would let them explore freely beneath the surface. Felicia tied her hair back into a ponytail and smiled as she invited everyone to follow her. Then she asked if they were ready, because their underwater exploration was about to begin. One by one, they dove into Sun Lake, slipping beneath the surface and swimming downward toward a deep trench that opened into an even lower part of the lake. Shutra opened his minimap and used the system's guidance to lead the group through the dark underwater route. After following that path for some time, they eventually reached an area filled with underwater caverns spread throughout the lake's depths. Shutra signaled for everyone to stay close behind him, then took the lead and guided the group forward through the submerged passage. Before long, they discovered the final cave and passed through its entrance, leaving the deeper waters behind them. They emerged into a hidden air pocket, where they could finally breathe normally again without relying on the spell. Carrick looked around with open amazement, completely stunned that a secret space like this existed beneath the lake. Felicia released the breathing spell and turned toward Shutra, asking how he had managed to locate the entrance with such exact accuracy. Shutra gave her nothing more than a simple excuse. He said he had only felt that this was the right direction to take. Sylvan, full of eagerness, immediately tried to take command and asked Felicia for the coordinates. But since Shutra had already shown that he was reliable as their guide, Felicia insisted that Shutra should remain at the front and told Sylvan to guard the rear instead. Sylvan looked completely stunned, unable to believe his own sister was telling him to stay behind. Felicia laughed lightly and softened the order with praise, telling him that because he was the strongest, he had the very important responsibility of protecting everyone from the rear. Sylvan accepted the compliment without even a hint of suspicion and proudly moved to the back of the group, declaring that he would take full responsibility for everyone's safety. Felicia ignored his dramatic response and stepped forward beside Shutra at the front. The cave stretched on for a long distance. As they walked through the ancient passage, Shutra noticed scattered swords and old skeletons lying across the ground. He remarked that the place felt even older and more abandoned than Thunderdome Fortress, which had already been deserted for centuries. Felicia agreed with his impression. Felicia estimated that this lair had probably been inactive for at least 1,000 years. Above them, Green Wind fluttered lightly through the stale, silent air. Then Green Wind suddenly noticed something unusual and quickly called for her master's attention. She pointed toward a section of the wall covered with carved inscriptions. Shutra stepped closer to the wall and asked what the writing meant. Even Felicia, despite being an archaeologist, had never seen those strange characters before and could not identify them. As Shutra stared at the unfamiliar script, a golden light suddenly wrapped around his body. In that moment, he gained Ruined Precursor Script Level 1. Shutra began murmuring quietly under his breath as the meanings of the carved words slowly started coming together inside his mind. He managed to decipher only broken fragments of the inscription. Ruins, nights, 10,000 years, the end of days, 6 pillars collapsed, and the haunting words, "We failed to protect them." Shutra admitted that every phrase sounded overwhelmingly grim, even though he still could not understand the full context behind the message. Felicia stared at him in shock, stunned that he could read a script even she had never been able to decipher. At that exact moment, another strange change took place. The earthquake gauntlet on Shutra's arm suddenly began glowing with an intense golden light. At the very same time, a path deeper inside the cave lit up ahead of them, shining through the darkness like a beacon waiting at the far end of a tunnel. Shutra silently turned his gaze toward that glow. With a distant expression on his face, he began walking forward. Felicia hurried after him, trying to stop him before he rushed recklessly into danger. But Shutra kept moving as though something had pulled him in, completely unaware of the worry in her voice. When Shutra finally reached the source of that mysterious light, he stepped into a vast chamber where an enormous underground space opened before him deep beneath Sun Lake. On the altar directly ahead of Shutra lay a cape giving off an intense, almost wild energy, the kind of pressure that made the air around it feel sharp. The instant Shutra's eyes fell on it, he knew exactly what he was looking at. It was one of the legendary pieces of equipment once belonging to the fierce Kaltine, a relic tied to a name that carried tremendous weight. As Shutra approached the altar, the truth became clear to him. This secret chamber hidden deep beneath Sun Lake had been the place where that relic had remained sealed away all this time. He fixed his gaze on the blue, flame-like form resting upon the pedestal, watching as its strange presence flickered quietly while releasing a powerful aura. Shutra understood that this was the equipment of the fierce Kaltine. Sylvan looked at it too, and after only one glance he could tell it was no ordinary treasure, declaring that the item was clearly something remarkable. Without waiting for anyone else to react, Sylvan immediately rushed forward, confidently claiming that a treasure that valuable should belong to whoever managed to grab it first. At the very moment Sylvan reached out toward it, an invisible force struck him hard and blasted him backward, sending him flying with a pained cry. Sylvan clicked his tongue in frustration, glaring at the empty space in front of the altar as he wondered why a barrier had suddenly appeared there. Then Shutra stepped closer, and everyone noticed something strange right away. Unlike Sylvan, Shutra passed through the barrier without being repelled at all. Sylvan blurted out in disbelief, his eyes widening as he struggled to accept what was happening right in front of him. He demanded to know how that could possibly be, while Shutra alone continued walking through the barrier and approached the altar. Without hesitation, Shutra stretched his hand toward the cloak. The instant his hand came close, a violent blue whirlwind erupted around Shutra, bursting outward with sudden and overwhelming force. Shutra looked up in confusion as the relic moved on its own, wrapping around him as if it were alive. At the same time, a system message appeared, announcing that Nightwatch had recognized him as its master. More messages followed almost immediately, appearing one after another as they listed the changes taking place within him. His mental power rose and his magic power increased as well. His agility climbed by 10. His resistance to every attribute increased by 1 level. And he learned several new abilities: Embedded Skill Blink Level 3, Flight Ability Level 1, and the Awakening Skill Black Wraith. Then the storm around him burst outward, forcing the others to brace themselves as someone shouted in alarm, asking why the wind had suddenly gone completely wild. Shutra lowered his gaze toward the equipment now wrapped around his body, and realized that it had not become a cloak after all. Instead, it had changed its shape into a muffler. He guessed that because his current fighting style had shifted toward close combat, the relic had transformed into the form most suited for him. A new message then appeared, confirming that he had obtained the equipment of the fierce Kaltine. Nightwatch had chosen him, and one of his companions remarked that, just as expected, Shutra had once again been accepted as the master. Caitlin happily congratulated him, and Shutra responded with a grateful smile, thanking her warmly. Not long after that discovery, an urgent message arrived from the Demon King's castle. When Shutra asked what the message said, the report explained that every prince and princess had been ordered to assemble at the Demon King's castle within 10 days. Shutra froze for a brief moment, realizing immediately that a full mobilization order was not something the castle issued casually or often. He understood right away that something serious must have happened at the Demon King's castle. Something important enough to summon them all. At dawn the following morning, the group made their way back to the Spider Forest Temple. The moment they arrived, Amita glared at them with clear irritation, complaining about how noisy they were so early in the morning and grumbling that if they were going to visit him, they could have at least waited until later. They apologized and explained that they needed to return to the Demon King's castle urgently, so they had no choice but to trouble him right away. Amita snapped back at once, demanding to know what was supposed to happen to the equipment he had been planning to make for them if they were already leaving. Carrick then shamelessly asked whether Amita happened to offer delivery service. The raccoon instantly exploded with anger, yelling at him to stop spouting nonsense and get lost. But then someone suggested that Amita could simply come along with them instead. Amita stared blankly for a moment, so shocked by the idea that he could not even respond at first. Carrick pointed out that Amita had said he needed to protect the last flame anyway, and there was surely no safer place than the Demon King's castle. Another voice added that instead of hiding somewhere uselessly, everything would be solved if Amita just traveled with them. Off to the side, Sylvan muttered in amazement that Carrick was only an orc. And yet somehow, he was strangely clever when it mattered. Daphne, who was holding Amita in her arms, then agreed that it was a good idea as well, and said Amita should come along with them. Just then, a calm voice stated that this would indeed be for the best. The moment Amita heard it, his small body suddenly jerked in surprise. The others turned around in confusion, asking what had just happened. Amita blurted out that the last flame had suddenly spoken directly to him. Amita shouted in disbelief, demanding to know if he was seriously being told to follow Shutra and the others. Shutra grinned at his reaction and remarked that it looked like Amita might have changed his mind after all. That only made Amita flare up even more. He demanded to know what Shutra had done to the last flame, and why it would suddenly tell him to go with them. Shutra answered casually that maybe he had only exchanged a word or two with it as part of a firm alliance. Then he leaned in slightly and asked Amita whether that meant he was coming along. Amita growled furiously, but the pressure around him only continued to build. At last he snapped and shouted that he was going, angrily calling Shutra a little punk. Shutra smiled quietly to himself, thinking that convincing him had gone more smoothly than expected. Carrick laughed and said that everything was perfect now, then asked if they were finally heading to the Demon King's castle. Shutra answered that they were not going there just yet, because there was still one more place they needed to visit first. Shutra turned towards Sylvan, called out his name, and asked if he could take them to the Lycanthrope Palace. Sylvan later confirmed that reaching the Lycanthrope Palace would not be difficult for his ship. Even so, he grumbled under his breath about having to carry everyone there on board, clearly not thrilled about becoming their transportation. Felicia answered that there was no reason for them to split up when they were already heading toward the same destination anyway. She added that arriving together would also create a better impression. When Sylvan was asked whether he was still uncomfortable being around them, he snapped back that it should have been obvious. Felicia then warned him that if he felt that way, he should at least control the look on his face and avoid offending the fourth queen. Sylvan only clicked his tongue in irritation. Before long, Sylvan's flying ship arrived at the Lycanthrope Palace. Once the group entered the palace together, they were welcomed by the fourth queen, Elaine Moonlight. With a gentle smile on her face, she asked whether they had enjoyed their journey to the Spider Forest. Shutra answered politely, telling her that thanks to her concern, they had managed to return safely. Elaine's smile softened with visible relief as she said that she had heard there had been trouble in the Spider Forest. Because of that, Elaine had been worried about them. Then, as the conversation settled, her golden eyes quietly shifted toward Amita. With a glimmer of amused curiosity in her eyes, Elaine tilted her head slightly and looked the tiny creature over. In a light, almost teasing tone, she asked whether it was some sort of pet. Then, smiling a little more, she added that it was actually quite cute, especially with that little bag strapped to its body, almost as if it were carrying snacks around. The instant those words reached him, Amita froze stiff, his whole body bristling with wounded pride and pure outrage. Before Amita's anger could fully burst out, Shutra rushed in to smooth things over. He quickly corrected Elaine, making it very clear that the contents of that bag were absolutely not snacks. What Amita was carrying was something far more important, the last flame. Then, shifting into a more respectful tone, Shutra properly introduced Amita as an actual member of their group, not some cute little mascot tagging along for decoration. Elaine realized her mistake immediately. With calm, elegant composure, she lowered herself into a graceful apology and admitted that what she had said was rude. Amita, however, still looked deeply offended, puffing himself up with all the dignity he could gather as he huffed that he would forgive her this once, and only this once. Elaine accepted his forgiveness with a sweet, polished smile, gently smoothing over the awkward atmosphere as though the little misunderstanding had already passed. After that, her gaze drifted calmly across the entire group. Seeing their exhausted faces and sensing the weight of the long journey behind them, she told them they had all worked very hard to make it this far, and that for today, they should put their worries aside and rest properly. Relieved by her kindness, the group accepted her offer and thanked her. But just as everyone began turning away, the dismissal lasted only for a brief moment. Before they could fully leave, Elaine's voice sounded from behind them again, gentle but clear enough to stop the whole group in their tracks. In her soft and composed voice, Elaine called out specifically to the ninth prince. Shutra paused mid-step, then slowly turned back toward her, his attention shifting away from the others as he asked what she needed from him. Elaine told him that he should stay behind for just a little longer. As she spoke, she leaned in slightly beside him, wearing a knowing smile that made it obvious this was not some casual afterthought or simple farewell. Then, lowering her voice so only Shutra could hear, Elaine told him that the two of them had something important to talk about in private, somewhere away from everyone else's ears and wandering attention. Instead of going directly toward the Demon King's castle, Shutra ended up walking beside Elaine through the palace grounds. Their footsteps carried them away from the rest of the group, moving along a quieter path where the noise behind them gradually faded. As they walked, Elaine glanced over at him and said that the very fact he had chosen to come here first already told her something important. To her, it meant he had finally found an answer to the question she had once asked him. With calm expectation in her voice, she urged him not to leave it vague and asked him to state clearly what answer he had reached. Once they were alone, with no one nearby to interrupt or overhear them, Elaine turned fully toward Shutra and faced him directly. The softness in her expression faded into something far more serious as she asked whether he truly intended to become the Demon King. Shutra did not hesitate for even a single heartbeat. He looked straight back into Elaine's eyes and answered with firm certainty that yes, he did. Then Shutra made his resolve even clearer, saying outright that he would become the Demon King. When Elaine asked why he had decided to walk that path, he answered in a steady voice without wavering, that there was something he wanted to protect. Elaine quietly took in his answer. For a brief moment, silence settled between them. And then a faint smile slowly touched her lips. She said his answer was interesting, as though those few words had revealed something deeper about Shutra than he himself might have realized. Then, without raising her voice or adding any unnecessary drama, Elaine calmly told him that if this was truly his answer, then, from this point forward, the lycanthropes would support him. For a moment, Shutra was visibly taken by surprise. The offer had come so suddenly and so directly that even he could not completely hide the shock crossing his face. Elaine explained with unwavering calm that she too had something she needed to protect, just as Shutra did. Her decision had not come from a passing impulse or simple curiosity, but from the same kind of resolve that he had just shown her. She spoke honestly and without hesitation, saying that if the next demon king were to come from the first prince's side, or from the second prince, or even from the fourth princess, then there was a strong chance the lycanthropes would lose the position and influence they currently possessed. Elaine added that the current demon king's side, along with those princes, were all burning fiercely with ambition. Then she pointed out that the dark elves were likely troubled by a similar concern, so Shutra should make an effort to bring them over as well. If he succeeded in gaining their support, they would become a powerful force at his side. Shutra listened carefully and took her advice seriously, telling her that he would remember what she had said. Elaine then shifted the conversation slightly, her tone turning practical as she asked how he planned to return to the Demon King's castle. Shutra answered that he intended for everyone to travel together aboard Sylvan's airship. At that, Elaine's eyes widened just a little in surprise, and she repeated the word airship as though she were carefully weighing what that choice would mean. Shutra explained that no matter what he did now, he was already standing right in the middle of the spotlight, so since events had already reached this point, he might as well shake everything up properly and make the impact impossible to ignore. Later that night, after Shutra had made that bold decision, Elaine stood under the moonlight, gazing out into the quiet night as she remarked that the entire situation still felt strange, no matter how many times she thought it through. Ludwig, standing nearby, wondered aloud why the ninth prince would choose to return by airship when using a teleportation circle would have been much faster. Elaine turned her eyes toward him and told him he was being naive again, urging him to think about the matter more carefully. She reminded Ludwig that the ninth prince was already under intense observation, with countless eyes watching every move he made and every choice he took. Then Elaine asked him which option would be better in the current situation, wasting time trying to make his rivals lower their guard again, or redirecting everyone's attention toward powers outside those rivals altogether. Ludwig still looked puzzled, and when he asked her to explain it in simpler terms, Elaine told him that Sylvan would never simply leave his airship behind. If Shutra used a teleportation circle to return, then Sylvan would have no choice but to travel back alone aboard the ship, and to anyone watching closely that would appear extremely unnatural. Even after hearing that explanation, however, Ludwig still seemed unable to fully grasp what Elaine was getting at. At last, Elaine put it as plainly as possible. Shutra wanted everyone inside the Demon King's castle to see it with their own eyes, that a new faction had now appeared. The next day, Sylvan's airship cut across the open sky, its enormous frame carving a striking path through the clouds as it carried Shutra and the others back toward the Demon King's castle. Elaine watched the airship shrink into the distance until it nearly vanished from view. In a quiet voice, she said that the fate of her people now rested on Ninth Prince Shutra Ignis. Beneath the wide sky, she prayed that he would grow stronger than he was at that moment, stronger, steadier, and far more unshakable than before. Meanwhile, as the journey back continued aboard the airship, Sylvan sat happily before a plate of grilled fish, humming to himself with clear delight, as if nothing could ruin his mood. With a bright and satisfied expression, he declared that this was his favorite dish. He cheerfully gave thanks for the meal, savoring the moment with obvious happiness. But that pleasant atmosphere shattered almost immediately when he noticed Chris nearby, and the familiar irritation between them began rising all over again. Chris reacted with the exact same annoyed energy, his face tightening as though Sylvan's mere presence nearby had already ruined his appetite before he could even enjoy the meal. Before long, angry complaints were being hurled toward the chef, with someone loudly pointing out that there were far too many bones in the fish. A short distance away, the others could do nothing but stand there and watch the familiar chaos unfold in front of them yet again. Felicia let out a weary sigh, her shoulders sinking as she wondered what she was supposed to do with those two. Beside her, Carrick muttered under his breath that he was starting to feel nervous, because every time they headed to the Demon King's castle, some unexpected disaster always seemed to erupt right in front of the Demon King. Shutra immediately snapped at him to stop talking, warning that he was going to jinx them if he kept saying things like that. Carrick shot back that Shutra was talking as if he himself was not already a walking jinx, and asked why he was acting so bothered about it now. Shutra argued back, insisting that maybe nothing would happen this time, and if that really ended up being the case, then what would Carrick have to say for himself? Carrick answered that if nothing happened, then that would be good in its own way. Then, sounding a little awkward, he added that he was only saying all of this because he was worried about Shutra, so Shutra should not misunderstand his intentions. Shutra stared at him for a moment, then said Carrick really knew how to talk, before wondering aloud whether Carrick was truly an orc. Carrick immediately fired back that if he was not an orc, then what else was he supposed to be, an ogre? At that point, Shutra finally gave up on the argument entirely and said they should just drop the conversation before it became even more ridiculous than it already was. When the airship finally reached the area near the Demon King's castle, its arrival caused an immediate and enormous stir among everyone who caught sight of it. The onlookers stared in disbelief as representatives connected to the Dark Elf side and members of the lycanthrope royalty appeared together in the same group. Murmurs spread rapidly through the crowd as people questioned how such an alliance could have formed at all. But what shocked them even more was seeing the ninth prince standing at the very center of that group, clearly positioned as the one leading them. Among the crowd watching the scene unfold, Lady Chandra narrowed her eyes sharply and called out for Kadyrov. Kadyrov responded to her call at once, stepping into attention and waiting silently for her command. Lady Chandra instructed him to report to Anastasia immediately. Without delay, he was to tell her that the ninth prince had formed a new faction. Back at Shutra's private residence, Amita's anger finally boiled over. He accused Shutra of being a complete con artist and demanded to know why he had spoken about a forge as if some grand workshop had been waiting for him there. Shutra stayed completely casual as he showed Amita the place and said that the forge was right there. Then, as though the issue had already been settled, he added that from now on, Amita could decorate it, arrange it, and set it up however he liked. Shutra does not stop with that alone. He pushes the kindness even further, telling Amita that if there is anything he wants or needs, no matter how tiny, awkward, or unreasonable it might sound, he only has to speak up, and Shutra will make sure it is prepared for him. Hearing that overly generous promise, Amita cannot feel relieved at all. Instead, his chest grows heavier bit by bit, and a chilling thought settles in the back of his mind, that at this rate, he may truly never be allowed to leave this place again. A little later, Shutra suddenly recalls what happened back at the Demon King's castle, when Amita had desperately tried to pretend he was just an ordinary raccoon. The moment that topic comes up, Amita's body stiffens and he quickly defends himself, insisting that he only did it because he wanted to avoid pointless trouble and keep himself from being dragged into anything annoying or troublesome. Amita then narrows his eyes with suspicion, asking why Shutra would suddenly bring up something like that out of nowhere. But Shutra's face brightens as though he has just discovered the perfect idea, and he cheerfully says that it fits Amita incredibly well. Before Amita can even understand what he means, Shutra reaches forward and fastens a collar around his neck. Amita freezes on the spot, completely lost for a second, before his confusion turns into anger, and he snaps, demanding to know what Shutra thinks he is doing. With absolutely no shame on his face, Shutra grins and explains that every pet living inside the Demon King's castle is required to wear a collar. For a brief moment, Amita can only stare at him in stunned silence, as if his mind refuses to accept what he has just heard. Then Shutra adds, far too casually, that Amita should keep it on at all times, so he never forgets what his position is supposed to be. That last comment finally pushes Amita past his limit. His anger bursts out all at once, and he yells at Shutra to stop fooling around, shouting at him furiously, and calling him a little brat without holding anything back. 2 days quietly pass after that, and at last, the long-awaited summons is officially carried out. Once again, the princes and princesses are gathered inside the Demon King's castle, standing beneath the suffocating weight of the royal hall's grand atmosphere. A voice rings out, calling for every heir to enter, and an attendant formally announces that the audience ceremony will now begin as the royal children step forward and assemble before the throne. Among the figures standing in that imposing hall is the 8th princess, Caitlin Moonlight. Standing near her are the 7th prince, Chris Moonlight, the 6th princess, Felicia Doomblade, the 5th prince, Sylvan Doomblade, the 4th princess, Anastasia Nikrian, and the 3rd prince, Victor Nikrian, each one carrying the unmistakable presence of their own bloodline, power, and faction. Also gathered there are the 1st prince, Baikal Ragnaros, the 2nd prince, Zephyr Ragnaros, and finally, the 9th prince, Shutra Ignis, who stands among his powerful siblings in the heart of the Demon King's hall. And high above all of them, seated upon the throne, the Demon King gazes down at his gathered children and remarks that it has been quite some time since they were all brought together in one place like this. His voice rolls through the hall with calm authority as he acknowledges that each of them has traveled a long distance in order to stand before him. Shutra keeps his face composed, doing his best not to let even a hint of unease show through, but deep inside, he has no choice but to admit that even after everything he has experienced, the Demon King's castle still makes him uncomfortable. Karak's words echo in his memory far too clearly, that every time they come to this place, something either explodes or goes horribly wrong. The thought only makes Shutra more irritated, and he silently curses Karak for always saying unnecessary things that somehow stick in his head and make him even more nervous. Before the Demon King proceeds to the true matter they have all been summoned for, he announces that there is someone he wishes to introduce first. A moment later, the quiet hall is filled with the sound of approaching footsteps, and every gaze turns toward the entrance as a new presence steps inside. A figure wrapped in a cloak enters the hall. The instant Sylvan lays eyes on him, his expression changes completely, and his eyes widen in disbelief as he blurts out that the man before them is none other than the Sword Lord. The others stare at the cloaked figure in confusion. their faces tightening with silent questions as they wonder why someone as significant as the Sword Lord has suddenly appeared in this place. Without paying much attention to the startled reactions spreading through the hall, the Sword Lord walks directly toward Shutra. Stopping before him, he speaks as if they are already familiar, saying that nearly a month has passed since they last met. Then right there in front of every prince and princess, he asks whether Prince Shutra Ignis has been doing well during that time. For that single instant, it feels as though the entire royal hall freezes in place. Shutra answers stiffly that he has been well, but inside his thoughts are already racing. He cannot understand why this old man would choose to greet him so openly in front of all the other princes and princesses, almost as if he is intentionally trying to cause a scene. Sylvan is left staring in complete astonishment. The Sword Lord had greeted Shotra before anyone else, and Sylvan understands immediately that this is not some small or casual gesture. Zephyr, who has been watching the exchange in silence, thinks that the rumors about Shutra forming his own faction were already surprising enough on their own. If Shutra has somehow managed to draw the Sword Lord to his side as well, then this situation is no longer just a strange rumor. It has become something far more serious. Grand General Gilarhead finally breaks through the tense silence, directing a question toward the Sword Lord as he asks whether the 9th Prince has been taken in as his student. The Sword Lord responds in a calm, even tone, his expression barely changing at all. He explains that the 9th Prince does not use a sword, so rather than taking him as a formal student, he merely taught him a few techniques. Supreme General Richard is not willing to let the matter end with that vague answer. His voice grows sharper as he presses the Sword Lord further, asking whether, if Shutra had been someone who used a sword, the Sword Lord would have accepted him as a proper student. For the first time, the Sword Lord appears just slightly taken aback, admitting that this is not a question he expected to be asked. Someone immediately urges him to answer properly, and the already strained atmosphere in the hall tightens even further. But before that exchange can continue any longer, the Demon King cuts through the rising commotion with a firm command for silence. Once the hall quiets down again, he calls out Isabella's name. Isabella answers without delay, saying that they will begin. She raises her staff, and a large magical sphere takes shape in the air, while glowing panels spread across the hall and hover where everyone present can clearly see them. She begins by explaining the events that have unfolded over the past 2 months. During that period, 5 frontier regions have been attacked by enemies wrapped in purple death energy. Even more seriously, 3 of those 5 regions have already been turned into desert or left as devastated wasteland. Isabella then states that the first location to be struck was the Angel Plains. She reminds everyone that the 6th Princess and the 9th Prince were the ones who stopped that first attack. Then she continues, explaining that the most recent incident occurred in the Spider Forest, near Lycanthrope territory. That location too was defended by the same 2, this time with support from the 5th Prince and the 8th Princess. Isabella emphasizes that the Spider Forest attack is especially unusual, because it was not merely some distant frontier region. It was a location situated within the demon realm's own interior. Hearing that point, Shutra's expression tightens slightly as he realizes that the Death Knight has been moving behind the scenes far more actively than he had imagined. As Shutra silently studies the pattern behind these attacks, a certain possibility begins to form in his mind. The targeted locations may all have one important thing in common, and he wonders whether the enemy's true goal is to kill the guardian spirits connected to those places. While that thought takes shape, Isabella continues, saying that after gathering the information and comparing every incident, she has concluded that a clearly hostile faction has emerged, and that they can no longer afford to simply overlook its movements. In order to crush this enemy, a mobilization order has now been issued. The glowing panels shift, revealing the regions where the next attacks are expected, and Isabella explains that the princes and princesses will be assigned to defend those areas, prevent any future attacks, and assist with the search for the enemy's main stronghold. Since Shotra and Felicia were the ones who discovered the pattern and had already stopped the enemy twice before, Isabella announces that the right to choose first will be granted to the 9th Prince and the 6th Princess. Turning her attention toward Shutra, she tells him to examine the map closely before making his decision. She explains that the map displays the traits of each region along with the commanders who have already been assigned there, and then asks whether there is any particular region he wants to take. Shutra studies the information floating before him and thinks that, under normal circumstances, the safest choice would be a place protected by strong natural defenses. Then his gaze catches on a certain detail. General Vandal has been dispatched to a region known for being especially harsh and brutal. The instant Shutra notices that, he realizes this is a perfect opportunity. If he handles the situation properly, this could become his chance to draw Vandal under his command. Making his decision right there, he lifts his head and declares that he will go to Evian. Isabella repeats his selection aloud for everyone in the hall, confirming that the 9th Prince has chosen Evian. Sylvan immediately comments that Evian is not exactly an important location. nor is it a place that can be defended with any real ease. Isabella then turns her attention to Felicia and asks the sixth princess to make her selection as well. Without showing much hesitation at all, Felicia calmly states that she will also go to Evian. Someone immediately questions why she would choose the same difficult region, and Felicia answers in a composed voice that, as everyone already knows, she is much closer to a civil official than a frontline martial fighter. Felicia explains her reasoning clearly, saying that rather than taking charge of an entirely separate region by herself, she believes it would be more useful to stand beside the ninth prince, in a supporting position, and assist Shutra directly. The Demon King listens to her answer and accepts it without raising any objection, simply telling her to do as she sees fit. Isabella then gives a formal nod of acknowledgement and announces to everyone in the hall that the sixth princess has also selected Evian as her assigned destination. With both Shutra and Felicia having made their choices, Isabella proceeds to the next step and declares that the remaining regions will be assigned based on the public merit each royal heir has accumulated. After the tense audience ceremony finally draws to a close, a carriage rolls along a quiet forest road, moving beneath the deep crimson light of the evening sky. The moment the audience ended and every prince and princess had finished selecting their assigned region, Shutra released a long, drained breath, feeling as if the heavy pressure inside that royal hall had squeezed every last bit of strength out of him. Afterward, the rest of the assignments were settled in order, one official decision after another. Sylvan Doomblade was assigned to Horn, a region positioned close to Evian, while Chris Moonlight was sent to Kultu as his own destination. Caitlin Moonlight also chose Evian, saying she wanted to accompany Shutra. She argued firmly that, as a warrior, she would be better suited to supporting both him and Felicia, especially since Felicia's strengths leaned much more towards scholarship than direct frontline combat. Her explanation was accepted without much pushback, and in the end, the party assigned to Evian became Shutra, Felicia Doomblade, and Caitlin Moonlight. Even after everything had been decided, however, Shutra could not stop thinking about one particular moment. When he declared that he would go to Evian, Zephyr Ragnaros had reacted with a sharp, unmistakable killing intent, strong enough for Shutra to sense it right away. That chilling reaction made Shutra suspect that Zephyr might be aiming for the same thing, General Vandal himself. And if that suspicion turned out to be true, then Shutra understood he had no time to waste. He would have to move before Zephyr did. When Shutra returned to his residence, he went to see how Amita's work was progressing. The instant Amita noticed him approaching, he became defensive at once and snapped, asking if Shutra had come to pressure him again. Shutra hurriedly waved off the accusation and said he had only come because he was curious. Amita grumbled that Shutra should stop saying useless things, then abruptly demanded that he hand over Earthquaker and White Suri. Since they were already in the middle of working on equipment, Amita said he might as well tune those weapons too. He explained that if he recalibrated them properly, Earthquaker and White Suri would become much easier for Shutra to handle in actual battle. The moment Shutra heard that, his expression lit up, and he quickly asked if Amita truly meant it. Amita snapped back. That, of course, he meant it, then impatiently told Shutra to hurry up and bring the weapons over before he changed his mind. Shutra agreed immediately and rushed off without wasting another second. Not long after that, Flora came searching for him and informed him that she had been looking for the ninth prince. When Shutra asked what was going on, Flora explained that a letter had arrived from the first prince. Shutra's eyes widened slightly at the news, and he immediately understood that the sender had to be Baikal Ragnaros. Later, at Chris Moonlight's estate, the letter's contents were shared with the rest of the group. In it, Baikal had suggested that all the royal siblings gather together for a shared tea party. Caitlin repeated the words, tea party, with surprise in her voice, while Felicia calmly remarked that it was most likely Baikal's way of encouraging harmony among the royal siblings, since that kind of camaraderie was exactly what he valued. Caitlin, however, looked genuinely pleased by the idea, and cheerfully asked whether everyone was planning to attend. Felicia replied that there was no real reason for them to refuse. Chris then added that, in the past, he probably would have skipped an event like this without a second thought, but now that he was no longer acting entirely on his own, he would go along with whatever decision the group made. Caitlin then turned her bright, expectant gaze toward Shutra and asked what he planned to do. Shutra paused for a moment, unsure how he should answer, but before he could properly gather his thoughts, Caitlin clasped her hands together and earnestly asked him to come with them. Caitlin's smile shone so brightly in front of him that Shutra felt as though he had been hit directly by a blinding ray of light. Unable to turn her down, Shutra awkwardly agreed to attend the tea party. Someone praised him for making the right choice, while Shutra quietly thought to himself that this gathering was definitely going to wear him out. Caitlin, now clearly in a wonderful mood, happily reminded everyone that the tea party would take place in 2 days, and that they all absolutely had to come. Later on, Shutra made his way to the Grand Library, hoping to find information connected to the Death Knight. However, because his current public merit was still too low, he was only permitted to search through the shallow, surface-level section of the library. As Shutra flipped through one book after another, his frustration slowly grew heavier. He began to feel that unless he earned permission to enter the deeper levels, he would never uncover anything truly useful. It made no sense to him that there was so little information about the exact subject he needed most. Even so, a few scattered fragments remained stuck in his mind. He thought about the Death Knight's reason for killing guardian spirits, the being named Einkel who had been destroyed 1,000 years ago, the fierce mixture of love and hatred that death and famine had shown toward conquest, and even the fallen precursor race. Each clue seemed disconnected when viewed on its own, but Shutra was certain they were all tied together by one hidden thread. The real problem was that he still could not figure out what that connection was. Just as he let out a sigh filled with frustration, Felicia appeared nearby. Shutra lifted his gaze from the books and asked why she had come to the library. Felicia told him that the Grand Library was actually her favorite place in the Demon King's castle. She added that she had something she wanted to investigate as well, so the timing was convenient. Then, without bothering to ease into the topic, she asked whether he had chosen Evian because of General Vandal. Shutra answered that since he had already met Vandal before, he thought working in that region might feel a little more comfortable. Felicia considered his words for a moment, then said that the idea was not bad at all. She added that it could also become a good opportunity for Shutra to strengthen his relationship with the general. Shutra then admitted that there was actually another reason behind his choice. He explained that there was a certain place near Evian that he wanted to visit. When Felicia asked what kind of place he was talking about, Shutra asked whether she knew about Takar's slave auction house. Felicia went silent in stunned disbelief, and Shutra continued by explaining that Takar was known as the entertainment city of the demon realm, a place so famous for indulgence and pleasure that it was practically the demon realm's own pleasure district. Then he revealed that one of the subordinates he had valued most in Night Saga was there, Nyatra, a succubus escort knight. Inwardly, Shutra thought that he had to secure her before Zephyr Ragnaros had the chance to act first. Just in case something unexpected happened, Shutra was treating the matter seriously. But Felicia only stared at him for a moment, before giving him a cold look and saying that he really was a man after all. Shutra stared back at her in confusion, unable to understand what she was implying, and Felicia bluntly said that it sounded like there was something in that place he wanted to buy. Shutra immediately protested, insisting that she had completely misunderstood his intentions. Felicia's expression turned even colder as she said with clear disappointment that she was let down by him. Shutra kept trying to explain that it was not what she thought at all. But Felicia did not seem convinced in the slightest. The next day, Shutra set out to attend Baikal's tea party. As he approached the estate, Shutra looked over the vast grounds stretching out before him and silently admitted that the place was unbelievably grand, exactly the kind of scale one would expect from the first prince. At the same time, he found himself thinking that it had been a very long while since he had faced Baikal Ragnaros like this. Before Shutra could proceed any deeper into the estate, Baikal himself stepped forward to welcome him, greeting Shutra with a warm, open expression that seemed completely natural. Shutra received Baikal's greeting with a calm expression of his own, and replied that it was good to see him as well, addressing Baikal by name without the slightest hesitation. Once every one of the royal siblings had arrived, the tea party hosted by the first prince, Baikal Ragnaros, officially began. Tea was poured into cups with practiced elegance, and plates of food were served one after another in a polished, orderly flow. The entire gathering unfolded beneath pleasant smiles, careful conversation, and perfectly controlled manners, with even the smallest movement carrying the heavy weight of royal etiquette. As Shutra quietly observed the scene playing out in front of him, he remembered all too well that in Night Saga, tea parties were never just peaceful little meals where people casually sat around drinking tea. In that world, a tea party was never limited to pleasant greetings and harmless conversation over warm cups. It was a stage where nobles quietly strengthened their relationships, exchanged information beneath polite smiles, searched for capable people, pulled useful talent into their circles, protected their public standing, and even guided the opinions of others through careful, almost invisible maneuvering. In the hands of someone skilled, a simple tea party could become a weapon with countless uses. Naturally, most of the conversation at the gathering began to center around the most influential figures present: Baikal Ragnaros, Anastasia Nikrian, Felicia Doomblade, and Caitlin Moonlight. At the same time, from the opposite side of the table, Victor continued glaring at Shutra with a sharp, hostile stare, almost as if he were waiting for Shutra to give him even the tiniest excuse to start a fight. Feeling that irritating gaze land on him again and again, Shutra could only think that Victor was exactly the sort of person who made every situation far more exhausting than it needed to be. While Shutra quietly watched the mood around the table and read the subtle tension between everyone present, one thought rose back into his mind. The Demon King had never intended for his children to truly hurt one another. Of course, competition between the royal heirs was something everyone expected. There was meant to be rivalry between them, along with caution, restraint, and careful distance as they measured one another as siblings and political opponents. But it was not supposed to become a hidden struggle where they seriously aimed for each other's lives. Zephyr Ragnaros, however, had already broken that fragile balance completely. Shutra could still remember the horrifying future that waited ahead, if nothing changed. The future where the Demon King's children failed to unite, fell apart one by one and were eventually slaughtered by Zephyr's own hand. Nearby, Baikal's expression tightened into a troubled grimace and he quietly muttered in frustration as though he could not understand how things had ended up in such a state. Sometime after that, Carrick called Shutra over with obvious excitement, practically glowing with pride as he showed off the newly completed shield and asked whether it suited him. Amita gave the shield a quick look and remarked that its appearance was a bit rough and brutish, though he still admitted that a design like that probably meant it had been built solidly. Seeing it for himself, Shutra grew curious and asked if he could try holding it too. The moment Shutra took the shield into his own hands, he could feel its solid weight and steady balance immediately, and he had to admit that the thing really did feel impressively sturdy. Right then, system messages began appearing in front of Shutra one after another, announcing that his strength, mentality, and durability had each increased by 5 points. Before he could fully process that, another notice followed, telling him that he had acquired an equipment embedded skill. The name of the skill was Combine. Shutra stared at the message in surprise and quietly repeated the word to himself, while Amita casually commented that Shutra had caught on. Amita then explained that he had added extra components to the shield, building in a special gimmick that allowed it to connect directly with armor. After that, Amita turned his attention to Carrick and instructed him to raise the shield properly and say the word cultus. Carrick looked slightly embarrassed by the command, but he still lifted the shield as told and repeated the word out loud. The instant Carrick spoke, the shield erupted with brilliant light. Hidden mechanisms sprang out from inside it, unfolding in rapid succession as parts extended and began assembling across Carrick's body. Even Carrick himself panicked for a moment as the armor formed around him before he could properly react. But when the transformation finally finished, the completed result was so striking and impressive that everyone could only stare in stunned silence. Shutra looked over Carrick's finished armored form from top to bottom, and all he could do was murmur that it was incredible. Carrick shouted in excitement that it was amazing, while Amita explained with visible pride that the shield could now reflect magic, and that its physical defensive power had also been strengthened tremendously. With an upgrade like that, Carrick would be able to move through actual battles far more safely than before, and handling dangerous situations would become much easier for him. After seeing how impressive Carrick's equipment had become, Shutra started to feel a little nervous about his own gear and carefully asked Amita what had happened with it. Amita told him there was no need to worry because Shutra's equipment had already been completed as well. As soon as Shutra heard that, his face brightened with clear anticipation. Amita then revealed the finished white suri, and at a glance, it was obvious that this was no longer the same weapon Shutra remembered using before. Its entire form had changed into something sharper, darker, and far more refined, with a green glow wrapping around the design and making the weapon feel as though it had been completely reborn. The next day, before their own faction's tea party began, Felicia told Shutra that he would be the central figure of the gathering. She explained that the purpose of this event was to introduce people properly and confirm in front of everyone gathered there exactly who now stood on their side. Because of that, Shutra had to make it unmistakably clear that he was the head of their faction. Shutra listened to her explanation with a serious expression and answered that he understood. The gathering that followed ended up serving its purpose perfectly. Throughout the event, Shutra personally spoke with the people who had gathered beneath their banner. He formed individual connections with them one by one, making sure that his presence was firmly etched into the minds of those who had originally followed Felicia and Chris. The party continued for a little over 2 hours, but by the time it finally came to an end, Shutra felt that they had achieved everything they had needed from it. And then, at last, the day of departure arrived. Before they set out, Sylvan Doomblade swung the sword Amita had crafted for him, loudly declaring that it was the finest blade he had ever seen. He thanked Amita with genuine sincerity and promised that he would use it well. Amita answered in his usual rough, grumbling tone, but still offered Sylvan a rare compliment, saying that if he could at least recognize something truly valuable, then he was more useful than he looked. Then Amita asked whether they were really leaving for Evian that very day. Shutra confirmed without hesitation that they were. Amita asked for just half a day more, explaining that the final adjustments on Earthquaker were not quite finished yet. Shutra agreed right away. Then, as though it were the most natural thing in the world, Shutra added that Amita would be coming with them anyway. Amita casually began accepting the statement only to freeze a heartbeat later as the meaning struck him. He shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what Shutra had just said. But Shutra calmly told him that he had heard correctly and added that the last flame had already given permission. When Amita stubbornly refused to believe that, Shutra simply waved him off and told him to go check for himself. As Shutra walked away, Amita's shock finally erupted into a loud, miserable wail behind him. Once the teleportation circle had been prepared, the group gathered around it, ready to depart. Chris Moonlight looked toward Shutra and told him to take good care of both Felicia and Caitlin. Behind Chris, Sylvan stood there holding up a ridiculous sign that boldly proclaimed his love for Felicia, somehow turning the farewell into an even stranger scene. Shutra answered with confidence, telling them that they could trust him. But Amita, still being dragged along with the departing group, screamed that the last flame would never do something like this to him, insisting that something had to be terribly wrong. Then the teleportation circle finally began to activate. As light gathered beneath their feet, Shutra gave a faint smile and thought to himself that it had been quite a while since he had traveled by teleportation circle. In the next moment, a pillar of light surged upward and swallowed them all. Amita's despairing howl echoed through the brilliant light, while Shutra kept his gaze fixed firmly forward on the path waiting ahead. Their destination was Evian. As the teleportation carried them toward that place, Shutra wondered what kind of events would be waiting for them there this time. And while the circle moved them closer to Evian, Shutra's thoughts drifted back to the information he had uncovered in the Grand Library. According to what he had found, the only Elder Dragon who might be able to help determine the enemy lair's location was the Wrathless Tala. Even though his access to the library had been limited, Shutra did not think the visit had been entirely wasted. He had managed to discover a few books connected to the Elder Dragons, and through them he learned that their disappearance had begun roughly 1,000 years earlier. The only exception was one guardian whose main domain was the human world, a being that had appeared there several times throughout that 1,000-year period. The other Elder Dragons, however, had completely vanished from that era onward. Shutra naturally connected that timing to Einkel's death and the destruction of Kalteen's dungeon. That connection made him wonder whether some enormous battle had taken place in the distant past. A battle so massive and dangerous that it involved the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and yet somehow it had never been recorded in history. It might have been connected to the beings who selected the horsemen in the first place, and perhaps even to the Elder Dragons themselves. And right as Shutra continued following that thread of speculation deeper, another possibility struck him all at once, sharp enough to pull his thoughts in a completely new direction. He suddenly remembered Locke, the other protagonist of Night Saga, the hero who came from the human world, crushed the demon army that had invaded his homeland, crossed into the demon world afterward, and eventually defeated the Demon King himself. With that memory resurfacing, a new question rose in Shutra's mind. When, exactly, had Locke first pulled out the Holy Sword? But before Shutra could dig any further into that question, the teleportation circle violently threw him out, and he crashed onto the ground with a painful groan escaping his mouth. Carrick shouted at him right away, telling him not to just sit there in a daze and to get ready for battle immediately. Still dizzy from the rough landing, Shutra lifted his head in confusion and asked what Carrick was talking about. Carrick roared back that they had dropped straight into the middle of an enemy ambush. The teleportation platform had already been completely surrounded, and attackers were charging at them from every direction at once. Felicia Doomblade was the first to react, stepping forward without a single moment of hesitation. With a sharp command cutting through the chaos, Felicia released a roaring blast of wind that ripped across the platform, crashing into the attackers and sending many of them flying backward. But even after that powerful strike cleared space around them, more enemies kept pouring in, refusing to slow down. Green Wind, the green-haired spirit beside Shutra, warned him that there were simply too many enemies for them to handle casually. Shutra clenched his teeth and glared across the battlefield, demanding to know what was happening. From the other side of the battlefield, the enemy commander screamed at his troops, ordering them not to give Shutra's group even a single second to breathe and to keep the pressure on without stopping. The moment Shutra heard that rough, vicious voice, something stirred in the back of his memory. He muttered that he had definitely seen that man somewhere before. And then the name finally returned to him. The commander leading this ambush was Mad Dog Jix. In that instant, Shutra understood that the person hiding behind this attack had finally started to make a move. A grim smile slowly pulled at the edge of his mouth. He said it was about time that bastard finally acted. Then, without wasting another second, Shutra ordered Green Wind to sweep away the small fry first. Green Wind immediately answered that she understood. At the same time, Shutra decided this was the perfect chance to test the equipment Amita had modified for him. He raised the newly prepared shield and called out for White Suri. In response, the weapon shot forward like a flash of green light. It split apart in midair and began moving like a living construct obeying his command, smashing through the attackers and cutting down the front ranks in an instant before they could properly react. One of the nearby onlookers could not hold back a gasp of amazement at the sudden display of power. Amita, however, simply puffed himself up with pride and boasted that a gimmick like this was nothing difficult for someone of his ability. He explained that he had named the pair White Suri and Black Suri, then smugly asked whether they were not absolutely incredible. Green Wind happily added that, with 2 of them now available, she could protect her master twice as well as before. Shutra admitted that the upgrade was impressive, but he still asked if she could really control both at the same time. Green Wind replied with complete confidence, declaring that she could do it and promising to prove it right there on the battlefield. Jix, furious that the battle had turned against him so quickly, bellowed that these little punks were dead and charged forward personally. He swore that he would kill Shutra with his own hands. Shutra braced himself as he watched Jix rush straight toward him, then calmly said that killing him would not be that easy. White Suri and Black Suri immediately moved in together, trying to intercept Jix before he could reach Shutra. But Jix tore straight through their pattern, with brutal speed and overwhelming force. He snarled that a cheap little trick like that would never be enough to stop him. Then Jix invoked the draconian dragon fighting arts and lunged directly at Shutra. His entire body erupted with explosive momentum, moving so fast that Shutra could not fully dodge in time. Jix's strike landed with crushing force, and the impact sent Shutra flying across the battlefield. Green Wind cried out for her lord in alarm, while Jix laughed darkly and declared that his attack had landed perfectly. But as the dust from the impact slowly began to clear, Shutra pushed himself back up with a grin on his face and calmly thanked Jix. Seeing that reaction, Jix could only stare at him in confusion. Then Shutra released a surge of green energy around his body and said that thanks to Jix, he had learned something useful. At that exact moment, a message appeared before him, announcing that he had acquired dragon fighting arts. Jix was visibly shaken, and he demanded to know how the hell Shutra could possibly know dragon fighting arts. Shutra's smile only grew wider as he stepped forward, looking completely unbothered by Jix's disbelief. Then, in an almost casual tone, Shutra asked whether Jix had anything else he could teach him. Jix froze as he looked into Shutra's eyes, and in that instant, he realized there was something deeply abnormal about them. Feeling the danger of the situation shift far beyond what he had expected, Jix immediately ordered his forces to retreat. Before pulling back completely, Jix spread a poisonous mist across the battlefield, letting the toxic fog roll outward and fill the space between them. Shutra recognized the danger at once and said that the mist was poison. Jix proudly explained that it was a toxic fog made by gathering venom from every kind of poisonous insect found around Evian. He boasted that even a single breath of it would cause unbearable pain. But the moment Shutra inhaled that poisonous air, a message appeared in front of him, announcing that immunity to 100 poisons had activated. Immediately after that, another message followed, stating that by resisting a rare and powerful poison, the skill had evolved into immunity to 1,000 poisons, greatly increasing Shutra's resistance. Jix could only stare at him in complete disbelief. Shutra looked at Jix with open mockery and said that he had been surprisingly generous, first teaching him dragon fighting arts and then helping him gain immunity to 1,000 poisons. Then Shutra continued, saying that, as a reward for giving him so many useful gifts, Shutra would finish this fight with a single decisive blow. With those words still lingering in the air, Shutra drove a heavy attack straight into Jix with overwhelming force, crushing through him and sending his body slamming violently into the ground. The instant their commander went down, the raiders surrounding them completely lost their composure. Someone screamed in terror that their captain had been killed. And that desperate cry shattered the last bit of courage the attackers had been clinging to. The remaining raiders immediately turned their backs and scattered in every direction, fleeing as fast as they could. Shutra understood the situation at once. This was the raid on Evian, one of the mandatory events from Night Saga. And if Mad Dog Jix had already been pushed into action, that meant General Richard had finally started moving behind the scenes. Felicia looked around at the enemies running away in panic and asked why they had suddenly fled like that. Shutra answered in an almost casual tone, as if nothing unusual had happened, saying that maybe they had finally realized they had no chance of winning. While the group was still recovering from the sudden ambush, an elderly man hurried toward them with visible excitement. In an admiring voice, he praised the royal party, saying they had defeated the infamous Mad Dog Jix far more easily than anyone could have expected. Shutra asked who the elderly man was, and the man quickly introduced himself as the guide assigned to escort the prince and princess through the region. Hearing that, Shutra asked whether being a guide meant he was familiar with Evian and the surrounding area. The guide answered respectfully that he was, then politely asked if there was anything the ninth prince wished to know. Shutra immediately asked how much Jix's bounty was worth. The guide paused awkwardly for a moment, clearly not expecting that question from a prince, before answering that it should be a rather large amount. Even so, the guide could not help wondering why a royal prince would care so much about bounty money. Shutra replied without the slightest embarrassment, saying that he was more frugal than he appeared, and that the more money he could gather, the better. To Shutra, Jix's bounty was a very satisfying bonus reward. Elsewhere, it was not long before a report reached General Richard, informing him that Jix had been defeated. Richard listened to the news in silence, then quietly said that the result was exactly what he had expected. The ninth prince had grown even stronger than Richard had imagined. One of Richard's subordinates then asked whether he had known from the very beginning that Jix would end up being taken down. Richard replied that both the sixth princess and the eighth princess were standing beside Shutra, so if he had truly intended to eliminate them, he would have sent someone far stronger than Jix. After saying that, Richard ordered his men to prepare for their return to the northern front the next day. Then, in the quiet that followed, He reflected inwardly that the uneasy feeling he had been carrying had been correct all along. Silently, he wondered just how powerful the ninth prince had really become. From the perspective of the Demon King's castle, Evian was an aggravating region, but it was also a place they could not afford to lose. It sat on the far eastern edge of the demon world as a border territory, and beyond that border lived barbarian tribes who had chosen to stay outside the castle's rule. That was precisely why lawless scum like Mad Dog Jix could run wild there. Yet despite all those problems, Evian could not simply be abandoned. It was a troublesome region that was difficult to hold comfortably, but far too important to let go. There were two main routes that could be used to reach Evian Fortress. One road passed through Takar, while the other route led directly toward Evian itself. From Shutra's point of view, going through Takar was obviously the better option, so he awkwardly brought up the practical need to gather supplies and exchange the treasure they had earned from clearing dungeons. Felicia understood what he was really aiming for almost immediately and teased him, asking if that was the true reason he wanted to head to Takar. Then, wearing a playful look, she asked whether there might be some other hidden reason behind his choice. Shutra became flustered at once and quickly denied it, insisting that there was nothing strange or suspicious about his plan. Felicia laughed softly and told him not to take it so seriously, because she was only joking. Then she reminded him that their rendezvous point had already been set as Takar anyway. After that, Felicia asked whether the lycanthrope group would also be coming to Takar. Caitlin confirmed that they would. She explained that since this was a military mission, it was only natural and proper for them to bring support troops along as well. She added that there was a large teleportation circle located near Takar, which made it a very convenient place for everyone to gather. Hearing that, Shutra felt quietly relieved. Even so, Caitlin found herself thinking that it had been quite a long time since she had last visited Takar, and she wondered whether the auction house there was still the same as she remembered. By the time night fell, the group finally arrived in Takar. The city was just as infamous and chaotic as Shutra remembered. Noise, vice, and dangerous-looking people crowded the streets from every direction. Carrick looked around at the restless city and remarked that it was exactly like the rumors said, a place unlike anywhere else. Felicia immediately warned everyone to stay alert. A city where all kinds of people gathered was naturally dangerous, and Takar was no exception to that rule. Once their lodging had been arranged, Felicia suggested that, since there was nothing specific they needed to do until the auction opened, each of them should take some free time. Shutra immediately said that he would go look around with Carrick. Felicia smiled at him and told him to go ahead and enjoy himself. Shutra eagerly grabbed Carrick and headed straight out into the city without wasting a moment. Watching him leave with such energy, Felicia remarked that he seemed unusually excited. After Shutra had gone, Caitlin asked what exactly he had said he came to Takar to do. Felicia answered lightly that who could really say for sure. Maybe Shutra had truly come all this way because of women. Caitlin froze where she stood, completely caught off guard, and quietly repeated the word women. Her voice carried clear disbelief, as though she could not quite accept what Felicia had just said. Under the moonlit streets of Takar's slave market, Shutra and Carrick finished yet another search that led nowhere. A dealer spread his hands helplessly and told them that there was no slave there by the name of Nyatra. Hearing that answer again, Shutra could only release a tired, disappointed sigh. Carrick asked whether Shutra was really certain a woman named Nyatra was even in this city, pointing out that they had already searched every place that seemed worth checking. Shutra told him to wait just a little longer, but deep down, even Shutra began to doubt whether his search would succeed. Maybe this was simply how events were supposed to unfold. In Night Saga, Zephyr was not meant to meet Nyatra until a year later, so Shutra wondered if that meant she could not be found at this point in time. At last, Shutra decided to give up for now and told Carrick that they should head back. As they started to leave, Carrick suddenly remembered the description Shutra had given earlier and asked whether the succubus named Nyatra had pink hair. Shutra said that she did. Carrick then asked if her horns were black as well. Shutra confirmed that too, then turned to him in confusion and asked why he was suddenly bringing it up. Carrick pointed ahead and said that he had just seen someone who looked exactly like that. Shutra froze instantly where he stood, not far ahead. Ahead of him, a woman with soft pink hair and deep black horns weaves through the crowded street, her figure sliding between passing bodies almost like a shadow. Shutra stops dead in place, his eyes fixed on her back, disbelief spreading across his face, and before he even realizes what he is doing, a single name slips quietly from his lips. Nyatra. The instant that name leaves his mouth, Shutra seems to jolt awake from his own shock. His body moves before his mind can catch up, and he suddenly pushes forward into the crowd, stretching a hand out toward her as he calls after her and tells her to wait. But Shutra never gets the chance to reach her. Before he can close the gap between them, before his fingers can even come close to brushing her shoulder, the woman slips away in a flash, disappearing down the street with a speed that feels almost unnatural. Shutra's eyes sharpen, and without hesitating, he breaks into a run, chasing after the path where Nyatra's figure had vanished. He turns hard into the alley she escaped through, his footsteps ringing against the tight stone walls as he rushes inside. But the moment Shutra enters, the alley is empty. He whips his head left, then right, completely lost, unable to make sense of it, because he is absolutely certain she came this way only seconds ago. Refusing to waste even a breath, Shutra immediately calls out to Green Wind and orders her to track down the woman they just saw. Green Wind hesitates for a moment, clearly confused by the sudden urgency in his voice and unable to understand why he looks so shaken. She still nods and promises that she will find the woman somehow. Yet no matter how hard they search, the trail simply vanishes, as if it had been sliced cleanly away. Shutra clenches his jaw, frustration building in his chest, and can only wonder where Nyatra could have disappeared to. That is when Karak speaks up, adding that something about the whole situation feels strange. He explains that the slave trader told him the woman they saw was not actually there as merchandise waiting to be sold, but had come to that place in order to purchase slaves herself. Shutra slowly turns toward Karak, stunned into silence, the words striking him harder than he expected, because that possibility had never once entered his mind. Only then does the truth finally begin to settle over him. In this point of time, Nyatra was not a slave at all. Meanwhile, from somewhere far above them, Nyatra silently watches the group from a high vantage point. Shutra suddenly feels the unmistakable pressure of someone's gaze and snaps his head upward. But when his eyes sweep across the rooftops, there is no one there. Beneath the pale moonlight, Shutra's thoughts drift back to the future he once knew, and the more he thinks about it, the more tangled everything becomes. He cannot stop wondering what could possibly happen to Nyatra in the span of just 1 year for her to end up beside him as a slave. When they finally return, Caitlin notices almost immediately that something is wrong. She studies Shutra's face with concern and asks if something bad happened, pointing out that he has barely spoken a single word since coming back. Karak, as casual as ever, simply answers that this is just how things turned out. Caitlin's expression gentles as she looks back at Shutra, her voice softening when she asks if he is feeling tired. She tells him they can always put off the visit to the auction house until another day, but Shutra refuses right away, without even taking time to think it over. He explains that they have no way of knowing when they might be able to return here again. So if they still have the chance, they should go now. Caitlin warns him not to push himself too hard, and reminds him that if things become difficult, they can simply turn back early. But just as the group is about to leave, Amita stops Shutra and tells him to take a proper look at the work he has just completed. With a satisfied look, Amita presents the newly adjusted equipment, explaining that the tuning is finally finished. From now on, he says, it should be much easier and far more convenient for Shutra to use. Shutra's tense expression loosens slightly, and he smiles in relief as he thanks him. From above, Felicia calls down to everyone, telling them to stop standing around, hurry up, and get moving already. Carrick immediately answers her in a loud voice, saying they are heading out right now. By the time they reach the auction house, the place is already overflowing with people. The entire hall hums with crowded noise, excited whispers, and the heavy anticipation of everyone waiting for the event to begin. Caitlin arrives wearing a dress Shutra has never seen on her before, and Carrick wastes no time commenting on it. Caitlin smiles brightly and says she could never wear something like this in the past because of Chris, then asks if it looks good on her. Carrick mutters in response that the 7th prince seems far more conservative than he had first imagined. Caitlin gives a small scoff and says Chris is not exactly conservative, just an older brother whose way of thinking is basically that of an old man. But while the two of them talk, Shutra barely hears a word of their conversation. While the others continue chatting around him, Shutra remains trapped inside the same problem, turning it over again and again in his mind. He knows he needs to find Nyatra before they leave Takar, but the future he remembers has already been changed so drastically that he no longer has the slightest idea where to start looking. Felicia suddenly leans in closer, startling him out of his thoughts as she asks what he is thinking about so seriously. Shutra quickly shakes it off and insists that it is nothing, trying to make it sound unimportant. Felicia narrows her eyes, clearly not convinced, and tells him the answer is written all over his face. Then her gaze drops to his clothes and she tells him to come closer, pointing out that his tie is crooked. Shutra awkwardly agrees and shifts toward her, unsure of what to say or how to react. But before either of them can continue the conversation, the auctioneer steps out in front of the assembled crowd and calls for silence. He asks whether everyone can hear him clearly, then thanks all the guests for waiting so patiently. With the smooth, practiced tone of someone used to controlling a room, he announces that the auction will now begin. He declares that today's lots are exactly what everyone has been waiting for. And at that very moment, Shutra sees her again. His eyes widen in an instant as he realizes the woman appearing before him is none other than Nyatra. The shock strikes him so hard that he suddenly tells Felicia he needs to use the bathroom for a moment. Felicia immediately objects, reminding him that the auction has only just started, but Shutra is already moving before she can stop him. As he hurries through the hall, his thoughts spiral out of control, and the same question keeps pounding through his mind. Why is Nyatra here? He wonders if she has come to take part in the auction somehow, or whether something much worse is beginning to unfold right in front of him. Then, through the shifting bodies of the crowd, Shutra spots the figure of a rough, dangerous-looking man standing nearby. The instant Shutra recognizes him, his whole body locks in place. A surge of shock runs through him as he silently demands to know what the hell that man is doing here in Takar. And in the very next moment, a violent explosion tears through the hall, rattling the entire auction house and hurling the crowd into pure terror. Someone shouts in confusion, demanding to know where the blast came from, while screams erupt from every side and people scatter desperately in all directions. Shutra grits his teeth, anger flashing across his face as he thinks that whoever launched this attack must be completely insane. In the middle of the chaos, panicked voices cry out for help. The auctioneer tries desperately to bring the situation under control, pleading with everyone to stay where they are and saying he will assess what is happening first. But before the auctioneer can even take a proper step, the burly attacker bursts in like a charging beast, slamming straight into him and driving him down with overwhelming force. With fury blazing in his eyes, the man accuses them of daring to put their hands on his group's merchandise. Then, in a low voice heavy with threat, he declares that, from that moment on, his people will be taking control of the entire place. The announcement hits the hall like another blast, and the room instantly collapses into complete chaos. Guests scream and rush in every direction as armed men flood into the hall, blocking the exits and dragging people down without a trace of mercy. One woman shrieks for someone to help her as a brute charges straight toward her. Before the attacker can reach her, Shutra moves in without hesitation and takes him down. In the heart of the panic, Shutra fixes his gaze on the leader and finally realizes exactly who the man is. That man is Paratus, the younger brother of the barbarian king Karatus. Shutra cannot hide his shock, unable to understand why someone like Paratus would appear here, in a place like this. Elsewhere inside the hall, Karak, Felicia, and Caitlin are still trying to process how everything could have fallen apart so suddenly. Karak blurts out that the whole situation went completely insane in the blink of an eye. Felicia quickly scans the area and realizes Shutra is no longer anywhere near them. Her expression tightens as it sinks in that he has disappeared at the worst possible moment. She clicks her tongue in irritation and mutters that, of course, he had to vanish right then, at the exact worst time of all. Even as another raider tears through the terrified crowd and sends people scattering in panic, Felicia keeps her expression sharp and controlled without taking her eyes off the danger in front of her. She tells Karak that he will have to find Shutra on his own. At the same time, a deep purple light begins to gather in Felicia's palm, curling around her fingers like twisting smoke. As her magic swells, she declares that for now, she will be the one holding the auction hall together, while the main hall falls even deeper into chaos, with screams echoing, footsteps pounding, and sudden violence breaking out everywhere. Paratus slips away from the center of the commotion and moves into a much quieter corridor, far removed from the worst of the panic. There, he stops in front of a glass display case, and inside that case, a radiant relic gleams beneath the lights, shining as though it had been waiting for him to find it all along. Paratus's mouth curls into a pleased smile, and he quietly says that he has finally found what he came for. The treasure resting before his eyes is none other than the golden helmet of the heavenly dragon king. But just before Paratus can stretch out his hand and take it for himself, a voice suddenly comes from behind him, making him stop in place. Paratus slowly turns his head and finds a masked succubus with pink hair standing in the corridor behind him. Her gaze is locked firmly on him from across the distance, calm but impossible to ignore. His eyes narrow with suspicion, and in a harsh voice, he demands to know exactly who she is. But in the very next moment, the succubus moves first. She snatches up several artifacts in a flash and dashes away before Paratus can properly react. Paratus snarls after her, his voice filled with anger, as he warns that if she thinks she is going to escape, she had better throw down everything she just stole first. The girl races through the corridors like a streak of white and pink, moving so quickly that her figure almost blurs past the damaged displays around her. She springs over scattered rubble and slips through tight gaps with nimble precision, while Paratus comes crashing after her with the raw force of a charging beast. When Paratus reaches out to grab her, she twists her body away from his hand and keeps fleeing down the corridor. But he only sneers at her back and spits out that she is one arrogant bitch. Then Paratus begins ripping up chunks of debris and broken display pieces, hurling them after her one after another as he roars that she will not get away from him. Nyatra weaves through the storm of flying wreckage, dodging as valuables, decorations, and jagged fragments smash against the walls around her and burst apart. Even then, Paratus refuses to slow down and keeps driving forward after her, mocking her as she runs. He calls her a slippery loach, his heavy steps closing the gap, little by little with every second. Then, in one sudden instant, everything shifts. Just as Paratus is about to catch up to her and bring the chase to an end, another figure cuts straight between them and meets the incoming attack, head-on. Shutra glances back over his shoulder at the masked succubus, his voice low as he says they have finally met again. Nyatra. The moment she hears that name, Nayatra freezes in utter shock, while Paratus jerks back as well and angrily demands to know who Shutra is. Shutra does not waste even a breath answering him. Instead, he lifts White Suri, and the shield surges forward with a sharp burst of power. The green weapon breaks apart into multiple floating fragments, each piece spinning through the air as they circle Paratus like living blades. Paratus jerks back in surprise as the pieces begin to whirl around him, closing in around his body and cutting through the air from every direction. His face twists with fury as he snarls and strains against the trap, trying to force his way out. Without taking his attention fully away from Paratus, Shutra turns just enough to look toward Nayatra and asks if she is all right. Nayatra stares back at him in complete bewilderment, then demands to know who he is and how he knows her name. Shutra tells her that any explanation will have to come later, because first they need to deal with the musclehead standing right in front of them. Then, without hesitation, he summons the king's knights. A brilliant green light suddenly bursts through the corridor, and Karak appears in the middle of that glow, looking completely disoriented as he tries to understand where he is and what is happening. Shutra immediately cuts through his confusion and tells him there is no time to explain. He orders Karak to take Nayatra and get out of that place right away. Karak quickly asks what Shutra intends to do, and Shutra answers with steady calm that he still has unfinished business here. For a short moment, Karak looks closely at Shutra's face, then accepts the order without pushing back. He hoists Nayatra over his shoulder and says he will go on ahead, telling Shutra to catch up once everything here is finished. Nayatra struggles fiercely and screams at Karak to put her down, but the orc keeps moving without slowing his pace. Shutra watches the two of them leave, and a small wave of relief passes through him as he thinks that, at the very least, Nayatra has finally been moved out of immediate danger. Only after confirming that does Shutra shift his gaze back toward the relic case. His eyes narrow the instant he recognizes the object inside, the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. At that exact moment, Paratus smashes his way free from White Suri's restraint and rushes straight toward him. Shutra only barely manages to bring White Suri up in time to block. The impact explodes through the corridor with crushing force, sending Shutra flying backward, and the entire room trembles as dust, shattered glass, and broken debris burst outward around them. Through the thick cloud of destruction, Paratus glares at him and accuses him of making a mockery of him. As dark power spreads across Paratus's body and his muscles swell with unnatural strength, Shutra recognizes the technique immediately. It is a body-strengthening art, a barbarian martial technique that enhances the flesh itself. And in that moment, Shutra is reminded all over again of exactly what kind of opponent stands before him. Paratus is not just some random thug, he is the younger brother of the barbarian king and one of the strongest warriors among the barbarians. His power is enough to rank him among the upper levels of intermediate-class generals. Paratus bares his teeth at Shutra and tells him to try anything he wants, because he intends to rip Shutra's body apart. At the same time, Karak barrels through another part of the auction house with Nayatra still slung over his shoulder. Between heavy breaths, he apologizes to her and says he has no choice, because he already gave his word to the prince. But before Karak can get much farther, more raiders begin pouring into the corridor ahead of him, spreading out across the passage and completely blocking his way forward. Karak curses under his breath, lowers his stance, and charges straight at them anyway, crashing head-on into the first line of enemies. But even as he forces his way through, more attackers rush in from both sides. Karak growls in disbelief as he sees just how many of them are swarming into the corridor. In the middle of all that confusion, Nayatra suddenly twists her body and slips free from Karak's grip. Before he can tighten his hold or react properly, she breaks away from his shoulder and bolts into the chaos. Karak realizes what just happened a heartbeat too late, and a startled cry bursts out of him as he shouts for Nayatra to stop. But the raiders keep flooding in from every direction, forcing him to dig his feet into the floor and fight them off instead of chasing after her. Meanwhile, back inside the wrecked corridor, Shutra and Paratus slam into each other again and again with terrifying power, their blows crashing together so violently that the broken floor beneath them begins to split apart. With every impact, chunks of rubble break loose from above and rain down around them. Every exchange carries lethal pressure, the kind where one tiny mistake could decide the entire fight instantly. Shutra understands very quickly that against someone like Paratus, even a single wrong move would be enough to get him killed. A savage strike crashes into him and sends him skidding backward across the ruined floor. Shutra braces himself behind White Suri, sparks and fragments scraping past him as he struggles to stop his momentum. Breathing hard, he admits inwardly that Paratus' raw physical strength is completely ridiculous. But even after feeling that power directly, Shutra refuses to retreat, and instead drives himself forward into a counterattack. White Suri flares with green light and shoots straight toward Paratus. But the barbarian charges through the attack with sheer brute force alone. He mocks Shutra without hesitation, sneering that a strike that weak is nothing but pathetic, and insults him for daring to oppose him with such poor ability. Shutra narrows his eyes, steadies his breathing, and calmly accepts that Paratus is right about one thing. Then a message appears as Nightwatch uses blink for the first time. In the next instant, Shutra vanishes from directly in front of Paratus's attack and reappears in another position, blue light streaking through the air where he moves. He slips cleanly around the barbarian's assault and strikes from the side instead, landing a sharp, precise blow from an angle Paratus failed to cover. Even while admitting that Paratus's strength is monstrous, Shutra points out that raw power does not mean much if he can keep avoiding every attack thrown at him. He adds that no matter how strong an enemy might be, if they cannot catch him, then they have no way to hurt him at all. Shutra keeps moving around Paratus's massive frame, weaving in and out of reach while striking whenever the smallest opening appears. Each time Paratus turns his body toward him, Shutra is already gone from that spot. And every time Paratus swings, Shutra has already shifted somewhere else. Another message flashes as Nightwatch uses blink for the second time. Paratus finally snarls in pure frustration, his patience snapping as he shouts at Shutra to stop fighting like a coward. He bellows for Shutra to quit running and dodging, demanding that he face him head-on like a real fighter. Shutra answers in a cool voice, remarking that Paratus is even more impatient than he expected him to be. Paratus roars back that if this is how Shutra wants to fight, then he will crush everything with one single blow. Shutra replies that the timing is perfect, because he is finally ready as well. A fierce red energy begins to coil around Shutra's gauntlet, pulsing brighter and more violently with each passing second. Heat and pressure surge around his arm in a violent wave as he activates Earthshaker Awakening. Then Shutra thrusts that gathered force forward and releases a full destruction burst. Blast hits Paratus head-on and detonates through the corridor in a violent eruption of crimson power. Paratus groans under the impact as the shockwave tears across the room, ripping the surroundings apart and blasting his body backward. Far away from where the attack landed, Felicia feels the tremendous force ripple through the auction house. And without thinking, she instinctively calls out Shutra's name. When the dust and smoke finally begin to thin, Shutra checks the result of his attack. Since his experience does not rise, he immediately understands that Paratus is still alive. Shutra releases a slow breath and tells himself that this outcome is fine, because killing Paratus was never his true objective to begin with. He decides the rest can be handled another time, then turns away at once to leave. As Shutra makes his way through the shattered remains of the auction house, he hopes that Carrick managed to escape safely with Nyatra. But when he checks the map, something strange suddenly draws his attention. Shutra realizes that besides his own presence, there is still one more person nearby. Before he can respond to that discovery, the cold edge of a blade presses against his neck. Nyatra appears behind him, her voice chillingly sharp as she orders him not to move. She says that Shutra picked up the object that had fallen onto the floor and demands that he hand it over immediately. Then she says its name, the Jewel of Crimson Tears. The instant Shutra hears that name, the scattered pieces of the situation finally begin falling into place. In a low voice, he says that now everything is starting to make sense. A third message flashes as Nightwatch uses blink for the final time. In a flash, Shutra slips out from under the blade and reappears behind Nyatra instead. He tells her that she must have come to the auction house because of that jewel. Then Shutra says something that makes Nyatra freeze completely in place. Because of that jewel, she ended up being captured and sold as a slave. Nyatra spins around in disbelief, her expression twisting as she demands to know what kind of nonsense he is talking about. She snaps at him, telling him not to speak as if he knows anything about her. Shutra answers that anger with only one quiet name. He tells her that her true name is Lapachiria. The effect is immediate. Nyatra's eyes fly wide open, shock spreading across her face as though the ground beneath her has suddenly disappeared. Nyatra's voice shakes despite her trying to hold it steady, and she asks how Shutra could possibly know that name. Shutra answers in a quiet, careful tone, explaining that a succubus reveals her true name only once in her entire life, and only to the one person she has shared true, genuine love with. He tells her that a true name is a form of magic all by itself, and once someone holds that name, the person bound to it cannot easily resist them. Nyatra's eyes grow even more confused as she stares at him and asks what, exactly, Shutra really is. But before Shutra has any chance to give her an answer, Carrick suddenly comes charging back into sight looking completely frantic. He shouts for the prince to help him, his voice full of panic, because there are simply too many enemies for him to deal with on his own. The moment Nyatra hears Carrick call Shutra a prince, her entire body goes stiff, and surprise flashes across her face. Shutra says that proper introductions can wait until later. Then, without losing even a second, he throws a weapon toward Carrick and tells him to take it. Carrick catches the weapon as it comes flying toward him, and his eyes widen in surprise as a rough, startled sound escapes from his mouth. Even with enemies still closing in from every direction, Carrick tightens both hands around the weapon, swings it with force, and shouts his thanks to the prince. Nearby, Nyatra watches the whole exchange with confusion only growing stronger in her eyes, unable to understand why this orc is treating Shutra with such deep loyalty and importance. Shutra turns back toward her and asks if she really said she was looking for the Jewel of Crimson Tears. Nyatra hesitates, clearly shaken by the fact that he already seems to know far too much. Kshatriya tells her they should deal with the danger right in front of them first, and after that, they can continue their conversation properly. After a brief pause, Nyatra accepts his words. Her gaze sharpens, her expression settles, and in a calm voice, she says she will handle that side. The battle quickly spreads through the ruined auction hall. Nyatra moves through the chaos with swift, clean footwork, cutting down any raider who gets too close as collapsing stone, clashing weapons, and the shouts of fighting men ring out beneath the open night sky. Not long after the fighting begins to shift, Felicia and Caitlin finally arrive at the scene, stepping into the wreckage left behind by the attack. Felicia quickly scans the destroyed surroundings, and then her eyes land on Kshatriya Karak and the masked succubus standing together in the middle of the destruction. Kshatriya calls out to Felicia as soon as he sees her, and she immediately demands to know what happened inside after such a massive blast shook the whole place. Kshatriya answers in a straightforward voice that he fought Paratus. Felicia is stunned at once. She asks if he means Paratus, the younger brother of the barbarian king, and the instant she says it aloud, the meaning behind his presence becomes clear to her. If Paratus was here, then the barbarian tribes were not merely attacking the auction house, they were launching an attack on Takar itself. Kshatriya replies that, from what he saw, their real focus had definitely been the auction items. Before they can continue talking, Felicia's gaze slides past Kshatriya and lands on the pink-haired succubus standing quietly behind him. She tells Kshatriya to wait, then asks who that girl behind him is. Kshatriya glances back toward Nyatra, then introduces her by name. He says she is Nyatra, and adds that, because of a complicated situation, it seems she will be traveling with them for a while. Felicia repeats that she is a succubus in clear disbelief, caught off guard by how suddenly Kshatriya has brought someone like her into their group. But the conversation is cut short almost as soon as it begins. A breathless messenger rushes toward them and shouts that there is trouble. Felicia turns to him immediately, her expression hardening as she demands to know what happened. The messenger announces that the barbarian army has crossed the border. Those words freeze everyone in place. Kshatriya stares at the messenger in shock, while Felicia sharply demands that he confirm the report. The man insists that the information is true, and then adds that they have even confirmed the barbarian king himself is marching with the army. Caitlin and Felicia both react sharply to the news, while Kshatriya's mind starts moving faster than ever, trying to piece together what this means. Felicia immediately asks about the current state of the battlefield. The messenger reports that General Vandal has already led troops out to intercept the advancing barbarians, and that a formal request for support will likely reach them soon. Felicia mutters that their own reinforcements still have not arrived, which means their side is nowhere near as prepared as it should be. At that moment, Kshatriya finally understands the thing that has been bothering him. Looking back at everything Paratus did, Kshatriya realizes that the man's reckless robbery had never been a simple act of greed. The barbarians had planned to strike Evian and the auction house at the same time, creating chaos on both fronts, while they moved to seize the golden helmet. That had been their true plan from the very beginning. Kshatriya lets out a slow breath and admits to himself that the situation has become much more complicated than he expected. Then his thoughts drift towards something far more dangerous. The barbarian king, Karatus, is not the kind of enemy anyone can treat lightly, even in the future of Night Saga. In the year 515, Karatus had remained a terrifying opponent even for Zephyr. But right now, the current year is only 512, a full 3 years before that point. Kshatriya quietly asks himself whether he is truly ready to stand against someone like that already. Later, once the immediate panic has settled, and the others are occupied with handling the larger crisis, Nyatra sits alone at a small table in a quiet corner beneath the night sky. Even though the area around her has grown calmer, her body remains tense. One hand stays close to herself, and her eyes keep sweeping carefully across the dim courtyard. When Kshatriya finally arrives, he rubs the back of his head and apologizes, saying he made her wait because the situation had taken an unfortunate turn. Nyatra says it is fine, but her expression makes it clear she has no intention of letting the matter disappear. She looks directly at Kshatriya and asks if he will answer her question now. What she wants to know is how he knew her real name. Kshatriya pauses for a moment before answering. He admits that the truth is tangled up in too many difficult circumstances, things that would be extremely hard to explain, and just as hard for her to believe. Nyatra asks what he means by that, but Kshatriya only apologizes again, and tells her he will explain that part eventually. For now, he asks her to wait a little longer. Nyatra falls silent, clearly unsatisfied, but still willing to hear him out. Then she changes the question. If he will not explain the name yet, she asks why he brought her here in the first place. Kshatriya leans forward slightly and answers without hesitation that he has a proposal for her. He says he wants to hire Nyatra as his subordinate. The answer catches her completely off guard. Nyatra blinks, repeats the idea in disbelief, and struggles to process what he has just said. Kshatriya, however, stays perfectly calm, and with an easy expression, he assures her that payment will not be a problem. Shutra explains in a steady voice that since he intends to hire Nyatra as a local escort knight, he will compensate her properly for the work. Nyatra refuses him immediately. She rises from her seat, apologizes, and says she has no choice but to decline. She explains that her younger sibling is waiting for her back home, so unfortunately, she cannot accept his offer. For a brief moment, Shutra simply stares at her in silence. Then, with a certainty cold enough to cut through the air, he tells her that she is talking nonsense. He says plainly that Nyatra does not have a sibling. The color drains from Nyatra's face. Shutra continues speaking without the slightest hesitation. Shutra tells her that her parents passed away when she was still very young, and that she was raised as an only child, without any brothers or sisters beside her. Then he looks directly at her, steady and unmoving, and asks if that is not the truth. Nyatra trembles where she stands, pulling her arms tightly around herself, as if trying to hold her shaken body together. Her voice quivers as she asks how Shutra could possibly know so much about her life. She admits honestly, and without hiding it, that he is beginning to scare her. Shutra's expression softens just a little, and he quietly tells Nyatra to stay by his side. He says that, one day, he will explain everything to her properly. Nyatra closes her eyes for a long moment, trying to contain the confusion and fear swirling inside her, then slowly releases a small breath. And at last, she says she understands. She tells Shutra that she will give it a try, and with that answer, Nyatra agrees to become his royal escort knight. Shutra's face immediately brightens at her answer, and he asks if she truly means what she just said. Nyatra says that if she refuses him now, she would not be able to walk away with a calm mind anyway. After all, Shutra appears to know everything about her, from the place where she lives to the life she has been leading until now. Then she asks whether he can really hire her as a guard when he does not even know where she came from. Shutra answers without the slightest hesitation, saying he has no concern about that, because he knows Nyatra very well. That answer only makes Nyatra even more flustered. She blurts out that she understands already. So he needs to stop saying such unsettling things so casually, as if they are nothing at all. Satisfied now that she has accepted, Shutra says that this is good. Then he asks if they should go ahead and complete the formal knight commission right away. The moment Shutra suddenly draws his sword, Nyatra stiffens in alarm. She quickly asks why he would pull out a weapon at a time like this, wondering out loud if this is some kind of magical binding contract. Shutra calmly tells her not to worry. He explains that it is only a necessary procedure, nothing more than that, and adds that Karak went through the exact same process before her. Hearing that, Nyatra slowly lowers herself to one knee in front of him. Shutra calls her by name and formally declares that he appoints Nyatra as his knight. The instant those words leave Shutra's mouth, a pale blue radiance suddenly blooms around them. The light curls around Nyatra's body like flowing mist, wrapping her in a soft but powerful glow, then climbs higher and higher into the night sky, before bursting upward like a brilliant pillar of light. Startled by the sudden radiance surrounding her, Nyatra looks around in confusion and asks what that strange light is. Far away from that place, beneath the very same moonlit sky, Zephyr suddenly stops where he is and turns his gaze toward the distant beam rising into the night. In silence, Zephyr realizes that fate itself has been altered. He wonders what kind of result this change will eventually bring and just how far the path of fate can truly be bent away from its original course. Elsewhere, the Demon King raises a glass filled with red wine and asks Samita if she can see it as well. In a quiet, thoughtful voice, he wonders how much their child will end up changing the world. At that very same moment, messages begin appearing one after another in front of Shutra's eyes. King's Knights has increased in level, and the maximum number of members has risen from 3 to 5. King's Knights has also obtained the Crest of Conquest at level 1, and even Conquest itself has climbed to a higher level. Shutra smiles as he reads through each notice, satisfaction settling across his face, and says that it is done. As he looks at the newly transformed Nyatra standing before him, Shutra feels completely certain that from this moment forward, Nyatra now belongs on his side. Not long after that, Green Wind flutters up to him with obvious excitement and suddenly declares that she wants to become his knight too. Shutra stares at her, confused by the sudden request, and asks what she is even talking about. Green Wind hurriedly explains that even though she already belongs to him, her situation is different from Karak's and different from that succubus's as well. She says she wants to become like them too. When Shutra hesitates, wondering whether there is really any reason to go that far, Green Wind immediately starts begging him again and again, repeating that she wants it with almost childlike persistence. Shutra thinks the matter over and in the end concludes that, even if he later gives Vandal one of the knight positions, there will still be one slot left afterward, so it should not cause any serious problem. Finally giving in, he tells Green Wind that he understands. The moment she hears his answer, Green Wind lights up with joy and cheerfully says that now that this has been settled, there is not a single thing left for her to worry about. Just then, Felicia opens the door and tells Shutra that she wants to speak with him for a moment. After overhearing Green Wind's odd declaration, she asks what Green Wind means by saying there is nothing left to worry about. Shutra answers that the timing is actually perfect, because there was something he wanted to discuss with her as well. Then, as casually as though he is announcing the most ordinary thing in the world, Shutra says that Nayatra has decided to begin serving as his escort knight starting today. Nayatra, standing quietly at his side, lowers her eyes with polite composure and says she looks forward to working with them. Felicia is clearly taken aback by the announcement. She asks what brought on such a sudden change and admits that, to be honest, the whole situation has surprised her quite a bit. Even so, after taking a moment to think, Felicia tells Shutra that this is his decision, and since he chose it himself, she trusts him to handle it properly. Shutra thanks her sincerely. Then Felicia suddenly seems to remember something else. She says she heard the auction items disappeared during the chaos, then looks straight at Shutra and asks whether he happened to take them. Shutra awkwardly admits that he did, but asks why that matters. Felicia says her suspicions were right after all, then tells him to show her the items. When Shutra reveals everything he collected, even Felicia falls silent for a moment, shocked by the sheer amount. Treasure chests, ornaments, relics, weapons, and all kinds of valuables are piled up in front of them, glittering together in one overwhelming heap. Felicia stares at the collection and asks what in the world all of this is supposed to be. Then, sounding half amazed and half exasperated, she says Shutra really has some nerve to steal that many things. Shutra immediately defends himself, saying it was still better than letting Parada steal them instead. That is when Felicia's eyes stop on one specific item among the pile. The moment she sees it, she realizes this must have been the very thing Paradas had been after from the beginning. Shutra confirms her guess and says the artifact is the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. Felicia carefully lifts it up and studies it under the light, explaining that it is a sacred artifact symbolizing royal authority. According to legend, it was once worn by the ancient barbarian king himself. In other words, she says, this helmet is basically a crown. Felicia says that if that is the case, then it should prove useful in one way or another. Shutra looks at her with confusion, but Felicia immediately warns him to be extremely careful. She tells him that he must never let anyone discover that he secretly took it. If Vulcanus, the manager of the auction hall, finds out the truth, things will become incredibly troublesome. Shutra nods and says he will remember that. By the next day, the sky has brightened once again, but the unease from the previous night still hangs heavily over the city. Shutra gathers the group together, and Felicia tells them that by now they have all heard the news about the barbarian king's attack. She explains that for the time being, before they continue on to Evian, they are supposed to meet the reinforcements first at the rally point. According to Felicia, the Dark Elves are probably already waiting there, and the lycanthropes should arrive sometime around noon. She explains that they will move together with the supplies they purchased the day before, leave the rally point in the afternoon, and return to Evian no matter what happens. After laying out the plan clearly, Felicia tells everyone to prepare accordingly. The others answer right away. Karak says he understands, while another voice tells her not to worry. Following Felicia's instructions, the group finishes making their preparations in Takar, and then sets out from the city. Before much more time had passed, Shutra and the others finally reached the designated rally point, the place where the scattered support troops were supposed to regroup and form a proper reinforcement force. Standing there to receive them was a woman who stepped forward with flawless, disciplined formality. She lowered her head in a respectful greeting toward Felicia Doomblade, properly welcoming the sixth princess's arrival. That woman was none other than Alita Doomblade. The instant Felicia recognized her, the tension in her face eased. Her expression turned warm, and with a familiar smile in her voice, she said how wonderful it was to see her again, calling her Aunt Alita before gently asking how she had been all this time. Shutra remained close by, quietly watching the reunion unfold without interrupting. But the name alone was enough to pull something from his memory. He knew exactly who Alita Doomblade was, because in Night Saga, she had been the final escort knight who stayed beside Felicia and protected her right up until the very end. In Shutra's memories, Alita had always been someone with a severe, immovable expression, the kind of face that looked ready for battle at any moment and never fully lowered its guard. So, seeing her smile so naturally in front of Felicia now made him feel that this softer, gentler look suited her much better. Time kept moving, and by the time noon had already passed, the lycanthrope forces finally arrived at the rally point as well, joining the others after their own march. Now that both groups had successfully gathered in one place, the reinforcement force came to roughly 400 soldiers in total. Shutra silently measured their strength in his head, and by normal military standards, he understood that this was not an especially large army. Even so, the situation was already too urgent for them to sit around and wait for more troops to gather. Right now, speed mattered far more than sheer numbers, and almost as soon as that fragile sense of order settled over the camp, it was shattered by an urgent report from one of the strongholds. The messenger rushed in, almost breathless, reporting that the enemy had already begun attacking several strongholds at the same time. Felicia's eyes widened with alarm, and she immediately asked if the assaults had truly started already. Alita's expression hardened the moment she heard the report. After judging the enemy's numbers and movements, she concluded that their main army was probably pinning General Vandal down, while separate elite detachments were being sent out to seize each stronghold one after another. Her voice grew heavy as she delivered that warning. If they made the wrong move here, General Vandal could end up completely cut off and isolated from the rest of their forces. Felicia wasted no time and asked which stronghold was closest to the location that had sent the urgent message, and Alita answered that it was the 7th stronghold. But that answer did nothing to ease the pressure bearing down on them. Alita quickly added that even if they departed immediately, marching there on foot would still take at least 2 full days. Felicia understood what that meant. The moment she heard it, 2 days was far too long. Her expression tightened as she said that by the time they arrived, the stronghold would most likely have already fallen. That was when Shutra stepped forward and calmly cut in, saying that they needed to depart as quickly as possible. Felicia turned toward him at once, clearly caught by his sudden certainty. Before Felicia could ask what he was thinking, Shutra told her that they should deal with the supplies first. Then, without giving anyone even a moment to question him, he activated his inventory. In the next instant, the air in front of them seemed to flash. One crate vanished, then another, and then another after that, disappearing in rapid succession right before everyone's eyes. In only moments, all 999 boxes had been swallowed into his storage, leaving the officers gathered around them staring in stunned silence. Alita looked genuinely shaken by what she had just witnessed. She admitted that she had never seen anyone store such an enormous quantity of supplies all at once, and she could not help wondering just how powerful that magic tool had to be if it could contain so much without showing the slightest strain. Shutra did not give their surprise any time to settle. Instead, he turned directly toward Felicia and asked if she could gather all the troops together for him. Felicia echoed his request back in surprise, as though she needed to confirm that she had actually heard him correctly. Shutra nodded and told her that was exactly what he meant. He asked her to assemble everyone in one place and have them stand as closely together as possible, packed into the tightest formation they could manage. Felicia still looked confused, but even so she followed his instructions. Once the soldiers had been gathered into a dense formation, standing shoulder to shoulder, Shutra gave a short word of approval. Felicia, unable to hold back her questions any longer, asked what he intended to do and whether he truly had some kind of plan. Shutra answered her honestly, admitting that this would be his first time attempting something like this. He could not even promise that it would work the way he wanted. Felicia looked as if she still had more to ask, her lips almost forming another question. But before she could say anything else, the air around Shutra began to shift. A stream of wind started curling around Shutra's body, first faint and gentle, then faster and stronger with every passing second as it gathered around him. Then, at his side, green wind appeared. Her small figure was wrapped in bright, flowing currents of light, each stream circling her like living ribbons made of wind itself. Shutra told Green Wind that they would have to try it, even if this was uncertain. She answered him without the slightest hesitation, her voice carrying complete trust as she told him he could count on her. The green radiance around them grew thicker and brighter, spiraling into a vivid emerald swirl. Green Wind smiled softly, looking almost as if she had been waiting for this very moment from the beginning. Beneath the twisting glow of that emerald wind, Green Wind lowered her gaze, concentrating on the power gathering and flowing around her. Then she raised her eyes again, a quiet and confident smile on her face as energy gathered in her hands. Once more, she assured Shutra that he could rely on her completely. Shutra lifted one arm high toward the sky, and the green current immediately surged upward in response. The wind spread out above them before sweeping down and wrapping around the troops gathered tightly below. High overhead, a brilliant white banner appeared in the air, fluttering boldly within the roaring storm of wind as if it had been raised over a battlefield. Shutra looked up at that banner, light glowing in his eyes, and declared that they would advance beneath the king's banner. Before the soldiers below could fully understand what was happening around them, the wind rushed over their bodies and began lifting them off the ground. The Dark Elves were the first to rise into the air. Then the Lycanthropes and the allied warriors rose along with them, their bodies carried by Green Wind's power, as if the empty air itself had turned into a road beneath their feet. Some of them gasped out loud in disbelief. Others instinctively braced themselves, their bodies stiffening even as they floated upward. Even veteran fighters who had seen countless battles could only stare wide-eyed while the green vortex closed around the entire force. Watching the spell take hold exactly as intended, Shutra saw that it had succeeded and remarked that it had worked well. With a faint smile, Shutra told Green Wind that they should cross the entire distance in one powerful stroke. The wind obeyed his command at once, accelerating faster than even a fierce gale, and the whole unit shot across the land together in one massive surge. That exact same time, far away from the place where Shutra's forces had just taken flight. At the third stronghold, General Vandal was down on one knee in the snow, surrounded by fallen bodies and the brutal remains of a battlefield that had already been soaked in violence. His breathing came in rough, ragged bursts as he clenched his weapon tightly in his hand, forcing his battered body to remain upright, even though he was clearly nearing his limit. A strained groan slipped from him, followed by a low curse forced out through his clenched teeth. Ahead of him, a massive shadow shifted through the storm, taking slow steps closer with a presence so heavy that it seemed to press down over the entire battlefield. The figure looked down at Vandal with cold, merciless eyes, and then gave a short, simple order. Kill him. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the situation was becoming every bit as desperate. At the 7th stronghold, the defensive line was starting to collapse under the pressure of the barbarian assault. Warriors clashed violently in the snow, while monsters and beastmen surged across the battlefield in overwhelming numbers. Standing at the center of that desperate defense was Caligula. The lizardman commander fought fiercely alongside his soldiers, throwing himself into the chaos and doing everything in his power to keep the line from breaking. But the enemy just kept pressing in from every side, their numbers crowding closer and closer. Caligula cursed under his breath, and with desperation rising in him, he wondered when the reinforcements were finally going to arrive. At that very instant, just as despair was tightening around the 7th stronghold, a brilliant streak of green light ripped across the sky above the battlefield. The defenders suddenly froze where they stood, their heads snapping upward in disbelief. From above them, a massive emerald vortex came crashing down onto the battlefield, devouring the air around its point of impact, and blasting nearby barbarians off their feet, sending them flying helplessly into the sky. Snow erupted outward, broken stones scattered like shrapnel, and the debris of the battlefield burst in every direction under the force of that landing. Caligula stood frozen before the sight, unable to look away, his eyes stretched wide in pure shock. For a brief moment, Caligula could not even understand what had just fallen from the heavens in front of him. And beside the newly arrived forces, Felicia released a long breath of relief, saying that it looked like they had managed to reach the battlefield at exactly the right moment. All around Felicia, the dark elves and lycanthropes touched down one after another, landing across the snow and spreading into position with the sharp precision of soldiers already trained for battle. Their weapons were already drawn, their bodies angled forward, and ready to strike, while the last traces of Green Wind's magic still howled around them like a living storm. Shutra stepped out in front, his golden gauntlet shining with a brilliant glare, and ordered every unit to prepare for battle. His voice slicing clearly through the chaos, he commanded them to cast aside every last trace of hesitation and cut down the enemies standing before them. The moment his order rang out, the allied forces surged forward, and the dark elves were the first to race ahead, their blades and spears flashing through the snowy air. They struck with clean, disciplined precision, moving through gaps in the enemy line and carving into the barbarians before they could recover. Right alongside them, the lycanthropes charged with wild speed, their advance filled with raw and brutal ferocity. Using claws, weapons, and sheer overwhelming momentum, they tore into the barbarian formation and ripped the enemy ranks apart, scattering them across the battlefield. At the center of that charge, Shutra drove forward, his golden gauntlet blazing with such fierce light that it looked like a small sun had appeared in the middle of the snow-covered battlefield. With a powerful shout, he unleashed gigantic piston, and the force of the attack burst outward in a devastating shockwave that shook the battlefield around him. The impact slammed straight through the barbarian line, smashing their formation apart in one violent burst. From that moment forward, there was no chance the battle would drag on for long. Once the elite dark elves and lycanthropes fully joined the assault, the fighting spirit of the barbarian tribes crumbled almost immediately. With their commander gone, the barbarians had nothing left to hold them together except fear and confusion, and they scattered in every direction. In the end, the 7th stronghold was secured through a complete victory for the demon tribes. Even after winning, they were given no time to catch their breath. Other strongholds were still under attack, so Shutra and his group immediately moved out again, rushing from one battlefield to the next without allowing their momentum to slow. They hit the barbarian forces before the enemy could regain their balance, cutting through each group while confusion still gripped their ranks. And after another stretch of fierce, brutal fighting, they finally drove the barbarians away from both the 6th and 5th strongholds. But by the time the 5th stronghold was secured, exhaustion had settled over everyone, like a heavy weight pressing down on their shoulders. Caitlin said that reclaiming 3 strongholds in only 3 days was incredible, openly praising Shutra for what they had managed to pull off. Felicia admitted that Caitlin was right, but even as she agreed, she could not help complaining that the pace had been far too harsh, especially since she had gone 3 entire days without sleep. Shutra half-jokingly said that maybe they should simply leave the remaining strongholds alone before they fell, which made Felicia immediately insist that was not what she had meant at all. Meanwhile, as soldiers from each rescued stronghold continued joining their ranks, their force grew larger and larger, and after 3 straight victories, the whole army was blazing with fierce morale. Shutra quietly thought to himself that, if they kept advancing with this much momentum behind them, they should be able to secure the next stronghold without running into any serious trouble. However, Carrick warned that the 4th and 3rd strongholds were different from the ones they had just saved. According to the most recent report, the 4th stronghold had already fallen, and the 3rd had gone completely silent, with no message coming from it for quite some time. That silence weighed heavily over everyone gathered there. Shutra carefully considered the situation and said that the Demon King's castle should already know about the crisis by now, meaning more reinforcements were probably being prepared. He also added that General Vandal should still be holding out, so they ought to have at least some time left. Shutra then told Carrick to question the captured barbarians and gather every useful piece of information he could get out of them. Carrick paused for a moment, thinking it over, before finally agreeing. Soon after that night fell over the stronghold. Even after darkness settled across the fortress, Shutra could not make himself rest. He lay alone in his room, staring into the quiet, as the weight of the situation kept turning in his mind. No matter how many times he thought through the events, something about this entire crisis still felt deeply unnatural to him. This disaster was supposed to be the uprising of the Barbarian King, an event connected to the Demon Realm arc of Night Saga. In the original story, the Barbarian King had brought the barbarian tribes together by using the golden helmet of the Heavenly Dragon King. But in this world, that exact helmet was already safely stored inside Shutra's inventory. So if that was the case, how had Karatas managed to rally the tribes without it? Then, all at once, a deeply uneasy suspicion flashed across Shutra's mind. He wondered whether the Knight of Death had become involved again. Just like the guardian spirits of the Spider Forest had once joined hands with those dark forces before, the servants of the Knight of Death might now be helping the Barbarian King from somewhere in the shadows. Shutra knew it was nothing more than a guess, but even that possibility was enough to make his thoughts feel heavier. And if his guess really was correct, then just how far had the influence of the Knight of Death already spread? Right as that chilling question settled over him, a sudden golden light burst open inside his room. A glowing system window appeared in front of him, announcing that it was his birthday. Shutra flinched in surprise as another message appeared, informing him that he had now turned 15. He could only wonder why something like this was happening so suddenly, and then even more system windows began popping up one after another. His level increased, his protagonist's setting adjustment rose, and his battlefield protection increased as well. Another notice explained that now that he had reached the age of 15, his physical abilities had improved too. Golden light wrapped around Shutra's entire body, and he realized that he seemed to have grown taller. He admitted to himself that the sensation was strangely satisfying, even if the whole situation was also a little bizarre. But before he could properly enjoy the change, Carrick suddenly burst into the room and shouted that serious trouble had arrived. Carrick snapped that this was no time for Shutra to stand around posing. Shutra's expression immediately sharpened, and he asked what had happened. Carrick answered that General Vandal's main force had been defeated. The moment those words reached him, Shutra froze in place, struck speechless by the shock. Elsewhere, General Vandal's battered troops were staggering through the snow, barely managing to keep their bodies moving forward. The red-skinned warriors coughed harshly, their breath breaking out into the cold air in rough bursts. Some limped with obvious pain, while others leaned heavily on their weapons, completely drained after their desperate escape. One soldier reported to Vandal that they had somehow managed to flee, but there were far too many wounded among them. The soldier added that they had lost all of their provisions as well, which meant they could not possibly continue moving like this for much longer. Vandal listened with a grim, hardened expression, while behind them, the barbarian forces continued closing in through the snow. The pursuing enemies laughed and shouted the moment they spotted the fleeing troops, their voices rising as they called out that they had found them. Their cries rang with savage excitement as they ordered one another to kill every last survivor. One of Vandal's soldiers cursed those relentless bastards for chasing them all the way to this point. The soldiers begged Vandal to retreat, insisting that they would stay behind and hold the enemy back no matter what it cost them. But Vandal only clicked his tongue and refused to abandon the fight. With grim resolve filling his voice, Vandal declared that they would fight until the very end, even if that meant dying right there on that day. Back at the 5th stronghold, the commanders wasted no time gathering in one place. The air inside the room felt tense and heavy, and with grim expressions all around, they immediately opened an emergency meeting. Evian's 7 strongholds were spread across 3 major regions, forming the backbone of the entire defensive line. The 7th, 6th, and 5th strongholds protected the north, while the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stood in the south. Between those two sides sat the 4th stronghold, positioned like the central hinge holding the whole defense network together. Lamia Diatima, the commander responsible for the 5th stronghold, began explaining the situation in a tense, controlled voice. According to her, General Vandal's main force had engaged the Barbarian King's army head-on near the 3rd stronghold. After defeating Vandal's troops, the barbarians had not slowed their advance even for a moment. They kept pushing forward, and by then, everything up to the third stronghold had already fallen into their hands. Shutra immediately asked whether there had been any further word from General Vandal after that, and Lamia answered that once the report of his retreat came in, they had lost contact with him completely. Caitlin then frowned and asked why the barbarian king would attack the third stronghold directly instead of moving through the first and second strongholds in order. Lamia answered that, in her judgment, their true objective was probably Takar. Caitlin asked why the barbarians would be aiming for that location, and Lamia calmly laid out the reasoning. The barbarians were not trying to conquer and govern territory. They were moving for plunder. There was no realistic way for them to settle down in Evian and rule it, so their actions only made sense if they planned to break through fast, seize whatever they wanted, and escape before the Demon King's side could fully respond. Lamia added that trying to hold land near Evian would be far too risky for the barbarian tribes. If they attempted to settle there, the Demon King's castle would eventually crush them with overwhelming force. Felicia gave a small nod in agreement and said that was exactly why Takar stood out as the most likely target. After all, Takar was the wealthiest land in the region around Evian. Felicia's eyes narrowed as she continued, laying out the two facts that mattered most right now. General Vandal's scattered forces could no longer be contacted, and the barbarian king's army was currently advancing north. Then Felicia shifted her gaze toward Shutra and asked what his opinion was. The moment she did, every voice in the room fell silent, and all the commanders waited for his answer. Karak stood behind Shutra with a grim expression, his broad shoulders tense, and his face unusually serious as he listened to every word. Nayatra stayed silent as well, carefully watching the conversation unfold, while both Felicia and Caitlin kept their eyes fixed on Shutra, waiting to see what decision he would make. With everyone's attention gathered on him, Shutra lowered his gaze for a brief moment, sorting through the situation in his mind before finally saying that, from his perspective, meanwhile far away from that meeting, on a battlefield soaked by cold rain, the barbarians continued their savage assault. Bare feet pounded through the mud as warriors laughed wildly, swinging their weapons and cutting down the enemies in front of them. One barbarian threw his head back with a savage laugh as he brought his weapon crashing down. Another roared for their enemies to die, his furious voice blending with the hammering rain, the splashing mud, and the violent clash of steel. Then a furious roar thundered across the battlefield, powerful enough to cut through the chaos and shake the air around them. A massive red-skinned warrior charged forward with terrifying force, smashing through the enemies blocking his path as though they were little more than obstacles in his way. The barbarians froze for an instant at the sight of him, shock spreading through their ranks, and one of them shouted in alarm that it was Vandal. Another barbarian immediately barked out an order, telling everyone to push him back before he could tear through their line completely. General Vandal hurled himself straight into the center of the battlefield. He swung his weapon with brutal power, cutting down the barbarians in front of him, while raising his shield again and again to block the attacks crashing in from every side. Even surrounded, wounded, and clearly worn down to the edge of exhaustion, Vandal refused to let his body give out or collapse to the ground. A bitter laugh slipped from his mouth as he said that he had truly believed they would be able to climb higher than this, but now as he looked at the battlefield spreading around him, he supposed this was as far as they were going to get. Even so, Vandal warned the barbarians not to celebrate too early, because he had no intention of dying quietly, and he certainly had no intention of dying alone. With his weapon still clenched tightly in his hand, he declared that he would drag down as many enemies as he possibly could before the end came. And at that very moment, a streak of green light cut sharply through the storm. A radiant wind spirit shot across the battlefield like a falling star and crashed down near Vandal's position. The barbarians stared in confusion, unable to understand what had just appeared among them as a violent green tornado suddenly erupted in the middle of their ranks. The raging wind tore straight through their formation, ripping their ranks apart and scattering bodies into the air like leaves caught in a violent storm. From inside that swirling wind, a familiar voice calmly greeted him, saying that it had been a while, General Vandal. The instant Vandal heard that voice, his eyes widened in shock. He recognized the figure standing within the storm and muttered in disbelief that it was the Ninth Prince. Shutra appeared with blue light crackling around his body and calmly asked whether he had arrived too late, while the barbarians around them snarled in fury. They demanded to know who that brat was, and their leader immediately shouted an order for everyone to kill them all. Shutra's eyes sharpened in response as blue energy began coiling tightly around his body. Then dark smoke began spreading across the battlefield. The barbarians started to panic as the black mist grew thicker around them, swallowing the space ahead and blocking their vision. One of them shouted in confusion, demanding to know what that black smoke was. Another screamed that he could not see anything in front of him, his voice shaking as the darkness closed in from every direction. Hidden inside that black haze, Shutra activated Nightwatch's special ultimate move, Black Wraith. Shadowy figures burst through the smoke like ghosts unleashed onto the battlefield, slipping through the darkness with terrifying speed. The barbarians staggered helplessly, unable to tell where the attacks were coming from or what was striking them. Cries of pain and confusion erupted throughout their ranks as the unseen force attacked from within the darkness. They screamed in terror, asking what those things were as the wraiths tore through their formation. One barbarian begged for help, while another cried out in panic, unable to understand what was happening as the battlefield collapsed into pure chaos. Vandal and the soldiers who had survived with him could only stare in shock as the invisible attackers shredded the barbarian line right before their eyes. And there, standing firmly at the center of that storm of black smoke and blue light, was Shutra, who had reached the battlefield at exactly the perfect moment. Alita raised her weapon high into the air and gave the order for all allied forces to charge. At her command, the soldiers surged forward through the snow and smoke without hesitation. They crashed into the disoriented barbarians with fierce momentum. One barbarian looked around in stunned disbelief, completely unable to understand how the battle had turned against them so suddenly. Alita kept pressing forward through the chaos, commanding her troops to wipe out the enemy before the barbarians had any chance to recover their senses. Her soldiers answered with a powerful surge of momentum, their formation pushing harder and harder into the broken enemy line. They struck from every direction, pressing the advantage while the Black Wraiths continued tearing through the barbarian formation. General Vandal watched the entire battlefield shift before his eyes, and then he lowered his weapon with a grim smile. Vandal said he understood now, and it seemed his time to die had not arrived just yet. As the battle finally began moving toward its conclusion, the chaos slowly gave way to a clearer sight, the barbarians being driven back beneath the force of the combined assault. Blue-black wraiths rushed across the battlefield like shadows given form, weaving through the smoke as they swallowed up the last enemies still trying to resist. In the middle of the fallen barbarians, Shutra stood perfectly calm, untouched by the ruins spread out around him. The lingering after-image of Nightwatch's power still clung to him, flickering faintly around his body like a dark flame in the air. Felicia walked toward him through the battered battlefield and said that, from the look of things, everything was finally close to being settled. Shutra thanked Felicia and told her she had done excellent work out there. But Felicia looked at him with open curiosity and asked how he had known General Vandal would be in this area. Shutra answered by explaining that the barbarian king's true target was Takar. Because of that, Shutra had reasoned that General Vandal would likely move in the opposite direction from the enemy's main objective. Felicia admitted that his logic made sense, but even then, she still wondered how he had managed to find Vandal so quickly when Evian was such an enormous region. Shutra stayed calm and simply told Felicia to look above them. Felicia tilted her head upward in confusion, and there she saw Green Wind hovering high in the snowy sky, her small figure floating far above the battlefield like a bright speck among the clouds. Green Wind looked down at them from above with a playful grin on her face, clearly amused by Felicia's surprised reaction. Shutra explained that he had sent Green Wind much higher into the sky so she could expand the range of what she could detect. He added that once he shared Green Wind's position, his own minimap expanded by the same amount as well. With that much wider view, locating General Vandal's position had only been a matter of time. Felicia let out a tired sigh, her shoulders seeming to drop a little, and said that Shutra was speaking in riddles again, as if his explanation had somehow made the whole thing even more confusing. Shutra only told her not to think too deeply about it, then shifted the focus back to what mattered most, saying they should concentrate on ending the battle as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, far away from that battlefield, the third stronghold, a barbarian messenger hurried before Karatas and reported that they had lost contact with the pursuit unit sent after General Vandal. The messenger assumed that the unit had most likely been defeated and asked whether they should send additional troops after them. But Karatus rejected that suggestion immediately, without even pausing to consider it. He declared that their plan would not change in the slightest, and ordered his forces to continue advancing toward Takar exactly as originally intended. By the time the next morning arrived, the overall situation had become much clearer to everyone involved. The barbarian king was moving north without seeking out any more battles along the way. Vandal immediately recognized that this was an unexpected decision, and he explained that there had originally been two major reasons why the barbarian king should not have been able to simply march north like that. The first reason was the danger of being attacked from behind by their forces, and the second was the risk of being delayed by blocked roads. Felicia asked if he meant the route curving beyond the eastern boundary, and Vandal confirmed it, explaining that something blocked the road past that boundary line, making it impossible to cross from Evian's eastern side without passing through Takar. Felicia then wondered if the barbarians had been trying to avoid delays because they feared the Grand Generals might become involved. Vandal said that might have been the case before, but now the situation appeared to have changed. With a grim expression, General Vandal faced the others and said the barbarians now seemed determined to take Takar no matter what happened. Shutra said nothing, but he fully understood just how dangerous that choice was. Shutra explained that instead of worrying about what consequences might come afterward, the barbarians were now putting all their focus on the immediate situation directly in front of them. Felicia grasped the danger right away and said that if that was true, then the situation had become extremely bad, Since only the absolute minimum number of soldiers remained between the 5th and 7th strongholds, the road to Takar was practically wide open. If things were allowed to continue like this, Takar really would fall into the hands of the barbarian tribes. Vandal added that even if they chased after the barbarians, the enemy would simply turn their forces around and drag them into a large-scale battle, forcing them to fight out on the plains. And the plains were exactly the kind of battlefield where the barbarians had the most confidence. Shutra admitted that this placed them in a true dilemma, and Caitlin agreed that the problem was every bit as difficult as it sounded. If Takar fell, then their mission to defend Evian would end in failure. But if they pursued the enemy recklessly, they would be pulled into an unfavorable battle on open ground where the barbarians were strongest. After carefully thinking through every part of the situation, Shutra concluded that the most important factor was who controlled the initiative on any battlefield. The side that sees the flow of battle first would be the one standing closest to victory. The barbarian king's forces numbered 13,000 soldiers, while the demon king's army had only 8,000, and once the soldiers assigned to defense were excluded, those 8,000 were essentially the full military strength Evian could actually put into the field. From the very beginning, there had been a clear and considerable gap between the barbarian king's main army and the demon king's forces. Because of that, Shutra's side pushed their marching speed as high as they could, trying to shrink that distance little by little. By the time the barbarian king's army reached the area near the 5th stronghold, they had managed to reduce the gap to around half a day's march. But that was as close as they could get. For a while, both armies continued moving with that exact half-day distance between them, neither side able to pull ahead or fall behind. Since everything was unfolding in real time, the barbarian king could not easily force the demon king's army into battle. On top of that, the mobility of the two armies was fundamentally different. The demon king's army was moving light, without hauling heavy supplies, while the barbarians were slowed by the provisions they carried, and the exhaustion steadily building among their ranks. As a result, the barbarian king's main force ended up trapped in an awkward position. Even if they kept marching north and managed to reach Takar, the demon king's army would be following right behind them. And Takar was not some defenseless town waiting to be taken. It was a self-governing territory with its own military forces ready to defend it. That meant the barbarians risked being caught between Takar's defenders in front of them and the demon king's army behind them at the same time. Shutra understood very clearly that the foundation of strategy was forcing the enemy into a bind they could not easily escape. In silence, Shutra wondered what Karatas would choose now that the barbarian king's hand had been forced into such a difficult position. Just then, a scout rushed in and shouted that the barbarians had started moving. Shutra's head snapped up at once, and he thought that the moment had finally arrived. He immediately checked the map, wondering whether this movement was Karatus's answer. At Takar, Karatus rode at the very front of his army, laughing wildly as his forces surged forward behind him. He sneered that no matter how desperately his enemies tried to rack their brains and come up with a plan, it would not matter in the slightest, because none of them would be able to do anything to stop him. Then he raised his voice and ordered his men to advance, calling them scum. Karatus urged his warriors to run wild as much as they wanted and unleash everything they had on the battlefield ahead. Elsewhere, Shutra stood on top of a rocky ledge with his allies and soldiers gathered behind him as they looked down over the field spread out below. Karak said that the battle had begun, and fortunately, they had managed to arrive just in time to witness the enemy's move. But then Karak noticed something strange in the way the enemy was advancing, and he frowned as he asked why only that one group was moving forward. Below them, a small barbarian unit was separating itself from the main army and advancing on its own. Karak wondered aloud whether they seriously intended to break through Takar's walls with only that limited number of troops. Shutra said the barbarians had probably already realized that a trap was waiting for them. If they moved carelessly, they would be caught between Takar's army and the Demon King's army, then forced into battle from an extremely dangerous position. That was why they were only sending a minimal force forward first, trying to pin Shutra's army in place before committing their full strength. Caitlin asked how such a small number of soldiers could possibly manage something like that. Shutra did not answer her directly, and instead simply told her that they should watch for now. The small barbarian unit rushed toward Takar's walls, charging across the open field as the tension over the battlefield tightened with every step. Along the top of Takar's walls, the soldiers raised their bows almost as one, drawing the strings back in perfect unison before unleashing a fierce storm of arrows down toward the barbarian unit charging across the field. But even with arrows pouring over them like deadly rain, the barbarians did not slow their steps in the slightest. They forced their way straight through the barrage, roaring like wild beasts as the projectiles cut through the air around them. Weapons lifted high above their heads, they surged forward with savage momentum, pushing across the battlefield as if pain, fear, and death itself meant absolutely nothing to them. The small barbarian force rushed toward Takar's wall, while rough, savage laughter rang through the air. And at the very center of that charge, the barbarian king grinned broadly, as though the arrows raining down, and the defenders waiting ahead were nothing more than a mild annoyance. He raised his strange red polearm high over his head, And in the next moment, crimson power began to coil around the weapon, spiraling like blood-colored lightning gathering before a strike. With a wild roar, the barbarian king swung the weapon down. The blow slammed into Takar's wall with horrifying force, blasting stone, dust, and even soldiers up into the air as the structure exploded from the impact. From the ridge above, Shutra, Caitlin, and Felicia could only stare in stunned silence as the wall burst apart before their eyes, destroyed by a single devastating attack. The archers standing on Takar's wall froze where they were, their bows still in hand, unable to accept what had just happened. One of them shakily asked what kind of attack that had been. The barbarian warrior raised his weapon once more and shouted for his men to kill everyone inside. His troops answered with savage cries, then poured through the shattered opening in the wall like a flood. From their position on the ridge, Shutra's group watched the destruction unfold below them. Caitlin muttered in disbelief, asking if that man had truly smashed through a castle wall with only a single blow. But Shutra's expression only grew darker. Instead of being simply shocked, he said something about this felt wrong, because every barbarian down there seemed far stronger than they should have been. Their movements, their raw physical strength, and even the pressure radiating from their bodies all felt unnatural. As Shutra continued checking the battlefield through his map, he wondered what in the world the barbarians had done to themselves, and then all of a sudden, something appeared clearly on the map. At the center of the barbarian camp, surrounded by tightly packed enemy units, there was a large abnormal presence. Shutra narrowed his eyes, realizing that something unusual was hidden deep inside their formation. Far in the distance, planted right in the middle of the barbarian army, a red flag stood upright, glowing with an ominous and unsettling light. Crimson energy flowed outward from that flag, spreading through the surrounding warriors and sinking into their bodies like some kind of dark blessing. Shutra stared at it and wondered what that red flag could possibly be. As its aura reached the barbarians, their eyes began to glow and their bodies swelled with violent power. One warrior threw his head back and laughed wildly, intoxicated by the strength flooding through him. Shutra clenched his teeth as the truth became impossible to ignore. That flag was strengthening the barbarians, turning them into something far more dangerous than ordinary warriors. At that moment, Carrick called out urgently, warning that the enemy's main force had begun to move. The barbarian army advanced toward Takar like a massive wave rolling across the battlefield. Seeing that huge force start to move, Shutra cursed under his breath. Then he immediately raised his voice and ordered every unit to prepare for battle. He declared that no matter what, they could not allow the barbarians to cross into Takar. With that command, Shutra ordered all forces to charge. Carrick answered with a roar and rushed forward at the head of the allied troops. Carrick swung his weapon with furious power as the Demon King's army crashed into the barbarian front line. Soldiers, lycanthropes, and dark elves all threw themselves into the fight, meeting the enemy head-on in the center of the field. The ground trembled beneath the violent collision of the two armies, shaking under the weight of steel, claws, charging bodies, and the sheer force of the impact. Shutra darted through the chaos, cutting down enemies while still reading the flow of the battlefield. Watching the barbarians' power up close, he thought it was no wonder General Vandal's main force had been defeated so easily. If the barbarians had been enhanced by that crimson aura from the beginning, then their earlier victory suddenly made perfect sense. His gaze shifted once again toward the glowing red flag in the enemy camp. Shutra decided that he needed to end this quickly, and the first thing he had to do was destroy that flag. Breaking away from the main clash, he rushed straight toward the heart of the barbarian camp. But before Shutra could reach the target he had set his eyes on, a massive shadow suddenly dropped down right in front of him, cutting off his path. A powerful blow crashed into the ground, directly before Shutra's feet. The impact forced Shutra to stop instantly, and he leapt backward at once to avoid being crushed by the strike. From the crater, a black armored barbarian rose to his feet, wrapped in crimson energy that radiated a pressure far more dangerous than before. His eyes burned with rage as he glared straight at Shutra and said that he had finally found him. He called Shutra a thief. The moment Shutra recognized the figure standing before him, his body stiffened, and he muttered Paratus's name. The barbarian king's younger brother had appeared once again. But this Paratus was nothing like the opponent Shutra had faced at the auction house. The red energy around him was thicker, sharper, and far more violent than before. Shutra realized that the effect of the crimson aura was even stronger than he had expected, and Paratus felt like an entirely different enemy compared to their last battle. Baring his teeth, Paratus demanded to know where the golden helmet was. His crimson aura surged violently around him as he raised his weapon, ordering Shutra to hand it over before he tore him apart. Rocks and dust burst into the air as Paratus came crashing down, crimson power wrapped around his entire body like a raging storm. He charged straight at Shutra and drove his fist into the ground with enough force to rip the battlefield open. The shockwave hurled Shutra backward, but Shutra twisted his body in midair and managed to avoid taking the direct hit. Paratus kept rushing forward without slowing down, his red aura boiling around him like flames that refused to die out. Shutra slipped past the attack and struck back in the same smooth motion, landing a sharp blow directly against Paratus's body. The hit connected cleanly, but Paratus barely reacted at all. Shutra's eyes widened as he wondered how Paratus had become so unbelievably tough. Paratus only grinned at him and shouted that the attack had done nothing more than tickle. Then he swung again, this time with even more brutal force. Counterattack sent Shutra flying through the air. Even so, Shutra flipped his body in mid-flight and steadied himself by using Green Wind's power. A floating green shield formed beneath Shutra's feet, solid enough to serve as a platform in the air. He landed on it with his balance restored, his expression tightening as he admitted that this was seriously annoying. Below him, Paratus roared upward in pure fury. He called Shutra a filthy rat and accused him of running away again. But in the next instant, Shutra suddenly vanished from Paratus's sight, leaving Paratus looking around in confusion as he muttered that Shutra was gone. A flash of blue light appeared behind Paratus. Shutra reappeared there with cold eyes and asked who had said anything about running. He added that Paratus seemed to have forgotten just how badly he had been beaten before. Shutra attacked again, forcing Paratus to twist away from the incoming blow. Their bodies crossed in a blur, blue energy and crimson aura cutting past each other in the middle of the battlefield. Every clash between them shook the ground beneath their feet, sending shockwaves across the battlefield as their battle grew even more intense. Shutra turned Green Wind's shield into a stepping stone right in the middle of the air. His foot slammed against the emerald barrier, and with that single kick, he pushed himself forward, gliding through the open space, landing lightly, then springing off again before Paratus could properly close the gap. For one short moment, Paratus's entire body disappeared inside the green current twisting around him. But he did not panic, and he did not try to tear himself free in desperation. Instead, the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward, and from deep in his chest, a heavy, rumbling laugh began to spill out. Shutra noticed that reaction instantly. His gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing as he watched Paratus through the storm of power. And with clear disbelief in his voice, he asked if the barbarian was really laughing at a time like this. The crimson aura surrounding Paratus started to expand, growing darker and thicker until it felt even more oppressive than before. Still wearing that savage grin, Paratus answered that whatever had happened back then was already buried in the past, while the fight standing in front of them right now was the only present that mattered. Paratus declared that the version of himself standing there now could not be wounded by such weak attacks, not even slightly. Then, like a beast driven mad by battle, he charged straight in again, smashing head-on into the green shield Shutra had raised in defense. The force of the collision tore cracks through the ground beneath their feet, and Paratus snarled at him to quit wasting time and hand over the golden helmet already. Shutra released a long, slow breath, the sound almost carrying the exhaustion of someone dealing with an endlessly stubborn opponent. He muttered that Paratus was unbelievably persistent, but the annoyance on his face did not last. In the next moment, his expression settled into something calm, controlled, and steady. Then Shutra told him that if Paratus wanted the helmet so badly, he was welcome to take it, provided he actually had the ability to do so, and the instant those words left his mouth, Shutra flicked the golden helmet upward, sending it spinning high into the air. Paratus stopped moving for a split second, as if the sight had frozen him in place. His eyes shot upward and locked onto the radiant helmet, turning above them, and he shouted in excitement and disbelief that it truly was the golden helmet. Greed and anger twisted Paratus's face together into a ferocious expression. He glared at Shutra like he was staring at a lunatic, yelling that Shutra had completely lost his mind and did not understand what kind of dangerous object he was treating so casually. But Shutra had already begun moving. Blue energy erupted around him in a violent burst as he shot toward Paratus, telling him to try taking it if he really possessed that kind of strength. His aura surged wildly, and in that instant, Shutra released the ultimate technique of Asura Divine Fist Strike. Paratus's eyes flew wide open in shock. The blow landed with crushing force, unleashing a brutal shockwave that ripped across the battlefield and sent Paratus flying backward. At the very same time, Shutra's body seemed to blur and fade, as though he had slipped beyond ordinary sight for a moment. Night Watch activated Blink, consuming the first of its 3 available movements in a single sharp flash of motion. In the blink of an eye, Shutra vanished completely from Paratus's field of vision and reappeared from a stronger angle, already in position to keep the assault going without giving him room to recover. Paratus coughed violently from the sudden impact and staggered back, his footing shattered, and his guard left wide open for the next strike. Golden energy began to gather around Shutra's fist, coiling tightly over his knuckles as the glow grew denser, brighter, and more intense with every passing second. Without showing even the slightest hesitation, Shutra drove that glowing fist downward, pouring terrifying explosive force into the motion. At that exact moment, he activated Gigantic Piston. The strike came crashing down over the battlefield, like an enormous pillar dropping straight from the heavens. The impact hammered Paratus deep into the earth, blowing chunks of broken ground and debris outward in every direction. The barbarians nearby could do nothing but stare in horror as the entire battlefield shook, and several of them cried out Paratus' name in panic. Little by little, the thick cloud of dust hanging over the crater began to thin and drift away. When the scene finally became visible again, Shutra stood there calmly, completely unshaken, while the golden helmet still floated untouched above him. He looked down at Paratus and said that someone who could not even digest the power already given to him had no right to be so greedy. The golden helmet gave off a soft shimmer in response, then slowly drifted back toward Shutra, almost as if it were returning to the person it truly belonged to. Shutra lowered his hand, his face cold, firm, and utterly unmoved by Paratus's condition. He told Paratus to stop causing a scene and stay down, then stated plainly that Paratus was no longer an opponent capable of standing on equal ground with him. Paratus had been blasted back by Shutra's attack, crashing through the dust and broken ground, as the surrounding barbarians watched in stunned disbelief. One of them screamed Paratus's name, while dirt, smoke, and shattered fragments spread across the battlefield around them. In front of the crater, Shutra remained standing in silence, steady and untouched, while the golden helmet hovered at his side with a gentle golden light. There was not even the faintest sign of fear in Shutra's stance, his eyes, or the calm expression on his face. He told Paratus that he was far too greedy for someone who could not even handle the power he had already received. Then Shutra lowered his hand, and in a cold voice told him to stop acting up. He ordered Paratus to stay down and accept the truth, that he was no longer any match for him. Those words landed like a direct insult against Paratus's followers, and several furious barbarians immediately charged toward Shutra in rage. They shouted in outrage that he dared to insult Lord Paratus, lifting their weapons as they rushed in from behind, ready to strike him down. But at first, Shutra did not even bother turning around to face them. A sharp blue flash cut across the battlefield, and Nightwatch activated Blink for the second time out of its 3 available uses. In a single instant, Shutra disappeared from the barbarians' sight, slipping through their formation so quickly that they could not even process where he had gone. The only thing left in his wake was a streak of blue light slicing across the battlefield, and before the barbarians could even begin to react, Shutra had already appeared beyond them, his voice cold as he told them that small fry like them should get out of his way. The enemies were blasted aside by the sudden movement, their bodies thrown off balance before they had any chance to raise a proper defense. A few of them staggered backward, swaying unsteadily as they barely managed to keep themselves on their feet. Others went down completely, collapsing where they stood, while the green shields created by green wind flickered around Shutra as he drove deeper into the barbarian camp. More barbarians tried to block his path, but their attacks were scattered by the emerald current, and at last, Shutra reached the red flag planted in the center of the enemy formation. Crimson power was still pouring out of the flag, spreading through the barbarian army like a curse that strengthened their bodies and twisted their presence. Shutra fixed his gaze on it and thought that he had finally managed to reach the source. Even so, he still could not understand where the barbarians had gotten such a strange and dangerous flag in the first place. Then, from somewhere deep inside him, a strange force seemed to rise up, almost as if it were answering that question for him. The power of conquest activated. Golden light burst out from Shutra's hand and surged straight toward the red flag. The crimson aura wrapped around it began to shake violently, trembling as though it were desperately trying to resist the golden glow. But that resistance could not hold for long. The red aura started to break apart, and the power sealed inside the flag was forcibly drawn out, pulled directly into Shutra's body. Warm golden radiance flooded his vision, surrounding him from every side, until the battlefield seemed to disappear inside the light. And for one brief moment, a mysterious figure appeared within that glow, smiling as if acknowledging him from inside the radiance. Then, the red flag lost the power it had been releasing, and across the battlefield, the effect struck every barbarian at once. The barbarian warriors suddenly faltered, their bodies slowing as the unnatural strength that had been filling them began to drain away. The violent crimson aura surrounding them vanished completely. Carrick noticed the shift right away, staring at the enemy with surprise, before saying that they had suddenly become weaker. Then Carrick realized that the crimson aura itself was gone, and a broad grin spread across his face. With a rough laugh, he said it looked like the prince had gone and done something again. Shutra lowered his eyes toward his own glowing hand. But instead of looking relieved, a faint uneasiness crept across his face. He wondered whether that crimson aura had truly come from the flag itself, or if it was somehow connected to the power of war. The more he thought about it, the more unnatural the entire situation felt, and he could not stop himself from wondering what was really happening here. But before Shutra could fully gather his thoughts or make sense of the strange power he had just absorbed, something else suddenly interrupted him. Before Shutra could properly sort through what he had just absorbed, a tremendous presence rose up behind him. It was so heavy and overpowering that the air itself seemed to press down around him, and from within the chaos of the battlefield, the barbarian king, Karatus, stepped forward. Karatus's enormous frame was covered in a suffocating aura, one that settled over the battlefield like a crushing weight no ordinary warrior could withstand. He lowered his gaze toward Shutra from above, and asked if Shutra was the one who had dared to lay a hand on the flag. Shutra turned to face him directly, showing no sign of retreat even under that overwhelming pressure. His eyes stayed calm and steady as he admitted that he had touched it, then asked Karatus in an even voice whether there was a problem with that. Karatus's eyes slowly narrowed, the look in them turning dangerously cold. For a brief moment, he only stared down at Shutra in silence, then answered that there was no problem at all, right before ordering him to die. In the very next instant, Karatus moved without the slightest warning. His attack came crashing down with terrifying speed and monstrous weight, as though his arm alone carried enough force to crush the entire battlefield beneath it. The spot where Shutra had been standing erupted violently, the ground bursting apart beneath Karatus's impact. Shutra avoided taking the strike directly, but even then, the shockwave slammed into him and sent his body flying backward. Shutra clenched his teeth as fragments of stone and clumps of dirt whipped past his face. But Karatus gave him no chance to recover, stepping in again with brutal confidence and continuing the assault without even the smallest pause. Every step Karatus took made the ground tremble beneath him, and each swing of his weapon carried the kind of destructive power that could crush solid stone into rubble. Under that relentless pressure, Shutra kept dodging, shifting his footing, and pulling back just to stay out of range. Shutra blocked the attacks he could manage and retreated whenever the force became too much. But Karatus's assault was simply overwhelming. In that moment, Shutra understood clearly that this terrifying level of raw destruction was exactly what someone should expect from the barbarian king. A single mistake would be enough to break his bones apart, and before Shutra could find even the smallest opening to strike back, Karatus came charging toward him once again. Despite having such a gigantic body, Karatus moved with a speed that made absolutely no sense for someone of his size. Shutra kicked off a platform created by green wind and launched himself away, forcing some distance between them. But the instant his feet touched down, he twisted his body sharply, changed direction, and drove himself back toward Karatus for a counterattack. His fist slammed into Karatus with a clean, solid hit, yet the barbarian king barely reacted, hardly even flinching from the force of the blow. Then the aura around Karatus swelled once more, thickening as it raged around his massive body with even greater violence. Karatus suddenly rushed forward, his movement sharp and explosive, and he caught onto Shutra's motion before Shutra could completely slip out of his reach. With nothing but raw, overwhelming strength, Karatus smashed straight through Shutra's defense. Shutra's body was hurled backward like a broken doll, crashing harshly across the ground. Pain tore through Shutra from head to toe, but he still forced himself back up, one knee digging into the dirt as he struggled to regain his balance. His breathing turned rough, and sweat ran down his face as he stared at the barbarian king with disbelief in his eyes. The red flag should have already lost its power, so Shutra could not understand why the battle still felt this difficult. He tightened his fist, trying to figure out what was happening, because even without the crimson flag, Karatus was still standing there with that oppressive red aura wrapped around him. Shutra watched him closely, searching for the reason the power of war was still radiating from Karatus's body. But Karatus had no intention of giving him time to think, and the barbarian king moved first. A violent shockwave tore through the ground as Karatus's attack slammed down, and sharp spikes of stone burst upward from the battlefield like jagged teeth. Shutra narrowly avoided the rising stone, but before he could settle his footing, Karatus was already charging in like a wild beast, closing the distance between them at impossible speed. Karatus mocked Shutra as pathetic while lifting his fist again, the crimson aura around his enormous body flaring brighter and more violently than before. Shutra landed with his teeth clenched. Now fully aware that this fight was far from over, he told himself that he had to end it right there and braced himself for the next strike. Karatus brought his attack down with overwhelming force, and red energy exploded from the impact, ripping through the battlefield. Shutra was blasted backward through smoke dust and flying debris, but he twisted his body in midair and scraped 1 foot hard against the ground, dragging himself to a stop. A strained groan escaped him as frustration tightened across his face. Even after everything that had happened, Karatus was still capable of unleashing that much destructive power. Karatus stood in the middle of the raging dust with his mace gripped in his hand and said that Shutra had managed to dodge it. A savage grin spread across his face as he admitted that Shutra was fairly quick. At the same time, Shutra realized that the weapon in Karatus's hand was the Skullcrusher mace. Shutra remained silent, his eyes fixed carefully on every movement the barbarian king made. Karatus's grin widened and he told Shutra that he wanted to see just how long he could keep running away. Then Karatus launched himself forward again, his red aura carving through the air around him like a trail of blood-colored flame. The next strike came down with the weight of a massive boulder dropping from the sky. At that critical moment, Shotra activated Nightwatch's blink for the third and final time. A blue arc flashed sharply across the battlefield, and Shutra vanished just before Karatas's crushing power could land on him. Karatas's mace smashed into nothing but empty ground, carving a fresh crater into the battlefield with the force of the impact. He lifted his head with a low growl, both surprised and irritated that Shutra had managed to escape him again. Shutra reappeared some distance away, faint blue light still flickering around his body from the sudden movement. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing that Karatas was not planning to give him even one moment to catch his breath. Karatas noticed the trick behind Shutra's movement and spat out that it was filthy. But even with that huge, heavy frame of his, Karatas rushed forward yet again with frightening speed. Shutra watched him close the distance and felt the tension rise, realizing that even a body that massive could still move this fast. The barbarian king's attack slammed down, and Shutra crossed both arms in front of himself, taking the blow head-on in a desperate block. Even though he managed to guard against it, the sheer force still drove Shutra backward, his feet scraping across the ground. Karatas kept pushing forward without easing up for even a second, his momentum fierce and completely relentless. He gave Shutra no space to recover, no gap to breathe, and no time at all to reset his stance. Karatas broke through Shutra's defenses again and sent him flying, his body slamming hard into a wall from the force of the impact. Just then, the barbarian king sensed movement coming from behind him. Caitlin suddenly appeared, diving straight in with her fist pulled back and her entire body aimed directly at Karatas. She struck Karatas from the side, cutting into his assault, while her beast god fist art surged around her fist with sharp blue energy. The attack landed with a heavy, solid impact. And for the first time in that exchange, Karatas's rhythm was thrown off, even if only for a brief moment. The force of Caitlin's strike made Karatas stagger back, while Shutra dropped down onto one knee, his body still shaking from all the punishment he had taken. Shutra breathed heavily as he tried to steady himself. Green Wind appeared beside him, looking him over with concern as she asked whether he was all right. Shutra answered that he was fine for now, and that this was exactly why he had prepared plenty of potions before coming here. But he also admitted that the real problem was Karatas, because the barbarian king was far stronger than he had expected. Green Wind agreed with him, her expression turning serious as she looked toward the enemy. Then she suggested that Shutra try using that technique. Shutra looked at her in confusion, not immediately understanding which technique she meant. Green Wind then explained that she was talking about White Suri's ultimate move. Karatas released a furious roar that thundered across the entire battlefield, shaking the air around him. Then he swung his weapon once again, the force behind it so violent that it seemed to rip straight through the dust-filled wind. In Shutra's hands, Green Wind's shield flared to life with a dazzling emerald glow. The surface of the barrier trembled under the pressure, but Shutra held it firmly in place, bracing his body for the devastating blow coming toward him. Through the swirling dust and clashing waves of power, Karatas glared straight at him. His eyes were filled with irritation and disbelief as he demanded to know what exactly Shutra thought he was trying to pull. Shutra did not waste his breath, answering him out loud. Instead, he tightened his grip on the shield, focused his mind, and silently told himself that this moment was his one and only chance. If he wanted the technique to succeed, then he could not dodge or retreat. He had to meet Karatas' attack head-on and release his power at the one perfect instant when the impact arrived. Karatas charged directly at him, his enormous body surging forward with unstoppable momentum, like a living avalanche crashing down the battlefield. He mocked Shutra for thinking that such a shield could ever stop his attack. But Shutra planted both feet behind the glowing green barrier, the wind coiling tightly around him as his eyes sharpened with absolute focus. At that moment, Shutra remembered the warning he had been given about White Suri's ultimate move. It was not a technique that could be thrown out carelessly whenever he wanted. If he used it poorly, the danger would turn back on him instead. But if the timing and method were perfect, then no technique could surpass its power. Karatas' mace came down from above, dragging a crushing wave of force with it as though the sky itself were collapsing. At the very last possible second, Shutra unleashed the power he had been holding back. The shield burst open with fierce green radiance, blazing so intensely that it swallowed the space directly in front of him. The emerald shield collided head-on with Karatas' attack, and the moment they met, the pressure exploded outward in a violent shockwave. Then the force of Karatas' own strength rebounded back against him. The impact blasted his massive body backward, and at last, the technique revealed its true form, absolute domain. Karatas' eyes widened as the swirling force wrapped around him and clamped down over his enormous frame. For the first time, confusion flickered across his face as he tried to understand what was happening and what kind of power had trapped him. His muscles swelled and strained as he tried to force himself to move, but his body refused to obey. In front of him, Shutra stood firm, breathing heavily from the burden of using the technique. Shutra admitted to himself that pulling it off had been difficult, but at long last he had finally created a real opening. With absolute domain holding Karatus in place, he immediately seized that precious chance. Shutra rushed forward without hesitation, and struck with a reinforced blow, driving his fist straight into the barbarian king's body. The impact sank in deep, hitting with enough force to drive the air out of Karatus's lungs in a heavy burst. The giant let out a pained grunt as the green wind tightened all around him, twisting into a vortex that dragged his huge body even deeper into its grip. Shutra watched the technique take hold before his eyes and understood that it had worked for the first time since the fight began. He had truly landed a clean attack on Karatus. But that small moment of relief vanished almost as soon as it appeared. The strain suddenly ripped back through Shutra's body, and he gasped as he felt something inside him go terribly wrong. Caitlin noticed the change immediately. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she called out Shutra's name as worry cut through her voice. Shutra coughed sharply, his body jolting from the sudden backlash. In that instant, he realized what was happening. His aura was no longer flowing the way it should. His own power had gone into reflux, turning back against him before he could completely regain control. Before Shutra could steady himself again, Karatus's laughter rang out across the battlefield. The barbarian king stood inside the storm as if the danger around him only made the battle more enjoyable. Crimson energy erupted violently around Karatus as he declared that this was fun, truly fun. Then he activated his Conqueror's Haki, and even under the crushing pressure of absolute domain, his massive body began to move again. Karatus pushed closer through pure physical strength, forcing Shutra backward step by step. Shutra narrowed his eyes and cursed under his breath as the pressure bore down on him. Absolute domain had not been enough to stop Karatus completely. Karatus smiled with savage delight and said he was impressed because Shutra had actually managed to block one of his attacks. Karatus asked if Shutra had just turned his own strength against him, and then his grin widened with anticipation. He said he was looking forward to seeing what Shutra would show him next. Behind Karatus, the allied forces surged forward once more with furious roars, their momentum rising as the battlefield plunged back into full chaos. Caitlin immediately stepped into the flow of the battle, placing herself between the danger and Shutra's recovery. She told Shutra to focus on getting himself back under control for now, and said she would take Karatus on herself. Without hesitating for even a second, Caitlin charged toward the enemy. Meanwhile, Shutra fought to steady his breathing, pulled out a potion, and drank it down in one motion. He thought bitterly that this battle was seriously wearing him down. If even absolute domain could not fully stop Karatus, then he had to wonder what kind of method was left for him to use. Aura recovery had clear limits, and Shutra knew he needed something more than simply restoring his strength. He needed something only he could do, even if it only improved his chances by a little, and he told himself that he had to find a way to defeat Karatus. Green Wind appeared beside him, her voice filled with obvious worry as she asked if he was truly all right. But instead of answering right away, Shutra suddenly went still and stared at her. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Green Wind had originally been born from a fragment of the soul of Enkel the Watcher. Because of Green Wind's existence, Shutra had become a dragoon and gained the power of dragon genes. But was that really all there was to it? As Shutra kept staring in silence, Green Wind grew confused and asked why he was looking at her like that without saying anything. Shutra thought that even if Green Wind was only a fragment, there was no way her power could end with what he had already seen. After all, the dragon heart was the very essence of an elder dragon, a being said to possess power close to that of a god. There was no reason a power like that should be limited to what he had used so far. The answer rose clearly in Shutra's mind: dragon blood. Purple energy began to coil around his body as the dragon genes awakened. Deep inside himself, Shutra sensed a hidden power buried far below the surface. In silence, he reached toward it and called her name, Enkel. The moment Shutra called her by that name, Green Wind's expression changed completely. She lifted her hand and pointed toward Shutra with a graceful, almost ceremonial motion, while her presence suddenly became calm, distant, and otherworldly. When she spoke, her voice no longer felt quite the same. It carried something deeper and far more ancient as she told Shutra to conquer her completely. She commanded him to dominate, addressing him as the Knight of Conquest, and the instant those words were spoken, the power of Watcher Enkel began to answer. The force that Shutra had been unable to absorb before now spread through his body and soul, awakening within him as the true power of a dragoon. Green Wind surged around him in a luminous storm, wrapping his entire body in brilliant emerald light. Then Shutra opened his eyes once more, and a newly awakened power shone within them. The third aura heart awakened inside him, Dragon Heart. And across the battlefield, the transformation was so powerful that no one could ignore it anymore. Karatus sensed the sudden change and turned toward Shutra in surprise. Around Shutra, green energy rose like a living tide, flowing higher and stronger with every passing second. The very air surrounding Shutra began to tremble, as if the battlefield itself was reacting to the new power awakening inside him. Shutra stood in the very center of the battlefield, his cloak snapping and whipping around him in the restless wind. From deep inside his body, the newly awakened power continued to surge upward, filling the air around him with a pressure that everyone nearby could feel. One message after another flashed through Shutra's mind in rapid succession, announcing that he had conquered the power of Watcher Einkel. A dragon heart had formed within his body, his dragoon level had increased, and even his mana control had risen. Then, before he could fully take in those changes, another notice appeared immediately after it, declaring that Shutra's overall level had gone up as well. Golden light wrapped itself around Shutra as he stepped forward, his presence now visibly different from before. Caitlin stood close beside him, carefully watching his condition after that sudden transformation, and Shutra glanced toward her long enough to thank her for stepping in to help him. Ahead of them, Karata stared at him with a startled expression, clearly sensing that something had changed. Shutra quickly reviewed the structure of his own power in his mind. For a while now, the aura heart inside him had existed as something separate from his original core, and the moonlight core that was created after he absorbed the moonlight heart had also remained as its own independent source of strength. Caitlin was similar in that regard, since she carried two cores within her body, her original core and the starlight core. But now, Shutra had gained something entirely new, a third aura heart, freshly formed within him as the dragon heart. The moment Shutra understood that, he realized he could now circulate 5 aura hearts at the same time, quietly, almost as if the name came to him naturally. He gave this new internal structure a name, the Pentacore. Caitlin heard him say it and repeated the words with confusion in her voice. Her eyes shifted towards Shutra, studying him closely as she tried to understand what had just awakened inside him. Karatus let out a low laugh, but it did not sound frightened. If anything, he seemed even more entertained, his sharp gaze fixing on Shutra as he asked whether Shutra had truly become stronger in that single moment. Then crimson energy erupted around Karatus once again, raging wildly over his enormous body as he charged forward. With a savage grin, he asked Shutra how that new strength felt, then declared that war was fun. Shutra lifted his fist in response, and golden light began gathering tightly around it. The energy condensed over his knuckles as he prepared himself to meet Karatus head-on without backing away. The instant Karatus attacked, Shutra stepped forward instead of retreating and clashed with him directly. Their powers smashed together with a thunderous impact, shaking the battlefield beneath their feet. The ground between them split open from the sheer force of the collision. Karatus laughed through the violent shockwave, his voice filled with excitement as he admitted that Shutra had definitely grown stronger. Shutra immediately shifted his stance, refusing to let that brief opening slip away, and launched straight into the beast Godfist art. Wild Wolf, fist strike burst forward from him, sharpening Shutra's movements into a fiercer, more aggressive rhythm as he pressed the attack. His aura moved through him more smoothly than before, flowing with a natural steadiness that strengthened the blow. The force of the attack drove Karatus backward across the battlefield, forcing the barbarian king to brace his enormous body against the pressure. But Shutra reached out his hand and felt the flow of power finally settling properly inside him. It moved through his body with the kind of stability and control he had been waiting for. A faint smile appeared on Shutra's face as he said that this was the feeling he had been searching for, and that it was finally working. At that moment, the shape of the battle became much clearer to him. Karatus was stronger than General Vandal. If they were judged purely by physical ability, then Karatus stood above every opponent Shutra had fought up to this point. And there, in the middle of that brutal battlefield, Shutra understood the truth of what they had to do. There was only one realistic way to bring Karatus down. They had to overwhelm him with non-stop attacks, keep the pressure from breaking for even a second, and use their numbers to crush him before he could regain control. Karatus remained wrapped in that raging crimson aura, laughing as if the danger only excited him further. With a fierce grin, he told Shutra that he was actually pretty good. Shutra understood at once that if this fight dragged on for too long, their side would be the one forced into a dangerous disadvantage. So he chose to push forward with everything they had right from the start. Raising his voice over the roar of the battlefield, Shutra shouted for everyone to stand firm and never back down. Then, with no hesitation in his command, he ordered every unit to charge. The demon forces surged forward all at once, pouring into the battlefield with fierce momentum and rising battle cries. Felicia led the assault from one side, while Karak and the others advanced with the troops from another direction. Warriors slammed into barbarians, and the opposing battle lines collided with violent force. Weapons flashed through the dust-filled air. Bodies crashed together, and the entire battlefield erupted into complete chaos once again. Karatus swung his mace with monstrous strength, every movement carrying enough destructive force to crush anything unfortunate enough to stand in its path. But Shutra kept darting in and out of Karatus's range, striking in quick bursts before pulling back just far enough to avoid being destroyed by the counterattack. Caitlin joined the fight from another angle, blue aura wrapping around her body as she moved with sharp fluid speed. She slipped past Karatus's guard and landed a heavy blow, forcing him to twist away from the impact. Karatus caught the timing right away and immediately tried to counter her. But before Karatus could properly respond, Shutra closed in without delay. At the same time, Caitlin recognized that her attack had successfully disrupted him. Even so, Karatus was already beginning to adjust to their rhythm, Watching their movements with a dangerous focus glare, Shutra and Caitlin kept pressing him from different sides, shifting their angles as they attacked, so that Karatas could not lock onto one stable target. He refused to let Karatas settle into his own pace, forcing him to keep reacting instead of letting him freely overpower them with his strength. Shutra launched another technique from the Beast God Fist Art, his body moving with a sharper edge now that his power was flowing properly. Once again, he unleashed Wild Wolf Fist Strike. His aura surged forward like the fang of a beast, slamming into Karatas and sending shockwaves rippling through the ground beneath them. Karatas coughed from the impact, but the pain only seemed to pour more fuel onto his fury. He roared back with even greater rage, refusing to fall. Shutra and Caitlin did not allow him even a single second to recover. Caitlin rushed in first, her body streaking forward like a flash of blue light. Her fist drove into Karatas from the side, while Shutra followed from above and behind, striking with precise timing that pinned Karatas between their attacks. Karatas gritted his teeth, genuinely shocked that two opponents weaker than him were actually forcing him backward. In his mind, he could not understand what kind of absurd nonsense this was. Rage burned through Karatas at the thought of being pushed back by mere insects. Shutra kept moving, but he understood the danger all too clearly. Karatas's body was still far too sturdy. Their attacks were landing, but none of them had enough power to finish him yet. Shutra's eyes hardened as he calculated their next move, knowing one mistake could ruin everything. Karatas groaned under the pressure, but instead of weakening, his eyes burned even brighter, and the crimson aura around his enormous body swelled more violently. With a furious roar, Karatas charged straight toward Shutra again. Shutra braced himself in front of the attack, while Caitlin watched from the side, ready to support him the moment an opening appeared. Karatas swung with terrifying force, tearing up the ground as he advanced. Shutra raised his hand and called out for White Suri. Green winds surged around Shutra, wrapping his body in a powerful emerald current and pushing back against Karatas's crimson aura. The two forces collided violently, bursting outward between them. But Karatas forced his way through with sheer brute strength, pressing forward so fiercely that Shutra had no choice but to keep moving under the pressure. Caitlin saw the opening in that exact instant, and she shouted for Shutra to act now. Shutra dropped from above, his body slicing down through the air, as he aimed himself directly at Karatas, turning his fall into a focused attack. Every ounce of destructive force he could draw together surged into his fist. And in that instant, a special ultimate move activated. Earthquaker's destruction burst. Red and black pressure erupted beneath Shutra as he descended, gathering that overwhelming destructive power into one compressed point, all of it aimed straight at Karatas. The moment Shutra's attack connected, the battlefield seemed to detonate beneath them. The ground cracked apart under the force, and shattered rocks blasted outward in all directions. A huge crater tore open beneath Karatas's feet, and the shockwave threw nearby warriors off balance, sending some tumbling from the ground entirely. Shutra landed heavily in the center of the destruction, surrounded by broken earth and rising dust. He stood there breathing hard, certain that a direct hit with that much force should have caused real damage, but when the dust began to shift and clear, Karatas was still on his feet. Smoke curled up from Karatas's battered body. His fur and skin were scorched, torn and marked by the blast, yet instead of collapsing, he threw his head back and laughed like a madman. Shutra stared at him in disbelief, now understanding just how absurdly durable Karatas's body truly was. Even after taking destruction burst directly, the barbarian king could still move, as if the battle had not reached its end at all. Without the slightest hesitation, Karatas rushed forward again, closing the distance between them with terrifying speed. Shutra was forced to dodge as crimson aura lashed across the battlefield like a violent wave. In that moment, he realized with frustration that even that powerful attack still had not been enough to guarantee victory. Before Shutra could fully regain his stance and prepare for the next exchange, Caitlin's voice suddenly cut through the chaos nearby as she shouted Shutra's name and told him to catch what she was throwing. A massive mace came flying towards Shutra, spinning heavily through the air as it crossed the battlefield. Shutra caught the weapon with both hands, and the moment its crushing weight settled into his grip, he instantly understood what he was holding. This was the weapon that belonged to the barbarian king. It was Skull Crusher, another divine artifact left behind by the heavenly dragon king. As Shutra gripped the mace, his expression hardened, and he decided that this weapon would be enough to end it. Karatas laughed and charged in once more, but Shutra raised Skull Crusher in front of him and declared that the war would end right there. This time, he did not retreat. He faced Karatas head-on. Karatas barreled toward him with crimson aura blazing around his enormous body, charging like a crimson storm given physical form. Shutra quietly bid farewell to the barbarian king, and in the very next instant, the two opposing powers collided. Karatas lifted both arms and roared with all his strength, but Shutra swung Skull Crusher using every bit of power he had gathered. The blow landed with overwhelming force. Karatas's enormous body took the strike directly, receiving the full impact head-on. The collision unleashed another storm of wind, dust, and shattered stone across the battlefield. Around Shutra, golden messages began appearing one after another, flashing through his awareness. Those messages announced repeated level-ups. And at the same time, the power of victory began flowing into Shutra's body. That force strengthened him even further, while the warriors who remained nearby could only stare in stunned silence. Caitlin watched from close by as relief softened her face into a small, quiet smile. After the strike, Skullcrusher spun through the air, but Shutra caught it once again and raised it high above his head. For one brief moment, the entire battlefield fell into complete silence, and then a message declared that the enemy general had been defeated. The demon soldiers erupted all at once. They shouted that the barbarian king was dead, and that the ninth prince had defeated Karatus with his own hands. The barbarians froze exactly where they stood, disbelief spreading across their faces. One of them muttered that it was impossible, unable to accept or understand how Karatus could have fallen. Skullcrusher gleamed in Shutra's hand. Without allowing the momentum of victory to fade, he stretched his hand forward and gave his next command. Shutra ordered everyone to annihilate the remaining enemies and make sure not even a single one escaped. At his command, the demon forces surged forward while the barbarians fell into panic as the tide of battle turned completely against them. Some of the barbarians screamed as they tried to retreat, but the demon troops closed in from every direction, cutting off every path of escape. Dust clouds rose across the battlefield. Weapons flashed through the chaos, and the shattered remains of the barbarian army collapsed beneath the sudden assault. And at last, the battle against the barbarian king ended with Shutra's victory. News of that victory was immediately sent back to the demon king's castle. Soon afterward, that same news spread across the demon realm once again. Some people received the result with joy and celebration. Others, however, felt a deep uneasiness, and several powerful figures remained seated in silence, disturbed by how quickly Shutra's name was rising throughout the realm. Some watched the news with dark, jealous expressions as Shutra's achievements continued stacking higher and higher. Yet far away from the Demon King's castle, in a place ordinary messages could never possibly reach, someone still sensed Shutra's victory. Beneath the night sky stood the Death Knight, wrapped in a cold blue aura, the being who had desired the end of the world for 1,000 long years. He slowly raised his head, as if responding to something only he could hear. The blue flames surrounding him stirred faintly as he began listening to the voice of death, and that evening, on the very day Karatus was defeated, the camp of the Demon King's army overflowed with celebration. Soldiers laughed loudly around the fires, their voices carrying into the night. They lifted their mugs, shared drinks with one another, and enjoyed a rare peaceful moment after surviving such a brutal battle. The atmosphere was warm, loosened by relief, and filled with the joy of victory. Different demon tribes gathered and drank together around the campfires, their earlier tension fading beneath exhaustion, shared survival, and the triumph they had earned. Near the camp, Shutra told everyone that they had worked hard all this time. Standing together with Felicia, Caitlin, and the others, he added that their mission had somehow managed to end well too. Someone told the prince that he had worked hard as well. Caitlin, her eyes shining with admiration, said that no matter how many times she thought about it, Shutra really was amazing. To her, defeating the barbarian king was an incredible achievement. Shutra scratched his head awkwardly and said it was nothing special. He reminded them that it was not as though he had fought and won that battle all by himself. He added that if everyone had not helped him, he definitely would not have been able to win. Felicia smiled at him with a teasing look in her eyes and asked if that was really the case. Then Felicia stepped a little closer and held out a soft pillow towards Shutra. She told him to try sleeping on it that night, explaining that even using it for just one day should be enough to help him recover. Shutra accepted the pillow with a puzzled expression, then looked down at it in his hands and asked if this was not the Lucid Dream Pillow. Lucid Dream Pillow was a magical item that allowed its owner to dream about whatever they wanted. It could only be used once every 3 days, and it had a total limit of 10 uses. Shutra held the pillow with a suddenly brightened expression, while Felicia smiled and said she knew he would understand exactly what kind of pillow it was. Shutra immediately replied that, of course, there was no way Shutra would overlook something that valuable. Felicia noticed it right away, watching his reaction with a gentle but curious look in her eyes, and after a moment, she asked if he had already decided what kind of dream he wanted to experience. For a short while, Shutra did not answer at all. He simply froze where he was, his body going still as though Felicia's question had struck him from an angle he had never expected. Only at that moment did he realize the truth. He had not actually chosen anything yet. If he really sat down and thought it through, there were definitely plenty of comfortable, pleasant dreams he could imagine wanting to see. But the instant that idea crossed his mind, something in his expression began to shift. The softness faded, his eyes sharpened with purpose, and the answer became obvious to him. What Shutra needed right now was not a peaceful dream to comfort him, but a chance to stand before the barbarian king again. He wanted to cross blades with Karatus one more time, to face that overwhelming opponent again with everything he had riding on the battle. After all, fighting the barbarian king would be the ideal kind of training. A dream battle intense enough to push his body, senses, and instincts right up against their limits. Shutra raised his head, ready to announce that he had finally chosen his dream. But before he could even finish, Karak suddenly jolted in alarm and rushed to stop him. Karak hurriedly warned him not to dream about him, insisting that something like that would feel way too strange. The second those words came out, both Felicia and Shutra snapped back at him in total confusion, their voices rising at the same time. They demanded to know what kind of ridiculous nonsense he was suddenly talking about. And just as that awkward moment filled the room, a voice from outside asked if it would be all right to come in for a moment. Caitlin immediately turned her head, surprised, as she recognized the voice as General Vandal's. Vandal stepped into the camp soon after, his massive red body still carrying the raw, heavy presence of the battlefield. It was almost as if the heat, pressure, and lingering tension of combat had followed him straight through the entrance. He said there was something he needed to tell the Ninth Prince. Everyone welcomed him inside, but one of them could not hide their concern and asked whether his body was truly all right after the wounds he had suffered. Vandal answered with a calm, steady voice, saying that for someone like him, an injury of that level would be completely gone after one proper night of sleep. Then his face grew more serious, and he explained that the real reason he had come was because he had a favor to ask. Shutra looked up at him with focused, attentive eyes, immediately sensing the weight in Vandal's tone, and asked what kind of favor he was talking about. Vandal held Shutra's gaze directly, without looking away even for a moment, and then began to speak carefully, as if every word of the request mattered. He asked if Shutra would be willing to fight him 5 days from now. For an instant, Shutra froze on the spot, clearly taken by surprise by the sudden challenge. Inside his mind, Shutra immediately understood how unusual this was. This was the very first time Vandal had personally asked him for a duel. In Night Saga, it had always been Zephyr Ragnaros who stepped forward first. Whether it was during Vandal's recruitment or when Yakuzan was brought into the fold, Vandal had always been the one approached by someone else, never the one initiating things himself. He had never been the type of warrior to test someone on his own. Never the sort to challenge another person just to decide whether they were worthy of becoming his lord. And yet now, that very same Vandal had come to Shutra of his own will and challenged him to a duel. Shutra could feel the significance behind that action clearly, almost as if the meaning were written plainly across Vandal's face. This was Vandal's fighting spirit speaking, burning with a fierce desire to measure his strength against Shutra directly. A smile naturally spread across Shutra's face, and without the slightest hesitation, he accepted, saying that they should fight. Vandal smiled back at him, and with that single exchange, the challenge was officially settled. 5 days later, once both of them had recovered and returned to their best condition, they would stand across from each other on the battlefield.